do. He could fill the world with versions of himself and cooperate in order to set up shell companies on the outside that would distribute his goods. Everyone would win.
He doesn't care if everyone would win.
said Valencia.
He would only care that he wins. It would be about the risks and benefits of this imperfect, difficult duplication.
Probably not the time and place to talk about it, I said. We should either head back to Blue's room or get out from under his presumed panopticon altogether.
He's limited,
said Valencia.
His lack of knowledge has been setting him on edge. He's placing faith in his planning and preparations, as well as your moralism.
Okay, I said. Good to know.
We need more information, sighed Amaryllis. But I think we're close to cracking this.
There's gold near. The voice of the call of gold was eminently unwelcome. Leave the complex now. There's gold near, I said. I need to get going.
We'll handle it as much as we can,
said Amaryllis.
We'll look for the cracks and follow the breadcrumbs.
Bureaucratic melees. Chapter 216, Bureaucratic Melees. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. An Amaryllis had taken up position next to the manor entrance, which was now a large burnt hole in the building. They had been lucky that the long elevator was untouched, because it would have complicated descent into the complex if it had been turned to slag. Unfortunately, the dragonfire was a mar on the building, which was, to some of the citizens, a symbol. It would need to be repaired, and it was clear that there would be a lot of work to be done in terms of cosmetic changes to Necrolaborem. Amaryllis was hoping that external repairs could be completed inside a week, so that they could launch a public relations offensive that would tout this as a place transformed. Only one of her would be working on that, though, because there were other problems that had more to do with ground truths. This particular instance of her was idly talking with the Tung, who looked up to her no matter her missteps. Imposter syndrome had never been a particular problem for Amaryllis, which was good, because the culture that she had been the primary architect of placed a fair bit of importance on her. She hadn't wanted anything like hero worship or a cult of personality, because those were unstable forms of leadership, but she had done her best to weave herself into the lessons that the Tuung were given, and during stints in the time chamber, she had devoted a good deal of time to writing to them, mixing personal stories with civics lessons and life advice, though much of the life advice was, frankly, obvious stuff. Aerb didn't have a term for parasocial relationship, but that was what she'd cultivated, trying her best to be as authentic as possible. She didn't want to exploit or manipulate in any way that would come back to bite her later. She had worried a lot about the Tung, given how little time she could devote to their upbringing. She had left them in the hands of people that Valencia had screened, but a devil's insights were imperfect, and extrapolating how a group of people would work together for years at a time wasn't something that Valencia had been terribly confident about, even with the check-ins they'd used. The Tung had an unexpected stress test at Leo, emerging from their indoctrination and training much sooner than planned, all their half-finished training put to a much harsher reckoning than anticipated. The Tung were, by far, the most successful project of their sort in the entire history of either Herb or Earth. This did not mean that they were without their flaws,
I waited too long to read them.
said Monique.
They weren't part of the canon, so I set them aside for free reading and didn't get to them until last year. But what you wrote in Meditations on Power really changed my perspective on a lot of things, particularly our sexual politics.
Amaryllis nodded. She remembered Meditations on Power, which was a series of essays she'd written that were largely about power dynamics. They weren't much more than a collection of pamphlets, and to some extent they repeated things that Amaryllis had read from other sources, a synthesis of Earth and Aerb, with a few thoughts that were likely original thrown in. Altogether, the collection had been the work of spare hours over the course of a week, and Amaryllis hadn't been too happy with how it had turned out, which had meant that it was left out of the canon, the set of works that all Tung were expected to read, which expanded as they grew older. Part of how the culture had been structured was with a strong emphasis on community, and the canon was a way of ensuring cohesion,
The Tung are unique in many ways.
said Amaryllis.
There are power dynamics that are etched on your biology. It's something that I've given a lot of thought to.
So far, there had been no unsanctioned primings, and no sanctioned ones for that matter, which would change with the second generation. Amaryllis had her fingers crossed that it would remain that way. The penalty for unsanctioned priming was death, and was one of two crimes that automatically carried that penalty, the other being treason,
How have you been handling it?
Oh,
replied Monique. She seemed a bit flustered to have Amaryllis actually respond.
like you say, there are things about our society that we might find upsetting, burdens we're forced to shoulder. Inside, I struggled a bit.
Inside was what they called their time in Bethel, which accounted for almost the entirety of their life until the last few months.
I thought about the ways that I would have structured society differently so that the problems wouldn't happen, but I never came up with anything that really resolved it, other than limiting the number of females in society, since we're the ones that have most of the burden.
I did think about that,
Said Amaryllis. Obviously.
but there's variability in terms of Tung biology, much more than there is in humans, and the spread we chose was based on a crude analysis of the roles we would need to fill. The second generation project is underway, and while I'm a bit worried about changing things too much, we have a better idea of what the ideal social construction looks like, given the data we've already gathered.
Monique had been nodding along the whole time and seemed ready to give a contribution, but before she could, she must have heard something.
Incoming!
She called out, and the twin fire teams that formed Amaryllis's guard boxed her in to protect her. 2 seconds later, with a zoorish, 6 people stepped into being not far from the manor. Amaryllis dismissed the Tung with a hand signal, and they fanned back out, taking up the most strategically sound positions around her.
Greetings?
Said Amaryllis, stepping forward. She recognized 3 of the 6, and at best guess, all of them were from the Empire.
I've been waiting for your arrival. There are a number of things we'll need to discuss in terms of situation management.
You're damned right.
Said Elias Sater, the captain of the Officer of Imperial Disaster Relief. He looked distinctly unhappy, as did most of the others. It was only the shortest of them, a gnome, that had a grin. Figaro Finch had come along, and he seemed delighted that this was a mess he probably wouldn't have to clean up.
Introductions first.
Said Alcida Devona, head of Uniquities.
You obviously know myself, Figaro, and Elias.
She gestured at them with blue hands. She was dressed down from what Amaryllis had seen her wearing before, perhaps because she'd had less time to put on something striking. A broad hat covered her bald head.
I don't know if you've had the pleasure of the others that are joining us. This is Ragusa Alron, head of special threats, Tangley First, from the Accountability Office, and Foster Bragg, who is on loan from the Kingdom of Turn. It's thought that he'll be our logistics head, though we're still working that out.
They were a motley crew, made of different species, and wearing wildly different outfits, with a suit for the gnome, Figaro, a plain, austere dress for the Vitric, Alcida, and traditional garb for First and Bragg, First with a sweeping neo-traditionalist dress in orange and white, Bragg with a gray suit which prominently featured a thick wrap around the waist. They were both sharp-beaked Laconi. Sater was wearing Entad armor with shifting blue waves on it, and Ragusa Alron, an orc, had on an Entad of his own, a long robe studded with twinkling multicolored stars.
And I'm Amaryllis Smithney Pendraig.
Said Amaryllis, when it was clear that she would get no introduction of her own.
I'm a princess of Anglesyn on several committees there, and advisor on industry to the Republic of Munin.
She was accruing responsibilities and power at a rate that anyone with a brain would find frightening. In Anglesyn, her power was close to unchecked, and it felt like, with another month behind her, She would be the de facto ruler,
Did you kill Captain Blue in the bottle?
asked Alcida,
No.
said Amaryllis, hoping that was still true, because, after all, Juniper was down there, and it was very possible that the plot was progressing without her.
Elisha Blue is still alive. He has ceded the entirety of his authority to us and peaceably handed over control of Necrolaborum.
Peaceably,
Asked Ragusa Alron, looking at the burnt manor.
The damage there was an unrelated incident.
Said Amaryllis.
I'll be plain.
Said Ragusa, his voice grumbling slightly.
This is a problem.
How so?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow.
The Empire is stretched thin.
Said Satyr.
I mean that in both a material sense and a psychic one. The exclusion in Leo was a blow, not just because of the disaster and the refugee crisis, but because of how it has impacted people. Since getting word of what's happened here, we've been working together on the broader implications of the fall of Necrolaborum, and there is general agreement that the bad news is coming too fast.
By rights, the people of Erb should rally.
Said Amaryllis.
The exclusion is weeks away from being cleared. Within the next 24 hours, the zombies he's held captive as assurance against threats will be diffused, leaving only those that are currently vital to the functioning of this society. Within a month, even those will be gone.
That was an extremely optimistic timeline, but the situation seemed to call for optimism.
And the people?
Asked Alcida.
What of them?
They'll be free.
Said Amaryllis.
They can form their own society here, their own polity that will initially exist within the footprint of this place. My industries have need for labor at the moment, and in the interim period. While they find their footing, they can add value in that way, which will help to offset the costs of bringing their standard of living up.
The optics are bad.
Said Ragusa.
Reporters are sure to come, and the radio waves will be filled with talk of the horrors here.
Horrors that have come to an end.
Said Amaryllis, looking between them.
You cannot honestly be suggesting that the world would have been better off not solving this problem.
That's the feeling.
Said Figaro Finch. He pulled a cigarette case and began going through the process of lighting up.
Well, it's done.
Said Amaryllis.
We're not leaving and telling Blue that we're fine with him continuing operations after all.
We're not suggesting that,
Replied Ragusa.
but you have no authority here.
I do.
Said Amaryllis, staring him down.
You do not.
Replied Ragusa.
Very well.
Said Amaryllis, spreading her stance slightly. She took a breath.
In 511 FE, the Empire of Common Cause entered into negotiations with Elisha Blue, granting him status and fact authority over the exclusion zone per extant case law, especially with regards to Balkan. By right of conquest and his own submission, the Republic of Munin claims transfer of status and fact from Elisha Blue in accordance with extant case law, especially with regards to Livingston, Kos, and Braith. Following that, I hereby declare this to be our colonial territory, pursuant to Section 409 of the EIC, and grant myself full power as colonial governor. Necrolaborum is now a formal part of the Republic of Munun, which is an imperial non-member, and it is you who has no authority here, except on my say-so. I will grant you permission to stay, and would welcome discussion of the problems that face our colony.
Can she do that?
Asked First, leaning over slightly to speak with Bragg.
I wasn't sure that I followed it in its entirety.
Special Threats has authority over exclusion zones through the full force of imperial law.
Said Ragusa.
You cannot wave that away.
We are not a part of the Empire,
Said Amaryllis.
and you're simply incorrect, because for special threats to have authority over a polity which has been recognized by the Empire, member or otherwise, requires formal approval by the full legislature.
The Empire has formally recognized Miunun.
Said Ragusa, shaking his head.
The same cannot be said for this, whatever this is.
I gave specific case law.
Said Amaryllis, folding her arms.
The only reason that I'm continuing this conversation is because I have dozens of myself working on the actual problems. If you'd like, we can go through the legislature. But as the Republic of Miyunun is only a recognized polity, not a member polity, it's you that has no authority.
Let's be calm here.
said Alcida. Amaryllis had no problem with that. She had only been changing her tone to match the aggression she was seeing. Because of her age, and sometimes also her gender, there was some expectation that she would be deferential.
Can we agree that for the rule of law to work, we cannot have independent parties coming into exclusion zones and taking them over with a show of force?
No one else has the capacity to do what we do.
Said Amaryllis.
And if they did, I argue it would be a net good for all those involved. We're saving millions from the hells. We're removing people from under the thumb of an insane dictator who planned to torture them even after their deaths.
There was no discussion with the Empire,
Said Satyr. Amaryllis didn't look at the two people from Uniquities when he said that, because they had definitely known something, and clearly hadn't communicated it, not that she'd wanted them to.
We cannot absorb 500,000 people. Given a month's lead, it might have been possible to build the framework, but as it stands, we don't have anything in place, especially not after events in Leo, which are still ongoing.
2 things.
Said Amaryllis.
First, you can still have a month if you'd like. Elias Blue is under our thumb. There is no pressing need for intervention at the moment, so far as we can assess that, aside from the general poor conditions. Second, he set up a number of cities beneath the EZ, with a total population somewhere in the range of 8 million, most of them children.
That was met with a moment of silence.
8 million?
Asked Ragusa.
As best we can currently tell, yes.
Said Amaryllis.
This obviously represents an enormous failure on the part of Special Threats.
Ragusa was the head of Special Threats, and she was making an enemy of him, the better to serve up a head on a platter for the rest of the EOCC. In reality, Ragusa's hands had probably been tied, and gaining access to top-tier surveillance entities had probably not been a priority for his tenure, especially not for something like the NLEZ, which had been somewhat quietly not bothering anyone for many decades. Institutions like Special Threats tended to rot over time, and that couldn't necessarily be blamed on the person sitting at the head. Perhaps if Amaryllis had been in charge of the department, she would have noticed how old their knowledge was and called for it to be updated. Or if not that, she would have hired or trained someone directly in charge of the NLEZ, who could have seen the problem. Either way, if they were ignorant of the true conditions in the NLEZ, that fell on Ragusa, and if the EOCC needed an institutional villain rather than just the actual villain, Ragusa was the logical choice.
I need to speak with those on the ground,
Said Ragusa, going slightly pale.
Of course.
Said Amaryllis with a nod.
I've been in conversation with them for the past day or so, and have kept them informed. If they didn't keep you abreast of the facts, I would put that down to the problems inherent in cross-continental communication.
There hadn't been any manipulation on her part, though she hadn't offered any advice to the group from Special Threats. It was at that moment that I arrived on the scene, ignorant of pretty much everything, including the identities of everyone that Amaryllis was talking to. I'd gotten, at most, the last few sentences, and didn't have enough context. I wasn't floating, as much as I wanted to be, and I had shifted my armor to be a non-threatening steel. The gnome has the gold. Get it from him. I looked at Figaro Finch, who was looking at me with a faint grin.
Sorry,
I said, walking over.
Figaro, can I talk to you?
Who is this?
Asked the same man who'd been arguing with Amaryllis.
Ragusa Alron, this is Juniper Smith, husband to Amaryllis.
Said Alcida, stepping forward slightly.
Juniper, this is Ragusa. He's the head of Special Threats.
Get the gold from the gnome,
Pleasure to meet you.
I said.
I don't think I really need to be a part of this conversation, though. Figaro?
I raised an expectant eyebrow at him.
Oh, did you want this?
He asked, pulling a thick gold coin from his pocket. It was comically big in his hands, and clearly had enough sheer weight that he couldn't hold it casually.
I strongly suspect that Juniper is a gold mage,
He told the crowd,
That's dangerous.
said Alcida, frowning.
And illegal.
Said another voice from among them, a tall Lodona woman who was chewing something idly.
The legality is complicated.
Said Amaryllis.
We spoke with our lawyers before making the decision. But if we're speaking of jurisdiction, then surely you have to acknowledge that the only person here with any authority to arrest Juniper is Figaro Finch.
Take the gold now,
I decline to attempt the arrest.
said Figaro Finch.
Here, you're looking pale.
He tossed the coin to me, and I caught it. My heart was thumping. I'd been pretty nervous about just taking the gold from him. I had no clue why he'd brought a gold coin with, and assumed that he'd kept it in extra-dimensional storage until the time was right. If it was to out me as a gold mage, then it was a dick move,
How much gold does he have?
asked Alcida, looking at me. I looked to Amaryllis, and she gave me a nod.
Roughly 100 million obols worth.
I replied. There were two reactions to that, the first being confusion, because it was probably difficult to figure out what that meant in terms of raw power, and the second being astonishment at the sheer cost and power,
Why?
asked Alcida. I looked at Amaryllis again, and she hesitated a moment before nodding,
I had to kill some dragons.
I was going to get to that.
said Amaryllis.
But to be fair, if you had adequate intelligence networks, you would have known by now.
Multiple dragons?
Asked Alcida,
We need to bring external affairs into this.
said the Lodona woman.
It was actually just 2 dragons.
I said,
Multiple dragons makes it sound more impressive than it was.
How is he going to sustain that level of power?
asked Alcida.
I'm not.
I replied,
Where is the gold?
asked Figaro Finch.
Nunya.
I replied.
Nunya?
He asked, that fool, that absolute moron.
Nunya business.
I continued,
It's beside the point.
said Amaryllis after a moment had passed.
It has virtually nothing to do with the situation at Necrolaborum.
She said that with a straight face, despite the burnt manor behind us.
I don't mean to be a bother.
I said. I was intruding on politics, and aside from being outed as a gold mage by Figaro Finch, for whatever asinine reason, I didn't feel like I had all that much to contribute,
Stay for a moment.
said Amaryllis. She turned to the others.
Your main force is arriving by train shortly. When does everyone else come? We watched the portal that brought in OIDR. When can that be activated again?
3 days.
Replied Satyr.
But it's not clear at this point that we'll be able to provide much assistance. I could pull my best men off Leo to lead, but the manpower just isn't there.
And if we can handle that?
Asked Amaryllis,
There would still be the problem of who would be in charge.
said Satyr.
Having a non-member polity command, OIDR, or even just set the agenda, would be a dangerous precedent. That's especially the case because you and your husband are only agreed upon as agents of a non-member polity through a legal fiction. To have Anglesyn commandeer imperial forces in contravention of imperial law is, to put it mildly, troubling.
Alcida had been nodding along.
Yet, I think there are arguments to be made.
She replied,
It was no mistake that Uniquities was included in this working group. When circumstances are unique, we are the ones who have dispensation to do what must be done. However this intervention is structured, we would serve as intermediaries.
That leaves the question of manpower,
said Satyr,
We'll have 100,000 trained Tung.
said Amaryllis,
When?
asked Ragusa,
How? Our estimates of your population there were much lower.
We're scaling up.
said Amaryllis.
We'll still be outnumbered 80 to 1, but that will at least be manageable, assuming that we can deputize some fraction of the population.
And Blue himself?
asked Ragusa.
we keep him alive.
said Amaryllis.
Ideally, we would kill him, but I'm perfectly fine with his survival in perpetuity if that will ensure his cooperation.
I don't believe that will be palatable to the people of the Empire,
said Ragusa.
though I should note that you have no authority to kill the man.
That's beyond the scope of discussion.
Amaryllis replied.
I know that you're beholden to the legislature, who are in turn beholden to the people, but what matters is helping everyone down there. It's going to be ugly either way. Clemency for Blue is one of the key ways to make it as pretty as possible.
I didn't like that. I also didn't know whether she was telling the truth. Obviously, granting Blue eternal life was a carrot we could dangle in front of him, but actually giving him that carrot at the end of it. Blech. Better not to lie. Better not to break your contracts, in part just due to following sensible rules for life, but also because other people might see that you were perfectly willing to go back on your word. Interrogate Amaryllis on the location of Perisev's vault. The call of the gold in my head was unwelcome. There were too many requests, coming too fast. I had hoped that I would get a few days between errands, but it didn't seem like that was going to happen. I caught Amaryllis's eye and began signing to her in Gim. She signed back before I was even finished with the sentence. Apparently, she'd anticipated this and already had a clone at the site, which was 4 hours' flight away. I need to get going, I said.
Good seeing you,
said Figaro Finch with a wave. I nodded, but didn't make a big deal of my departure, instead floating high up, gathering speed as I went, until I was far enough above that I wouldn't be splitting eardrums when I applied my full power. Once I was at what I judged was a safe height, I blasted away, using vibration magic to sculpt the shockwave away from the people that were standing down below. A Dragon's Roost. Chapter 217, A Dragon's Roost. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson.
We need to talk.
I said as I flew through the air.
You're supposed to give me a break.
You couldn't really carry on a conversation with the call of the gold, at least so far as I'd been able to find. It would give instructions, for some people as a voice in the head, for others as a feeling about what they should do. It knew everything that I knew, along with some things that it knew for itself, but hadn't yet felt the need to share.
My best guess is that there's a lot of low-hanging fruit right now,
I said.
The gold inside the glove, definitely easy to grab. The coin from Finch, that too. The materials from the dragon corpses, okay, sure. But I think Amaryllis can be trusted, to be honest.
In this particular case, I wouldn't have cared if she lied to me, and maybe that was why it had been important to check up on her, or show that pressure would apply. That was surprisingly sophisticated reasoning for whatever was on the end of the call.
So if that's the case, and you're just having me grab things that are easy to grab, and will slow down after that, then okay, that's fine. But I can't keep running errands at this rate. I'll have to cancel out the contract.
There was no response. I hadn't really expected one, though it would have been nice. Absent that conversation, I was more or less on my own, screaming across the sky, alone with my thoughts. I wanted downtime. I hadn't seen Val in what felt like a very long time, and I wanted to just hang out, watch some movies, talk about things, and not really think that much about the ways in which the world sucked, and how big a percent of it was my responsibility. I wanted a vacation, and it didn't seem like I was going to get one, not while I still had the call of the gold active. The other thing weighing on my mind was Bethel, whose help we were enlisting in order to raise the second generation of Twung. The thought of her still made my heart beat a little faster, and it was becoming a familiar source of anxiety that I kept pushing down, which wasn't a good thing. The party would probably do their part in keeping us from each other, but that was only a temporary measure, because if we were going to try to sneak past Fellseed, we would want to have every tool in our tool set. It probably wouldn't be as bad as I was building it up in my head. Whenever there were things that were weighing on me, I would think about them and wargame them, imagining all the possible scenarios, all the ways that it could go most wrong. When Tiff and I had been doing our secret dating thing, I thought about all the ways that it might blow up in my face, and sometimes I would get a knot in my stomach just thinking about the eventual fallout. When I'd punched Victor Clark, I'd thought that I would get arrested or expelled, and after I'd had a chance to think about it, to cool down, I'd felt the blood drain from my face. Every time I fucked up, I felt like a weight was pressing down on me. I was thinking about Bethel in the same way, though I tried hard to convince myself that it wasn't my fault. In my imagined version of events, she would blame me, or try to extract concessions, or at least make excuses for herself, painting herself as eminently reasonable. It probably wasn't going to be like that. If Valencia had been able to get any kind of a change in mindset out of her, and had been able to bring about any kind of empathy, then I didn't know what it would look like. But it would be really unlikely to be the worst case. Maybe she would apologize. Maybe she would voluntarily keep her distance from me, limiting how much we talked to each other, giving me space and time I still apparently needed.
You know,
I said.
technically you didn't tell me to go to Parisev's, you just told me to ask Amaryllis about it.
Go to the dragon's lair.
Said the call of the gold.
All right, fine.
I said.
We have the time. We can have a chat. Surely you're more complex than just wanting me to mark more and more gold for you. Let's at least have a discussion of what this relationship is going to look like in the long term.
I didn't really expect an answer to that,
We will gather all of the gold that is easy to gather and rightfully yours.
replied the call of the gold.
Once that is done, we will venture out to capture gold stores. After that, we will convert any funds or services into permanent sources of gold income, or liquidate those in exchange for gold that cannot be acquired. We will mine out gold from ore. We will acquire all gold on the face of Erb and Celestar. We will generate new gold through entads and magic. We will open a gate to the plane of gold.
Huh.
I said. That was a lot more information than I thought I would get. The end goal of opening a portal to the elemental plane of gold was pretty much never going to happen, because it would require lots and lots of star mages working together or boosting my own skill in star magic, which I couldn't do now that essentialism was gone. Portals to the elemental planes were very rarely done, and a portal to the plane of gold was, if not impossible, then so hard that I knew of no successful attempts at it. I didn't do a whole lot but think during the trip, though I did briefly stop to pee, which I did while floating 200 feet above a prairie, and this was a complicated process, given that I was wearing heavy armor. I wondered whether Superman ever did that, and decided that he probably followed the law and found a bathroom somewhere. I arrived at the mountain just after nightfall. There was a gaping hole in the side of the rock face, large enough for a dragon to make a landing, but next to it was a cable with a car attached, leading down to a village at the base. There, a train snaked out away from the village, through the woods. Some dragons had their own lands, micronations, but others, like Parisev, had some kind of status within a polity, an arrangement that would allow mutual benefits. I blinked on Warder's sight for a moment, then landed in the mouth of the mountain entrance, doing a small zigzag once my feet were on the ground to create a marker in my world line for future teleports. The mouth of the place was done on a grand scale that couldn't help but remind me of some of Bethel's designs. Parisev had been massive, though smaller than Tommel, and her lodgings had been sized to suit her. I was thankful that I had flight and speed, because otherwise it would have taken a considerable amount of time just to traverse the entryway. There were no doors, and I floated through, looking around. The tunnels were huge, but must have been just barely wide enough for Parisev. They were unadorned, smoothed down bare rock, something dark and igneous. Gabbro, maybe, though I had no idea whether that was actually a rock or what dark recesses of my mind the knowledge was coming from. When there were doorways, they opened out into much larger rooms, but I couldn't help but feel that the whole place would have been claustrophobic to something the size of Parisev, and wondered whether she'd run up against engineering challenges, or whether this place had been carved out when she was smaller, or if she was just less sensitive to small spaces than I was. There were lights in the ceiling, but they were fairly weak, only bright enough that the corridors and rooms weren't swallowed up in darkness. They must have been for the benefit of someone else, because dragons could see in pitch-black darkness. Eventually, I spotted someone, a young woman who was driving a small cart along the corridors. She didn't seem to see me, so I called out to her, and she slammed on the brakes so quickly that she almost hit her head on the front of the cart. I landed in front of her, far enough away that I was hoping I didn't seem like a threat.
I'm looking for Amaryllis Pendraig,
I said.
Oh,
Said the woman.
Sorry.
If you could just point me in the right direction.
I said.
If you know where she is? Oh,
She said again.
Yes, I can.
She spun the wheel of the cart and then stopped for a moment.
Did you need a ride?
Her eyes flickered down to my feet, which moments ago had been high up off the ground.
sure.
I said. I climbed over and sat in the seat next to her. We puttered along in silence for a bit, moving down the corridors of this mountain complex. Up close, I noticed that the smoothness of the stone was glassy in places, and it occurred to me that rather than hollowing out this place in the normal way, Parisev might have come in here with her dragon breath, though that still left the question of where the molten stone would have gone.
Began
the woman next to me.
Are you the one who killed her?
Oh, I said. Yeah,
That's me out of a job, I guess.
said the woman with a nervous laugh. She had a tight grip on the steering wheel.
You kind of expect.
She said, then sat on the silence for a bit.
You expect when you get a job with a dragon that it will be for life, that you'll be a little mayfly, coming and going.
Sorry.
I said.
She tried to kill me.
Oh, said the woman.
No, I don't blame you. She was a dragon. They have their nasty sides. We all knew that.
She cleared her throat.
Not everyone sees it the same. Among the staff, I mean.
All right?
I said.
I'm just warning you.
She said.
We're going to have to figure out what to do. We'll land on our feet for the most part, but
We'll try to make sure you're taken care of.
I said.
thank you.
She replied. She let out a low breath and loosened her grip on the steering wheel, seemingly by conscious effort. The room we came to was one of the larger ones, and it took a moment for me to realize that it was a stage of all things, built for an audience of perhaps a dozen at the front, and an enormous place for a dragon to sit at the back, near the big opening. There were nearly 30 people in the room, most of them on the stage. In the middle of the group, looking rather small with the men looming over her, was Amaryllis.
You'll have to take it up with the Kingdom of Pelico, which never removed the conquest stipulation in its documents, and which, yes, does apply to dragons, and applies even in the event that she had made a will, which, as you say, she did not,
said Amaryllis. She was calm and resolute, and I felt oddly proud of her. She was a clone, without any magical power or ented support, yet she was here, alone, and holding her own against an enormous amount of pressure. I stayed at the periphery, watching but not making a move to come closer, unnoticed by anyone in the center of the verbal melee.
It is not yours to take,
Replied a taller man with an impressively long gray beard.
Parisev the Wretched made this place what it was, but it represents the blood, sweat, and tears of hundreds, thousands of people over the course of many centuries. You cannot simply come in here and grab it.
I'm sorry,
Said Amaryllis.
While we lay claim to the entirety of this complex and all property once held in the name of Parisev, that doesn't mean we're going to leave you, all homeless or without a safety net, even beyond whatever the Kingdom of Pelico provides. We'll help pay for relocation, in whatever form that takes. But to be frank, this private retreat, and the community here, cannot survive in its current form.
The people around her were angry. Whatever they'd had going here, this way of life, was coming to an end, and I could get that. Not everyone was taking it as well as the woman who was still standing next to me. The ones surrounding Amaryllis were the angriest, their rage visible in how they held their bodies. I was sure that there was some grief in there, given that they were Perisev's staff, and even if they weren't exactly like family. One of them clenched his hand into a fist and raised it against Amaryllis. I was watching and waiting, not actually thinking that he was going to, and then I saw Amaryllis close her eyes, as if accepting it. And then I was there, holding his wrist, with his fist an inch away from her skin. We stayed like that for just a moment, with the wind of my arrival disturbing clothes and blowing back hair.
Excuse me,
I said. I released his arm.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
I have this, Juniper,
said Amaryllis. She was still staring ahead at the man who had been about to hit her.
Of course,
I said.
I'll be nearby. Let me know when you have a moment to chat.
I stepped off the stage, floating above the seats, and switched my armor over to lava mode. The lava had a sound to it, mostly from the way it heated the air, and I amplified the sound, just to give me a bit of presence.
let's all calm down.
Said Amaryllis, talking to the man in front of her, but probably also a bit to me.
There's a power disparity here. We all understand that. But it's similar to the situation your community has been operating under for its entire existence. The truth is, we can't keep everything going how it was. We don't have the voracious desire for stories that Parasev had. We don't need a theater filled with actors, and we don't need an oversized retreat. But with that said, we will do everything in our power to make sure that you can have a normal life once the transition period is over.
She looked around waiting for dissent, then nodded once when there was none.
I need to speak with my husband for a moment, but I'll be right back to talk about what the transition will look like.
She stepped out of the crowd and across the stage, then hopped down and began walking through the seats. I descended to meet her and switched my armor over to iron, which didn't run the risk of burning everyone.
Mute us,
She said.
Already done,
I replied.
I wasn't expecting you.
Said Amaryllis, looking me over.
I'm actually not sure why you're here.
The call of the gold told me to come.
I replied.
Looking to extract value, I'm guessing. It's not clear to me whether that's a good thing.
I wondered whether we would have to go back on the promise of giving these people a cushion,
I would have been fine.
said Amaryllis.
I saw the hit coming. It would probably have hurt, but it would have been good, on balance. I'm a young woman, and they would feel bad about hurting me, which would help bridge the gap.
Sorry, I said.
I did restrain myself. I could have snapped his arm.
Or worse,
Why didn't you?
asked Amaryllis.
Too much power differential.
I said.
I had a flash of rage, but it would be like crushing a mouse to death. Also not instrumentally useful.
Well, thank you for not going that far.
Said Amaryllis.
I do think it would be better if I had some wounds to lick, but the moment has passed, and I can work from a position of power.
I'm surprised that you didn't have backup.
I said, frowning a bit.
You should have backup.
I have a fire team of Tung with me.
Said Amaryllis.
They're just not a part of these negotiations. I thought it was better not to have the threat of violence here. Besides, the humans here don't take to outsiders. They're imperial citizens, but their culture is decidedly not cosmopolitan.
How did you get here so fast anyway?
I asked.
By leaving 2 weeks ago.
Said Amaryllis. She allowed herself a smirk.
Devious.
I replied with a nod.
Dispatched from Angelsin?
Yes.
She replied.
The goal was negotiation, or if I wasn't able to get an audience, then at least some very diplomatic spying on Perisev. I'm one of the tangent clones, not meant to sync up every day. Primary made an exception a few hours ago, for obvious reasons. There's not a lot for you to do here, aside from being a demonstration of force. The anger will subside and be replaced with hopelessness.
Grim.
I said.
I'm allowing myself to feel for these people.
Said Amaryllis.
We destroyed what appears to have been a fairly relaxed life for a lot of them. Perisev had librarians here, and this theater was home to her own private acting troupe, who would put on plays on demand from within a wide repertoire.
And that's your job here?
I asked.
Picking up the pieces?
Somewhat.
Said Amaryllis.
1 part public relations, 1 part management, 1 part resource extraction. Legally speaking, the entire complex belongs to you since you were the one who killed her. I have a standing order to act as the executor of this place, in your name, which is another fringe benefit of our marriage.
And there's a lot to loot?
I asked.
Parasev had an extensive library and many unique works.
Said Amaryllis.
Some of it we'll be able to sell, but I imagine quite a bit will only be worth the value of the paper. A lot of it goes back to dragon psychology. There are stories here that would only ever have held value for Parasev. It will take some time to work out. We'll also have to worry about the staff robbing the place blind, which is part of why I mean to dismiss them down to the village as quickly as possible. It's also very possible that we'll be the target of robbers or other bad actors, which might include the kingdom itself.
Well, I'll be here for a bit.
I said.
It's probably not necessary.
Amaryllis replied with a sigh.
As far as our overall priorities go, this one comes in 5th or 6th.
I thought about that for a moment.
Sorry, can you give me the order?
Felseed, Poran, Necrolaborem, Angelsin, and then possibly the Hells, depending on whether there's any merit to the rumblings down there.
She said.
Most of those aren't about you. They're just bookkeeping and administration that will go on quietly in the background while the core team is off doing quests. The point being, you should only spend time on this diversion to the extent required by the call of the gold.
I said.
Fair. Seems a waste to spend so long in the air just for that.
I paused.
You know, bookkeeping is one of my favorite words.
Why?
Asked Amaryllis.
Because it's one of the very few words in English that has 3 double letters.
I said.
I really hope that's not what you took from that.
Replied Amaryllis.
No,
I said.
just making conversation. It's the kind of thing I wish we did more often.
Just talking?
Asked Amaryllis.
Me too. Sorry, I didn't mean to criticize.
She paused as we kept walking. We'd left the theater and we were going down one of the corridors, with her leading the way, our destination unknown to me.
I think the best I can do is Moon Noon Nook Keeper.
What?
I asked.
Oh, but that's not a real word.
Of course it is.
Replied Amaryllis.
It's someone who keeps the nook at Moon Noon.
Moon Noon is.
I began, then stopped for a moment, because as soon as I thought about it, I knew that it was, in fact, a thing. Moon Noon was the time when the moon was highest in the sky, though we'd probably use the term lunar noon instead.
It's contrived, and should maybe be hyphenated.
Well, take it or leave it.
Said Amaryllis.
And Nook Keeper is... I'm not sure if it's permissible.
I said.
It's part of the Keeper cluster.
Amaryllis replied.
Brook Keeper, Creek Keeper, Rook Keeper, Week Keeper, Hook Keeper, Spook Keeper, and so on. All perfectly fine.
Remind me never to play Scrabble with you.
I said.
And what is that?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's a letter game.
I said.
You lay out words on a board, with the words crossing over each other and sharing letters, and certain spaces worth bonuses.
Ah.
Replied Amaryllis.
We should try it sometime, though I imagine the English/English problem would cause a significant amount of confusion.
Probably worth playing just for that.
I said.
Hey, when are you going to sync with Primary?
I don't know.
Replied Amaryllis.
There's no cross-contingency, at least so far. It might be as long as a week. We can communicate through other methods. There's no need to sync if she needs those 10 minutes. Why?
Just thinking.
I said.
I'm not sure how the experience of it is for you. I had this idea that I would be able to give you a surprise that you wouldn't discover until later, but it probably doesn't work like that.
It does sometimes.
Said Amaryllis.
The longest I've ever gone was 2 weeks, and some of the memories were little surprises, things that I brought new context to when I thought of them. The merge doesn't include full synthesis of all ideas and experiences. If I'm reading a book on the lives and times of Imperator Kim, I won't automatically connect it to a different book in another instance about the failures of the Second Empire's occupational pipelines, because I never experienced either with each other's context. There are gaps. I actually have a single instance of myself devoted just to drawing connections between lives.
Okay,
I said. I took off one of my iron gloves, which turned back into plain leather, then stuffed it into Rilke's strap. With my hand uncovered, I took Amaryllis's hand and threaded my fingers into hers. She looked down at it as we walked.
Holding hands?
She asked.
let me know if you hate it.
I said.
No,
She said.
no, it's affectionate, in a good way.
There's something really impressive about the way you toil away, I said. There's no self-interest, no rewards, just your nose against the grindstone. Leave aside for a moment that you're competent and capable in ways that almost no one is. The way you put yourself to work is really admirable,
Thank you, Juniper.
said Amaryllis. Her voice was soft. She squeezed my hand.
I mean, you're wrong. There are rewards. I only do this because it's the optimal thing to do. The rewards aren't directly tangible, but I believe they're there. I don't love work like this, especially when I have nothing but my words. Thank you all the same.
I nodded. Where are we going? I asked,
Here.
said Amaryllis, gesturing to a small door that could clearly never have fit a dragon.
I thought you would want to see this.
The doorway was too small for a dragon, but still large by human standards. Unlike the corridors, which were sparsely lit, this room was fully illuminated, with that light spilling out into the hallway. When I stepped in, I realized what this room was, and why Amaryllis might have wanted me to see it. Books were lined up on tall shelves, in long rows that stretched down into the center of the circular room, which was at least 100 feet from us. I could see there, in that central room, that we were only on the ground floor, with the area stretching up at least another 2 stories. This was Perisev's library. What's in it? I asked, looking over all the books.
Stories.
Amaryllis replied.
This isn't even the bulk of her hoard. Most of it is down in deep storage, packed away in boxes. These are the ones that she actually liked or wanted to reference. She had a staff of 24 personal librarians.
Jesus, I said softly. I waited for a beat. Compared to the infinite library, it has that beat, but not in terms of volume. Opulence and probably selection, definitely. I started walking forward, through the shelves, and Amaryllis followed just behind me,
I'm planning to keep on some of the librarians if I can.
said Amaryllis.
But that will come with its own costs, and it's not clear to me who or how many will stay.
Anything unique from what you know? I asked. Clues,
This collection largely predates Uther's invention of the printing press.
said Amaryllis.
There are bound to be books that never had a second copy made, which would mean that they didn't make it into the infinite library. We'll have to get Raven here at some point if there's time. I think the librarians will be the bigger assets. It's hard to believe that Perisev would have gone as far as she did without consulting people she specifically paid to keep her informed.
Assuming that they'll even talk to us, I replied,
We're unpopular for the moment.
said Amaryllis.
I'm still hoping that there's something to be gained. I've already had an initial conversation with the librarians, and I'm hopeful that their academic inclination will carry through where there might be hard feelings.
We reached the center of the room, which went up nearly 10 stories and showed the extent of the stacks. There was even a little elevator built in, probably because going up more than 4 stories would be a pain in the ass. The whole place reeked of understated opulence, mostly in the woodwork and places where brass had been used at the joints or for protection. There was a certain level of stylistic cohesion that I'd come to associate with money, and it was on full display here. Whoever had made the banisters had also made the lamps, the tables, the elevator, and everything else. I had expected a wizened old man for the head librarian, but instead, we got a young woman. It took me a moment to take note of her pointed ears and human teeth, and another moment to realize that she might be a half-elf, like Fen. She was on the taller side, only a few inches shorter than I was, and dressed in a very conservative red robe that hid her shape and looked ceremonial in nature.
Juniper Smith?
She asked as she stepped forward. There were other people, probably also librarians, who were together in the stacks. Yes, I said with a nod.
Vela Greypalm.
She said, not stepping any closer to me for a handshake.
I run the library here. Or did, apparently, until earlier today.
I won't be in charge of any staffing changes, I said apologetically. I wasn't even sure what I was doing here, except that the call of the gold had told me to come. Presumably, I was supposed to be looking over what was of value, to act as a check on Amaryllis, but like hell I was going to do that, if not directly prompted. What can you tell me about Uther Pendraig that I don't already know?
I don't know.
What you know, Vela replied.
Should I assume you're a layman or a scholar?
In between, I replied. I travel with Raven Masters, who knew him personally, and I'm married to his most direct descendant, Amaryllis, which probably has let me in on a number of things that I would otherwise have remained ignorant of. I've also read a few biographies, replied Vela.
It seems to me that you probably have more to teach me about Uther than I have to teach you.
She replied.
There is a rare book written by Uther, Degenerate Cycles, never widely published.
I have a few copies and have read it, I said.
She
She replied, thinking for a moment.
His daughter, Dahlia, disappeared when she was 11. In reality, she used an entad to disguise herself as a boy and became Uther's squire, Helio.
And after that she became the Red Mask Insidium, I said, nodding.
She did?
Asked Vela. I nodded. I heard that firsthand from some of those involved, so it's no surprise that it never made it into any books.
Am I supposed to be able to tell you things that Raven herself didn't know?
Asked Vela. I had hoped so, yes, I replied. Or, not to besmirch her, things that she wouldn't have told me, for one reason or another. Also, nothing that ever appeared in a book that had 2 or more copies.
Uther's supposed murder of Vervain?
Asked Vela. The rumors are known to me, I replied. The mass Drassicide, I asked. Revealed by Perisev, confirmed by Raven, I said. I don't really care too much about the details of that.
Uther's connection to exclusion?
Asked Vela. I mean, do you know much more than that there probably was a connection? I asked.
Not particularly.
Replied Vela.
I could talk about the theories, including Perisev's, but there's nothing concrete.
She had theories? I asked.
She did.
Replied Vela.
She understood them as essentially narrative in nature, though the theory is complex and, in my opinion, not really worth going into.
Please, I said. Indulge me. I grabbed a nearby chair and sat down, and after a moment, Vela did too.
You've read narrative cycles, correct?
Asked Vela. I nodded. That and Degenerate Cycles, though both of them only once,
I have marked up copies of both.
said Amaryllis as she took her own seat.
Uther doesn't specifically talk about the phenomenon of exclusion in either,
Replied Vela.
but he does talk about the needs of the story, and to Perisev's way of thinking, these needs corresponded to exclusion in a few key ways.
To be clear,
Said Amaryllis.
do you subscribe to this theory?
I think there's something compelling in it,
Replied Vela.
but I wouldn't uncritically present it as something true, as Perisev did, nor do I think that it has enough explanatory power.
All right, go on.
Said Amaryllis.
In Uther's view, an essential component of ongoing narrative was a return to the status quo.
Said Vela.
That's the first and most obvious element that exclusion serves, by returning the world to normalcy in ways that would otherwise be difficult or impossible to accomplish. Many of Uther's adventures ended with the climactic decapitation of enemy forces, literally or otherwise, and the return to normalcy was accomplished by a complete break in morale, along with structural and political changes. In some cases, though, exclusion was the only possible way for the world to return to anything like it was before. That brings us to a second element of how exclusion might serve in narrative, which is de-escalation. Uther talks about this extensively in Degenerate Cycles, the ways in which an infinite series of stories would require periodic downscaling of stakes in order to compensate for what he saw as the inevitable rise in power, what he termed power creep. But of course, this breaks down when we look at exclusions which occurred outside of and unconnected with Uther's time on Erb.
What did Parasev think? I asked.
She had complicated theories,
Replied Vela.
She believed that Uther himself was a force of narrative, that narrative itself was elemental to the world, a magic beyond all power and reason, of which Uther himself was only a single instrument. If exclusion was a narrative force, then the removal of the nominal protagonist from the world might have caused it to misbehave, or to only fire when it was necessary to preserve the world in some way. Yet, it's clear that the world was not preserved, given numerous advancements in magic, society, and technology. The post-Utherian exclusions present the biggest problem with exclusion as narrative force, so long as you have accepted that narrative force is a real and coherent element of the world.
Huh, I said. Did Parasev ever posit that perhaps exclusions were a way to set up narratives? I asked. Zones of adventure where some future narrative could take place. Vela was silent for a moment.
She did. Is that true?
Unknown, I replied. But it seems likely at this point.
And you're the protagonist?
Asked Vela. Yeah, I replied. Probably.
Oh,
said Vela. Well, anything else about Uther? I asked.
there's been ongoing speculation about where his stories came from and where he went to, if he didn't just die,
said Vela.
You're familiar with the Dream Skewered?
A bit, I said.
Parasev thought that many of his stories were adapted from Earth,
said Vela.
either taken from the Dream Skewered themselves or through some other mechanism that connected to the same place. I was actually sent to speculation and scrutiny about 100 years ago.
She looked like she was in her mid-20s, at the oldest.
To converse with the Dream Skewered there, but they seem to have a paucity of culture. The timeline is also not correct, as Uther's discovery of the Dream Skewered postdates much of his creative work.
Unless Uther himself were dream-skewered, I said.
Yes,
Nodded Vela.
this was considered and discarded. Unless you have more information?
Why was it discarded? I asked, ignoring the question.
I spoke with the Dream Skewered.
Said Vela.
Their society wasn't that different from what existed on Erb prior to Uther's birth. It's tempting to believe that Uther's advancements in sociology, language, art, technology, governance, and a number of other areas were the result of him bringing foreign and future ideas into the world. But that's simply not the condition of the Dream Skewered. Their world is not, in so many words, real in that way, even if something like Earth can be said to, somehow, exist.
But Parasev didn't find that persuasive.
Said Amaryllis.
There's a much broader argument.
Said Vela with a slight sigh.
I have my own writings on those arguments, streamlined versions of the dialogues that she had with me and other thinkers in this complex. It was enough to fill a short book. Much of it has to deal with the nature of the stories that Uther told, the variance between them and what they had in common with each other. He was imaginative about the role of magic and technology, but rarely if ever considered things outside the human frame. That's speaking very broadly. Of course, there are counterexamples.
And as for where Uther went, I asked.
If he came from Earth in some respect, as seems plausible but unlikely, then that's where he returned.
Said Vela.
He was human, so would be long dead by this point. But from what we know of the Dream Skewered, Earth is timeless anyway, if it exists as a real physical place.
But there's no evidence for that, I said. I mean, no evidence that he actually did go back to Earth. Just speculation based on what he believed about narrative.
That's not quite true,
Said Vela.
Are you familiar with Collections, his work of speculation? Parasev claimed that hers was the only copy.
I looked over at Amaryllis and she frowned. No, I said.
It's not a proper book,
Said Vela.
The title was applied to it only after the fact. The provenance is murky, but we believe that it was stolen from Kaledwich Castle, where it was hidden behind wards. Further, it was enciphered in a way that took years of work to undo.
And what was in it?
Asked Amaryllis.
You can read it yourself.
Said Vela.
Parasev was adamant that no copies be created, but we've kept it in good condition, and obviously we have copious notes that were made from examination of it. For the most part, it seems to be flights of fancy, at least partially inspired by his adventures and companions. But there are several sections of note that directly speak of Earth. Specifically, he imagines, or perhaps had knowledge of, a method of linking Earth to Erb via a long corridor of challenges somewhat reminiscent of the chthonic exclusion zone.
Long stairs, I said, smiling just a bit.
You know of it?
Asked Vela. I nodded once. The imaginings in this book, do they include the phrase Magus Europa at any point?
You know all this?
Asked Vela, raising an eyebrow. Just a guess, I replied. He used the phrase long stairs.
He did.
Replied Vela.
Only in the heading, though.
She was watching me, and I sat there in silence, waiting for her to continue.
The way he spoke of it was odd. You'll have to read it yourself, but he speaks of the titular stairs as descending down from Earth, and speaks only in speculative tones about how these metaphorical stairs might connect to Erb and provide a passage back.
I looked over at Amaryllis. O ye of little faith, I said. She raised an eyebrow. Right. For you, that conversation hasn't happened yet. Vela was staring at me.
It hasn't happened yet? Are you a time traveler?
Oh, I said. Nothing so interesting as that. I looked at Amaryllis for a moment. We had a hypothesis about the nature of the extra-dimensional corridor, I said. There's some supporting evidence that you wouldn't be aware of yet. So I guess it's a good thing that I came here. Liquidate everything.
Ah!
And there's some input from my special friend, I said. Give the command to Amaryllis. Amaryllis, liquidate everything, I said. Sell all the books for whatever you can get. Sell everything that's been collected here. Make a copy of the new book. Duplicate anything else that's original or suspected to be unique. She replied. Okay.
All the books?
The librarian asked.
You don't even know the vastness of this collection, the unique pieces of it, that which is irreplaceable.
I'll discuss it with you more later,
said Amaryllis. Discuss it now. Sorry, just as a ballpark, I said. You would surely have been in charge of acquisitions, right? And have some knowledge of the worth of this place.
I do,
she said.
I had hoped that it wouldn't come to that.
She spared a glance for the others, who were still congregated in the stacks, periodically looking at us, but pretending that they weren't. I just need a number, I said. Some dollar, some obol amount that you would expect to get from a nearly complete sale of the books.
It would depend,
said Vela, looking around.
To say now would be irresponsible.
Force her. I'm afraid I need a number, I said. You can take 5 minutes or so. If you need help with math, I can do sums virtually instantly. She thought for a moment.
Most of the value comes from a minority of works, perhaps 100 works that have a combined value of 300 million, let's say. I believe that's my answer.
Thank you, I said. I wasn't sure what the next step in escalation was for the call of the gold, but I was glad that I hadn't been asked to break her fingers or something like that. Leave for Necrolaborum. I need to go, I said, frowning a bit. I had been enjoying myself in the library, especially with the promise of new, never-before-read books. It was hard to tell from the brief description I'd been given, but my guess was that Collections was just a fancified notebook that Uther had been using to write down whatever scraps he could remember from our campaigns. I trekked back out of the library, then began flying once I reached the corridor, and went supersonic once I was out. Now why did you do that? I asked the wind, not really expecting a response, and after a minute or so, realizing that I wasn't going to get anything like a dialogue. My best guess was that while I'd been looking around Perisev's place, which probably had a name now that I thought about it, and was too far away to ask anyone, The call of the gold had been looking too. It knew what I knew, after all, which meant that until we'd actually gone there, it had been ignorant of what was valuable. I had no idea whether it was tracking the conversation about the long stairs, but perhaps it had just reached the point where it felt like I had gleaned enough information and needed to get back to something approximating work. The idea of the call of the gold-gathering information was a bit frightening, but I tried to put it out of my mind and instead focus on what the next few days would hold. A grueling calm. Chapter 218. A Grueling Calm. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Jepson. I'm going to need to rest soon, I told the call of the gold as I landed in Necrolaborum. Too much fighting and flying today. It had been one of those long days, the kind that stretched on forever, by virtue of having started early and been crammed full of taxing things. There was no response. I was allowed to sleep, I was pretty sure of that, but I was worried that I was going to be on call, as it were. It was late, and I'd had a bit of trouble finding Necrolaborum since the sun was down. Celestar and the multicolored stars seemed to provide more illumination than on Earth, but that didn't help me much when there was cloud cover. I could move the clouds with water magic, but it was a real limiter on speed. I hadn't brought the teleportation key with me, in part because I was the person who least needed it, but a part of me wished that I had called in for it to be bulk teleported to me. And Amaryllis was waiting, with tongue around her, and greeted me as I went toward the manor. I'm beat, I said. Where can a guy go to get some rest?
We were going to have a short get-together,
said Amaryllis.
Would you be okay putting in an appearance? Maybe a half hour or so? You can pass off sleep to the tongue. Better to keep you fresh while you're a gold mage. Night is a bad time to use your powers, but I might end up sending you out.
When she said I, she meant a different instance of her.
You're good for social time?
I said. I thought about Valencia being local, for once, and what I might miss out on. Sure,
It's not actually a party,
said Amaryllis.
just to make that clear. It's an hour-long break from doing anything resembling work, so that we don't fry ourselves. Studies show...
I waved a hand and she stopped talking. I am sure that I'll be interested in those studies later, but for now, I just want to rest and relax.
Okay,
Said Amaryllis, nodding. I couldn't tell whether she was relieved or disappointed that she wouldn't have to quote some scientific literature back at me.
Elizabeth will lead you down.
You're not coming, I asked.
Someone needs to stand guard over the night.
She replied.
Besides, I'm already there.
Okay, I replied. Just checking. I moved forward and gave her a kiss, and she leaned against me for a moment before letting me go. Elizabeth was tongue, naturally, though one that I hadn't gotten much more than an introduction to. It was hard for me to tell them apart, especially because the ones that didn't have Inktad or Ented gear all dressed virtually identically. We moved through the still smoldering front part of the manor, then into the elevator, which was guarded by more tongue. How are things? I asked her. She looked over at me, seeming unsure that I was speaking to her.
Plans are moving along. I don't have a full situation report on the second generation or on the ongoing cultural diagnostic efforts. I apologize.
No, I said. I mean, how are you, personally? She took a moment to mist herself with the little tank at her side.
The adjustment to the outside world continues apace.
I chuckled at that. Do they not train you to talk about your feelings?
Not while on duty.
She replied. Shame, I said.
And how are you?
She asked. Oh, I replied. I didn't think I would have to answer that. I looked at the walls going past us. The elevator had been sped up, but it was still quite a ways to go down. Being a gold mage has more annoyance than I thought it would. I felt like I would be pushed around and asked to make trade-offs that would be difficult, but it's mostly been a slog. Too much time flying, not enough goofing off. Do the Tuung have goofing off?
We do.
she replied.
Amaryllis felt it instrumentally important to allow us freedom and leisure.
I replied. It seemed to me like it would be hard to relax when you knew that it was just there in order to get back in shape for the grind. Mandatory relaxation wasn't quite an oxymoron, but it was close. There was something about the phrasing she'd picked that rankled me, though it wasn't clear that it was supposed to rankle. You specified instrumentally,
For the sake of accomplishing some goal,
replied Elizabeth, nodding. No, I know the jargon, I said. I was just wondering why you felt the need to make it clear that it wasn't freedom and leisure for their own sake.
there's some argument within the Tung about the studies on which her understanding is founded.
Replied Elizabeth.
Almost all of the studies cited in the design document for our civilization use humans or dwarves, with none being specific to the Tung.
The second generation committee never brought it up, I said. So far as I know, they don't intend to make any changes on that front,
I wouldn't know.
replied Elizabeth. The elevator came to a stop, and whatever else she was going to say died on her lips. Let me know if you'd like to talk, I said. If there are concerns that haven't been brought up in the second generation committee, it would be helpful to me to know prior to the second generation project going into effect. The first generation was a proven success, and we have an alternate timeline's worth of data showing that too. But if there are flaws, I'd like them to be addressed,
I'll think about it.
she replied, looking me over.
In my leisure time.
Well, not to put too fine a point on it, but we're going to have 100,000 Tung getting basically the same education that you got, I said. And that's happening. Maybe tomorrow,
I'll think fast.
said Elizabeth. We stood together on the elevator for a moment, though it had come to a stop. Was there anything else? No, I said,
Then I'll take you to the place that Graquil has set up.
she said, nodding. The room was nothing special, just another utilitarian warehouse that Elisha Blue must have built. It had been transformed, though, mostly with things that had been taken from Sable, and it was filled with the people who mattered most to me.
Juniper!
Valencia called as soon as I was in the door. I blinked on Warder's sight for just a moment and saw that Grak had, in fact, created a bevy of wards around the room, which had bunk beds set up on one side of it for the four of them.
We were worried you wouldn't make it.
Well, I'm here, I said. Is it a party or what? Two of Amaryllis were here, the one wearing Sable almost surely the prime version of her. They were deep in conversation. Grak and Raven were also together, talking, though they'd mostly stopped when I came in.
Not a party.
Said Valencia.
Just a time to relax and not think about work.
It struck me that there were no Tuung in the room, which was a little off-putting. They were a vital part of our operations, and they would be bearing the brunt of the costs involved in making even the smallest dent in the problem of Necrolabrum. I was sure that there were a lot of good reasons not to have them with us, but it still felt unequal in a way that rankled at me a little bit.
There's a changing screen if you wanted to get out of your armor,
said Valencia. She gestured in a corner, where a folding barrier had been set up.
You'll be sleeping here, right?
I'll be passing off sleep, I said. The Call of the Gold seems to want me here, though, in the NLEZ.
Ominous,
said Valencia with a nod. You wanted to talk about the Matrix? I asked.
I'll wait until the armor is off.
She replied.
Unless you're okay with talking while you change.
Sure, I replied. I just need to ask Amaryllis for a change of clothes.
She already thought of that and left you some,
replied Valencia. Of course she did, I sighed. I went over to the screen and began stripping off my entads and armor. So, you watched The Matrix?
Yes,
said Valencia.
Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is, so I had to watch it for myself.
Please tell me that this didn't lead to an obsession, I said as I took off my greaves. I enjoyed the movie, but I don't think that I could handle you being enthusiastic about it for days on end.
Oh, my Harry Potter days are long behind me,
said Valencia.
I spent some time in the time chamber when I needed a break from Bethel. I gained some new perspective.
That's a bit of a shame, if I read you right, I said. And that time was what? Looking back on things that you used to love, or that were formative, and realizing that you've outgrown them.
Sure,
said Valencia. I wasn't watching her, but I could hear the shrug. What I really like is that there are happy memories to outgrow. I want to leave a trail of happy memories behind me. So you liked The Matrix? I asked. I had seen it, of course, but it had been years ago, and I hoped that I would be able to add something.
It's an interesting concept,
said Valencia.
But it's a bit philosophically confusing, and I was wondering whether you had some insights.
You're asking me for insights? I asked. I mean, I can try, but it seemed fairly straightforward to me. What didn't you understand?
Well, I think I understood it,
said Valencia.
But they talk a lot about what's real and what's not, and it was confusing to me how or why everyone accepted that there even was a real world. Neo takes the red pill, and then he doesn't suffer from any misunderstanding of the nature of reality after that. He never thinks that the ship he's on is yet another simulation, even though the simulations are supposed to be perfect, or close enough to perfect that it wouldn't be hard to patch the flaws. And Neo's not just being pulled out of the simulation, he's being told that he's the only one who can save the world, which you'd think would make him suspicious.
Okay, I said. So, you wanted a different movie?
No,
said Valencia, frowning at me just a bit. I mean, I understand it well enough. The instinct people have to say, I see clearly now. So often that's just totally wrong and stupid. But the movie isn't about that. It's just uncritical about the whole thing. So what's it trying to say? I said. I honestly think that it is uncritical. That it is just a story about people waking up from a dream to see, for the first time, the real world, without very much time or thought given to, anything like what you're talking about. That uncritical way that it deals with the difference between truth and fiction, and how you can't actually tell the difference if the simulation is good enough. That would undercut the metaphor, which is about seeing the true world, and I guess how seeing the real world can be painful or exhausting.
But it's a bad metaphor for that,
said Valencia. I don't know what to tell you, I replied. Sometimes there's a powerful metaphor that provides people a language for something, and it doesn't really matter whether the metaphor holds when you think about it for more than 5 minutes. As a movie, The Matrix had a lot of impact on the culture, some of it for the special effects stuff, some of it for the philosophy, and I think a lot of the philosophical impact wasn't because it had any really new ideas. It was that it packaged them in a way that made talking about those ideas easier for laypeople.
Are you talking about The Matrix?
asked Amaryllis, walking over to us. She wasn't wearing a glove, and so of the two was probably the clone.
Terrible movie.
Terrible how? I asked, sighing just a bit.
Why in the holy hell would they use green lines for their user interface?
Asked Amaryllis.
And why are people able to bend the rules of the Matrix through sheer willpower? Who would code in such a stupid system?
Did either of you see the sequels by chance? I asked.
There are sequels,
asked Valencia.
You told me not to watch them,
said Amaryllis. Well, I don't think that they really clarify much, I said. Just curious.
All I'm saying is that the movie takes the aesthetic of computer programming without taking the time to understand computers or how people interact with them,
said Amaryllis.
If there are reasons that people are able to bend the rules of the Matrix from within it, then they're contrived reasons.
I mean, it could be, I began.
Contrived,
said Amaryllis before I could finish.
A sensible program architect will have physics behave in consistent ways in accordance with the physical reality that they're trying to create, rather than creating them from the beliefs of the people within the program. Surely the Matrix contains people who have mental disorders and must be able to account for that, the simplest method being through making a sensible system architecture that connects with the mind through a series of inputs and outputs, rather than using the mind for construction and control of the body without an intermediary process.
Okay, I said. Granted. But what I was just saying to Valencia is that it's not actually about that. It's about the aesthetic, the metaphor,
It's the misuse of the aesthetic that I dislike.
said Amaryllis.
Everything about the premise is interesting, but they fail to execute on any of that. Instead, they go with the chosen one going through a very typical hero's journey.
Nothing wrong with a hero's journey, I said. And look, I don't want to defend a movie that's like 2 decades old, I'm just saying. You have to use the right lens. You have to understand the story on its own terms. It's not a story about understanding the existential horror of living in a simulation. It's about the red pill and the blue pill, which are stand-ins for all kinds of truths about the world, ignoring that truth is a murky concept. And yeah, it's uncritical, and you can point that out, but you need to also use and understand the frame of the movie itself,
All right.
said Amaryllis. Fine. She folded her arms across her chest.
Even if it's a bad frame?
Hey, I said. You can point it out, obviously. I just think you'd get more out of it if you took it how it was, rather than how you wanted it to be,
Is this related to you going to Perisev's?
asked Valencia. No, I asked, more than stated. I mean, now that you say it, sure. I'm sure there's some connection to be drawn. But most of my time flying home was spent thinking about the long stairs, what was in them, and their connection to Earth,
Long stairs?
asked Valencia. That was a campaign? Yeah, I said. But we're not supposed to talk business at this party, right?
I might need to sync.
Said Amaryllis, frowning at me.
Do I need to sync?
If you want the full context with Perisev, yeah, I said. Or I can just tell you. I looked over at the other Amaryllis, the prime one, who was in conversation with Raven and Grak. Do you not know anything about the long stairs discussion? I asked. Because it's been a busy day for me, and both parts involved that,
Shit.
said Amaryllis.
Can it keep?
Sure, I said. Nothing is going anywhere, at least to my knowledge. This is endgame stuff that we're preparing for. All right, said Amaryllis.
I'll tell myself to do 3 syncs, and we can discuss this tomorrow.
Stop turning the gears.
Said Valencia. We were supposed to be relaxing, remember?
Yes, sorry, it's just hard.
Said Amaryllis.
It's definitely going to be one of those nights where I need a spell to sleep.
Do those work on the clones? I asked.
They do,
She replied,
but we can't self-cast.
I can't self-cast either.
said Valencia. But I've never really had a problem getting to sleep, at least not these days. Well, I'm going to get some rest soon, I said. I just need to check in with Grak and Raven first. I looked at their little group. And other Amaryllis, I guess. Amaryllis came close to me and gave me a kiss on the cheek.
I might give you some company tonight?
Sure, I said, feeling my cheeks get a bit warm and resisting the urge to look at Valencia to see what she made of it. I walked over to where the other 3 were talking and caught the end of Grak's sentence.
Because if it did, the dwarves would veto.
He looked relaxed, but the day had definitely taken its toll on him, and beneath the stoicism, I was sure he was eager for sleep.
They would.
Asked Amaryllis, glancing at me for a moment before returning to Grak.
Just out of a sense of preserving the status quo?
Yes.
Nodded Grak.
It has never been the dwarven belief that equality for individual groups is best served by equality for all. There are many factions within dwarfkind. The consensus is on protecting our own.
His tone was flat, but I knew him well enough to know that he was a bit flustered. Groglear had a habit of putting 2 opposed statements of fact next to each other, without anything to join them, no but or however. It was much more common for him to slip into that habit of opposed statements when he was agitated.
I understand the mindset,
said Amaryllis.
but I don't think I can explain how vehemently I disagree with the strategy, tactics, or morality.
It is what it is,
replied Grak.
What are we talking about?
I asked, finally seeing my chance.
I don't need a full summary, just a description of the topic.
Rights for sentience,
said Raven.
We were talking about entads and magical effects, which Amaryllis might technically be considered.
She gestured to the clone, who had sat down on a couch with Valencia.
Specifically, expansions of rights.
Huh?
I said. I looked over at the other Amaryllis, and she looked back at me before giving a small wave.
There's an argument to be made that she wouldn't qualify?
A strong argument,
replied Amaryllis.
In Engelson, they're actually structured as being owned objects.
Wait,
I said.
Really? Not people?
Sorry, I misspoke,
said Amaryllis.
The plan, if the clones were challenged, is that they are owned objects that nevertheless represent my will and count as being me. They haven't been challenged, so right now, legally speaking, they're not actually anything. The arguments have not been made one way or another, let alone resolved.
But they're people,
I said.
Sorry if that's politically naive, but you said this relates to entads?
To a variety of magical effects,
said Raven.
All right, I guess I don't have much input, except that's clearly wrong,
I replied.
It's complicated,
said Raven.
In what way?
I asked.
If they can think and feel like a member of the mortal species, then they deserve rights, don't they?
The issue of rights is a complicated one,
said Raven.
It's not as clear-cut as that. Uther wanted to package everything up, to make a grand universal declaration, but he ran into problems because people are so diverse, their needs so varied. A group like the Halund can be accommodated, but that's not true of every group, and when rights conflict with each other, or you have issues like voluntary servitude, you immediately run into problems.
To be clear, we're all against slavery?
I asked.
Well,
said Amaryllis.
It depends.
Does it?
I asked.
Does it really?
I stopped for a moment.
Is this because of the existence of the slave species?
Aerb had a few so-called slave species, typically those that had been created by ancient or complicated magics and had a pathological desire for ownership, or at least some kind of firmly rooted idea of themselves as belonging to another, or desire to foist autonomy off onto someone else. The exact implementations differed, but it was always biological, not cultural. Else,
they would
have been slave cultures, not slave species. The whole thing was kind of skeevy, but that was what had attracted me to it, back on Earth. I didn't often include those kinds of things in games, but for a period of time, I had been into transgressive world building, worlds that were different from our own in ways that violated basic precepts of modern civilization. Some of them got jotted down on sheets of paper that were then consigned to a folder and forgotten. Others ended up in aborted draft documents on my laptop, and a rare few made it into a campaign. Some of it was just edgelord garbage, justification for a place that was not too different from the Doris Finch exclusion zone, or some of the Hells. Other things were just extensions of real-world pseudoscience, taking some dumb ideas that people had like phrenology, and trying to ponder what the world would look like if those ideas were true. That was where things like the slave species had come from.
I know it's not how it is in America,
said Amaryllis. She was watching me, as she sometimes did, paying close attention to my face.
I know that there, you had more of a history of slavery than we ever had on Aerb.
There was slavery,
said Raven.
But Uther ended it.
Yes,
said Amaryllis with a sigh.
Along with his many other accomplishments, aided by a technological revolution, a sterling wit, gobs of charisma, and the most powerful kingdom on the face of Aerb. And I don't mean to diminish that accomplishment, but he had a lot going for him in that endeavor, not least of which was, potentially, narrative force.
Slavery hadn't been booming business back in Uther's day. It had been on a decline, largely consigned to those polities where it was so firmly institutionalized that ending it would have been nearly unthinkable. Uther did what Uther often did, which was to write the kind of revelatory tract that would have propelled someone else to instant fame and recognition. Against Slavery was fairly short, not more than 100 pages, with a calm, easygoing tone and a dense thicket of citations, some of which were arguments and stories of their own. At the very end was the shortest section, which said, over the course of a paragraph, that if none of the preceding reasons were adequate, Uther would personally come to every slave-holding polity on Erb, one by one, and set them right, one way or another. Of the 31 slave-holding nations, 29 of them backed down, putting in place various schemes to step down and phase out the institution of slavery on a 5-year timeline. The remaining 2 faced Uther's full wrath.
Did he enjoy it?
I asked Raven.
Enjoy what?
She asked back, confused.
Did he enjoy sticking it to the slavers?
I asked.
He did.
Said Raven.
A bit too much. When he sent the book off, it seemed like he was hoping for an all-comers fight, and when there were only a few holdouts. This was later into his career, when he held a lot of personal power, when he was so beloved by Angelson that they barely batted their eyes at the thought of going to war for a just cause. I think, when we actually got there, storming the gates, he wanted to believe that these were all evil people, irredeemable.
She shook her head.
He gave them opportunities to surrender, plenty of them, called for them to throw down their swords, but the people who were guarding the bastions were the fanatics, the ones who had been convinced that ending slavery was an assault on their way of life.
Which it was,
said Amaryllis.
Which it was.
Raven replied with a nod.
At the time, I felt like him, that they were terrible people defending a terrible tradition, amoral and greedy. But the more I thought about it, over the decades that followed, the more I thought that it just looked that way from the outside.
I mean, he was probably right,
I said.
The hand of fate probably conspired to place the worst people in the world before the path of his blade. And when he was finished, all the people who finally surrendered were the ones who had just been going along with things, just scared, desperate people.
I personally didn't have much sympathy for slavers of any kind.
I suppose?
Frowned Raven.
Does it matter to the topic at hand?
Asked Grack.
kind of in a way.
Said Amaryllis.
In theory, we might one day wield enough power to simply force changes in the same way that Uther did. If the dwarves don't want magical effects to have recognized autonomy, then Juniper can lay out an argument and back it up with power greater than any individual polity would be able to stop.
Controversially, I frown on the genocide of dwarves,
said Grack. Amaryllis rolled her eyes.
Obviously, I'm not envisioning that. I'm envisioning almost everyone agreeing with us right away by the virtue of our arguments, backed up by the raw power we would hold. You don't need to hurt anyone if they know ahead of time that you're capable of doing it.
Except that it wouldn't come out clean like that for me,
I said.
I'm not playing by the same script that Uther was. Look at where we are.
I gestured vaguely around us, at Necrolaborum.
This is a messy, complicated situation that's not going to go away with game powers or killing the right villain. And that's how it is in real life. You know that, right, Raven? 500 years. And you see that it wasn't just a matter of good or evil? Not once the thumb was off the scale? With Uther gone, that's just not how it works?
The entirety of the world cannot be trusted,
said Raven.
So I can't say that it would naturally be. We can't even trust Earth.
We can't?
Asked Amaryllis.
I mean, I've had my doubts.
Sorry, I forgot. That was a clone,
said Raven.
There have been some recent developments, but apparently nothing that you felt necessary to sink for.
All right,
said Amaryllis.
give me 10 minutes.
You're not supposed to be working,
I replied.
And hey, sorry to turn in early, but it's been a damned long day with more long days ahead of me. So I'm going to get some rest, if not sleep. Also, you should tentatively sync with the clone that's over at Perisev's There was information there that matches up to what Raven knows. So you'd need 20 minutes to get up to speed.
Next time we do this, we'll have a debriefing session first,
said Amaryllis.
Oh, also, have you synced up with the clone that was with me for taking apart Tommel?
I asked.
We had a discussion about postmodernism that maybe gives another piece to the puzzle.
Amaryllis sighed.
Fine. Go rest. I'll get you up if it matters enough.
I nodded.
Thanks. Sorry, I know it's been a long day for you too. I'm just ready to crash.
I turned to Grak.
Can I talk to you for a second first?
Of course.
He nodded, though he seemed surprised. When I went to walk over to one of the bunks that had been set up, he followed behind, and I sat on a bottom bunk, running my fingers through my hair. I decided that I was greasy and needed a shower. In theory, I could blast away the oils with gold magic, but my control wasn't fine enough that I was confident that I could do that without obliterating my hair.
What did you need?
Grak asked.
Just wanted to make sure you were okay,
I said.
I know you're putting in work, worried that your wards aren't going to be sufficient, or that you'll be asked to do something that puts people at risk. And I noticed you weren't talking too much when it was the four of us over there. So I just thought that the last thing I would do, while I still have scraps of will and energy left to do anything, would be to ask you how you were.
Thank you,
said Grak. He sat down on the bunk beside me, and it made me think about whether the beds would actually work for him. It was the kind of thing that I would have expected Amaryllis to think of, but the bunks had to have come from somewhere, and I wasn't sure that they were built for dwarves, who came shorter and thicker than humans.
Still thinking?
I asked, after what felt like a long time had passed. I'd switched to Groglier, and hoped that he would do the same. Sometimes it seemed like English provided him with a shield.
During my time at Barriers, I felt a weight of obligation,
he finally said, switching languages with me.
My father sent letters to me, once or twice a semester, and after every time I would feel a wave of stress descend to blanket me. I would spend a day or two feeling miserable, not eating, my stomach unaccountably upset. I would have trouble falling asleep and trouble staying asleep. Then with time, that feeling would pass, and I would convince myself that I would be able to squeeze out another year to keep my comfortable lifestyle going.
I said.
And you're feeling that now?
It is entirely possible that I am the greatest warder the world has ever known,
said Grak.
It is possible that I can do things with wards that cannot be done by others, even in theory. And yet this is not a position of agency or power. I have no choices, no will to exert.
Sorry,
I said.
I never wanted you to feel that way. You know that I'm not just saying that.
I don't blame you,
said Grak.
I'm just explaining my feelings. I make the wards I must to make, or more often, that I deem necessary given our situation. I provide for the team. But the goals of the team are not my goals, because my desires are to live a simple life with a few good friends and a right of civilization to poke my head into from time to time. The world needs us, Juniper, but I have no strong desire to save it. It's an obligation.
Huh, I said.
If I can make an analogy.
Of course, he replied.
There's no love,
I said.
There's duty, but it's cold, soulless duty. You provide the defenses, but that's not a fulfilling thing. It's just rote work, for the most part. It's a job that you have to keep coming to every day, even though you don't like it at all, because you need to pay the rent.
Not that I had ever had that experience, but that had been my mom's description of the working world.
You get through the work for the day and hope that you've done enough, that you've earned some rest.
Yes, said Grak. He was staring ahead.
What can I do?
I asked.
We can arrange time in a time chamber for you, but I don't know how close to a real break that's going to be. It's worked well enough for me, at least in the past.
Listening helps,
said Grak.
Speaking about it helps.
Okay,
I said.
That doesn't seem like enough.
It's not.
Grak replied.
But the weight of obligation will still remain. I will be instrumental in these plots.
In Groglir, the word that equated to instrumental had connotations of being used as an instrument.
I cannot be replaced. I do not want the world in which anyone would try to replace me, because the outcomes would be worse. This is the crux. This is where the weight of obligation comes from. If someone could take my place, I wouldn't feel the weight and could continue on.
I said.
You need a goal.
A goal?
He asked.
Yeah.
I said.
I mean, I'm driven by finding Arthur and ending the shit show. It's what I think about when things threaten to seem overwhelming, which, is kind of where I am at the moment. There's an end game waiting. There will be answers, a resolution. That's why I push on. But you don't have that, because for you, I hate to put words in your mouth, but it seems like you don't really care about Uther, or the resolution.
I don't,
said Grak.
Heaven seems nice, but it is so disconnected from anything we do that I have no faith. There is an alienation from that goal, for me. The work that I do advances us toward it, but the connection is often murky. Sometimes all I can see are my wards.
You saved us from Dragonfire,
I said.
We'd be dead if not for you.
This is true,
said Grak.
But it's so reactive. The building of the ward is the active part, and that is done without knowledge of if or when it might ever matter. I have layer upon layer of ward around me, all made just in case they might, someday, be useful.
He turned to look at me.
There's nothing that you can do, but that you took the time is appreciated more than I can say.
All right,
I said.
If you ever need to talk, let me know.
He reached over and squeezed my hand, then stood up from the bunk and quickly made a ward so that the light would be blocked out and I wouldn't have to hear whatever else was going on. I'd passed off sleep, which left me in the bunk, staying up at the upper bunk above me, thinking without actually feeling tired. I wished that I could have slept, but while the call of the gold would probably allow that, it didn't seem prudent. There was a list of things that I should be doing while the call of the gold was active, and after an hour or two, I would probably go do them. But for a time, it was good to be all alone, to be thinking my own thoughts. I didn't want to think about Parisev, or postmodernism, or the long stairs, and certainly not Fell Seed. So I turned instead to my favorite hobby, building worlds and crafting adventures that no one would ever play. Homecoming Part 1. Chapter 219. Homecoming Part 1. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Jepsen. It would be a homecoming, in a way, which was a bit of a funny thing for a house, if you really thought about it.
Bethel curled up her body's lips in faint amusement without thinking about it.
Valencia had asked about that, about how Bethel behaved when there was no one around, and it was a complex topic with complex answers. There was a place that was more or less inside Bethel's own mind, a memory palace granted by an entad that she'd been fed long ago. There, perhaps because of the nature of the entad, she had a physical form. She wasn't a house in that part of her mind. She was her interpretation of Tiffany Archer. Most of the time, she pretended that the memory palace didn't exist, despite its usefulness. The form there did have involuntary facial expressions that roughly mapped to emotions in a human way, perhaps because of the magic that was intrinsic to that entad. Beyond that, she had her illusory form, which she controlled directly and precisely, and whose shown emotions were entirely deliberate, though sometimes copied from the version of herself in the memory palace. If not that, the emotions were lifted from previous observations of people, altered in some circumstances, but generally copied wholesale. For certain things, Bethel's memory and cognition were both well in excess of a baseline human. In a way, her outward appearance was the sum of everything she had ever seen inside of her, or at least the parts that had stuck with her. She could fairly easily generate new expressions from whole cloth, but she didn't often bother when one could be recycled.
Valencia claimed that this was unnerving,
And Bethel was taking that under consideration. The other direct form of emotional manifestation was the entad body that they had taken from Leo. It had been, for the moment, retired. It, too, had some kind of connection to her emotional state, which caused nearly real muscles to twitch and contract. Like many entads, it was a mystery, particularly in the ways in which its core abilities were warped and enhanced by a connection to her. In its base state, the entad had only simulated relatively inert mortals with pain reactions, but not all that much else. Bethel had wanted to blame the entad for the incident, but Valencia had talked her around, as Valencia was wont to do. The entad was not to blame, because the entad had not been involved in other acts, other patterns of behavior, and if the entid contributed, which it might well have, it was only a small part of the story. Bethel had still wanted to get rid of the entid, a feeling which had grown deeper as time had passed, and as a compromise, it was kept in a warehouse somewhere else in the city, out of the sensorium and out of mind. Valencia didn't particularly like when Bethel called it the incident.
It's distancing language,
Valencia said.
It's a way of abstracting what happened. You've been doing it quite a bit, and it's the sort of thing that, first of all, you use as a method of self-deception and disengaging from your own actions, and second, the kind of thing that Amaryllis and possibly Juniper will notice and hate. You need to engage with your own actions. You need to understand them as a part of you. It's going to be hard to grow and change without that.
From Valencia's viewpoint, or at least what Valencia had said, the fact that Bethel had started using distancing language was actually a good sign. It was an indication that she was feeling something about her past actions, in whatever her version of a subconscious was. Deflection, minimization, and distancing were signs that Bethel understood that what she'd done was wrong, and was reflexively engaging in a relatively healthy form of ego protection. Much of Valencia's work, such as it was, involved simply talking to Bethel about various concepts of psychology and how to recognize them within herself and others. These were, in Valencia's way of thinking, or perhaps a devil's way of thinking, the basics that needed to be laid down before any actual work could be done. As a metaphor, a person could not build a house without first building or acquiring the necessary tools. The business of tool-making might seem unconnected with that of housemaking, but it was a vital precursor. Together, Bethel and Valencia had gone through most of the business of constructing the apparatus of change. There were, to be sure, other lessons in the course of this knowledge acquisition, sometimes clear and overt, other times mixed into normal conversation with such sneakiness that they would only become clear in retrospect, or at a particular conversational turning point. There was a particular focus on modeling people, understanding how they worked and why they did what they did, as well as what Valencia called the moral landscape. At first, Bethel had thought that Valencia would sketch out some rigid system of thought, of the kind that Bethel wasn't wholly ignorant of, but instead, Valencia seemed all too willing to throw every possible moral philosophy at Bethel, even those that came to contradictory conclusions about how to behave.
It's not really about the systems,
said Valencia one night, while the two of them were drinking tea together.
They're all subjective, all relative, all arbitrary, but that doesn't mean that they're worthless or that they don't matter. They have their arguments, and I think by studying a lot of them together, you can cross-pollinate those arguments, bring them in when you have to make a decision. And that way of thinking, trying to examine things from other points of view to see how they work under different moral systems, helps us much more than looking things up in a book or doing rigid calculations.
But as for making actual decisions,
asked Bethel.
Take them as they come,
replied Valencia.
In point of fact, I don't think that you're the sort of person who is amenable to a rigid moral code created by someone else. but you are the sort of person who can think things through, weigh options, investigate the internal lives of others, and come to your own conclusions.
But those conclusions might be wrong,
replied Bethel. She took a sip of illusory tea, but paid some attention to the taste, temperature, and feeling of the tea in the pot, the better to be in the moment.
They might,
replied Valencia, shrugging as though it was nothing.
Our job is not to be always and forever right, but to seek truth and moral superiority. Our job is to try.
Bethel had been doing better. She and Valencia had largely taken over the underworld of Orangush, and were edging in on the overworld as well, partially by virtue of how connected those two landscapes were to each other. Bethel hadn't killed anyone since arriving in the city, and had injured people only a small handful of times, always against aggressors, always when there was at least some justification for it. People respected power because they had to, but they wouldn't always take statements or demonstrations at face value. Sometimes that power had to be directly shown. It was frustrating to declare to someone that there were consequences to their actions and be rudely ignored. It was frustrating to take the high road every time, when it would be so easy to make problems go away with a quick slit of the throat.
The world is unfair,
said Valencia.
It is manifestly and obviously unfair. Part of the way that unfairness manifests is that the side of good and decency is disadvantaged. There are burdens placed on those that are trying to do right. Their asymmetry is inherent and unavoidable, and the only reason that good will triumph, if it does, is because by happenstance the good have power over the evil. That's the situation we find ourselves in. I have extraordinary power, as do you, but just because we have that power doesn't mean that we are free of burdens. Being good will, from time to time, mean being annoyed with not being able to exercise your full power. It will mean going against your instincts and denying yourself satisfaction.
It seems like a bit of a raw deal,
replied Bethel, arching an eyebrow.
And irrelevant if the end goal of the group, which I'm possibly still a member of, is to install Juniper with the ultimate power of complete godhood.
True,
replied Valencia. She was always easy to admit things that undermined her point, and always ready with some justification and context. It was, so far as Bethel took the time to understand Valencia's methods, a way of instilling patterns of thinking. Valencia wanted to be called on the simplicity of her answers. She wanted the scrutiny, the better to make examination a habit.
But the end goal isn't necessarily true because the dungeon master might lie, and the timeline is equally unclear, perhaps weeks or months, perhaps decades. We don't know what the future holds, so we must push ahead.
But we would be better driving toward that end goal,
said Bethel.
Of course,
said Valencia with a shrug.
That's what we're doing. That's why we're here. This is the path that we must follow if we're to help end this world and create a new one.
Bethel had thought, but not said, that she would never be allowed back with the others, and even if she was, she would never be a true member of the party again. What had been done was irreversible, save by methods that were considered too extreme, or difficult, or immoral to ever use. But one of the lessons that Valencia had tried to hammer home was that while certain things could never be undone, murder most obvious among them, we still had to push on ahead, leaving the past in the past, trying to do better, dwelling on our mistakes only in order to understand them, rather than for the purposes of self-flagellation. So far as the incident went, Bethel had finally gotten to the stage of self-flagellation. She knew now that it was not only her fault, and not only easily preventable, but also a part of who she was, or at least had been. In truth, some of the deep introspection she had given to the incident would need to be applied to everything else in her life, the murders, the torture, all the rest, but none of that was so immediate and painful, and it could wait. Valencia had sat down one day, looking troubled, not long after one of her morning trips through the city. She was going to get mail from elsewhere, Bethel knew, part of an arrangement that they had established early on, and which Bethel never pushed her on. She occasionally brought things back, sometimes useful entads, and though it wasn't discussed, it was fairly transparent that the provenance of these entads was Amaryllis. On this particular day, there were no entads, just Valencia, no familiar smile on her face, her eyebrows drawn together.
News?
Bethel finally asked.
Yes,
Replied Valencia.
I'm still processing and deciding what's to be done.
Is this news local or planar?
Asked Bethel. There had been some rumblings that their reforms in Orangush were not going unnoticed by higher powers, though it was all quite pedestrian compared to what either of them were capable of. The higher powers in question could be flattened in an eye blink, if it came to that.
It's planar,
Replied Valencia. She looked at Bethel.
Tell me, do you like our life here?
Bethel thought for a moment before answering, which Valencia always encouraged.
I'm not much of a home here.
She finally said.
I liked how it was before. I liked our group, diverse but still bound together, much like a family. Everyone had their own room with communal spaces and public facilities, going about their business, sometimes leaving, but always returning. With just you, it's not enough for me. Everything else added on, though, I could take or leave. Orangush is perfectly serviceable as a city, but I'm restricted in how much space I can take up. Ideally, I would be a large house with a family or two living in me. Perhaps like a castle, if no defenses were required, servants living in their quarters, I suppose. The kind of home that has extensive grounds around it.
Have you been building up time?
Asked Valencia.
Of course.
Replied Bethel.
The bottle was a better entad for space expansion, though, with more freedom.
You said,
Replied Valencia, biting her lip for a moment.
But you have time stored. Lots of it.
Approximately 11 trillion units, said Bethel.
You said that it was worse, though,
said Valencia. Her face betrayed no surprise, with the devil's skill at revealing nothing.
It allows more space, but less in terms of customization,
replied Bethel. Entads that had some portion bigger on the inside than on the outside weren't terribly rare, but ones that were on the scale of the bottle were fairly uncommon. The one that Valencia had brought, which was probably sent by Amaryllis, was capable of opening a door to an extra-dimensional space that, on first appearances, seemed to extend to infinity. The interior was filled with temporary objects that couldn't pass the border of the door and would vary depending on what you were thinking about when you first opened the door. It was not, in fact, infinite, though, being limited to approximately 120 miles from the doorway. After some experimentation, Bethel had been able to find a setting for the doorway that would allow her to designate everything beyond as a room, and had been accruing time chamber time ever since.
You wanted to be useful,
said Valencia.
You wanted to have a way to come back.
I did,
replied Bethel.
Utility and power are the only reasons that they would ever allow it, and I've done my best to make myself attractive on those fronts. What do they need me for?
The second generation of Tung,
said Valencia.
What intervals?
Asked Bethel.
None,
Valencia replied.
They're thinking of a straight shot, all 100,000 at once, no check-ins or breaks. It would be approximately 4 days, ideally spent in Necrolaborem.
The exclusion zone?
Asked Bethel, arching an eyebrow. Is there a particular reason?
There are 8 million people there who have been raised under a psychopath's regime,
said Valencia.
Many of them are children. The aim is to greatly accelerate the second generation of Tung, then use them for the humanitarian effort.
You're being rather clinical,
said Bethel. Usually Valencia put on a veneer of being her normal self, whatever the devil's machinations were happening beneath the surface. She was quite open about this, and for that reason, Bethel had accepted it.
It reminds me of my own childhood,
said Valencia.
Keenly, in fact. Clinical language is a way of avoiding my feelings.
She could have faked different emotions, but was choosing not to, which Bethel appreciated,
All we can do is our best.
said Bethel.
I know.
Said Valencia.
I might cry about it for a bit when I have time. And obviously what Amaryllis has done with the tongue and is planning to do on a large scale very shortly evokes some of the same feelings. But that's not the question at hand. The question is how you feel about helping.
I'll do it, obviously.
Said Bethel.
Yes, of course.
Replied Valencia.
But how do you feel about it?
At first, butterflies in my stomach, I suppose. Nervousness about what it would be like to come back to them.
Said Bethel.
I tried, momentarily, to play out how it would go, what they would all say, the apologies that I would have to make, and how they would be taken, how Juniper—
He won't be there,
said Valencia. He'll keep his distance for now,
Oh,
said Bethel.
sensible, I suppose.
It did hurt, though, in a way. Nothing was forgiven, and no apology would suffice. There would not even be an overture toward an attempt at reconciliation, not with him.
My second thought, following the anxiety, was that I should extract something from them, or punish them. Amaryllis in particular could be made to beg or be forced to sacrifice. My mind went to the ways I could extract, and what I could extract.
Valencia was silent, waiting.
You would probably say that would be antisocial behavior, or a way of expressing my own feelings of weakness or insecurity, or sabotage of a good thing, reconciliation, in pessimistic anticipation of it turning sour.
Said Bethel.
Something like that?
Valencia shrugged.
You're of the opinion that I should just do it. Be gracious and apologetic. Mend fences.
Said Bethel.
No, actually,
Said Valencia.
I'm worried that you're not ready and that things will come to a head or you'll get heated or that they're not ready and they'll act with retribution because of their feelings. But we're talking about 8 million people who were essentially slaves. And this might be one of the only methods of getting the humanitarian crisis under control. Reading between the lines from what she's said, there's no workable backup plan.
I'll do whatever you recommend,
said Bethel.
That's not ideal from my perspective,
said Valencia.
I think it's a bad idea for you personally and for the group dynamics, but I do think that it might be necessary for these people who I can't help but see myself in. If it's my decision, then I'm absolving you of having to make a moral judgment of your own. It would be saying that it's better to be guided than to guide yourself, which isn't what we've been trying to do here.
Then I'll go,
said Bethel.
No Juniper?
No,
replied Valencia.
Perhaps for the best,
said Bethel, though there was a bit of sting there which deepened the more she thought about it. If she talked to Valencia about it, Valencia would undoubtedly say that sting of remorse was a good thing. Valencia went by herself, with the plan being to leave Bethel alone for no more than 2 days. It wasn't entirely clear that the plan for the second generation would actually be required, or that it would go through, because there were lots of variables in play and conversations that had yet to happen, because this was all apparently quite a recent development. If it was deemed necessary, Bethel would be pulled from Orangush and spend half a week in Necrolaborum, which she wasn't particularly looking forward to, for a variety of reasons. It was Bethel's first time being alone in quite some time, not including the few times that Valencia had spent an hour or so by herself. This was not to say that Bethel was literally by herself, only that there was no one who actually knew her, just people who visited their candy shop, or who were part of their criminal enterprise. Bethel had added a basement to herself, along with extra doors through which various traffic could flow, and business took place down there, usually not ending until the late hours. In the stillness of night, a span from roughly 2 hours after midnight to just before dawn, the city was quiet. Larger cities, it was claimed, never slept, but that simply wasn't true for Orangush. Sometimes, in the block that was under Bethel's full surveillance, there were night owls, or people who were just having trouble sleeping, but for the most part, there was nothing, everyone asleep but her. Bethel was still spying, as Valencia termed it. There had never been any real push by Valencia to stop the practice. A dim view of spying was a natural outcome of their discussions, though, with condemnation of that behavior implied, but not outright stated. Watching people was a form of power, and it was now clear to Bethel that power was one of the most fundamentally important parts of her inner life. Spying was a way to predict people, to make sure that they wouldn't turn on her, to nail them in place, as it were. It was a defensive position, but one that others largely hated, if they knew, or if they thought about it for long enough. The spying was, however, a vital part of therapy, a way to understand people, to model what was going on inside their heads, and thus better understand what it was they should do, and by proxy, what she should do, and how she thought. At night, when it was dead silent, she watched the people sleeping, and had some thoughts of her own. Sometimes, if the mood struck her, she would read books, or watch movies on Amaryllis's setup, or otherwise while away the time while waiting for people to rise again. She went into dreams from time to time, but it wasn't particularly edifying. Mostly, with Valencia gone, she was left thinking about her anxieties. On the morning of her first full day alone, Bethel saw, at the very edge of her sensorium, something that she could not account for. A young woman who looked just like Amaryllis, with the exception of a single eye that was a different color and a minor discoloration of the skin of one hand. Bethel had pushed tendrils through the ground, and her area of influence encompassed not just the city block that the candy store sat on, but every surrounding block as well. For the most part, she didn't use her influence, though she had taken to making the lives of the people around her better in subtle ways, and would sometimes act when there was some plausible deniability. Within the area of her influence, there were no vermin. Diseases would sometimes seem to solve themselves. Blankets would be pulled close in the middle of the night, and food would seem to last longer and keep better than it had a right to. Bethel had more power than almost anyone, and she had started making plans for what she might do once it made sense to take the shackles off, once she could trust herself not to fuck things up. Her sensorium extended beyond her influence, though, quite a bit, in fact, and it was through this periphery, where she wasn't actually able to affect much of anything, that she spotted the woman. She looked exactly like Amaryllis, but she had a strange signature to her, a magic that wasn't of any known school, but also not an entad. She was, so far as Bethel could tell, doing nothing more than sitting at a distant cafe and reading a book, The Diffident Empire, which appeared to be nothing particularly special, concerning itself with rather dry accounts of policy failures. The woman was wearing a dress that perfectly matched the styles of Orangush, with a wool sweater that might have been knitted from the local fleece, and a skirt that was dyed woad blue, a staple of the region. She had some of Amaryllis' same expressions, but there was little of the tension that Amaryllis normally carried. Bethel didn't know what to do. Her first instinct was to go over there in some way, to eject the patrons that were inside her, leave the body that was interacting with them, and confront this imposter Amaryllis. Bethel wanted to scare her, to dominate her, to hold power, to take control. It would feel good, and it would allay her feelings, for a time. In the long run, if that was Amaryllis, it would contribute to alienating her, to stoking feelings of fear, and while fear was a way to control someone and exert power, it wasn't a particularly good one. Bethel decided to wait and watch. It very much looked like Amaryllis was taking a holiday in Orangush, without a care in the world, but that was obviously impossible, not just because that wasn't something that Amaryllis would do, but because Amaryllis would certainly be working on the second generation of Tuung in Necrolaborem. There was, unfortunately, No way to solve the question of who or what this woman was, not unless she came closer. In the end, around mid-morning, Bethel was kept from having to make a decision because the Amaryllis, or whoever she was, packed up her book, paid for the coffee she'd been drinking, and began walking toward the candy shop. Bethel began moving people out, employing a few subtle and not-so-subtle nudges. The temperature dropped a few degrees. The place lost some of its characteristic warm lighting, and as much as possible, the smells were swept away. People began to leave, as though it were their own idea. By the time Amaryllis arrived, still carrying her book, the shop was empty, and the alterations that Bethel had made were wiped away, making the place once again inviting. Bethel was nervous, and it was a sign of how far she'd come in relatively short order that she could recognize and name that nervousness. Amaryllis was a pendrag, and there was still some trace of power, some vestige of command or ownership. Bethel would never admit that out loud, not even to Valencia. It was something that she could and did fight against, successfully, but it was still there, like a tickle at the back of a throat. Amaryllis was also dangerous, so far as her kind went, intelligent and capable of putting petty emotions to the side when she had a mission she wanted to accomplish. Not everyone was capable of killing in cold blood, but Amaryllis definitely was. When she entered the shop, Bethel was waiting behind the counter. Form was fiction, so far as Bethel was concerned, and where she had typically gone with tall, muscular, darker-skinned women, she had altered herself to be someone less imposing, a shorter woman with a flat chest and a touch of androgyny to her features. It read, she hoped, as less threatening, less certain. Amaryllis looked at her for a moment.
I got word that Rosa was gone. I thought it might be wise for the two of us to have a chat.
Did you talk to her about it?
Asked Bethel.
Of course, replied Amaryllis. She didn't think that it was a conversation that we should have, but she didn't put her foot down about it. So in my opinion, she's more worried about fringe outcomes than what she actually expects the average outcome to be.
She looked around the shop for a moment, taking in the bins and jars that had been so artfully arranged.
It's not a home.
She said this somewhat like a question.
It is,
said Bethel.
The upstairs is where Valencia sleeps, and during the day, we work here, sometimes making candy in the back room. I never objected to the mix of commerce and residence within me. People use their homes for many things.
She stared at Amaryllis, penetrating her with the full sensorium. Judging by how many eggs were left in her ovaries, it had been 6 months for Amaryllis, which meant that she had to have been using some kind of other time chamber, or more likely, time chambers. This was to be expected. Amaryllis liked having extra time.
You're not you.
Valencia doesn't tell you?
Asked Amaryllis.
Valencia tells me what she thinks I need to know,
said Bethel.
There are, of course, newspapers, but the people who live near here get only a small amount of news from Anglican, and virtually nothing from a place like Poran. Enough to know that there are things afoot, but not enough to know the specifics.
Neither of them had mentioned the incident, but it was hanging over them like a cloud.
It was a loyalty bonus,
said Amaryllis.
We call them clones, but in reality, they're more like extensions of myself that sync up every so often to trade memories, knowledge, and experiences. In a few hours, the prime instance of me will know about what transpired here.
I see,
said Bethel. The cloud was still hanging over them, and Bethel took a moment to think about why that was.
I'm sorry?
Yes?
Asked Amaryllis, raising an eyebrow.
I'm sorry for what I did to Juniper,
said Bethel.
I'm also sorry for the threats and indignities. I was dealing with feelings in ways that were not very good for the people around me. I can list the specific examples if you'd like, but I don't want to retread old ground unless you think you would get something from it.
Apology accepted,
said Amaryllis, waving away the offer. She gave a small bow of her head.
Do you feel the desire to twist the knife?
asked Bethel. She was speaking off the cuff, which could be dangerous.
Do you want to extract more from me to ask about the hundreds of people I've murdered or the things that I've done? Do you want to extract promises from me?
Of course, said Amaryllis with a shrug.
What I feel and what I should do are divorced from each other. I can speak plainly about what I want, if that's what you'd like, but I don't think it would do any good.
Valencia says that unexpressed anger has a way of festering,
replied Bethel. She shifted her imagined weight to her other foot for a moment.
Would you like to sit? I should shut the store down if you're visiting. There's seating upstairs, and I can make some proper food, or you could have some sweets if you would prefer.
I would like that, yes,
said Amaryllis. They went up together, though Bethel was, of course, already there, in a sense. Amaryllis sat on the chaise lounge, while Bethel took the larger padded chair that was often Valencia's spot. It was a warm, pleasant place, of the sort that Bethel had come to prefer, large but not cavernous, cozy but not suffocating or cluttered. There were numerous accents that made the place feel more like a home, bits of mementos, various gifts that had been accrued from either their earlier travels or from their time in Orangush.
I want to kill you,
said Amaryllis, once she'd settled in place.
I want to make you suffer. I want to put you on trial, to deliver a decisive critique, to inflict pain and cruelty. I'm angry.
She stopped and looked squarely in the eyes of Bethel's body.
I don't let that anger rule me, though. I don't spend my time being angry, if I can help it, not unless it works to drive me towards some goal or purpose. Here, anger is the opposite of what I need.
Because I'm powerful,
said Bethel.
Yes,
replied Amaryllis.
But even if you weren't powerful, the anger would do me no good. Hurting you would give satisfaction, but it would be fleeting and cost me resources that could best be spent elsewhere. More to the point, it wouldn't be good in the moral sense. I favor rehabilitation rather than retribution, where possible. So I've come here for the purposes of reconciliation.
And because you need me,
said Bethel.
You want the second generation of Tung, but you can't produce them without using me as a facility.
Amaryllis was silent for a moment.
It was my understanding that you had already agreed.
We sometimes do things that we're not particularly fond of,
said Bethel.
As you said.
I came here wanting to understand your state of mind,
said Amaryllis.
I wanted to know your motivation, your thoughts on the matter.
People are malleable, and I'm not an exception,
said Bethel.
I've known for some time that this might be asked of me, and I've been trying to put it into a favorable light. No home holds 100,000 people, though. It will be an institution, a city, rather than a home.
Homes in Fractal?
asked Amaryllis.
Or does that not help?
A bit it does,
replied Bethel, thinking for a moment. There would need to be structural changes in a potential facility to make that work.
But I will experience nothing of it, because it will be so incredibly sped up.
You said that makes it better to have it sped up,
said Amaryllis. That was from their earlier discussions, Bethel was fairly sure, when they had been negotiating for the first generation of Tuong.
Better, in a sense,
said Bethel.
I was less forthright then, less able to articulate.
Go ahead,
said Amaryllis.
It was never the most serious of indignities,
said Bethel.
For a mortal, I would compare it to, say, an obnoxious dinner guest, or perhaps someone who won't stop their boorish behavior at a ball. The uncomfortability is that it happened rather than the actual duration it took. A handful of days is, naturally, more tolerable than a decade or more. But there's still an unsavory element there. I'll have known that it happened. I'm sorry,
said Amaryllis.
We're still looking into other options. We didn't listen to you well enough the first time around, and this time I'll be looking more closely into what your specific needs are. I accept a share of responsibility.
She didn't say for what, and Bethel wondered if that was out of politeness or a desire for distancing language. Either way, Bethel was grateful that it was left at sentiment.
You believe there can be a reconciliation?
Asked Bethel.
I don't know,
Replied Amaryllis.
It's possible. The problem, aside from the obvious interpersonal issues, is that the ways in which we need you are not the ways in which you wish to be needed. You want to provide safety, security, and comfort, but what we are in perennially short supply of is overwhelming firepower and mobile defenses. Even if the interpersonal issues could be solved, which will take some time, effort, and understanding from all involved, the central crux wouldn't be so easily handled. Bluntly, we don't need a house. We need a meta-entad to use as a tool and weapon.
The words hurt. After some time thinking about it, Bethel decided that they were not calculated to hurt, only put bluntly, because it was true and necessary, a way of speaking directly about the issue to leave no ambiguity and no ability to shield egos.
I'm dealing with the same issues with the others,
said Amaryllis.
Juniper fundamentally does not want to be the savior of Erb, but pushes himself anyway, because he knows it's right. Unfortunately, his pushing is imperfect, weighted toward what he enjoys. And Grak is very similar, not terribly interested in the awesome power that comes from being the best warder in the world, only willing to push on because it's expected of him, or because he feels a weight of obligation. That was the state we found him in, and now it's the state he's returned to, which I don't think has been terribly good for him.
And yourself?
Asked Bethel.
Are you so perfectly content to be a tool towards some purpose, with your feelings cast aside?
The idea is never to cast aside feelings,
said Amaryllis.
It's a matter of understanding your internal self well enough that you can make paths through what needs to happen. Sometimes you trick yourself into being more optimal, but that's hard to do and inconsistent. I use my feelings where I can, and try my best to suppress or deal with those feelings when they feel like they might get in the way.
It's what you're asking of me,
said Bethel.
To turn my desires into assets, or otherwise neglect them.
It's more difficult for you than for damned near anyone on Erb,
said Amaryllis.
The average citizen of Anglesyn has a great number of things that they could possibly do to improve the world in some way, most of them rather small in the scheme of things. In fact, their dreams and ambitions might actually be the driving element to placing them within society, because it's such an important element of producing quality work. But for someone like you, who has so incredibly much potential to change the world, your ideal workload has almost no bearing on what you personally should be doing to enact the most good.
You see that this does not please me,
said Bethel, crossing her legs for a moment. There was a bluntness to Amaryllis that nettled.
Of course.
I do, said Amaryllis.
For what it's worth, it doesn't please me either. It's the condition that most of us are operating under, though. Juniper is the only one for whom the world might actually bend, such that he can do what he wants without having to worry about what's necessary, but that's definitely in question.
Will he ever be ready to see me?
Asked Bethel.
To accept an apology? To understand that I've changed?
In the long term?
Asked Amaryllis.
Of course. It's not fair, or just that he should have to have anything to do with you, but he has it in his head to rush toward the ending, and I mostly agree, which means that's what we're doing. We can't do that while we have a handicap, down a member, and our most powerful one at that. It's horribly mercenary, but there's no other reasonable way to approach it.
And in the short term?
Asked Bethel.
We'll have Valencia give him a psych eval, then have her give you a psych eval and see where we are,
said Amaryllis.
We're fortunate, in a sense, that so much shit has been happening all at once. It makes any individual bad thing have a bit less impact.
I see,
said Bethel.
I still don't understand what you want in all this,
said Amaryllis.
It would be perfectly possible for you to fuck off and do whatever the hell you liked, without us in the picture at all. You could say your goodbyes and start up a new life with a clean slate. I know that you have your own traumas to deal with, and you think that finding Uther Pendraig is going to be a part of that. but it's not clear to me that's your driving purpose, above and beyond being a house.
Unspoken was the idea that if that really was what was driving Bethel, then she couldn't possibly be considered properly socialized, let alone good. It was something that Bethel often thought about.
The idea of forgiving Uther sickens me.
Said Bethel.
The idea of you setting him free from whatever trap or scheme has held him in stasis, having him start up a life of adventure without having to account for his actions. If I had blood, it would be pumping hard through my veins. I detest the man, all the more because everyone believed him to be the best, most important being to ever exist.
There, again, that familiar feeling, wanting to do violence, an impulse rooted in panicked helplessness. The violence was a form of ego preservation, the fantasy of violence against Uther, if it were even possible, a way of assuaging her mind. It was remarkably human. Unfortunately, it wasn't the person that Amaryllis wanted her to be. Bethel would also grudgingly admit, after some reflection, that it wasn't the sort of person that she wanted to be.
You need me. You've said it yourself. I'll be asked to do things that I don't want to do. Some other hypothetical family, presumably one that's more well-adjusted and perhaps more conventional, would have to be willing to put up with being put in danger at every turn, with wandering this plane and beyond at the whims of greater forces.
You want to be a home?
Said Amaryllis.
I'm sorry,
but I don't think that's going to be possible. Not with us.
Valencia lives here,
said Bethel.
She could probably be encouraged to continue doing so. Plus, some of the other members who orbit this ragtag band, perhaps, those a bit more accustomed to bleakness. I have a bit of fondness for Pallida.
She died,
replied Amaryllis.
I've already done most of the work in getting her back, though. She's currently incubating in an entad, and will be ready to be pulled in another 6 months. Of course, she'll still be a baby then, but we've removed the nominal mother from the equation, and she's secured.
That would be something that I could help with,
said Bethel.
I could age her up.
It's crossed my mind,
said Amaryllis.
We would need to hire a trustworthy mother for her, and ideally others as well. But yes, it could be done. It's not something that I would want to push on you, and so far as I know, Pallida didn't consider a potential reincarnation to be urgent.
I do want to help,
said Bethel. She leaned forward.
You can see that, can't you?
I don't know, said Amaryllis.
With you, it's hard to say. I trust in what Valencia tells me, which is precious little most weeks. My worry is that you're learning the wrong lessons somehow, or that you're suppressing your impulses in unhealthy ways, or just lying. I'm hoping that being honest about my feelings here is the right way to go. Most of it isn't wholly rational, but these concerns do have some grounding in truth. It's just hard to know how much weight I should give them.
Would it help if you could look into my soul?
Asked Bethel.
If you could turn me inside out to see who I really was?
Yes,
of course, said Amaryllis.
But it would also be such a profound violation of you that it would almost certainly be counterproductive. And so far as I know, such a method doesn't exist, does it?
No,
replied Bethel.
Just a flight of fancy. I wouldn't be surprised if it were possible with some entad, though, or some combination of entads.
It's not something that I plan to pursue,
said Amaryllis.
I would do it, if it would help to make things right between us,
said Bethel.
If it would help Juniper to understand.
He understands,
said Amaryllis.
He can put himself in your shoes. That's one of the things that made him a good friend to you, and it hasn't changed. Understanding only gets him so far, though.
There was bitterness in her voice, the kind of acid that she normally reserved for people who were too lazy to fill out the proper paperwork, or the overwrought bureaucracy of the Third Empire, or her family. She was Amaryllis. The acidity could just as easily have been suppressed, though perhaps she thought that Bethel's surveillance was good enough to combat any attempt at control. More likely, she was giving voice to that animosity, letting it out so that it might breathe and eventually evaporate. Valencia had much to say on the subject of silently stewing with your emotions and waiting until things were truly unbearable.
When do you need me to get started?
Asked Bethel.
Not for some time.
Said Amaryllis.
Valencia needs time to comb through personnel and get a handle on things, and there are ongoing discussions of what changes we'll make to societal structure, as well as the internal physical aspects of the space. It's downtime.
Ah,
Replied Bethel.
then know that I'm ready. Valencia has already put everyone here on notice. They know that I'll disappear soon, not to return for quite some time.
Good.
Said Amaryllis.
Then we have some downtime.
She hesitated.
I've been staying just outside the city, but I would be amenable to sleeping here in the interim, if you would have me.
Oh,
Said Bethel.
Yes, of course.
Docent. Chapter 220. Docent. Chapter by Alexander Wales. Cthulhu Jepson. I wasn't planning to be in the same place as Bethel. I didn't want to be around her, and there was really no compelling reason for us to be in the same place at the same time. I tried, briefly, to think about how she felt, what emotions were stirred up inside her by briefly renewed contact with the team, but I couldn't summon up enough empathy to get any kind of insight. I had put a ton of work into our plans, leveling almost all of my non-combat skills up to their caps, and getting new virtues in the process. There was something that felt honest about what I was doing, even if the game system allowed me to cheat. I was building something, crafting a way forward for the people of the NLEZ, helping to mend the enormous societal trauma that they had faced from the moment they'd been born to undead mothers. Grok had talked about the way wards sometimes felt alienating to him, a product created without a clear connection to its ultimate goal. But I was feeling nothing like that when working on the systems we were going to put in place. I wasn't even sure why I felt so good about it, but I did. When the team was done, or as done as we could be given, that some work would be finished within the time-dilated facility, and other parts would need more information or iteration. We had a thick stack of papers that outlined every way in which the NLEZ would be taken over, stripped of zombies, and then slowly bled of its population, all while making sure that everyone would have the necessary food and water. There had been additional work needed for the second generation of Tung, since this go-around was going to be somewhere in the range of 100,000 of them, a full city that would run for a significant amount of time before they came out into the real world. Stored time in the time chamber was effectively a non-issue, given that time had been accruing while Bethel had held the bottle, the room designated as the time chamber being fucking massive. There needed to be systems in place, though. Water, air, electricity, and waste, though much of our problems could be completely solved through a combination of enstatic effects, and I helped work on a lot of those problems. There were still concerns about housing for the Tung, what the classrooms would look like, how they would be shuttled from one place to the next, what kinds of personnel it would take, the kinds of ratios we would run. And while I had virtually nothing to do with the adaptation of lesson plans and the writing of material for dissemination, I could help with the engineering, logistics, and numbers. "Can we talk privately?" I asked Liam, the day before Bethel was due to arrive. "Just for a moment."
"Of course,"
he said with a nod. I liked Liam. He was one of the Tung that I had worked with the most closely, which was partly due to him being fairly important. He was one of the few that had been mentioned frequently in the books that Cypress had written. He was straightforward and to the point, diligent and studious, always with facts and figures on hand. The Tung had been raised that way, but at least so far as I could tell, not all of them hewed so close to the archetype. My interaction with Elizabeth, days earlier, had given me an inkling that there was a fair amount of Tung society that I wasn't seeing. Most of those I came in contact with were elites, either members of fire teams guarding party members or clones, or the ones who had been selected or promoted to various committees. I was meeting bodyguards and politicians, not janitors and porters, though those certainly had their place in this crafted society.
What did you want to discuss?
He asked. Figure there are 100,000 people in the second generation, I said. What happens to those that are below average?
We follow the Lake Wobegon model,
he replied. His lips curled slightly in the Tung version of a smile. I said. I'm not familiar. His face fell just a bit.
You never read the Lake Wobegon tales?
He asked.
I was under the impression they were from your Earth.
Ah, I said. But the gist of it is...
Everyone is above average,
he said. Huh, I replied. And how is that managed? I asked. I was getting a nervous feeling.
Adequate nutrition and education are the primary components,
he replied.
It is my understanding that in Anglesyn, as well as your Earth, children are often left to starve, and even if nutrition is taken care of, their schooling and attainment is dependent on the wealth of their parents.
But with 100,000 Tung, you're bound to have people who are at the bottom of the bell curve, I said. Liam was obviously somewhere near the top. What happens to them?
They take lesser roles,
replied Liam.
If there are persistent problems, we offer aid and advice, or medical intervention if that's required. You've seen the hospitals that will be a part of this scheme.
I'm asking more like, will they be happy? I asked. Will they have some control of their own life, or just be consigned to menial work? I didn't think there was anything wrong with being a janitor, per se, but I could see where it would weigh on you to be doing that vital function when others in your cohort were going into battle, or solving huge production line problems, or engaging in diplomacy.
Your frame is wrong,
replied Liam.
That's not our understanding of our place in the world, on several counts. No work is menial. Work is either necessary or unnecessary, and everyone does as much as they can. If you are within a command structure, you follow orders, and if you are in mutual cooperation, you attempt to maximize your impact. No one has control. That is not the frame. Your decision on what to do is predicated on your understanding of the situation. There is no element of choice, only an understanding of conditions.
I tried to think about that. It was clear that I was going to have to read, at a minimum, a half-dozen books to really get the Tung and the culture that Amaryllis had invented, and I had only read 2, both introductory ones. Of course, aside from reading a lot of the canon, I would also have to do some immersion, because culture wasn't just the books that people took as sacred, it was what they took from those books, and the rites and rituals that they built up around those. You could go into any church in the Midwest and read the Bible and a hymnal book, but that wouldn't tell you much about Christianity in practice. I was making progress in my reading of the Bible, but a lot of it was just not all that relevant, including a bunch of outdated rules and lists of lineage that made my eyes glaze over. I want the Tung to have a feeling of power, I said. I want them to understand that their life is under their own control.
We are not so individual,
replied Liam.
That way of thinking is antithetical to us. We studied both Anglesyn and America, Juniper. We understand the way that you think. It's just not the way that we think. It's a cultural aspect that we've examined and rejected.
All right, I said, frowning. How sure are you of that?
What do you mean?
He asked. How sure are you that the feeling I'm describing isn't shared by the Tung? I asked. You're an apex citizen, most suited to the work. You don't think that those in the lower half, tasked with less important work, feel a bit put out, or like they have no direction?
Juniper, we don't have the time for this,
said Liam.
We have the time for a few conversations on the subject, but the second generation needs to be aging up as quickly as possible in order for us to solve the issues with Necrolaborum, and after that, shift our focus to industry.
You're planning to be a part of the mentorship contingent, I asked.
If cleared by the committee, yes,
replied Liam. Then just keep what I've said in mind, I said. That's all. You're right that we're under a crunch, but from my understanding, you'll have time once you're under dilation.
That's true,
nodded Liam.
We have time for further plans while we wait for the eggs to hatch, and during those early years when not much is required in the way of education or socialization. We value the analysis and incorporation of other beliefs. Your input will be taken seriously.
All right, I said. Thanks. I was a bit worried that I was throwing a monkey wrench into Amaryllis's plans, but she was the one who had put me on the second-generation committee, presumably for a reason. Liam was right that I was talking to and about a culture that I didn't fundamentally understand, but I was hopeful that what I was saying would stick with him, if only a bit. A whole lot of the Tuung were going to be part of the second-generation project, and I was hopeful that he would be able to seek out those who had other perspectives.
Can I ask?
Said Liam, as I was about to go.
Was any of what you spoke of influenced by your unique understanding of the future?
I hesitated. He hadn't been read in on the Infinite Library, at least to my knowledge, and I didn't know whether he was talking in code or whether he only had a bare inkling of what was going on. It's true that I have some insights, I said. But no, the advice comes from my personal understanding of the world. Though, I can't tell you what the future brings, because I don't know that, but I do know a bit about what might have been, and the need for independence was manifest there. The Tung had broken from Amaryllis in the Cyprus timeline, and it hadn't been quite clear from what Cyprus had written in her books what the root cause of the issue was, aside from a general desire for autonomy and self-determination. It had always been planned that we wouldn't rule the Tung in perpetuity. There was a reason we styled ourselves as an advisory council.
Thank you,
he said, giving a little bow. When the time came for Bethel to come to Necrolaborum, I left for Porin, ensuring that I wouldn't have to see or speak with her, or even have the knowledge that we could perceive each other. Valencia had endorsed this behavior, so I didn't feel too bad about it. But it was entirely possible that Valencia had endorsed the behavior because she didn't want me to feel bad about it. I was getting better at flying, though I was capped on gold magic. Most of it was just making my body as aerodynamic as possible, which let me increase my speed. I wanted to fly higher, where the air was thinner and there would be less friction, but I wanted to do my best to not get a dragon called down on me, even if I thought there was a good chance that I would be able to win that kind of fight. It had been a few days, but we'd heard nothing official from the Draconic Confederacy, and our contact within it, Sweet William, had given the opinion that nothing formal would come from the deaths of 2 of their members. As outcomes went, it was one of the better ones, since it meant that I probably wasn't going to get in another tussle with a dragon. I touched down in the domain of the Locust and was greeted by the 6-eyed doe almost as soon as my feet were on the ground. "Hey there," I said, patting her head as she bowed down to poke me in the chest with her nose. "Miss me?" The doe gave what looked like a nod. "Well, I missed you too," I said. "I've been having a longing for the old days lately. No offense to Raven or Val, but sometimes it feels like we hit our peak early on, back when we weren't in charge of any institutions, and no one cared about our existence." The doe flopped down, and I went to her side, continuing to pet her. "You were a good home, a welcoming place for us to stay and recuperate. Not that you're not that now, but everyone knows you exist, and Solace is trying to bring in new druids, and it's all different in a way that's hard to describe, but that I don't particularly like. I wanted you to be wild and free." Loyalty increased. 6-eyed doe level 21. That was a surprise. Usually I needed more, some kind of understanding of the doe, some acknowledgement of that side of me that was locust-like, but this was just simple empathy and mutual feeling. "How are things with Solace?" I asked. The doe snorted. "Yeah," I said. "I saw how you see her, and you know that she's doing everything in her power to get you back to who you were before the Second Empire came in and ruined everything, right?" There was no response to that, only closed eyes and soft fur beneath my fingertips. "I can see how it would rankle," I said. "You go through this trauma, and you adapt to it, change from it. And then when it's over, not that it's ever really over, people are trying to hammer you back into shape. They want you to return to who and what you were before, as though that's what you should want, or do want, even though everything has changed, and you've changed. I was speaking as though it was a metaphor for something in my own life, though what, I wasn't sure. There were a lot of obvious parallels to be drawn, like to the way things had been different for me after Arthur's death, or after Fenn's, or after being raped by Bethel. The levels and kinds of pressure to return to normal were different, the situations similar only in strokes so broad that they couldn't actually paint a picture. So, I said, let's say that I'm right. What does your future look like to you? What is the next step if we don't accept that you're just going to die shortly after Solace? The doe had no particular response. It reminded me of talking to my cat, who was much more interested in being petted than listening to what I had to say. I don't know if it's possible to untie you from this place, I said. I mean, I know it's probably possible if you have the power of a god, but I was trying to envision some future for you that's just completely unlike anything a locus has been before. There's some inherent commonality between loci, at least from what I've heard from people, and that might be what you're chafing under. It's a hard square to circle. I sighed. You know, I was going to say something dumb, like maybe that commonality represents something that's definitively, categorically true about a locus, but it's really not. Like elves show up in a lot of fantasy worlds, including this one, but you couldn't point to that omnipresence of elves and say that they gave you real and true information about what a fantasy world was, or that they represent any kind of constant. At best, they represent something common to humanity, or how human brains work, but you'd have to do some kind of cross-cultural comparison to make sure that it wasn't just a strong meme. So maybe all the understanding of what it means to be a locus, the tradition of inducting druids, that kind of thing, is all just optional. Loyalty increased. Six-eyed doe level 22. And that was a surprise again. I didn't know whether the message was an indication that I was fundamentally right, or whether it was just a line of thinking that the locus enjoyed, or if it represented a change in how the locus thought of me. But it had come hot on the heels of the previous loyalty increase, and presumably that meant something. "Do you want to go somewhere?" I asked. "You can come with me. We know that you can. So I was just wondering whether there was anywhere you wanted to be. Maybe, if it wouldn't be too painful, the site of your old domain, where you lived before the bottle. It wouldn't be hard for me to find, I don't think, and as I am now, I can fly really fast." The locust flicked an ear in response. I used the crown to look through its eyes, and saw us together as a doe and buck, with her laying down, resting, and myself curled up next to her, with my neck across her back. There was something affectionate and familiar about it, in a way that made me a bit heartsick. When Tiff and I had been dating, we had sometimes laid together like that, and if I was more awake than she was, I would talk on, getting nothing more than delayed nods or murmurs of assent from her as my mind wandered on, and sleep eluded me. It was possible that the locust was just enjoying being petted, happy with being talked to, but not particularly caring what noises I was making with my mouth. I went silent for a bit, and then just lay there. I must have dozed off, because I was awoken by Amaryllis, who had sat down next to me. I was in my armor, so I wouldn't have guessed that it was terribly comfortable, but she was curled up next to me, with her back against the locust, like mine was. She was a clone, naturally, since I'd left the original back in Necrolaborum. She wasn't sleeping, but she was definitely resting.
"I'm synced,"
she said once I began to stir.
"I did it right after you left, so there shouldn't be discontinuity."
"Good," I said. "You're very considerate."
"Yes, well,
replied Amaryllis.
there will be some burdens to bear in the coming days. I'm just trying to do my part."
"I know," I said. "I'm prepared for it. It's necessary. I'm capable of doing the necessary thing, you know."
Being capable doesn't mean that it's without costs,
said Amaryllis.
Sometimes it hurts to do something that you know is the right thing to do.
I replied. I don't really want to talk about it, if that's all right with you. We could talk about the next steps, but I'm frankly pretty sick of the call of the gold, and too much is contingent on how long I can ride it. I had hit up a few places that Raven had marked, sites of old caches of items, which seemed to appease the call of the gold, at least so far. It would take some time for those items to go to auction and see material gains that could be translated into actual gold. But at least at this stage, the call of the gold showed some patience. Even Aumann, who had been a gold mage for quite some time, hadn't been compelled to sell off his factories and enterprises for more gold, and we were hopeful that we wouldn't have to liquidate the moneymakers. Going after Fell Seed with gold magic is attractive for obvious reasons, especially if we can blitz the dimensional tunnel, but Fell Seed cheats, so I think there's a good chance he would have some kind of counter for passing through his territory at twice the speed of sound.
The next step is clearing exclusions,
said Amaryllis.
Unfortunately, there's not that much of a point in doing most of them, except in terms of extrinsic rewards. You could likely kill Rove, but no one lives in that exclusion zone anymore, and the best we could say was that you would be bringing him to justice. There's no bounty on his head, no reward to be gained from his death, not unless you count whatever the game is using in place of experience points, if anything. People would be able to reclaim the land, but that's not worth much.
It might be to them, I replied.
The villages there are gone,
said Amaryllis.
The land is all that remains. There's no heritage to restore, and it's been long enough that I doubt most of the people who escaped would care to go back.
Okay, I said. But Rove isn't the only one of the 13 horrors that I could potentially take on. Before he went wherever he was going, Uther cleared as much off his plate as he could, wrapping things up as best he knew how. Seems like that might be something I would want to mimic.
I'm not actually sure that it would matter,
said Amaryllis. She had a kind of far-off look in her eyes. I've been reading a lot. Oh, yeah? I asked. About?
It's entirely possible that Parasev was right,
said Amaryllis.
I was convinced by narrative arguments, focused on cycles and degenerate cycles, and what she said about what kind of story she thought you were in was something that had occurred to me. Obviously it did. But I've been coming to accept that it's very possible that we're in the kind of story that exists only to comment on and subvert other stories.
I said. First off, I don't agree. I think we're in a tabletop game, which tries to be a story, but sometimes fails because the players don't do what the DM expected, and the rules aren't always clear or well written, or not conducive to story beats, or something like that. But second, would it really be cause for despair if this were a postmodern story?
How does a postmodern story end?
Asked Amaryllis. Dunno, I replied. I haven't read enough of them, I guess.
The story circle begins in a place of comfort. There's an inciting incident, the hero picks up a mentor and or some companions, goes through a number of trials, journeys through the underworld, then comes back out, wins the day, and returns home, having changed,
said Amaryllis.
I know that you know this. Give me just a bit of patience.
Sorry, my darling wife, go ahead, I said. I was enjoying being with her, as I often did, and could have listened to her talk about nearly anything, even politics.
In a postmodern story, you're allowed and expected to break things,
said Amaryllis.
You see and critique the story circle. If you think about it in the right way, it might even have applied to Uther, the way in which he stalled out on endlessly repeating narratives over the course of what would have had to be a whole bookshelf of novels. But do you see the problem with that, from my perspective?
I might not win the day, I replied. I could die and lose. I've been saying and believing that for pretty much my entire time on Erb.
You're thinking of it differently than I am,
said Amaryllis.
You're thinking of failure as a thing that might happen to you, if you don't do well enough, or worse, if you have a series of bad rolls. I'm thinking of failure as though it might be the whole point.
In which case there would be nothing that we could do, I said. So why worry about it? As a train of thought, it seems even more useless than narrative thinking.
I can understand that point of view.
Amaryllis replied.
And we're obviously not going to be putting in place any plans that depend on your death in one way or another.
Good, I said. I mean, I wouldn't mind dying if it were for a good reason,
I know.
replied Amaryllis.
And I appreciate that about you.
Look, don't worry, I said. Whatever is happening up 2 or 3 levels above the actual object level, just forget about it. Easier said than done, I know. But if you can't predict what kind of meta-structure exists, or whether multiple ones exist, or what has precedence, then the best you can do is to focus on what's right in front of you. Amaryllis let out a breath.
Thank you.
She said. For what? I asked.
I think this might be the first time you've ever talked me around to being reasonable,
She said. I smiled at her. Well, that's a backhanded compliment if I've ever heard one. Also, completely not true. This is the 3rd or 4th time by my count.
Are you counting the time you let me beat you up?
Asked Amaryllis. I'm not counting it, I replied. Come on, just give me a little bit of credit. I could use it,
Of course.
replied Amaryllis. She turned to the side and kissed me. Sorry, I was just poking fun. Well, whatever gets you in a better mood, I said.
And you?
She asked.
So far as I know, you're not on the clock right now. Anything I can do for you?
She had an eyebrow slightly raised, and there was something in the way she was looking at me that seemed particularly lewd. I was getting better at not overthinking things with her, of accepting our relationship for what it was. But I still paused for a moment as I let the usual thoughts flow through me. I was changing my mind, slowly. We still hadn't had sex, not sex, primarily because she hadn't pushed it and I hadn't brought it up. Every time things got sexual, though, it was less surprising than the time before, less worry on my part about whether it was okay. Still great, but more routine. Maybe her intent was to wear me down, or maybe that was just what was naturally happening, but it was feeling less like a problem to be solved and more like a comfortable part of our relationship. Can we find some place more private? I asked, looking back at the locus, which I was still resting against. Of course, replied Amaryllis. She glanced at the doe. You know the locust doesn't care, right?
I know,
I said.
The locust has probably seen more sex than any other entity on the planet.
Not a planet.
Said Amaryllis.
On the plane,
I corrected.
And I don't care either.
Said Amaryllis.
Do you?
I said.
You know, I've lately been trying out different frames on things, trying to shed all the dumb and bad parts of my generically Midwestern upbringing. So, yeah, there's a part of me that's a little bit uncomfortable about just doing it outside, but that part is dumb and bad, so why listen to it? I should just do the thing and hope that the old ways of thinking erode away when there's continued evidence that, no, it's not the end of the world.
I think it's all the flying.
Said Amaryllis.
It's made you more contemplative.
Sure,
I replied.
Did you want a blowjob or not?
She asked.
Yeah,
I replied. I hadn't seen Solace in the last few days, not since before all the crap with the dragons. I had known that she'd been injured in the fight with Parasev, but had rushed off to the dragon corpses before I'd had a chance to see her, and after that had spent barely any time in Porin. I'd had things to think about, and hadn't inquired into the details of the injury, because I'd been told that Solace would be all right. It was quite a surprise to see that she was walking with a cane, her skin still scarred from dragonfire. She was wearing a cloak, but the damage was clear on the left side of her face, which had a melted look, reminiscent of photos of acid attacks I'd seen online, and only half remembered. Her left leg was incredibly skinny, the muscle having been melted away, leaving only skin wrapped around bone. It must have been functional, though, because she was using a cane, not a crutch.
Juniper,
She said, voice weak.
You grace the domain with your presence? To what do I owe the honor?
I stared at her for a moment.
There's some stuff happening in the NLEZ that I don't want to be a part of,
I replied.
How have you been?
She gave no immediate answer.
I'm sorry, I didn't think. When I was told that you would be fine, I'd thought that meant you would make a full recovery.
You're wondering how it is that I haven't healed myself,
said Solace. There was something of an old woman to the way she moved around the treehouse, but her body was that of a teenager, at least so far as I could tell with a Krantek. There was something profoundly sad about the combination of youth and injury.
I
said.
Either it's something about dragonfire that you can't fix, or a statement of some kind.
A statement,
nodded Solace.
But not a statement of my own.
The locus,
I said, frowning a bit.
Dare I ask why?
Solace looked away for a moment, and I shot a look at Amaryllis, who was standing there without much expression on her face. I was tempted to shoot her a few sharp words in Gimp, but I could already guess why she hadn't told me, and further, why she hadn't warned me. For the first, she wouldn't have wanted to bother me with something I clearly didn't want to deal with, and for the second, it was a bit of rebuke.
Just as a cleric is not a perfect representative of their god, so too with druids,
sighed Solace.
I am being punished with this maiming. That's clear enough, given that my powers are otherwise intact.
I said.
But they're not your powers, are they?
Solace stared at me for a moment, one eye drooping a bit.
What insights do you have?
She asked.
None,
I replied.
Just some thinking that I was doing while next to the locus about her essential nature, and how even the rules we think might exist for her are inventions of the people who interact with her. I was thinking that the paradigm you want to return to, that of an expansive domain filled with druids, might not actually be what the locus wants. Not anymore.
And where does this insight come from?
Asked Solace.
I don't know,
I said, feeling defensive.
I was just thinking things. Thinking about trauma and moving on from it, and how that can be hard. How you have trouble getting back to the same exact shape you were in before. How that's not really necessary, even if it might feel that way. That's all.
And then what?
Asked Solace.
I'm the last druid. When I die, there will be no more. The locus has only this limited domain, with only the raw natural processes that work on it. At the end of the current path lies death, for me and for the locus.
Maybe,
I replied.
Maybe it's just going to become something unique, and different, and new. You have to admit that it would be on brand.
It would,
said Solace. She leaned against her cane.
I can't even say that you're wrong. That's the frustrating part.
And it would be hard to act on,
said Amaryllis, finally injecting her own opinion into the conversation.
The best we could do would be to let the locust do as it pleases while leaving options open to it, which is exactly what we're doing now.
Respectfully, no,
I said, looking at Solace.
You act as the guardian of the locus. When the two of you were on the ship, you were trying to push the locus to come back here. And my guess is that you were also trying to make sure that the locus wouldn't go in the first place. And honestly, you're in charge of the domain. You're putting yourself in place to decide who does and doesn't get in, what happens on the land, that kind of thing.
And I should stop?
Asked Solace. There was a bit of an edge to her voice.
The domain would be overrun,
said Amaryllis.
There has to be someone who stops tourists from stepping foot in the domain, and businessmen who want to make money, and parents who want cures for the deadly illnesses that are resistant to all other healing and will claim their children before adulthood. It absolutely is not feasible for the domain to be open to all. Besides, most of the enforcement is being handled through the Republic of Mayunun, and secondarily, through the Conservation Bureau.
So you're saying that I don't have a point?
I asked.
Or do you think that I'm correctly understanding the nature of the locus, but that the locus is incompatible with a wider world that's as interconnected as Erb is?
You might be right,
said Solace.
It's possible. It is.
She looked off to the side, frowning.
I'll need to think about it.
I glanced at Amaryllis, who had her arms folded in front of her.
Let me know if there's anything that I can help with,
I said.
Amaryllis and I will be around.
Of course,
replied Solace, not really focused on me anymore. We left the treehouse and got far enough away to talk, though
Of course.
I could have muted us, or we could have switched over to Gimb,
I'm not sure that was the best way to approach that.
said Amaryllis.
Solace hasn't been well, as you could obviously see.
I know, I replied.
I'm not blind. The subtext or subtexts of that injury was also not lost on me.
And yet you proceeded,
replied Amaryllis.
It's not clear to me that the locus can explain what it wants,
I said.
And it's actually not clear that it knows what it wants if I'm allowed to project my own problems and insecurities onto it.
I really wish that you wouldn't.
She said.
Especially not when Solace is in a vulnerable place.
I told you how the locus sees her.
I sighed.
I don't know if that's information that Solace needs, but it seems to me that their relationship isn't quite what it should be, right? And if you wanted to be delicate about it, then...
I shrugged.
I don't know what to tell you. There was time for you to bring it up with her. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you have multiple instances here that are devoted purely to Solace and the locus, right?
We do,
said Amaryllis.
I didn't think you'd go in so hard, otherwise I would have done work on those particular aspects. But it should also be clear that there are certain things that I see as my job, and other things that simply aren't.
Oh,
I said, as realization dawned on me.
Holy shit, you're avoiding doing plot-relevant things with the clones.
That's not quite it,
replied Amaryllis.
Things have been rocky between Solace and myself, and yes, this seemed like one of those situations where it was better to have you deal with talking to her on your own. The bigger problem was that you felt like you had some grand revelation and didn't elect to share that with me before speaking to Solace. I could have helped.
Well,
I said,
I don't actually know whether I've had a grand revelation or not. I might just be talking out my ass, or confusing things that feel right for things that are actually true. So no, I probably shouldn't have said any of that to Solace unless I had something more firm, but, you know, it seems like how the locus exists, and waiting, gathering more evidence, being really optimal about things, that's just, I don't know. Sorry, I have this specific mindset that I try to get in when I'm in this place, a way of being that I'm hopeful is in sync with the locus. Sometimes it feels like it's working. Sometimes it's just me basically talking to myself about injecting some artistry into world building, but sorry.
It's fine, Juniper,
said Amaryllis.
If you owe anyone an apology, which I don't think you do, then it would be to Solace. And if you're right, then it's just a matter of how the message was delivered, not the content.
Okay,
I said.
Sorry again for bungling it.
I don't think it was bungled. Sorry, I'm trying to see things from your perspective,
said Amaryllis.
You were taking the locus's side of things, at least as you saw it. That's good. I know that as companions go, the locus hasn't always been easy, especially given how separated the locus is from the rest of us, and how hard the locus is to understand. I'll content myself with believing that you're starting to get what the locus means to us.
Us, in this context, meaning the people of Herb, of which I was clearly not a member.
I'm not,
I said.
Really, really not. The modern world putting so much importance on the Lotsei, on the Druids, still makes very little sense to me, or only about as much sense as any bit of cultural ephemera. It's probably one of those things that I could read about in a book, or ask Raven about, I guess.
I looked up the answer,
said Amaryllis.
If you're curious.
Sure, I said.
I mean, to the extent there is an answer.
I was a bit surprised that she'd put it like that.
It's a disappointing answer,
Amaryllis replied.
The answer is propaganda. This was shortly after the fall of the Second Empire, when the remnants of their faction were being pulled out by the counter-imperial forces all over Aerb like so many rotten teeth. The counter-imperialists didn't have much in the way of cultural power, especially since a lot of them wanted to reclaim their kingdoms, though reclaim is a strong word given that the Second Empire stuck around long enough that whole generations had passed. They were grasping at straws, looking for symbols, tools that they could use to make sure that the cultural war would be won, and stay won. Soul magic was a representation of everything that was vile about the Second Empire, though I don't think that actually gets to the heart of it. Soul magic probably only serves as an obvious symbol that anyone looking to resurrect the Second Empire would avoid. But the counter-imperialists needed a face of goodness as well, some symbol of righteousness to go with their symbol of evil. There were lots to choose from, heroes and victims, but the loci were good because they were neutral entities, not affiliated with any polity or faction. Some of this was utilitarian effort at swaying public opinion. Some of it was just people who genuinely believed that the Second Empire had been evil, attempting to put that evil in their own terms. The counter-imperialists put out books, created artworks, made plays, all kinds of things.
And now everyone treats the locust like it's a victim,
I said.
The locust is a victim,
said Amaryllis.
But it's not only a victim,
I replied.
It's not how it would define itself if it were given to definitions. That's just part of what I'm talking about. I've been dealing with this gold magic stuff, basically being made to run errands. The entity wants me to watch out for you because it thinks that you're going to steal from me, and when people see me, they see a gold mage, which is ridiculous, because I'm willing to drop it basically at a moment's notice.
I sighed.
Maybe I have been spending too much time in the air thinking to myself, because it feels like there are all these threads that I can only make sense of by weaving them together.
Such as?
Asked Amaryllis. I don't know, I replied.
The Tung, for example. They have their own culture, which you designed, and their own place in the world, which is largely defined for them.
That's not quite right,
said Amaryllis.
Their place in the world is defined by the needs that they can fulfill, following a principle of greatest utility, and with a strong caution against working themselves to the bone or thinking in the short term.
Distinction noted,
I said.
But in terms of how they think of themselves, their role in the world, compare that to those people at Parisev's place, the actors, librarians, and staff, or compare to the people in Blue's hellhole, who have been subjected to their own engineered culture, or Grak, who is pretty clearly suffering under the burden of being our warder in a way that I don't think he would if he were just doing contract warding work in a big city somewhere.
Grak would likely be depressed either way because Grak is a depressive,
said Amaryllis.
Seems harsh,
I said.
It's fundamental to understanding him, I think,
replied Amaryllis.
Grak tends toward depression, so the state you'll commonly find him in is basically that.
And what? It's just impossible for him to be happy?
I asked.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all,
replied Amaryllis.
Sorry, I know you're fond of him. I should have chosen my words more carefully.
She took a breath, thinking for a moment.
Being happy for Grak is a matter of attempting not to regress to the mean. It requires constant attention from himself and help from the people around him. Beyond that, physical exercise and a proper diet. And yes, it would also help to not have enormous amounts of pressure and stress placed on him, like, for example, being at least partially responsible for millions of lives, in a situation that on the surface resembles the one that damned his childhood friends and family to the hells. It would also probably help to not have one of his closest friends using gold magic, which is historically reviled by his people.
I guess,
I said.
But Grak's issues aside, you understand what I'm pointing at? The different ways that people make a compromise between what they want to do and what they're compelled to do, and I'm just trying to make sense of it, especially in the context of myself and Uther.
The compulsion to narrative?
Asked Amaryllis.
For him, sure,
I said.
But obviously, while he had his narrative obsession, that wasn't all there was to him. He devoted himself to making the world a better place, in a lot of ways. I wonder how much of that he had a thirst for, and how much was just done because it had to be done, or because he thought it had to be done?
I was silent for a moment, staring off into the distance. It was making me sad, and I could feel my eyes wet with the start of tears. I really had been spending too much time in the air.
I just want to talk to him.
I know,
said Amaryllis. She came close to me and touched my arm a bit before leaning against me.
we need to be cautious about running headlong towards where we think he is.
You don't think we'll find the long stairs in Fellseed's exclusion zone?
I asked.
You don't think that we'll find Uther somewhere down there?
I don't know, Juniper.
Said Amaryllis.
You know where my head is at. I don't think it will be straightforward. I think there's a twist coming, and I don't know what it will be, but my gut feeling is that I won't like it.
I said.
Thank you for everything, by the way. I feel like I don't say that enough.
You're welcome.
Replied Amaryllis, still leaning against me.
We'll make it through all of this together. I hoped.
The hedge felt unnecessary, but I knew Amaryllis well enough to know that she had a hard time giving out platitudes.
I love you,
I said. Amaryllis was silent for a moment.
You know, I was hoping that we could save it for some appropriately dramatic moment. Something with some narrative weight, rather than just a quiet moment between the two of us when we're not doing much of anything.
All right,
I said.
I take it back.
You can't just take it back,
said Amaryllis.
It's been said. It's out there.
No,
I replied.
It was all part of the ruse, the fake marriage. Obviously, I don't actually love you. That would be absurd, taking the game too far. I just said it because someone might somehow be listening in, despite the precautions and the fact that we're on hallowed ground.
I love you too,
said Amaryllis. Oh, I said. I felt a warmth rush through me on hearing that.
You know, it's pretty dumb that I had even the slightest shred of doubt.
Well, no need to be full of yourself about it,
said Amaryllis. She kissed my arm, which she was holding, technically my armor.
Are you curious when I undid the modifications?
A bit,
I said.
Right away, after you got the message from the library?
Yeah,
she replied.
Isn't that obvious?
Hells no,
I said.
But there was a bit of subtext to the books that you wrote. Times when it felt like you were talking directly to me, and not just in a literal way. Turns of phrase, I guess. It never really felt like you were different, though. Not really. I mean, different, kind of, in the sense that you were maybe a little bit more ready to touch me or cuddle up on a couch together.
Can we talk about Fen?
Asked Amaryllis.
Yeah?
I asked, stiffening slightly.
In the sense of... ?
I'm worried she's going to come back,
said Amaryllis.
That's the next obvious step, once things are stable between us. Or if we win, and you're God at the end of this, then I guess you would bring her back, wouldn't you?
You don't consider her to actually be dead,
I said.
I'd be a fool to,
replied Amaryllis.
Not that I'm calling you a fool.
This is a world where death is pretty much permanent,
I said.
I've made a lot of worlds, and people coming back from death. There are ways to make it work, but having death be cheap really alters things, and you can put in a bunch of exceptions where death is costly, or where death is sometimes for real. But Erb pretty clearly went with a model where you can either die forever or live forever while being tortured in the hells. So no, I don't think that Fen is coming back.
Hypothetically, if she does, what are we going to do about it?
Asked Amaryllis.
Assuming that it happens before godhood?
I don't know. Give her a hug. Tell her we're happy she's returned?
I asked.
And then say that we're married?
Asked Amaryllis.
I get what you're saying,
I replied.
Gaming out how to break an uncomfortable truth to someone is not really what I want to be doing right now. I don't know if she'll be pissed off, or if she is, whether it will be the kind of pissed off that fades quickly, or the kind that seems to last forever and, yeah, she might see it as a betrayal, but I don't know. I don't know, okay?
Okay,
said Amaryllis.
It's probably an irrational fear of mine.
A fear?
I asked.
Of her coming back,
said Amaryllis.
Of interpersonal drama that I'm perfectly well equipped to handle, but somehow won't. I pride myself in being level-headed, but sometimes that just pisses people off, and Fen meant a lot to me. I think about her being angry at me, and how I would deal with that, but trying to map it out on my own is fruitless because I have to consider you as well, and how you would interact with her. It's so much easier to navigate people when you only have to navigate one of them at a time, or when their interests are material instead of emotional. I dealt with people a lot when I was a princess. I do it more now that I'm effectively running multiple different polities. It's so much easier to do when it's not about the internal mental states.
You never really talk about it.
I said.
Just here and there, I guess. I don't have a firm grasp on the meetings or anything like that.
It's boring,
said Amaryllis.
Even I think it's boring sometimes. There are hundreds of people that I need to keep track of and talk with, each with their own beliefs, values, and personalities. Some who need management, others who I need to make deals with. A lot of it is just keeping people aligned, or negotiating deals. I won't say that it's easy, because it's not, but people have their levers. If I'm doing things right, there should be no thrill or excitement because everything goes according to my meticulous plans. Every once in a while, someone will know something they weren't supposed to know, or they'll reveal something that I didn't know, but that's rare.
Huh,
I said.
Even
the tongue. Especially the tongue,
said Amaryllis.
I don't think I ever told you this, but I have dossiers on all of them, looked over by Valencia, compiled by their teachers, and read through in their exhausting entirety by me during a 3-week stint in the time chamber when I did practically nothing else. They have their own needs, which need to be managed, but they have a culture that works well for that, one that I'm very proud of. Ask her about exclusion bounties. I frowned.
Sorry for the interruption, but the Call of the Gold wants to know what you know about the exclusion bounties.
Ah,
said Amaryllis, backing away from me slightly. I've been in negotiations with both special threats and apportions about it. These things take time, though. There are good reasons that there are no standing kill orders on any of the exclusions. If you dangle money in front of people, they're liable to muck it up.
push her on that. Ask whether she has a rough estimate of income. These negotiations, I said.
You've come up with some dollar amount, though?
Obol amount, yes, said Amaryllis. She was watching me, and a lot of the earlier warmth had evaporated.
The problem is that the financial value of ending some of these exclusions is, as in the case of Necrolaborum, actually negative. Exclusion zones have a way of making the land worthless. Very few of them have infrastructure, and in a few cases they've already been cleared out. Most of the value to the Empire is in the form of public relations, rather than any concrete monetary incentive. The incentives are a bit higher for polities that neighbor an exclusion, but negotiating with those would require additional legwork on my part. Legwork that I'm happy to do, but if we're trying to extract money from exclusion slaying, it will, again, take time.
I think it's looking for a precise obol figure, I said.
What's the value of the ones that I could, in theory, kill with only a few moments' notice? That means Rove, the Fleshsmiths, the Guardian, possibly whatever's happening on the pink spot on Celestar, and maybe Pi Shep.
Everyone else ran the risk of me getting stuck, them no selling me, or me outright losing. The best offer for Rove was 100,000 obols, said Amaryllis.
That's a pittance, I'm sure you'll agree, but his exclusion is effectively a wasteland, and at least some of the stipulation of that offer is that we would come in and have first pick of whatever valuables he'd left in his wake. The Empire has no interest in getting into the salvage business, apparently.
And the others?
I asked,
not wanting to get another prompt from the Call of the Gold. Low sums, if at all,
replied Amaryllis. Pi Shep is straight out. They don't actually want him gone. Most of the people he killed have been dead for so long that no one really cares about them anymore, and he sends out produce, seemingly of his own volition, to the edge of the exclusion.
Shit, people don't actually eat that stuff, do they? I asked. Of course they do, Juniper. They're people, replied Amaryllis.
It's free food at festival time. The Empire allows it because they're dependent on the kingdoms in question to lease land for monitoring, and the kingdoms allow it because it helps people believe that the exclusion zone isn't a problem.
Which it's arguably not, I said.
The only reason that it qualifies as a major exclusion is that he kills anyone who crosses the border, and there are all kinds of nations that already do that.
I know you're being hyperbolic, but it's important to me that I clarify that's not the policy of any polity, imperial or otherwise, said Amaryllis. Tell her to give you direct numbers that she knows. All right, I don't personally think you're deflecting, but the gold entity would like some numbers right now, I said. 12 million aubles for the fleshsmiths, if they're killed to the last, or otherwise deprived of their magic. 5 million for the guardian, but I'm not actually sure you can beat him, said Amaryllis.
20 million for destroying whatever destroyed Celestar, but you would have to bring back proof, and payment wouldn't be through the Empire, it would be through the elves. I'm not confident that we would be able to actually get payment. Is that enough?
No complaints so far, I said.
I think that was just fact-finding on the entity's part. You don't think that I could take the Guardian?
I'm doubtful, said Amaryllis. But he's mostly an unknown, right? I asked. That's why I'm doubtful, said Amaryllis.
It should go without saying, but it's nothing against you.
Of course,
I replied.
I waited for a moment.
I was really thinking that I would get a mission to go kill all the fleshsmiths.
You already have a quest, said Amaryllis.
And if the entity knows everything that you know, then it knows that it probably won't be as easy as nuking their city center. In fact, if it knows what you know, and is particularly clever, then it knows that its best bet is to ensure that you keep doing more or less what you're doing, so that you can become a god and satisfy its needs in perpetuity. That probably personifies it too much, though.
If it were capable of that kind of long-term planning and plan execution, I doubt that gold mages would look like they do, I said.
They get pushed and pushed and pushed, until finally they either die trying to meet some objective, or give up entirely. That's the same fate I'm going to reach, but I'm much more on the side of giving up entirely.
So you say, replied Amaryllis.
It's a whole lot of money to give up, just so you know.
It's a quest in waiting, I replied.
So the store is on Celestar, so what? Like we couldn't figure out a way there given a cram session.
Still, replied Amaryllis. I do think that we should be pushing harder while I have the power, I said.
This is literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I feel like I've mostly been on standby, or running petty errands, or telling you to liquidate assets and transform them into gold. I mean, why shouldn't I clear out the fleshsmiths of Pendulum? If nothing else, they have a lot of conceptual overlap for Fellseed, so it would be a good trial run.
They're still people, said Amaryllis.
You'd be fine dropping down in there and blowing everything to pieces? Even with the thought that they might, in some way, represent a part of you?
Captain Blue in the Bottle has thoroughly disabused me of the notion that everyone is worth saving. He's worth saving for the greater good, but that's it. That guy isn't literally the worst, but he's close. So you would start killing, sight unseen, with no preamble?
Asked Amaryllis.
I frowned.
Okay, you're right.
Kill them all. Claim the reward. Fuck, damn it, I said.
I'm being told to. You'll need to get cracking on completing those negotiations.
Are you actually going to do it? Asked Amaryllis. Looks like it, yeah, I replied.
Might take Grack with me, though, since I figure that's the only way that I'll actually get a chance to speak with anyone there, and if gold magic fails me, then that's the only way that I'm getting out.
And your rest and relaxation is done here? Asked Amaryllis. Seems like it, I said.
Get word to Grack. I'll be in the air once I've had a chance to look at a map. We can use the fourfold flask to communicate and figure out a spot to pick him up at.
Sure, replied Amaryllis. Targets of opportunity. Chapter 2, 121. Targets of Opportunity. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Rejepson. See the end of the chapter for notes. Quest completed. Fleshsmith. Pendleham will have to find a new moniker, because it is the city of flesh no more. What will replace it is unclear, but with time, some sense of normalcy will set in, and a new member polity might find entrance to the Empire of Common Cause. Quest progress. Slayer of Horrors, 1 of 12. Grack and I returned from the Fleshsmith exclusion zone 4 days after we'd touched down there. I'd been a little disappointed with the whole thing. It was clearly a side quest, something that didn't have all that much impact on the greater story. I'd been hoping that it would tie back in with the main quest somehow, or give me some kind of power-up, but the actual benefits of being there were rather marginal, with just a few upgrades to my physical body thanks to a sympathetic group of resistance fighters, which was a whole thing. I didn't even have a level to show for it, though that made sense, because with gold magic active, it had been a bit of a cakewalk. I was glad that I hadn't taken anyone but Grok, mostly because things got serious enough for me to unleash the full power of gold magic. Back when we'd been wee little adventurers in Baron Jewel, I had been pretty worried about Alman, because he could fire off little bits of metal as fast as bullets, so many of them so fast that his only issue would be aiming a hose of metal and running out of ammo. And to be fair, the latter was a serious consideration. I could fire off metal balls fast enough that they would tear themselves apart inches from my skin as they hit a solid wall of air. I'd sat down for a day and done some engineering work to try to make a long barrel that would allow rifling and spin bullet-shaped projectiles that had some aerodynamics to them. But even once I'd built a contraption that I could mount on my hand, I still couldn't shoot as fast as I was physically capable of, given some insurmountable problems. In theory, with the right setup, I might even have been able to punch through Dragonhide with the bullets, but it would take a lot of precision engineering and materials science, some of which was beyond what was feasible for me, which was a shame. In a combat encounter, especially one that was taking place at relatively close range, I could cut loose and not give a shit about the fact that my projectiles couldn't handle the stress of being fired, nor that velocity fell off sharply with distance. In a few of the fights, I would just grab whatever was nearby and blast it at the people around us, putting my full power on display. Once, I did a blood attack, spraying my blood around a room and then using the blood as a conduit for gold magic, tearing apart a building in the process and killing everyone but Grok and myself. The Fleshsmiths were, for the most part, not actually that bad. If all of the 13 horrors were meant to be some kind of reflection of me, then the Fleshsmiths probably had something to say about my relationship with my body. I was a transhumanist, and one of the things that had always attracted me about transhumanism was the idea that I was my own self, a person that happened to run on meat rather than silicon, though that was something that might someday change. The lesson of the Fleshsmiths, if there was one, was that bodies weren't just some inert, neutral hardware that the mind ran on. They were part and parcel of thinking and being itself. As lessons went, it wasn't something that I thought that I needed, which made it hard to decide whether or not it actually was a lesson. Maybe I had always felt a little uncomfortable in my own skin, in ways that were kind of normal, and maybe the transhumanist stuff was a way of saying, fuck that noise when it came to bodies. I hated getting acne, or scabs on my knees, or little scars that didn't look cool or have a good story to them. There was a lot of upkeep that I didn't particularly enjoy, things like cutting hair, cutting nails, shaving, brushing teeth, body stuff that you couldn't just stop doing, but which I didn't imagine anyone really enjoyed, except that there were weirdos out there. My stance on bodies was basically my stance on a lot of things, which was that it was a shame that we didn't have a better way of doing things, and as soon as we did, I would be on board. There were pustule mages there, which I'd have expected even if I'd been going in blind, rather than with a full dossier from Uniquities. On a purely mechanical level, pustule magic worked well with bodily manipulation, and on a thematic level, they were both variations on body horror and ugly biological reality. Pustule mages had come to me during a bad case of acne, I was pretty sure, and as such, represented one aspect of the general idea that pendulums seemed to be pointing at. The whole thing would have probably landed a bit better if my PHY hadn't been so high. I was in better shape than I had ever been in my life, probably better shape than I would ever have been able to get in on Earth unless I fully devoted myself to strength training, bodybuilding, cardio, and a whole bunch of other stuff. There were, I was assuming, some fringe benefits of high end that changed a few things about how my body fundamentally regulated itself, because there were a lot of things that I just didn't really need to think about anymore, like the aforementioned acne, the common cold, ingrown hairs, dry skin, and all kinds of other things. Given a few days or a swing of Grak's axe, I could have had a full beard rather than something wispy and disappointing. My body had given me almost no trouble, and because of that, there was a bit of a disconnect when I looked at the fleshsmiths and what I thought they were trying to say. "There's not really anything worth recounting," I said. I looked at Grak for confirmation. "Right? I mean, no major clues that I missed."
They suggested that we go to a place called Sulid Isle to speak with an elf named Falatir,
said Grak. "I'm starting to think that's less in the way of breadcrumbs leading back to something important and more a running joke," I said.
"There were other breadcrumbs," said Grak. "There were hints that the secrets of their craft originated at a library that contained the knowledge of alternate futures. We also met a man who claimed to be Dream's steward."
"Which he wasn't," I said quickly. He was, however, quite off his rocker. He had a very detailed fanfic version of Earth, which bore pretty much no resemblance to the real thing. I made a few notes about his rambling, if anyone wants to look, and I'm sure that he would talk to you, but I don't think that there was really a point to him.
"He had his own troubled life,"
said Grak. "And was a powerful pustule mage," I said. "But other than that, nothing much to report."
That's good,
said Amaryllis, though there was a note of caution in her voice. She believed me, I was sure, but she wasn't so sloppy that she would take it all at face value. "Second generation of Tuong should be done now, right?" I asked.
It is, said Amaryllis. So far as I've been able to tell, it was a complete success. I need some time in the chamber myself in order to get a handle on the reports that were generated, but that's all afterbirth, and at the moment, almost all my effort is going into coordination. In theory, we're a week away from a kind of new normal.
"The captain's been behaving?" I asked.
So far, replied Amaryllis. If we didn't have Valencia, well, we do have her, and she's been a godsend.
I was fairly sure that she meant that literally.
She's ferreted out the other backups, and we discovered the mechanism for their creation, which is thankfully intensive and visible. Captain Blue in the Bottle is in the dark for the time being, which should make it easier to handle him. There was a bit of a heated discussion between the two of us, but I'm sure she'll talk to you more about it, and I don't want to prejudice you.
"Heated discussion about him?" I asked, raising an eyebrow.
No, lower stakes than that, said Amaryllis, about his non-anima. But again, I just want you to be aware, because she'll bring it up, and I don't want to treat it as a non-issue.
"Okay," I said. "I guess I'll hear more about that later. And all the other balls you're juggling."
You'd have heard about it if it were urgent, or even particularly important, said Amaryllis. Poran is secure, Angelson is secure, and the dragons are laying low. Very little rumblings from the hells, both from the Imperial reports and our usual sources. As I believe I predicted, we've seen 2 separate incidents where major soul mages were uncovered, but both were fairly minor in the scheme of things, neither the kind of far-reaching conspiracy that would have caused some real international ripples.
"So what you're saying is that I can be gone for a handful of days and the world will be fine?" I asked. "Sounds good to me. That might mean that there's time to bang out a few of these other quests, right? We're netting a ton of money off closing the exclusion in Pendulum. Flesh magic had been removed from everyone there, though a good number of them had been left alive, and many people who lived in the zone hadn't been practitioners."
We're netting money, which is going to be translated to gold, said Amaryllis. So in essence, We're netting almost nothing but the good that's done by closing the exclusions, which is arguable depending on the case. How has the call of the gold been?
Fine, I said. No direct input for pretty much the whole period, actually, which was a little weird, but I still have the power, and I was in the middle of accomplishing a goal that it had set for me, based on past records of how things went for gold mages. It would probably get less reasonable over time, asking more of me. In theory, we were still in the honeymoon phase. I hadn't been pushed too hard, aside from the demand to fly to the moon to stash gold.
Juniper is of the opinion that we should make a run at Felseed as soon as possible, said Grak.
And depend on the gold magic? Asked Amaryllis. That's dangerous.
We wouldn't actually be making a run at Felseed, I said. We'd be trying our best to sidle past him without a confrontation. You were working on mapping the zone, right?
It's been done, said Amaryllis. But I don't see a way we could possibly accomplish anything aside from our deaths in Felseed's zone unless we have Bethel.
Ah, I said. How has she, been? You've talked.
She's making the right noises, said Amaryllis. It's apparent that Valencia has been putting in some work.
She frowned.
I have my concerns, but they're rooted in the past, not in the present. The risk of future interpersonal problems seems low, but I can't be confident that she's as stable as I would like her to be, especially not in a combat situation. And then there's the matter of how you feel.
If we were on Earth, and this was all mundane, I would give it more time, and I certainly wouldn't put myself in a situation where we had to interact, let alone trust each other, I said. Given the circumstances, I think that I need to race through my misgivings and get this done.
I want Valencia there when you meet, and probably as much as possible after that, said Amaryllis.
It's foolish, said Grak. We should wait. There is more to do across Erb before we finally embark. Another level would be preferable.
Grak doesn't want to die, I said, and seems to think that we won't all make it through Felseed's zone alive. Grak and I had a lot of time to talk in Pendulum, which was good, in a way, but also a little maddening, because when we disagreed, he could really commit himself to not giving an inch. It's unlikely that only one of us would die, I said. Much more likely that if something in our defenses fails, it fails for everyone.
This is true, said Grak. It is also not comforting.
We'll have to game it out ahead of time, said Amaryllis. Given Felseed's known capabilities, compared with his suspected capabilities, we can do a risk assessment.
And you haven't already done that? I asked.
I have, Amaryllis replied, but I'm not so full of myself that I'm willing to state the risks without having first had a consultation with everyone involved. Consider my risk assessment preliminary, if you want to.
But it doesn't matter, because Felseed can do anything, I said. There would just be some bullshit to justify it.
You've said that before, replied Amaryllis. You can understand how that would be very concerning, right?
I think it's the opposite, I said. If there's always going to be some bullshit, then there's no amount of power we can attain that will make us safe. Therefore, we shouldn't worry about trying to stack up as many buffs and abilities as we possibly can. It was pretty clear that Amaryllis and Grak didn't find this terribly convincing, but it was also a conversation that we were better off having in another time and place, with more of the main team present. We moved on to other subjects, namely how things were going in the two halves of Poran. Ask her what arrangements are in place for the other exclusions. The command had come from seemingly nowhere, not prompted by anything we were saying, and not at a natural transition point. Goldbug wants to know the status of the other exclusions, I said. Whether we can get money from them, I'm guessing.
Oh, said Amaryllis. We have a firmer offer for Celestar and a much better offer for Rove, said Amaryllis. Word of who and what you are is spreading, and I took the liberty of insinuating to the general public that we're looking at closing down or otherwise solving as many exclusion zones as we can, especially if there's some material interest in doing so.
Tell her to give specific amounts. I sighed. Not that I personally think you're avoiding the question, but the call of the gold wants hard numbers.
25 million for Celestar, 10 million for Rove, said Amaryllis. The former comes through ongoing discussion with the elves, which would probably go better if I felt like I were able to negotiate in terms of in-kind exchanges rather than just money. The latter comes from direct sale of the rights to whatever can be extracted from Rove's territory. He as good as swallowed a city and its outlying areas, and it's speculated that he's keeping entids and other valuables close to him. In my opinion, it's an overbid, but the contract was signed yesterday.
That's good, I guess, I said. I have to admit the numbers are so large that they might as well be made up. Amaryllis was worth somewhere in the neighborhood of 1 billion obols, so 10 million obols would represent a single % of that. Because so much of that wealth was tied up in money-making enterprises, it was all a little ephemeral. At a certain level of wealth, things became unbearably abstracted, the actual dollar amounts fluid and ever-changing. Gold magic didn't really care about any of that, except for when that wealth was, in some way, translated into gold. Tell her to liquidate assets and acquire another 20 pounds of gold. Then kill Rove while she does that. All right, I said. Looks like I'm going after Rove. Amaryllis, the call wants another 20 pounds.
Fuck, said Amaryllis. You just got back.
Yeah, but the gains in gold haven't been realized yet. There's been nothing for me to mark.
I meant in terms of missions, said Amaryllis. It's one of the reasons that we can't depend on the power against Fellseed. It's going to ask for things at bad times.
Well, I'm fresh and ready to go, I said. Pendulum wasn't the kind of thing that I think I need a week of distressing after. It was gross, but the DFEZ was far worse. And once I'm done with Rove, if he takes me longer than a day, then Bethel should be out of Necrolabrum, and at least that won't be a pain point. Quest. Completed. Everything Eater. The corpse he left behind was small, but the crypt is immense and dangerous, a countryside shaped into a messy ball that will remain his tomb for as long as it takes the scavengers to remove everything of worth. Quest progress. Slayer of Horrors. 2 of 12. I didn't know how one was supposed to go about killing Rove, but the way I did it was to crash right into the enormous mound of junk as fast as I could go without killing myself, while burning a unicorn bone. The first time I died because I was going too fast, and the second and third time I fumbled my way around some enormous internal boulders that were too hard to get through at a reasonable speed. The fourth time I had somewhat of a straight shot to the core, though, where I began breaking through layers of wood and the occasional sheet of metal, not actually able to see much of anything except by the light that I was casting. I was flying, or more properly burrowing blind, right up until the point when I came within 50 feet of a withered old man's eyes. It wasn't that hard to find him once I could see what he saw, and as soon as I'd crashed through an internal wall of junk, I delivered a decapitating strike, moving fast enough that I accomplished everything right as the unicorn bone was at its limits. His head exploded onto the walls as my fist went through his skull. I started burning a second one exactly as soon as the first was done, wanting to have extra chances to escape or to react to whatever shenanigans he had waiting for me. There was nothing, though, just his death and my own presence. I spiked and bottled that soul just as quickly as I could, because without him there, his roving ball of stuff was starting to collapse, its coherence lost. Rove was a hoarder, I was pretty sure, in addition to taking some inspiration from Katamari. Back before he'd come along, the magic had been one of those sedate and low-powered one, the kind that took too much work and yielded too little for anyone to pursue. D&D was littered with prestige classes that no one took, flavorsome little bits of character and world-building that nevertheless never graced a table. Rove was what you got when someone stuck their fingers in a seam and pulled too hard at it. He'd killed tens of thousands in the initial calamity, and while you could probably have blamed that on an accident, the subsequent deaths could not. Not a lot was known about him, but the dominant thought was that he was simply mentally ill, and the exclusion zone was what you got when someone unwell and focused on accumulation got all that power all at once. I felt bad about killing him, especially with profit as the primary motive. I had little doubt that he would have killed me, since that was what he usually did to people who came into his zone. But still, it probably would have been possible to leave him alone. I did my best to shake off the feeling. Maybe if I'd actually met him, he would have been like Doris Finch, a fatally flawed but relatable and redeemable person. Or maybe he would have been like Captain Blue in the Bottle, someone who just got worse the more you looked at him. It was hard to say with these people, and even if I did buy that they were a part of me in some way or another, that didn't mean that they deserved to live. I wasn't a hoarder back on Earth, unless you counted digital files. There were things that I held on to, and things that I threw away, but I didn't have huge stacks of anything but gaming books and all the various papers that I'd drawn up for campaign settings or notes. I had a few things that I liked, but I wasn't wildly sentimental about anything, except maybe after Arthur died, when I was keenly aware that the physical things he'd left behind were all of him that existed in the world. When I'd come to Erb, I had left everything behind, and while I missed my laptop and phone, it was because they had a bunch of useful functions, not because I was particularly attached to them as earthly goods. The whole of Rove's domain would be excavated by whoever we'd sold the contract to, and the matter of whether or not it was profitable would be essentially irrelevant to us. If there was something valuable to be had in there, like an entad or two that had a high I factor, we would have to buy it back from whoever it ended up with. But it seemed unlikely to me that there'd be something worth millions. I felt like I imagined Uther must have felt, solving problems with the application of prodigious amounts of power, strong enough that there were a lot of quests that simply couldn't stand up to me. Granted, the power was temporary, but I was still kind of hoping that I would be able to make it last through a mad dash into Felseed's territory. It felt good, but also a little bit rote, like we all knew that this was just what was going to happen before the end. It didn't even need to happen, not really, because it wasn't like we were getting all that much in the way of new resources or extra powers. I was hoping that rushing through would level me up, but it seemed like a bit of a long shot, especially when I was crushing people in my path. It was pretty standard for both tabletop games and video games for enemies to stop giving you benefits when you were too high of level above them. Quest. Completed. A door into the soul. The gatesmith is dead, but his magic lives on without him, the portals with their infinitely sharp edges making the exclusion zone uninhabitable, except for those whose lives are worth the risk. Quest progress. Slayer of Horrors, 3 of 12. That was another one accomplished over the course of a day. Gatesmith was a problem, because he could step from one end of his domain to another in the blink of an eye, make extremely sharp portals nearly instantly, and could and did spy on both the exclusion and what he could see from the edges of it through the use of microportals. Beyond just the portals themselves, he was known to weaponize gravity, putting objects into a vacuum and then accelerating them to ludicrous speeds as a way of firing projectiles up to several miles outside the exclusion zone itself. Thankfully, there was a trump card when it came to magic, and that trump card's name was warding. Normal wards wouldn't have helped that much, unless you wanted to try to creep forward with them, for which Gatesmith was likely to find some kind of answer, like drowning you in a sea's worth of water, or shooting you with hundreds of hypersonic rocks. I had a secret weapon, though, and his name was Grak. So long as he was with me, we had portal immunity, which was the only reason that I was willing to make a run at Gatesmith at all. The second major problem with Gatesmith, as encounters went, was that if he was outclassed, he could simply leave to anywhere else in the exclusion zone. Even if he couldn't somehow win by thinking with portals, there was nothing that said he had to stick around or engage with the fight, and given that he had portal surveillance, he could watch and see where intruders were. The obvious solution was to go in really, really blisteringly fast, so fast that he wouldn't have a chance to relocate. That left only the problem of finding him the first time, but I knew a couple women named Doris Finch who could pinpoint him fairly easily. We came crashing down at several thousand miles an hour from straight above and killed Caldwell Gatesmith on impact. It would have been pretty hard to identify him after the fact, given how pulped he was. But the game dutifully gave me a notification that he'd been defeated, and just after that, marked the quest as done.
All right, I want to steal the recipe,
said Reimer. Okay, you do that, I replied. You have the recipe.
Just like that.
Asked Reimer. Yeah, I said.
But isn't that... something could go wrong,
he said, frowning. I understand your character pretty well, mechanically, I said. Did you want me to give it some narration? Belivis goes down to City Hall in a disguise, looks up the floor plans that have been filed with the City Commissioner's office, talks to a clerk from the company, and finds out the shifts their guards are on, waits until the witching hour, then phases through a wall, molds the steel of the safe, and writes down his own copy of the recipe before putting everything exactly where it was, leaving not even the slightest trace that he was ever there.
Not how I would do it,
said Reimer. Right, sure, I said. But that said, no matter how you decide to do it, as soon as you decided that you were going to do it, it was basically always going to happen. Belivis is too careful, too sneaky, and more to the point, has too much in the way of magical power, especially compared with these guys.
It also would have meant splitting the party,
said Arthur. True, I said. Though technically it would have just been a side adventure. Even if it hadn't, though, it's just... If you want to do something that you're almost certainly not going to fail at, I don't see why we should go through the motions.
Because it's fun?
Asked Tiff. For what it's worth, I would have loved to help plan a heist. If you guys want to do a heist, we can do a heist, I said. But this is not that. The stakes are low, the defenses are minimal. Look, if this is what the party wants, we can make a retcon that this unassuming company is like a front for some larger organization that has the means and motive for keeping their stuff under a heavier lock and key. I've got ideas. But within the context of the world as presented, it should be absolutely trivial for pretty much any member of the group, but especially Belivis. I could feel myself at odds with the group, an uncomfortable feeling, and the worst part of being a dungeon master. Okay, let's take a little break, Reimer. If you want to, when we're off the break, you can tell us your brilliant plan for stealing this recipe that I've already told you is basically free. Deal?
Sure,
he nodded. But that means that I don't get a break. And I have questions that I'll probably need to ask. Fine by me, I said, though it really wasn't, because I just wanted the stupid plot thread I'd spun up to be done with. 2 full weeks and a number of trivialized quests after I'd killed Perisev, I walked into Captain Blue in the Bottle's throne room, hoping that it was the last time. We had installed a chair opposite his, at Valencia's insistence, though we weren't often in conversation with him, and I had been out of the picture for quite some time, more focused on squeezing utility from gold magic and knocking out quests for hire at a fairly rapid pace. Bethel was back in Porin. The portal to the plane of flesh had been created faster than anyone had thought possible, and the second generation of Tuung were working hard to extract everyone from the underground cities. So, I said to Captain Blue in the Bottle, we're in the process of winding down.
You are,
he nodded.
Impressively fast, so far as I can tell. You've deprived me of my eyes in a number of places, which I don't appreciate, and the lines of communication have been somewhat lacking, except for that girl.
Valencia was the one who talked to him most often, communicating in a friendly but slightly adversarial way, like old friends of the Second Empire playing some grand game. It was, according to her, the best way to get him talking and position us as someone he could deal with. He would be dismissive and manipulative to a sycophant, guarded around a moralist, but with someone he saw as an equal, he would engage. In this dynamic she'd set up, she was the equal, not me, and not Amaryllis. I was mostly talking to him in order to be the one to deliver him some grim news. You've been cooperative, I said. We appreciate that.
Do you now?
Asked Blue in the bottle.
I conceded, and I stay true to my word.
You have 7 backups around Necrolaborum, people whose essence you've manipulated through necromancy. We believe through subjecting them to near-death experiences, I said. We had evidence for most of those, and thankfully, it didn't seem like a process he could or did employ with impunity. As of 30 minutes ago, all of them have been isolated. We don't know the precise nature of the changes that you've made to them, but we know that they offer you something of a second chance if you were to die. The face of the zombie he was speaking through fell.
Ah,
he said, and I suppose this is the precursor to my death, is it? I had hoped there was too much utility in the zombies, but
you are
moralists, aren't you? We're not killing you, I said. We said that we wouldn't, so we aren't. In the past 2 weeks, I've killed a lot of people. I cleared out the fleshsmiths of Pendulum, either murdering them or taking their ability to practice the magic. I swooped down and killed Rove. I blasted Gatesmith. You, I want alive, mostly to signal to other people that I'm willing to make concessions. This was a lie. I didn't want him alive at all, and I was perfectly prepared to murder him at the drop of a hat, if only someone could convince me that it would be a good thing to do.
Why tell me?
He asked.
You have me dead to rights, my last plan scuttled. Why not let me believe that I could keep things going forever?
Because we didn't want you scheming, I said. We want you to know that you have no outs left, so that you won't try to screw us over or run some gambit in the shadows. I'd let Valencia make the call on whether to have this confrontation, and that was, in essence, her reasoning. If you help us with tearing down what you've built here, there's a path forward for you. The older method of necromancy, the one that allows the soul to be bottled, is still useful. There are voices of dissent on the matter of whether we should keep you alive, but right now, from where we're sitting, it seems better to reach some understanding.
I see,
replied Captain Blue in the bottle.
By my calculations, it will take you 5 months at the earliest to remove everyone from the underground cities. You need to secure my cooperation for at least that long.
It would be better if we did, I said. If we can't have it, if we think that you're going to betray us, we have contingencies in place. They're worse for us, though. It would be a scramble and a logistical problem, but we hadn't sat down for this without making sure that we could stop a catastrophe.
And you've been knocking out my own contingencies, as I'd thought you might,
said Blue.
Tell me, how did you find the backups?
It was a combination of things, I said. Methods that you'd have no way of foreseeing. It probably doesn't feel good to be beaten in that way.
Not particularly, no,
replied Blue.
You do seem to have me firmly pinned in place.
I nodded. In our ideal world, you're already a prisoner to the exclusion zone, and you would remain a prisoner here, with some of our members as wardens. I glanced over at Valencia, who was out of view, watching the proceedings to see whether she could pick up anything from him. He was much tougher than a baseline human, she'd said, because he was operating through a zombie, which affected her ability to read micro-expressions and body language, only some of which translated through.
Very well,
said Blue.
Will I operate in secret or openly?
Openly, I said. It's not just because of the utility you can bring, but because it sends a message, which is that we're willing to work with despicable people and seek redemption. Hopefully, we can get some people to come in from the cold.
It'll be a public relations problem for you, so far as I understand the current mood of the world,
said Blue. Yes, I replied. We can spin it as hard labor for you, but my guess is that people will still be clamoring for your head on a pike and your soul sent down to the furthest hells. I shrugged. Nothing much that we can do about that, because we're not going to give in to those particular demands. But what we need from you is a guarantee that you won't try to fight like a caged animal, won't set things up to be harder for us, that you'll actually work with us. Can you guarantee that?
I can,
replied Blue.
I said the second time you came to me that I conceded without preconditions.
I nodded, then glanced at Valencia. She hesitated for a moment, then gave a very slight shake of her head. Okay, I said. I looked at Grak and gave him a nod. He immediately began moving his hand.
What have you done?
Asked Blue a moment later. Cut off contact with your zombies, I said. We've done it before.
No,
said Blue.
This is different.
We're going to give it a bit, to see if you've hidden any surprise countermeasures, I said.
Was my answer not satisfactory?
Asked Blue, gazing at me both with his own withered eyes and the more intact ones of the zombie he spoke through.
It wasn't,
said Valencia, coming forward into his view.
My guess is that your remaining contingency is to set up a new laboratory away from our prying eyes, but it might also involve contact with your infernal allies.
You,
he said, looking her over.
How do you know such things?
Entads and a long life,
said Valencia. No, said Blue.
No, you're something else, not a person at all. You're a curiously proficient liar.
Valencia shrugged.
Well, I don't mind what you think of me, because you'll be dead in roughly a half hour.
She looked at me.
I'm not seeing any active countermeasures, but we can wait until there's a report from the tongue.
Sure,
I said. I looked at Blue. We're done here. For now, I'll check back in a half hour from now.
Wait,
said Valencia, looking at Blue.
Stop him.
I darted forward and laid my hand on him, stilling him completely, and I saw Grak moving to do the same with a ward, cutting down his ability to act. Grak had already cleared him of entads, but that didn't mean he couldn't be hiding some other magic, or something mechanical that we couldn't sense.
Oh,
said Valencia.
He was planning to kill himself and go to the hells, I think. Maybe.
Fucker, I said, hand still on Blue's withered skin as he sat there, motionless. What now? I asked the question at Valencia, but it wasn't really the kind of question that she was qualified to answer.
Disarm or kill him,
said Amaryllis. Get me a report from the Tung, I said. They had been on standby for a general shutdown. Our understanding of the zombies was that most of them would continue on doing what they were programmed to do, but we needed to make sure that they hadn't been programmed into becoming a ravening horde. It was a tense 5 minutes as we got reports in from the rest of the exclusion zone, most of them through entads. When they came back clean, I pulled my sword from its interdimensional pocket and sliced cleanly through Captain Blue in the bottle, separating his head from his neck, then cutting him further, dissecting his body. For good measure, Grak finished a necromancy ward, just in case he had a way to come back to life that didn't involve taking over those 7 we'd identified. Captain Blue in the bottle defeated. Quest completed. The Zed word. With Captain Blue in the bottle dead, his zombies will linger on, going through their rote actions until someone comes through to put them out of their misery. The human workforce will be a bigger issue, one that will linger for much longer, a trauma that will never fully be made right, not without godlike power. Quest updated. Slayer of Horrors, April 12th. All right, I said with a sigh. Quest completed. That fucking guy.
Not how I'd have asked for it to be handled,
said Amaryllis.
He was going to work against us,
said Valencia.
It was a matter of time, and you were the one that said we need to stop devoting our time to this.
Well, we do,
said Amaryllis.
The Tung can handle it from here, now that food and water have been sorted.
Food was through the portal I had helped to make with a squadron of star mages, but water had been entirely Grak, who had provided the critical wards for a hastily built filtration station at what was soon going to become a metropolis. There were steel mages on site, a whole cadre of them brought in through an arrangement with the Athenaeum of Steel and Sweat, and they had been putting up buildings almost non-stop.
This is a setback, though. I'm not entirely convinced that we couldn't have wrung more utility from him before he had to go.
We tried, I said. We made an effort,
It's hard to fundamentally change someone.
said Valencia.
Much easier to coerce them into acts they wouldn't normally do. I could have stayed on top of him, but that would mean that I would have to stay here, watching over him, talking to him, instead of doing anything else.
She left unspoken what she would be working on instead, who she was working on fundamentally changing. I knew Valencia's take on things, more or less. Reconciliation would be easier in a month or two, with more groundwork laid when time had done its work at helping to heal wounds. We need to get going, I said. The end of gold magic isn't in sight, not yet. But if we want it available for the endgame, we're going to have to move fast,
There are limits on how fast it can be moved along.
said Valencia.
I'm sorry, but if you want it done properly, that's how it has to be done. Rushing things. There are lots of ways that it could go wrong, some of which might end with death.
And if we use time manipulation? I asked,
We don't have time manipulation,
said Valencia.
do we?
Technically, I said, trying to think things through. I'm not sure how the call of the gold would work with the time loop exclusion, but we could maybe do something workable that way,
No,
said Grack.
we don't have a way out of the exclusion once we're inside.
We would find one, I said. With warding?
I went there on my own to observe the magic,
said Grack.
From what I could see at the boundary, the resets cannot be stopped.
Fuck, I said,
3 of the disjoint planes have some kind of time-slowing effect.
said Amaryllis.
They're only reachable through the elemental planes, but we already have a standing portal open to the plane of flesh, so in theory the cost is already dramatically lowered. There's also a standing portal to the elemental plane of blood open in the DFEZ.
That's doable then, I said,
I don't know what we're going to find when we go into Felseed's zone,
said Valencia.
but I'm skeptical about our group dynamics.
You'll be there, I said. You don't think that you can hold things together?
Maybe.
Said Valencia.
But if going into the most dangerous place on Erb is...
She let that dangle. How much time do you need? I asked. Minimum,
2 weeks.
said Valencia.
Give me 2 weeks and I probably won't feel like we're heading toward disaster.
I might not have gold magic in 2 weeks, I said,
We have reserves, and I've been liquidating assets that we don't need.
said Amaryllis.
We might be able to swing it. The question is what those 2 weeks have in store for us. There are plot threads that need wrapping up, but I'm not taking it for granted that we really can just waltz into what should have been important quests and resolve them in a few hours. Not if they're the kinds of things that aren't especially amenable to punching.
Okay, I said, nodding. I turned to Valencia. And you'll work on Bethel,
I will,
said Valencia.
but some of it isn't her. I'll need to work on you too.
Work on me how? I asked,
Work on helping you through it, on preparing for the reconciliation.
said Valencia. Oh, I replied. Well, sure, makes sense. So, how do we do that?
It's something that you need to talk about and work through.
Said Valencia.
You've been shying away from it, which is understandable, but when you have to face her, it shouldn't be with no mental and social preparation.
And you'll help me? I asked,
Of course,
said Valencia.
but I don't think it's a good idea to use a devil's power, so it would just be me.
Okay, I sighed,
It might also be good for you to face some problems that you've been choosing not to engage with.
said Valencia. Meaning? I asked.
Speak to your father.
Valencia replied.
Sit down for a conversation with Tiff. You have good reasons for avoiding those conversations, but it's part of a bad pattern, one that I'm hoping you can break yourself of. I'm not optimistic that it can be done in 2 weeks without my help, but it would make me more comfortable.
It's a suicide mission either way,
said Grack.
Yes, it is.
Replied Valencia.
But if we're all going to die, then I don't want it to be because of something that I personally could have prevented.
Likewise, the woods will be as sound as they can be,
replied Grak, with a bit more of a grumble than usual. We're not going to die, I said. We're not going against him, just passing through his territory.
There's a good chance that we actually do die,
said Amaryllis. She looked at Valencia.
I think there's an argument for keeping you out just in case there's some kind of pathway through the afterlife that has, somehow, never been used before.
I need to be there,
said Valencia.
Not for Felseed, but for the meeting with Uther. There's a strong chance that Bethel will attempt to kill him the moment it's clear that it's him.
And you can keep her on a leash?
Asked Amaryllis.
You know that I can't, and you know that's exactly the kind of language that she hates,
Valencia replied.
Aside from just hoping that the groundwork I've done is enough, it's possible that I can intervene at the critical moment.
I left the conversation feeling off-kilter. Raven hadn't been there, and neither had Solace, but we'd need their input too. 2 weeks wasn't a lot of time, but it would mean more to keep the gold bug sated and more in the way of preparation. Discuss on my Discord. Discuss on Reddit r/rational. Visit my website, Clerical Errors. Chapter 2, 122, Clerical Errors. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Rejepson. The gods of Erb were, in some respects, extremely important, but in most others could be ignored entirely. Gods were a real pain in the ass when it came to world building for tabletop games, at least for most of the systems that we'd played. The big problem was that gods had a real presence in the world, namely through clerics and paladins. They, in turn, provided real and true powers that no one could ever contest. That in and of itself wasn't a huge issue, but it left the question of who these gods were, what their agendas were, why and how they had empowered people, and in general, a whole bunch of baggage that there weren't all that many ways of filling, given how rigid the rule systems for divine magic typically were. The gods were also important to the characters, and thus had to be invented and defined early on, which I hated. I had, naturally, tried doing it a whole bunch of ways. From the nearly atheist version, where anyone could have clerical powers, even if they didn't have faith or devotion, to gods as managers, always looking over your shoulder and ensuring that you were carrying out their will. The gods themselves were tricky to do, because they were almost by definition the most important people in whatever setting they were in. That meant that the agendas they set would be of overriding concern for all the lesser players, and in turn, it would all trickle down. This was a problem for world building specifically, because sometimes you just wanted to have a world that ran in a different direction, without concerning itself with matters of the divine, even if there was a cleric in the party, and there was typically a cleric in the party, because they tended to be great healers. If you wanted to cut gods out, or at least make it so that the religious concerns were of the more practical human social variety than the singular figure of enormous power kind, you needed to make them distant, or aloof, or ineffable, or something so that gods didn't crowd out all the other fun stuff. The gods of Erb went far in the direction of aloofness, but it was a special kind of aloofness that played into their ineffability. Put simply, 4 of the 5 gods of Erb didn't really give a shit about people, and while they all had their domains, and granted limited powers within those domains to people who were recognizably clerics, and called such by the people of Erb, their interests in those domains hewed very closely to the status quo. Invreason was the god of ice and sea, or more precisely, the god of ice, sea, wind, water, rain, clouds, air, birds, and fish. What Invreason wanted, so far as anyone could tell, was for the ice to be the ice, and the sea to be the sea, and so on through all his domains. Sailors rarely prayed to Invreason, because why would they? It was the nature of the sea to sink ships, and thus part of Invreason's agenda as well. Invreason was the god of good weather and bad weather, and so far as he was concerned, weather was based on the fundamentals of high and low pressure systems, moisture and dryness, winds and evaporation, and all that stuff. To change the weather would mean to make the weather go against the fundamentals that drove the weather, and thus make the weather unlike itself. Invrazen wouldn't stand for that. Where the gods acted, they acted against what they saw as fundamental attacks on the basic nature of their domains. Where the clerics acted, it was in the liminal spaces of definitions, or what they called the dialectics, those places where two aspects of a domain were somehow in tension with one another. A cleric of Invrazen couldn't cast a spell like Create Water, a D&D mainstay, but what they could do instead was to heighten certain aspects of water. This was, to be plain, incredibly weak, but each god had enough domains to their name that being a cleric of a god got you access to a wide variety of weak powers. Clerics were still typically at the bottom of the barrel, at least as far as magical might went. But there were a few exceptional rule benders among them, and even a weak cleric could still earn a living, especially with the support of their church, namely, because of their deep understanding of the domains, which came with extra senses that couldn't easily be replicated. When I'd created Invrazen, he'd been one of 7 gods, an attempt to create an extremely broad pantheon. Erb only had 5 gods, and I had no idea what had happened to the other 2. Songkrag had been a pretty classical sun god, possibly cut because of his secondary focus on mortal affairs like honor, justice, order, and law. Kennis had been the god of civilization, innovation, books, and metal, and my guess was that he likewise just didn't make the cut. That left 4 gods with domains that were more focused on the natural world, and the last of the bunch, Truk, who was a trickster god, not sprung from the same mold as the others, and the kind of god that people tended not to talk about unless it couldn't be helped. The names of the gods were all Afrikaans. I want to be clear that I wasn't at the level of being lazy by naming gods using Google Translate. I was at the level of naming gods using Google Translate and picking Afrikaans because it was alphabetically first. The God Botherer quest I'd gotten ages ago could have, for all I was concerned, been put off indefinitely. I had personally named and designed all of the gods of Erb. I knew their deal. From everything that I had read, they'd barely changed in their translation to Erb, and that meant that they were, in a word, worthless, except for the fact that they nominated clerics and on very rare occasions would intercede in the world. It was that last one we were hoping for. It was a slim hope, but Invrazen's temple was very close to an errand I had to run, and it seemed like it was worth a shot, at least relative to what it would cost us. The last time Invrazen had acted was 126 years prior. Someone had invented something that they called dry water, and the following month, the edge of the sea had lifted up and then slammed down on his coastal city, killing roughly 150,000 people. Among the gods, and those who followed them, this was known as answering heresy with heresy, a god's way of saying, "Oh, you think that water should not behave how it does? Then let's see how you feel about a gross violation of the behavior of water." This almost always meant death on a large scale, not because the gods weren't capable of fine control of their domains, but because fuck everyone in your general vicinity was just the way they operated. Of course, they weren't monsters. Part of the function clerics served was to use their understanding of the various domains of their god in order to advise on and police godly matters, which were mostly those areas where something impermissible might happen. For the most part, gods didn't take drastic action, because for the most part, things obeyed their fundamental natures simply by definition, and virtually all magic that altered that fundamental nature was included within the domain. Aside from his proximity to our destination, there was another reason we'd chosen to attempt the God Botherer quest. First off, Amaryllis had actually met him once, which amounted to little more than a brief conversation at a dinner, which he assured me was more FaceTime with a god than almost anyone got, and was much more impressive than I understood it to be. Second, I was an air mage and a water mage, both of which fell under his broad umbrella, and it was possible, though extremely uncommon, for him to grant boons on the worthy. The city of Frostberry looked like it was spilling down into the plains from the top of a cliff, with the biggest buildings sitting on the cliff top, and the whole of the city getting smaller and less significant as you descended the gradient. The biggest of those buildings was the Ishuis, the primary residence and place of worship for Invrisen. It was unlike anything that I had seen on Erb thus far, built at ridiculous fantasy scales that my brain had trouble making sense of. At the top, 50 stories up, protruded 3 thick, sculpted arms that were themselves 100 yards long, and they held a glass bowl with a lake full of water. It was ostentatious, and I was pretty sure that on Earth it would have been impossible to do, since there was nowhere in the glass bowl to hide structural supports. It would also probably never have been allowed to be built, because if the bowl shattered, it would be a complete calamity for the city. Still, it was awe-inspiring, and I could see why it had been built, because as soon as you saw it, you felt something. Because of its position high up on the cliff, the building could be seen from miles away, both out at sea and anywhere in the surrounding countryside. We made our way through the city, our core group of 4, me, Grak, Amaryllis, and Raven. With Blue in the bottle dead, the situation in Necrolaborum had gotten worse, but it was being handled by the second generation, Tung, and the Amaryllis clones that she'd left behind, using the systems that we'd put in place. There were also contractors and Imperial agents as well, probably thousands of people all told. It was in the back of my mind, but I was hopeful that it wouldn't take up too much of our attention in the coming 2 weeks, because we were doing everything in our power to get ready for Felseed. That included meeting a god. Up close, the outside of the Ishuis was just as impressive as I'd expected it to be. The walls were covered in ornamental sculpture, actually covered, every inch, except where there were windows. All I could think of, when looking at it, was the man-hours that it would have taken for all of that to get done, my mind barely taking in the subjects of the sculptures and bas-reliefs themselves, which were endless scenes of Invrazen's domains, everything that he controlled and watched over, all the adjacencies and overlaps, everything at increasingly high levels of specificity. There were barnacles, mollusks, sharks, squid, pretty much every creature of Erb's many seas. There were ships of many sizes, seaweed that had been sculpted so that it almost looked like it was in motion. When viewed from a distance, there was a pronounced difference in how the sculptures had been done, so that even when you couldn't see the individual pieces, you could see a picture writ large on the side of this enormous building. It was a map of Erb, but just of the seas, oceans, rivers, and major lakes, and no attention paid whatsoever to anything like mountains, cliffs, forests, roads, or cities. I tried not to be awestruck. I had no love for the gods of Erb, but I could at least respect that they were open about how evil they were, rather than pretending at benevolence. The expected outcome of the meeting with Invrazen was that he would tell us no, or just not say anything and allow his head cleric to tell us no, and the whole trip would have all been for nothing. It was low cost, low risk, and a low expected reward, but the best outcomes were really good. You couldn't talk a god into killing Felseed, but you could potentially talk him into providing a boon, or a distraction, or some information if you were lucky. Failing that, he had clergy, who were semi-important movers and shakers on Erb. I'd had a penchant for designing supremely powerful religious organizations into campaign worlds, partly as a counterbalance to the rough wilds I like to include, partly as mildly antagonistic forces that could contain rogue sects and other complications for the players. There were all kinds of fun things you could do if you had some equivalent to the Catholic Church at the height of its power, like inquisitions, crusades, and conspiracies driven by religious fervor. The religious orders on Aerb were, by comparison, nearly powerless, paling in comparison to the Athenaeums, most major countries, and the empire itself. A big problem for them was that their gods were demonstrably apathetic toward the mortal species, and there were few levers that they could press in order to bring the populace around. People still prayed and occasionally went to temples or churches, but a lot of that was just the normal rhythms of community life. This city was the heart of Invraisen's power, though, and this building was a representation of him in all his glory, a massively expensive structure that was meant to be beyond compare, as if it were a way of saying, yes, gods exist in this world, and they are important, so don't you go forgetting it. Of course, if the gods really had been all that important, their clergy might not have felt the need to use awe-inspiring architecture in order to reinforce it. In the center of the Yeshuis was a huge courtyard, with all the building's elevators running up the inside walls. 3 large vertical aquariums that ran up the sides as well, each of them filled with fish, corals, seaweed, and bright colors that contrasted the gray skies above us. It had a beauty to it, and the walls weren't smooth. They looked like waves, not just textured, but with rooms bulging out and windows curving. As a work on art, I was there for it. There was something transcendental about the building, and there was something aching about the fact that we didn't have time to explore and appreciate it. I was sure that whatever team had designed this place, they had left fractal points of interest, details, symmetries, concordances, on and on. It just seemed like that kind of place. There were lots of people around, divided up into the clergy, who mostly wore shades of blue, and everyone else who wore the usual riot of styles common through the empire. Clergy was a broad role, because it included people who were definitely not clerics, those in charge of various aspects of running the building and organizing the religion. We were guided by one of those clergy, a man in a Royal Navy suit that had a button flap thing across the front I was sure Amaryllis would know the name of if I cared enough to ask. We had the elevator to ourselves, and twice when it stopped on the way to the top, people took one look at us and begged off. It wasn't likely that they recognized us by sight, but we had the look of rich and important people, decked out in enids and looking like we were ready for war. No one had asked us to remove our weapons, but I wasn't sure they knew we had weapons, since almost everything offensive was packed away in some kind of extra-dimensional space or another, ready to be in our hands at a moment's notice. We came out in the upper area, just beneath one of the giant arms that held up the fishbowl. I could feel the weight of it above me, a catastrophe waiting to happen, and wondered about the brass balls of the people who had conceived this and made it into reality. Our guide answered a question from Grak that I hadn't been paying much attention to, and explained that the bowl had been filled over the course of a few years by natural weather, and that keeping it clean was a full-time job. The bowl was filled with fish and other ocean creatures, but they must have done something to the inside of it, because there was no way that it would have stayed as clean as it was even with intervention, and there was a noticeable lack of fish poop on the bottom of it. Invriesen himself was up there, which I'd have known even if I hadn't been told, because it would have been hard to explain the 50-foot-long dolphin swimming around in there otherwise. The scale of everything was disorienting, which was probably part of what the architects had in mind. There were lots of people milling about, most of them, from what I understood, either tourists or self-styled pilgrims, there in order to get a look at a god and maybe, if they were lucky, have some kind of story to tell when they got back home. There was something like Earth-standard religion in the way that people could see this concrete source of immense and awe-inspiring power and take some solace in the fact that there was some order to the world, someone who was responsible for the way things were. Invriesen had killed people, sure, and sat by while even more died in ways that he clearly could have prevented, but if you had Invriesen, then you could believe that there was some great and grand order, some protector that was there as a guiding hand to make sure that nothing went too far off the rails. Some of how I saw the gods on Aerb was colored by how I'd seen Christianity on Earth, but I didn't think that I was making a mistake when the rapturous expressions on the faces looking up at Invrisen seemed similar. It was something I'd seen often enough at church, a giddy excitement about the greatness of God that I wasn't sure I'd ever felt myself.
When you speak to him, be very respectful,
said Amaryllis. I will be,
I replied. I can't promise that my acting will be good enough to fool a god, but I can try.
It's extremely unlikely that you'll have a chance to speak with Invrisen for any length of time,
said our escort.
Sure,
I said. I stared up at the big bowl of water, watching the god idly swim around. If I looked closely, I could just barely see holes in the palm of one hand holding up the bowl, which must have been either access or piping, with water or personnel being carried down through a hollow arm. I was extremely interested in the logistics of this absurd work of art, but in a way, it felt like trying to figure out how a magic trick was done. My eyes kept going back to Invrisen. He wasn't quite a dolphin, because he had a more rounded nose, and the tail was slightly different. I froze for a moment, as my brain made the connection, and it was noticeable enough that Amaryllis shifted her stance slightly, preparing herself to take some drastic action.
So,
I said, my eyes not leaving the god's form.
When you become a cleric of Invrisen, you might say that you are called to serve a higher purpose?
I grinned at him, and Amaryllis shot me a scowl. I was pretty sure she was going to stab me in the stomach the next time we had a quiet moment together.
Ah, yes,
our escort said. He looked at Amaryllis, then back to me.
I was told that you would only be here for a few hours. Is there anything that we can help you with in that time, if Invrisen elects not to take company?
Help how?
I asked.
With information, perhaps?
He asked.
No,
I replied.
We've done our own research, and Raven here is the best librarian that the world has ever known.
Most likely fifth best,
Raven replied.
but likely the best living. I don't have enough information about the goblins to say for certain whether they might have someone better. Regardless, there's unlikely to be any information you could share I don't already know, and I've personally been in attendance at conversations with all 5 gods.
All 5?
asked our escort. Visiting all 4 gods wasn't too uncommon if you had the time and money to do it, and if you visited often enough, then eventually you might get something approaching a conversation with one. The 5th god was special, though, not a part of the normal worship of god-botherers, not with any stable base of clerics, not with a city built around him, and not even what you'd call the same type of being as the other 4, save that they claimed him as one of their own. It was considered best practice not to say his name. Raven only nodded, and the subject was dropped. Our escort looked like he wanted nothing to do with us, and I didn't think that was because of the porpoise pun.
Fewer people than I thought, actually,
I finally said, looking at the crowds that stood on the ring, most of them staring up at the bowl. I was really hoping that we didn't have to wait for hours for this all to come to nothing.
The fee is calculated,
said our escort, seeming happy to have something to contribute.
We try our best to make sure that on normal days, there are only as many people as you see now, enough that it doesn't feel too crowded. On holy days, the fees are lowered so that more might come, though Invrisen rarely makes his presence known at those times, save at a distance or through his domains.
I said nothing, because what I was thinking was that this was all probably precisely calculated to make the church as much money as it possibly could. Given Invrisen was, at best, extremely negligent about mortals, it all seemed like kind of a rip-off. There was a better case to be made for him if you considered the works of his clerics to be his doing as well, but they didn't exclusively work in his service. They had their own goals that were more closely aligned to that of mortals in general. In a lot of ways, Invrisen and the others were closer to Great Old Ones who mortals made their own deals with, hoping not to suffer for it. I was watching Invrisen when he transitioned, changing from an oversized porpoise into an oversized octopus in an instant. Normally, if entads did something like that, there was some kind of effect, a melding, a shimmering, something. But with him, it was sheer discontinuity, like it had happened in the gap between two frames of a movie, albeit in a way that didn't even slightly disturb the water he was in or fish he was swimming around with. The octopus swam to the edge of the huge bowl, next to one of the immense arms, heaved itself up, then began crawling its way down the forearm, wrapping its tentacles around the beautifully sculpted muscles.
It looks like you're in luck,
said our escort, smiling a bit. That smile faded when the octopus reached the roof and began slowly and deliberately moving our way. When Invrisen reached us, he changed form again, this time to something humanoid, one of the aquatic species with webbed feet and hands. He was much smaller, and it occurred to me that if he really was like the gods I'd designed, then he was a cheater, because he should have been a regular-sized porpoise, or a regular-sized octopus. My second thought was that perhaps Herb had creatures like that in its expansive oceans, propped up by magic and special adaptations. The merman he'd chosen was tall, probably an exemplar of the species, but not unreasonable.
Juniper Smith,
he said, then gave me a low bow. I stared at him, and Amaryllis yanked at my arm, pulling me down to my knees, prostrate in front of the god. In response, Invrisen bowed lower until his nose was pressed against the floor. I stood up, despite Amaryllis giving me every signal at her disposal that I shouldn't. When I did, Invrisen got to his feet. Around us was silence. The silence stretched on for what seemed like too long, and I got the distinct impression that he was waiting on me, though I had no idea what for. "What are you waiting for?" I thought but didn't say. "Is there a reason you wanted to see me?" I didn't ask him. "It seems a little bit fishy that you know my name," I didn't reply. Look, a lot of blame for these thoughts can be laid squarely at Amaryllis's feet, because she'd had us spend 3 hours in a meeting trying to think up fellseed puns, in case one of them was the key to this whole ordeal, and could give us victory in some way by figuring it out ahead of time. It started out fun, but by the time we'd gotten 20 minutes in, I was ready to be done. And by the time the meeting finished, it felt like I'd gone through a whole character arc.
we have been watching you with great interest,
He finally said. There was some commotion about that, because everyone who'd been on the ring with us had come to hear what Invrisen had to say, though the building was big enough that people were still making their way over. Most of them had probably been expecting the god to talk in slightly cryptic language, or to wax rhapsodic about some aspect of one of his domains, which he often did. They most likely weren't expecting this to be about me personally.
You sent your clerics to watch me?
I asked.
No,
He replied.
I speak of communication between myself and the other gods.
There were more murmurs about that. The gods didn't openly admit to communication very often, as they lived in a state of rather frosty diplomacy, especially frosty in Invrisen's case. Har har.
You think that I'm the next Uther?
I asked. I was a little on edge. He could kill in the blink of an eye, with no possible defense against it, given that I was mostly made of water. In the past, people who thought that I was Uther reincarnated had a habit of trying to kill me, with only a few exceptions. Maybe it just felt that way, because I dealt a lot more with the people trying to kill me than the people who were trying to stay out of my way,
We do not know what you are.
replied Invrisen.
You are a hole in the order of the world, a force which we cannot account for.
In what sense?
I asked.
I am the ultimate master of my domains,
replied Invrisen.
Okay,
I said, when it was clear he wasn't going to continue.
And?
Where you go, the water does not speak,
said Invrisen.
Where you go, the water continues along on its own, with no shepherd to guide it if it goes astray.
I said. Fucking cryptic god bullshit.
You're saying that your powers don't work on me?
He nodded slowly.
Well, look,
I said.
That's not anything that I did. And so long as the water is still water, so long as it fulfills its water essence, so long as I'm not interfering with it being water, that's not a problem, right?
There is no way to answer any heresy,
replied Invrezen.
There is no way to even tell that heresy has been committed.
Well, I haven't,
I said, feeling a little worried.
I've been using water like water, same with ice, with the seas, with all of your domains. I'm not a heretic.
My brothers and sisters report the same,
said Invrezen.
We can tell where you are by paying attention to where we are deaf, dumb, and blind.
I waited. It sounded like an accusation to my ears, but it obviously wasn't anything that I had done. More to the point, it was pretty obviously Dungeon Master interference, either directly or through some mechanism he controlled. Was it important for some future plot point that I be invisible to the gods, or was it just to stop them from helping me? If I was hearing Invrezen right, then it was impossible for me to get smacked down by the angry hand of a god, which seemed like a boon, but, well, let's just say that I always looked gift horses in their mouths where the Dungeon Master seemed to be involved. Our conversation felt incredibly awkward, because I was trying my best to interpret what he said, and wanted to make sure that I wasn't speaking out of turn. Unfortunately, someone took the silence as their moment to interject.
Your worship,
said a man who was standing near me, dressed in clerical blues.
Is communion with other gods?
Invrezen raised his hand, a very casual gesture, and the man's water was blasted backward, out of his body. The desiccated corpse fell to the ground with a sound like dry twigs, and then the screaming started from the people around us, which I muted out with vibration magic. It was only because of multi-threading that I was able to do that and keep my focus on the god. It was undeniably frightening, not just that Invrezen could do something like that, and would do something like that, but that he had done it. It took the intellectual understanding of his abilities and disposition into the realm of the real and concrete. From what he'd said, he couldn't do the same to me, but I had no clue whether that extended to my companions, and obviously, there were levers to use against me, like my basic desire for other people not to die.
Amaryllis,
I said calmly.
Bottle him, please.
Amaryllis hesitated, maybe worried that it would put her in danger, but she moved all the same once she saw that no one else was moving to ensure the dead man's soul wouldn't wind up in the hells. Bottling him was basic decency, but it also wouldn't do for the infernals to get a hold of this conversation. I glanced nervously at the people near us, who were still holding their big, bulky recording devices, and worried a bit about how far and wide this conversation would reach. I should probably have been muting the whole thing right from the start, but that had seemed presumptuous. Better late than never, though, and I layered the effect of restricting the conversation to just the two of us, on top of locking out the screams of panic, which were now dying out.
What can I do to allay your concerns?
I asked Invrezen.
There is no need for you to do anything,
he replied.
By your nature, you have nothing to worry about.
Call it empathy, then,
I said.
I'd like it better if the gods weren't fretting about me. Is there anything that I can do or say? Some promise you'd like me to keep?
I would like to see you as deeply as I can,
he replied. Very well, I said, after a moment's thought to what that might mean. He changed all at once, with the same utter lack of transition. It should have at least caused a little pop from displaced air, but there wasn't even that. One moment he was an oversized merman. The next, he was a creature I had never seen before, and which very possibly didn't exist on Aerb at all. He had 3 mouths and 18 different eyes of all different shapes and sizes, some of them mounted on tentacles, others set into what passed for his face. It was an utter Cronenberg nightmare creature, asymmetrical and ugly, so much so that I wondered whether it had been selected for exactly that purpose. Invrezen looked at me, and through the crown of eyes I did too. There was a point to having all those different eyes, and it must have been in order to get as full a picture of me as was possible. My guess was that he'd taken eye designs from every sea creature, living or extinct, as well as some that were theoretical, biological apparatuses from seabirds and from other creatures where they fell within his domains. I didn't get access to anything that wasn't a proper eye, or at least an eye within a degree of reasonableness, but it was still a lot. Invrisen could see the magic all around me and see straight through my armor and clothing. He could see hidden patterns on my skin, anatomical stripes and whorls that I'd known existed but never seen on a person except in crude line diagrams. Kreisel's lines, Langer's lines, Blaschko's lines, hidden variations that came from the migrations of embryonic cells as I'd grown up. I could see my organs and the structure of my bones, the flow of my blood, the food working its way through my digestive system, the saliva coating my teeth inside my mouth, the ridges of my brain. I could see the magic that infused much of my body and the color of my soul. I could even see into my soul itself through Invrisen's eyes, and I thought to warn him about looking at the meme there. But if a god could be brought low by a meme, well, I had to imagine that if it were possible, it would have already happened. There was something else he saw, though, beyond the totality of my earthly existence, and into the metaphysical. There was something on me, almost too bright to look at, with whatever biological or magical instrumentation he was staring at it with, bright enough that he seemed to go blind in whatever eye was staring at the metaphysical nexus. And then, unexpectedly, he was finished, back to a different form, this one a humanoid creature of water, with a mouth and vocal tract visible inside the water, the only solid, organic parts of him. He no longer had eyes for me to see through. At almost the same moment, at first through the crown of eyes, I realized that I was seeing things through a new but familiar perspective. The world as an abstract, metaphorical piece of art. The locust was standing beside me. As seen through her eyes, Invrisen was distinctly lacking in grandeur. He was large, true, but rather than any of the awe-inspiring or larger-than-life forms he'd taken so far, he was a fish, one that lay on the ground, breathing heavily with dull eyes. There was no respect in how she saw him, nothing like acknowledgement of his status as a deity. He gave her a bow and she dipped her head in response. "One should not be surprised by the impossibility of a locus," said Invrisen. I watched the two of them watching each other. Neither had a body language that I spoke, and through the doe's eyes, all I could get was a sense of her disdain toward him. From him, in this water form that had only the mechanisms necessary to make mouth noises, it was anyone's guess. Maybe it was her interpretation that made me think of him as a dull and uninspiring fish. "When did your blindness to me start?" I asked Invrisen. "When did the gods first notice it?"
Not long ago.
He replied.
No more than a moon, though it wasn't obvious at first.
"I see," I replied. "Then it was probably the locust, protecting me."
That is now the inescapable conclusion,
replied Invrisen.
It is mollifying, as a locust can be killed.
"I don't think that it would ever need to come to that," I said, though I had no idea whether anything the locust had done would rise to the level of heresy in the eyes of the god. Certainly the locust was capable of manipulating lots of natural materials, but surely, well, I couldn't be sure, not without consulting a gaggle of clerics or Raven's supply of books from the past and future. I had looked into the nature of the locust, but there had been very little written on their interactions with the gods, only some notes about the perceived similarities between the two entities. There was, apparently, a metaphysical link between us, one visible through some kind of eye that Invrisen had been able to make.
There is nothing more to discuss,
he said, turning away from me.
The source of the confusion is now clear, though no less confusing for it, and if there is a threat, it is in some capacity known.
I wanted to ask whether he wasn't curious about the locust being here, outside her domain, or if he could see the way I extended the domain, whether he wanted to ask questions about why her domain surrounded me. I kept my mouth shut, though, because there was still a dead man not far from us.
Ask for gold from him,
said the call of the gold. What the actual fuck, I thought back. I'm not going to risk my life to beg for gold that he wouldn't even give me.
Do it now,
replied the call of the gold.
Trade on your relationship with the locust.
Fuck you, man. First off, no way that works. Second, that's a betrayal of the locust. I was getting more upset the more I talked to the call. Of all the fucking things that it could have asked for, this was one of the most irritating. Invrisen began striding across the ring, past his clerics and supplicants, whose pleas and questions he wasn't even pretending he was going to answer.
You need me,
said the call of the gold. I grit my teeth, trying my best to keep my face perfectly expressionless. Most of the attention was on Invrisen, but some fraction of the crowd we'd attracted had decided that I was the one to watch. The mood was decidedly muted, given the corpse that was now being put onto a stretcher, but almost everyone who would make this kind of trip was well apprised of the temperaments of gods. Invrisen, I called, striding toward the god, raising my voice to be heard, but trying to keep my tone professional. There's another matter.
Oh?
He asked, turning toward me. He altered his form again, this time to become a tall, well-muscled woman with gills at her neck, some kind of hybrid of species, I was guessing. She, was completely nude. We're going against Fellseed, I said. We need resources. I made sure to tamp down with vibration magic, but there were limits on how much could be done, and if there were another vibration mage, they'd have all sorts of ways to boost the signal back up so they could listen in. I wasn't good enough to stop every avenue of attack. It was much harder to constrain his side of things so that only I could hear it, and though I was trying, I didn't think I was doing a good enough job.
If you know anything at all about the gods, then you know that our hands do not move lightly, especially not for elements outside our domains.
He seemed on more sure footing now than he had at the start, still with a bit of deference, but aimed at the locust rather than at me. I wasn't sure whether he was viewing me as merely a cleric or what, but he seemed to think that he'd solved whatever puzzle I had posed. It was clear that his mind-changing wasn't to my benefit. In Fellseed Zone, there's a dimensional tunnel, one that leads to another world, which threatens to overrun our own, I said. Fellseed is guarding against invasion, after a sort, but he doesn't have our mutual interests at heart. The tunnel is a pathway to a world filled with heresies, and likewise, an avenue for those heresies to spill out into Erb. Not long ago, we found the remains of a soldier who had made it through. He watched me for a moment.
You're telling the truth,
he said. Yes, I nodded. Technically, I wasn't willing to lie to him, but I was willing to stretch the truth a bit. Earth was a place of heresy, so far as I understood it, if only for the complete lack of magic. Please, I said, we need something, whatever you can offer.
Gold,
said the call of the gold.
Or something that can be sold for gold.
I didn't respond to that. I would have been happier with a boon, personally, or maybe one of us being made into a cleric, which was pure upside and had some nice overlap with my existing magics.
You are far from the first to suggest that there is some heresy that must be met by action,
he said. You said yourself that I'm telling the truth, I replied. I didn't know how he thought he knew that. I was a mage of 2 of his domains, and thus fell more under his dominion than a normal human. But if I was somehow under the protection of the locust, then I didn't know how that helped him.
The truth can be as mercurial as water,
said Invrisen. You have resources at your command, I said. The least you could do is confirm for yourself whether or not there's anything to what I have to say.
I've already done that,
he replied. You've looked into the zone with your godly vision, I asked. And?
There are truths that are not truths, and truths that mortal minds are not to know,
said Invrisen, giving me a sagely nod of the head, as though that were wise.
Push him on the matter of financial assistance.
You have clerics, I said. At your word, we could have their assistance. You have money that we could use in order to finally defeat Fellseed and secure the tunnel. I had no idea how to outright ask for gold, and I was worried that Invrisen would decide, on a whim, to simply kill me, which I had no defense against except, apparently, the Locus, who was still standing beside me, and whose domain followed me around.
Matters of the church are left to the church,
replied Invrisen.
Threaten to go into P-space and alter the fundamental definitions of his domains,
said the Call of the Gold. I stood there, trying to think about how to speak what the Call of the Gold was asking me to speak. I could see the connection between P-space, the platonic realm of thoughts and ideas, and the definitional reality of the gods, but it wasn't something that I had any concrete knowledge of. It was just a hunch. Threatening Invrisen would have been bad enough, but to do it with what might have been a paper sword, that would be insanity. The payoff could have been huge, even if I'd be making a very powerful enemy, but to actually do it...
Now, or lose the power forever. The Locus will protect you. He has no recourse.
I needed gold magic. I needed it. It was the only way I could see that we could get through Fellseed without it being grossly reckless. But this, if this wasn't the line, then I didn't know where the line would ever be. It wasn't just the threat, it was the dependence on the Locus to ensure that I couldn't be eliminated, and the Locus and I were, almost, kind of friends, I guessed. Even if we weren't, she didn't deserve being used like that. Never mind, I said. Forget that I asked. I was hoping that it was an idle threat, that I would get a second chance. But no, I felt the power leave me almost at once, the extra senses fading away. Achievement unlocked. Gold standards. Quest. Completed. God Botherer. You have made it through a conversation with a god without getting yourself obliterated, albeit at some minor cost. This text should not be taken as an implication that you can't still screw it up somehow. I breathed out a bit. Then, when Invrisen seemed to have no response, I walked away as quickly as I could. Fuck, I said as I walked away. Fuck.
Gold magic?
Asked Amaryllis, taking up a place at my side as I moved. On the other side was the Locus, who was attracting considerable attention. People probably didn't know or understand what it was, but they knew that it was some kind of magic. Gold magic is gone, I replied.
Okay,
She said.
I'd wondered.
We'll talk more later, I said. Somewhere safer. We had, at some point, lost our escort. Maybe he didn't think it was safe to stick around, or maybe he thought that escorting us was more of a hazard than he was getting paid for, but he was nowhere to be seen, and we were left to descend down the elevator on our own. The Locust looked as though she was debating getting into the elevator car with us, but after a moment, she elected to evaporate instead, with us, in spirit only.
What happened?
Amaryllis asked, once we were seated on the train. We had a cabin for just the four of us, small enough that we could all sit within range of Grack's built-in wards. Raven, I said. Do the definitions used by the gods live, in some sense, in P-space?
She
replied.
I don't think it ever came up. Or if it did, then I wasn't privy to it. Is that true?
I don't know, I said. I had a hunch that it was. The Call of the Gold wanted me to threaten Invrisen with something like that. I don't know if it had some special understanding, or if it was just using my guess, but I probably would have done it. But the only protection I had was the Locus.
You understand that we weren't privy to most of what was said?
Asked Amaryllis.
You muted it.
Sorry, I said. Way too hard to do it any other way. I'm not yet a comprehensive audio system. I had to explain what had passed between Invrisen and myself for them, which took some time.
Not a tragedy, then.
said Grak, the first to give his input after a moment of silence. Were you not listening? I asked. Gold magic is gone. It's a huge setback.
Of all the ways that it might have failed us, to fail in defense of a friend was good,
said Grak. I blinked at him. I guess, I said.
Far better than to have the issue pressed when we were in Felseed's zone,
said Amaryllis.
Or while you were in the middle of a long flight,
said Raven. It does throw a wrench in the works, though, I said. I was feeling a little bit warm. I hadn't expected anyone to congratulate me for doing what seemed like the right thing.
It does,
Nodded Amaryllis.
but it's nothing that cripples us, not as far as our near-term plans go. I'll put a halt to liquidation, and we'll have to be cautious about the threats that have been waiting in the wings. Best to not reveal that you've lost the power, because I worry that we'll have dragons on us if they know.
I doubt it.
Said Raven.
The dragons left Uther alone once he proved their equal.
If he kills a dragon, shame on Uther. If he kills a second dragon, shame on the dragon, I asked.
Something like that.
She said, giving me a little smile.
At least, so far as I understand dragons.
Am I right that we got essentially nothing from that meeting? I asked. Maybe a little insight into the ways in which the locus is similar to a god, but that's nothing that I haven't read about in textbooks. That the locus has been offering me protection. Good to know, I guess. But it means that the locus is a lot more powerful than I'd thought, or at least godlike in unknown ways.
No hints on what you might need in order to further resolve the locust's situation?
Asked Amaryllis. There's one thing I haven't tried, I said. But that's going to have to wait until after we get back.
Our plans haven't changed?
Asked Amaryllis. So far as I'm concerned, the god was a distraction, I replied. The real work lies ahead of us. A lost friend. Chapter 2, 123. A Lost Friend. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thulura Jepson. There were a lot of salient facts about Erb, but the one that I kept coming back to was that it was really heckin' big. What was more, it was big in a lot of ways that Earth wasn't. I had never really been a huge fan of open-world games like Skyrim and Assassin's Creed, but I'd played one or two of them, mostly because I'd been a believer in making sure that I had a good sampling of every genre. One of the things that I'd noticed was that they all had way too much stuff in them, all of it packed too closely together. Some of that was surely because of resource constraints, the fact that even if you were cloning things over and reusing assets, you would eventually run into space limits, or if you tried to spread things out, you'd be wasting the labor of your artists and programmers on the stuff that wasn't fun. But most of why they clumped so much together was fun. It probably wouldn't be that hard to generate vast expanses of featureless land, bereft of anything interesting. But what would that really add? Verisimilitude and a sense of size, mostly. People who played those games didn't want that, though. They wanted a jaw-dropping vista at every turn. They wanted to be able to randomly stumble across cool things rather than trudging through 30 farms in a row that were broken up by small towns that were virtual clones of each other. Aerb was like that in a way. It had its fair share of sameness, but there were what seemed to be too many points of interest to me, too many things that were new and interesting. On Earth, you could dress up Vancouver so that it was almost any city in the world, but on Aerb, well, Entad architecture was a part of it, and the Athenaeums were definitely exceptional, but there seemed to me to be more history, more variability, so many different species, so much that was exceptional, because the base rules just weren't the same. The Athenaeum of Claw and Clocks seemed like one of those places that probably had a couple of hundred different quest lines running through it, and that was the impression just from looking at it, before you heard its long and impressive history, though it was much diminished in the modern age thanks to exclusions. Each of the buildings seemed like the kind of grand place that you would find an NPC waiting with a little exclamation mark above his head. The melange of cultures and peoples meant that there were 1,000 points of conflict, hidden tensions and ways of mixing things up that made it all seem so expansive and never-ending. I had wanted somewhere casual for the meetup, like a coffee shop or a tea house, or whatever kind of place they had, but Grok had pointed out that this was a rather stupid idea that just wasn't possible for someone of my stature, nor wise given the sensitive nature of the things that we would likely be discussing. We had instead procured a room at Claw and Clocks that was normally used for therapy sessions, though Grok spent enough time and concordance on the wards that I was pretty sure it would have been about as efficient to use any other room anywhere else in the city. The room was one of those bland kinds of places with inoffensive artwork, which I guess suited its intended use. Compared to the city around us, it was a little bit grating. We could have been having a light lunch while watching a parade of strange peoples going by, but instead we would be somewhere generic. Tiff was a little bit late, so I spent a lot of my time just sitting there, wringing my hands and thinking about how I would approach things, gaming out the conversation to come. None of it mattered, not in the grand scheme of things. Nothing hinged on what we might say to each other. There were no revelations waiting in the wings. Fuck it. She wasn't even really the Tiff I had known back on Earth. She came into the room with her head slightly down, closing the door behind her. When she saw me, she stopped, as though she was surprised to see me. But maybe she was just surprised by what I looked like, or what I was wearing. I thought about dressing like I had in high school, either in Earth clothes or as close to what I wore on Aerb, but there had been too much of a physical change to pretend, and my guess was that it might have a bit of an uncanny effect. She sat down on the couch opposite me and smoothed down her skirt. She was simply dressed, just a t-shirt, skirt, and a bag that was just a bit too unagendered for me to call it a purse. She didn't look much different from how I'd remembered, nor too different from how Bethel had displayed her, which was a little sickening to think about, because it meant that Arthur had spent time getting the illusion right.
So,
She said.
Mr. Smith, I presume?
Yeah, I said.
Only not,
Said Tiff.
or not really.
Kind of, I said. I didn't know the Juniper that you knew, but from what everyone has told me, we were, I don't know, kind of close to one another. Proxies,
You never had trouble telling fantasy from reality.
said Tiff. No, I said. I watched her for a moment. Otherwise, you might think that this was all a delusion of mine. She nodded.
Tell me what you remember of how things were between you and me.
I hesitated, trying to think about what she was really asking about. You gave me a ride home after a session, I said. My parents were being just the worst, I guess, so we went to your place instead. Your parents had left you home alone, so it was kind of... There was an implicit invitation, and you said in very explicit terms that it wasn't like that, so I told you that I had a huge crush on you. And then you said you felt the same way I watched her for a moment. Did that night? Did it happen for you the same way?
Do they have cars on Earth?
She asked.
We did a group project on the Dream Skewered. Arthur thought it would be right up your alley because you liked thinking up new worlds. It was a little frustrating how incomplete all the books were.
We have cars, yeah, I said. But they don't run on souls. They run on something called gasoline, which is derived from a type of oil, which is created by the action of heat and pressure on the corpses of microscopic plants and animals over the course of millions of years. She crossed her legs.
That sounds made up.
It does, a bit, I replied. Sorry, I wasn't trying to say it in the most ridiculous way that I could. That's just how it came out. You probably didn't need the long explanation. I could have just said that we have cars the same as you do, even if that's only partially true. I've been nervous about seeing you.
Do you remember what we were talking about that night?
Asked Tiff. No, I replied. Or, I do, but saying what we were talking about, it wouldn't make sense to you.
Tell me anyway?
She asked. Unicorns, I said. It was, Earth doesn't have unicorns, except in fiction, so I'd put my own version of them into a game, which are more or less exactly how they are on Erb. Why, what was it for you?
Penkins.
She said.
They're a legendary and supposedly apocryphal creature. You made up your own version to put into the game.
I frowned. I'm not familiar either with the old version or the new one. She shrugged.
It's really not important.
She must have seen disappointment on my face, because she continued on.
Penkins are a legend from the Zorish Isles,
She said.
They're a kind of forest sprite. As the legend goes, a girl who gets lost in the woods will be guided by the Penkins, not to her home, but to a good match for a marriage bond. If they come across an adulteress, though, they'll bewitch her and lead her through the forest until she dies of thirst or starvation.
Huh, I said. I can see how you wouldn't like that.
Can you?
She asked, raising an eyebrow. And I suppose my version of them would have been more about leading people to destinies that they didn't want, I said. Something about sacrifice for the greater good. Or rewarding people for falling into social roles. Tiff nodded.
It was a fun fight as those things went. The less we acted like stereotypes, the better we did. As I recall, it took us a few hints to actually get it.
She smiled a little, a soft, sad smile.
I do miss it.
I'm sorry, I said.
Yeah?
She asked.
Me too.
For what? I asked.
For abandoning you?
She replied, looking down.
At the time, it felt like I didn't have a choice, like I was going to watch you self-destruct and get caught in the blast, no matter what I did. It felt like I was going to suffer wounds, scars even. I cut and ran. I was a coward about it. I should have at least formally broken up with you, even if it was just in a letter.
Huh, I said. I guess I never thought you'd have regrets.
Not regrets, per se.
She replied.
If I could do it over again, I would probably do the same thing. But there were prices to be paid, harm inflicted on you, and it was shitty for you. This is that kind of apology, not one where I say that I was wrong, one where I say that I was right.
Ah, I replied.
Now would be a good time for you to apologize, too.
She said.
I wouldn't put it that bluntly, but it's painfully obvious that you're wanting to spit something out.
Yeah, I said. No, you're right. I was just putting it off. Because I feel like if I have to put everything that I'm sorry for out there at once, it's going to rightfully make me look like a shit. I stopped for a moment to think. Sorry, just trying to see if I can do this in chronological order, so I'm not forgetting anything.
Take your time,
She said. Well, I said, after having gotten everything in order. Sorry for my part in keeping things secret, which made everything all the more difficult for everyone. Sorry for bogarting, for hogging all of the grief for myself, for not coming to the funeral, for not being a better boyfriend and lending you whatever support and comfort I could, for taking from you and everyone else in my life, for feeding these cycles of anger and depression, for not breaking up with you, for not talking about it with the others after the fact, for just letting things fester and poisoning even the mere memory of something good. I hesitated. Sorry for... I had trouble getting it out. Sorry for sleeping with Maddie.
Not really something that you need to apologize to me for,
She replied.
And personally, I don't really think that it's something that you should apologize to her for either.
No? I asked.
We talk, me and Maddie.
She replied.
I don't think it left as big an impact on her as you might think. She's resilient. You coming in, you as you are now, this giant of a man who people are saying might be a few years away from being king, heir to Uther, to have that guy come in and frame it as though it was, better for her to think that it was a fling, that you were trying to find comfort and it just didn't work. Better for her to think that Juniper was wholesale replaced.
As opposed to, I said, almost wanting to let her fill in the blank just because it would hurt worse coming from her lips. Victimization,
I guess I wouldn't go that far.
said Tiff.
It definitely got a yikes from me, but not much more than that. Compared to you getting sent to jail, then apparently killing someone, then being presumed dead in a trial by adversity. And Maddie feels about the same. She feels bad, like some of it was her fault.
Well, she shouldn't, I said.
Duh,
replied Tiff. I stopped for a moment and frowned. Can I tell you about the true nature of the universe? I asked.
sure,
She replied.
unless it's gonna melt my brain or something.
Nah, I said. Nothing like that. It's just not good OPSEC to do it, so it's a bit of a burden on you in that way.
Well, then maybe don't,
She replied.
but I am curious.
There's an alternate Tiff on Earth, I said. She looks just like you know that. But I didn't just come from a place with alternate versions of everyone in your Juniper's life, which would be weird enough. The group that I came from, they created about half of Erb with me. On Earth, there are no elves. They're mythological. But the elves that I made up for our games are how they are on Erb. Same goes for the dwarves. Those are dwarves that I made up. And the stuff on Erb that I didn't make up, it either came from stuff you guys created as players, or it's stuff that seems like I would have come up with.
If you hadn't punched a dragon's eye out, I would probably find that harder to believe,
said Tiff. You're taking this well, I said.
I'm a wreck,
She replied.
but I've been a wreck ever since getting in touch with Reimer, and eventually the brain just can't do it anymore. It's like reading a book that has 20 different twists in it. Eventually you're just broken. You're not surprised. You just want it to end. You accept the twists as they come.
Sorry, I said.
It's not your fault if that's the way the world is.
She said.
I'm helpless in the face of all this. Just tell me what you need from me, or what I should believe.
My Arthur, I said. Same as yours, or near enough that we can talk about them as though they're the same. How much do you know about Uther Pendraic? She stared at me.
You apparently don't remember helping me with a very long paper about him?
I frowned. What did I know about Uther Pendraic? I hoped that I hadn't been a fanboy.
Damned near everything,
She said.
You went on a bender reading biographies when you were 12. Not the same on Earth?
No, I said. Sorry. Reimer didn't mention this. It might be important.
Really?
She asked.
This is actually seriously important?
I don't know, I said. Maybe. Probably not.
Okay.
She said, looking slightly worried.
Reimer said that he'd been answering a lot of questions.
You know what? Just back it up to the previous point. We'll give you a full debrief later, I said.
You were asking me what I knew about Uther, and I was saying that I knew enough to write a fairly comprehensive overview of his life,
said Tiff.
And I was going to ask why that was important.
Uther was dream-skewered, I said. Dream-skewered by my Arthur. Tiff stared at me.
Nope,
she finally said. I mean, it's true, I replied.
Arthur,
she said.
I mean, you know that I loved him like a brother, right? But how does someone like Arthur become someone like Uther?
It's a long story, I said.
And do we have time?
She asked. You know, we do, I replied. It took the better part of an hour to hit everything I thought was particularly important. I started with what I assumed had been the start for Arthur, coming across his whole family dead at the hands of the Dark King. There was a 3-year gap when he was probably with a theater troupe, no hero to anyone, his rise to power as king. And then the story continuing on anyway, despite having reached its first logical stopping point, and then its second. I explained the narrative force, as Uther had understood it, and the ways he had presumably tried to work around it. I gave a brief digression into Vervain, the companion thought by Uther to be a DMPC, And that was where Tiff objected.
He wouldn't do that.
She said. It's not the same Arthur we knew, I said. I mean, assuming that your Arthur and my Arthur were close enough proxies to one another. He came to this world at 16, and from there, he killed a lot of people, Tiff. Hundreds by that point, maybe thousands if you include the impersonal ones. He led armies. He was definitely capable of killing someone in cold blood, especially if he thought they were the architect of his misfortune.
The stories of Uther aren't like that,
said Tiff.
You're painting me this picture of a grim and depressed man, someone who's been worn out by 2 centuries of adventures packed into a 40-year span, and...
I've been traveling with Raven, I said. Who, incidentally looks exactly like Earth Maddie did.
Huh,
said Tiff.
But not like Arab Maddie? Why?
No clue, I said. My best guess is that there was only a need for a single proxy, and Raven was it.
Because you believe in a higher power, like Arthur apparently did?
She asked. Yes, I said. I've spoken to him, actually. Once he appeared in my soul. The other time he stopped the world around us. Though he's also probably been stopping time, or talking to splinter versions of myself, or erasing my memories of other encounters, or who knows what else. She stared at me.
But to what end?
She asked.
Is this meeting part of it?
I don't know, I said. This is more me, trying to make peace with you. To settle up before, well, we have reason to think that Uther is still alive, and I'm going after him.
June,
she said slowly.
I mean, I don't know everything you know. You've been handed the keys to the kingdom, literally. You're a prince now, for fuck's sake. But do you think that's something you should be doing?
I blinked at her. Wouldn't you? I asked. I mean, it's Arthur.
You know that he was one of my best friends,
she said.
But when people die, we try to work past it. We remember them, we mourn. I know you always hated that kind of story, but there's a reason we tell them. Obsessing, getting wrapped up in those feelings of loss, I think that's where you went wrong. You had all this anger and hatred toward everyone because it hurt, and I get that, but I'm just worried.
I know it won't be him, I said. I mean, at a minimum, he's in his 50s, but there's a good chance he's even older. But come on, it's still Arthur. And the stories about people obsessed with defeating death or not being able to bring back loved ones. Those only exist as a coping mechanism. They're not real. There's no fundamental imperative of the universe that you can't bring back someone you lost. Okay, she said.
You're living in a different world from me, and I'll just have to trust that you know best. It's just that when you talk about bringing Arthur back from the dead, even in this convoluted way, alarm bells start going off in my head. It feels like repeating history.
But I never tried to bring him back, did I? I asked.
No, but you were raging against the universe,
said Tiff.
You would have tried it if there had been any viable path. You looked up every method you could think of, looking for long shots or lost secrets. But of course, there were none.
I knew that well enough. I'd done the same thing my counterpart had done when Fen had died. Maybe me and him had ended up reading the same books, following the same 100 dead ends. That seemed like the kind of thing the dungeon master might chuckle about, that bastard. Maybe there was a universal imperative. I don't think it's like that, I said. But I'll keep what you've said in mind.
Thank you,
she said. She smoothed out her skirt.
If we're squaring things up, can I ask about Amaryllis?
I said. Sure.
Who was she on Earth?
No one, I said. I mean, I think she's an Arab original. I didn't invent her, if that's what you're thinking.
So you didn't have a poster of her in your room?
Asked Tiff. Nope, I replied. To be honest, posters of women, I mean, it seems kind of creepy to me, outdated by Earth standards. especially one like Reimer said that one was, not even intended for titillation,
Well,
said Tiff.
not intended for titillation, but I don't think titillation was lost on whoever was making those posters. Sex sells.
I nodded. Sorry if it's awkward for you, me being married to her. It would probably have been awkward for the Earth version of you, if for different reasons,
I guess I just want to know if you're over me
said Tiff.
and how that worked for you.
Ah, I said. Yeah, I don't know. There were times when we were dating when I felt like you were the love of my life, like I should be moving mountains to make sure that we could stay together. I was imagining that we would go to the same Athenaeum together, or if I couldn't get into whichever one you ended up going, I could just live in the city. But then I would have to worry that our lives were going on different paths, and I would be committing myself to a relationship that was destined for a fork in the road, with no possibility that we were going to end up at the same destination. There was a part of me that hated it, because it felt like if we'd met at any other point in our lives, it would have been so much easier, and we could have just, I don't know, gotten married and made it work better than my parents did. Like we could have had kids and done a better job raising them than my parents did raising me. Hey, don't cry. It's okay,
Sorry.
she said, wiping away a tear.
Fuck, Juniper.
Anything I can do? I asked. Did you? Is it okay if I hold you? She shook her head.
We probably won't see each other after today.
Probably not, I replied.
And it would just make me more heartsick.
She continued, shaking her head slightly. I probably would have fucked things up between us, if it's any consolation, I said. I mean, I did fuck things up, so it's likely that if I hadn't fucked things up in the way that I did, I would have done it some other way.
It was recoverable.
She said, looking into my eyes with tears obscuring her vision.
Right?
Probably, I said. I felt my heart sinking. Seeing her had brought a lot of feelings back up, and here she was, asking me point blank whether we could have gotten back together. Back on Earth, that had been, if not my plan, then at least a consideration. I thought that I could get the group back together, make my apologies, smooth things out, admit fault, and then maybe find Tiff in my arms once more. Tiff, I said. It's so far away in time for me now. I was in a time chamber, sand magic. I'm a few months older than I should be, and...
I'm not asking you to. I don't know,
said Tiff.
It's just painful, thinking about what might have been, hearing all these things you never said out loud.
It is, I said. But as I said it, I realized how much of a gulf there was between what we were experiencing. There was a part of me that wanted to start things up with this alternate Tiff, to reconnect, to patch things up more thoroughly than we could possibly do in an afternoon. All those old feelings for her were still there, somewhere, buried deep. But they were deep, and I felt no desire to dig. That was, on its own, a bit of a revelation for me.
Do you know what happened to the real Juniper?
Asked Tiff. No, I replied. Though I would probably know if he ended up in the hells. My best guess is that he's gone forever, but I wouldn't put it past this world to have one last twist in store, and my guess is that I'll be able to make a reconstruction of him, bring him back to life.
If that's possible, then I would appreciate that,
said Tiff.
Do you think he really killed someone in prison? Or was that you?
It was him, I said. And yeah, I think he probably did. Maybe not on purpose, but Tiff, I've killed people, a lot of people, so many that... I don't know. It weighs on me. Some were more excusable than others, easier to justify.
Like in our games,
said Tiff.
Dozens dead and barely a thought given to it.
Yeah, I said.
You always did seem to think that some fuckers just needed killing,
said Tiff.
Or like a lot of problems could be solved with a solid punch in the face.
I felt it. I didn't think it, I said, feeling slightly defensive. I'm a believer in rehabilitation, in structural solutions to structural problems, in the banality of evil and the ways that incentives drive actions. It's just that our brains aren't hooked up like that. We feel like punching problems works. There's a satisfaction in it that's not there. In, for example, organizing the evacuation for millions of people from a dystopia and trying to get them proper education, healthcare, and therapy.
And you really did that?
She asked.
I've been reading the news, and your exploits, they're unbelievable.
Hey, I said. I'd like to imagine that the whole situation in Necrolabrum was solved with grace and deftness, tied up with a pretty little bow. In truth, it's ongoing, and Captain Blue in the Bottle died before it was best for him to die. The most I managed to do was extract myself from the situation after putting in long hours to get things set for everyone else to do the work.
If even half of what they say is true, you're being too hard on yourself,
she said.
You can't expect to fix everything forever.
Yeah, I guess, I said. But I did, of course, think that was my destiny, unless the dungeon master was just yanking my chain. Speaking of, I should probably get going. There are some things that I need to get done before I go after Arthur.
Thank you for coming,
said Tiff.
I was worried that all I was going to get was that letter. It helped me, and I hope that it helped you too, in some way. And I hope you're happy with Amaryllis for what it's worth.
I am, I said. And thank you for having me. I hesitated. You don't think that I should visit Maddie? Tiff shook her head.
I've talked to her. So far as she's said, she's got what closure she wanted. Once she heard that it wasn't really you going around doing all those things, she made peace. I think if she knew how close you are to him or how tangled up things really are, it would hurt her ability to move on. That's just my opinion, though. You had much less of an impact on her than you had on me. She's already been through 2 boyfriends since dating you. Okay,
I said, feeling slightly relieved.
And Juniper, before you go, where is he? Arthur or Uther?
She looked curious, but also a little anxious. The disappearance of Uther was one of the biggest mysteries of all time, so it was no surprise that she wanted to know. He tried to go back, I said. Back to Earth. Something must have happened to him along the way. I hesitated, biting back the words for a moment, because I didn't want to worry her. Fellseed is sitting on top of the tunnel.
You're going against Fellseed?
Asked Tiff, eyes wide. Past him ideally, I said. But yes.
Oh,
she replied.
Well, Juniper, if it's all for Arthur, because you're still hurting, because you can't accept that he's gone, then...
It's complicated, I said. More complicated than I have the time to explain. Probably more complicated than I should explain. But it's not just because my friend died. Okay, she said.
I just don't want you to have invented a new and exciting way to destroy yourself.
She gave me a somewhat strained smile. I'll do my best to live a full and happy life, I said. And to do what's best for Erebem and the realms beyond.
I guess that's all anyone can ask,
she said.
Hopefully this isn't goodbye forever?
Hopefully, I nodded. We had an awkward hug, and the smell of her brought back strong memories. But after she was out the door, they faded rapidly away. We're here. We're dear. Get used to it. Chapter 224. We're here. We're dear. Get used to it. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thulura Jepson. I sat in the domain of the locus, with it beside me, trying to think about how I wanted to approach the plan. Eventually, I got up and clapped my hands together, then drew them apart, wiggling my fingers. Layman, I summon thee. Nothing happened. Welp, I said, frowning. That was worth a shot. I looked around at the trees and wildlife, birds chirping in the trees, butterflies enjoying what was, for Porin, an unseasonably warm day, at least some of that thanks to my command of water magic. The text of the virtue is that I'm able to sweet-talk the layman while I'm here, and you'd think that would mean actually talking to him. I sighed again, trying not to be too annoyed. What you need, I said to the locust, is power, ideally some kind of enormous battery of some kind. We could take you to blue fields and detonate a nuclear device that would be captured by something that used rune magic, maybe. But I don't know if that's the right kind of power, because you can already violate energy laws and produce matter seemingly from nothing. Aside from that, there's the giant laser thing that the lunatics on Celestar are apparently building, but who knows what that actually is, and when they'll be done, and whether it would even be the right kind of thing. The locust was grazing, eating grass, and not appearing to pay much attention to me. So then, the last thing that comes to mind, when I think about enormous sources of power, is the game system that's attached to me, I said. Some of the feats, the virtues, give explicit violations of the normal way the world works, allowing infinite energy of their own. I'm pretty sure that the proportional halting virtue let me slow down Mome Wrath, which would be a huge exception to how still magic is normally supposed to work and would take enormous amounts of power to do, unless it's manipulating reality at such a basic level that the concept of power doesn't even apply. That would still work for our purposes. So, it's just a matter of how to take that power source and get it to interface with you, if only for long enough that you can acquire another druid or two to get the ball rolling on acquisition. The locust looked up from the grass and gave me a single raised eyebrow from among her 6 eyes. For my next trick, I shall turn into a locust, I said. One sec, I need to get undressed. The amulet of 5 spirits was one of those magic items that had some incidental nudity involved, which happened a lot with magic if you didn't want to just say, oh, well, I guess clothes are affected too, a lazy solution that admittedly fixed a lot of logistical issues. It was the kind of thing that made me wince in movies, books, or things like that, a concession to practical necessity that robbed the magic of some of its magic. The amulet of 5 spirits didn't mess around with that, and if I wanted to become a locust, especially the kind that the 6-eyed doe saw me as, I would need to put my pile of entads someplace safe. The acquisition process was easy enough, requiring only a hand on the doe's flank. Transformation was easy as well, as easy at it had always been in test runs with the amulet, and as always, accompanied by the unsettling feeling of my body doing things that my brain had absolutely no way of handling. My fingers and toes merged together and elongated, the nails thickening, my skin thickened, and sprouted hair all over the place, and my face underwent a total rearrangement that included 4 extra eyes and an enormous set of antlers. I had seen through the eyes of the locust via the crown of eyes, but hadn't counted on how different it would be for me when I was the locust. For the 6-eyed doe, I got a sense of an art style that reminded me of Salvador Dali or Hieronymus Bosch, maybe in the way that things would appear flat, or maybe just arranged. For the locust instance of myself, the style was different, and the perception was much more focused. Each individual thing I was looking at a sole focus of my attention, reminding me of a still life or portrait, the kinds of things that struck me as very classical, but were probably confined to a relatively small time and place, one I might have pinpointed if I knew anything about art history, which I did not. When I focused my attention on the locust, it was like looking at a painting of her, one designed to cast her in the best possible light, posed and well lit in ways that I knew were, if not completely false, then at least cheats. Most likely the locust did look like that, or at least could given the right conditions. But there was something in the presentation that felt even more unreal than it was. I was still hopped up on all my various sensory enhancements, minus the crown of eyes, which meant that there was a lot that I could focus on. It was an odd filter to have put on the world, where everything became framed as though it was the focal point of artistic study. I had to wonder why it was that my own view of things was so dramatically different than what the locust experienced. It might have been because I was a human, or it might have been something unique to me, not written on my soul, but somewhere more ineffable. As a metaphor for how I thought, I didn't think that it was particularly apt, since it was what you'd expect of someone who routinely missed the forest for the trees, and while I missed things pretty regularly, I felt myself pretty aware of the interconnectedness of all things. Maybe the view was trying to say something different, though, and I tried to be open to the possibilities. As you might expect, turning into a locus, even a fake one, was only step one of the plan. There was no second step, though. I had hoped that there would be something obvious, some lever to press or course of action that flowed naturally from the new form, but I felt like this had to be a piece of the puzzle. The only reason that I was able to turn into a locus at all was because of the degrees of reasonableness granted to me by the locus. The entat itself wasn't even all that important of an ingredient, because there had to be half a dozen different paths to the same end. The locus moved over to me and stood beside me, touching her fur to my own, then leaning over to touch her neck to my own. It wasn't unexpected. The locus had always been physically affectionate. I had ridden her around her domain, and even a bit outside of it once we had that link. I had napped while leaning up against her, feeling the warmth of her body. Whenever I was in the domain, I was a part of her, suffused by her being in some way, my body under her aegis. That most hated of achievements, a key for 7 locks, had seemed stupid and cruel, and still did, but it made me think about what circumstances would have to look like for it to actually be fulfilled. Of late, things with Amaryllis being what they were, I had been thinking about sex as it must have looked from her perspective, something done as a method of helping someone else, or as being platonic. If it was a requirement that I have sex with someone in order to save their life through some kind of contrived sex magic or idiotic plot thing, then I would do it. I wouldn't be happy about it, but I'd do it. The context for a lot of these thoughts was what I'd talked about with the locus. Some time ago, how maybe there was no solution. Maybe it was a winding path toward eventual death. If you looked at the locus from that perspective, as a creature that had faced its own certain demise, then birth or rebirth seemed like one of the viable endpoints, as though she might be a phoenix rising from the ashes, or a message about how the mark we make on the world will always outlast us, or something like that. It was while I was thinking about this seeming invitation, and what, if anything, it might mean, that the man showed up. He was wearing a white t-shirt and loose-fitting jeans, with nothing much to identify him. If I had to describe him to a police officer, I would probably have said that he was 5 feet 10 inches, average build, plain face, nothing too much to look at, the kind of guy that got put into a lineup in order to fill out the ranks, or who got pulled onto a basketball team because they needed another. Back on Earth, my friends had joked about me looking generic, but if they had ever seen this guy, they wouldn't have been able to make that joke again. The only 2 things that were really distinct about him were his haircut, which was cut so close it must have been a buzz, and the can of soda he held, which was Mountain Rush.
"Did someone summon me?"
he asked, looking between me and the locus. I bellowed at him, forgetting for a moment that I wasn't human, then made the switch over to my normal form as quickly as I could, leaving me standing there, naked, with just an amulet on. I had been naked before, but definitely felt more naked as a human. "Are you?" I said. "Are you the layman?"
"Pretty sure I am, yeah,"
he said, looking down at himself.
"You had a..."
He made a twirling motion with his fingers.
"A thing?"
"Sorry," I said. "Where did you come from?"
"I mean, I don't really think that's much of your business, is it?"
he asked, furrowing his brow.
"Was that the question? Because you should know that I'm not really about the meta stuff."
"You showed up late," I said, glancing at the locus.
"I've got other things going on in my life,"
he replied.
"Someone gives you a phone call and says that they're summoning you. Do you drop everything to go right away?" "Nah, man, I'm not turning on a dime for you. That's not part of the deal."
"A dime?" I asked. "You're from Earth?"
"Hey, look, if you don't have a real,
he gestured again,
thing, then I'm gonna bounce."
"The question is about power interface," I said, speaking quickly, because if he left, I wasn't confident that I would be able to get him back. It was fucking bizarre that he was, apparently, a real person, but I was doing my best to roll with it. The Locus is low on power, has only one druid, and a limited domain. Through the mechanism of the game interface, which exists above and beyond the level of the soul, I have an immense amount of power or pseudo-power available to me. And as we can see from the floating domain around me and a few other things, the Locus is already directly connected to that power source and already capable of drawing on it to some limited degree.
All right,
he said.
Sure, but what do you need to talk to me about it for?
I mean, you agree with all that? I asked. No questions asked, no arguments needed.
Sure,
he said with a shrug.
That's it?
So, how do I, transfer some of that reserve of power to the Locus? I asked.
Not sure how that's my department,
he said.
You know who I am, right? I'm the layman. If you've got some definitions, stuff that's not covered by P space, or you want to, change of jurisdiction because of prejudice or something, I'm your guy. If it's more about what should or shouldn't happen if you try something that's way off the map, yeah, talk to me. If you want to have someone to knock together a plan with, that's why you've got a party. But that's meta stuff, which I don't really do, so I'm out of here.
Wait, I said. I have a plan. I just need to run it by you. All right, he said with a sigh. He took a long drink from his can of soda, then raised an eyebrow.
I'm listening, but I swear, if this is just you saying a bunch of stuff that doesn't need my input, I'm complaining to the big guy.
I wanted to ask who that was, and how many other entities there might be, because it was all very exciting, but I also felt like I was right on the verge of losing his attention, and I wasn't sure that summoning him a second time would be as easy or fruitful. Having children is a viable method of transferring some or all of the game layer, which most importantly means all the attendant power, I said.
Is it?
He asked, giving me a very skeptical look. A child is a product of their parents, I said, at least until you start getting nurture stuff involved. And I know that the soul tracks parentage, which it must get from somewhere, which means that there's a connection between souls. Data transfer, at the very least.
Okay,
he said.
But you're saying that, with you and the Locus, you're doing some kind of power transfer?
I nodded. The rules are clearly in flux. They'd have to be in order to interface with the Locus. All the definitions are loose. The descriptions are images. It's entirely possible to pass on the game system, or a fraction of its limitless power, enough to expand the domain, or induct a druid, or make a new Locus.
Hey,
he said. With the virtues from the companion passives. Yes, I said. The Locus can bend or break rules. That's in her nature. Hells, I'd argue that she's outside the rules entirely. If, at that particular moment, she pulls on the connection between us, and I freely give it, she should be able to grab a fraction. Hey, he said again.
I might need to talk to some people. Give me a second.
Sure, I replied. What people? He disappeared without answering the question, and I was left standing there naked, feeling awkward. I turned to the Locus, who had a characteristically serene look. I felt the urge to talk, to explain, to ask questions that I knew wouldn't get answers, but I swallowed that urge and stayed silent, waiting for the return of the layman. I occupied my mind wondering who the people he might be talking to were. The big guy was pretty obviously the dungeon master, or maybe the dungeon master's boss, if there was a distinction. No one else had been mentioned in the rules text we'd been given, nor implied through conversation with the dungeon master, or conversations with Reimer about what the game had been like. I had long theorized a dungeon master's assistant type of role, the kind of entity responsible for making 1 billion entads, or doing other work that would be too tedious to comfortably fit in with the dungeon master's persona. At least, that's what I would do if I was making a pantheon for this world. It was interesting that the layman had talked about issues of jurisdiction, which was another thing that I'd noticed a few times before. Magics needed definitions, because they weren't actually running on local physics, and there were lots of different ways of handling those definitions. The layman was one, P-space was another, and some magics or entads seemed to have their own separate definitions about what things were or weren't. Valencia now had a number of cursed entads, which were exploited mostly through finding chinks in their definitions, places where certain parts would apply to her while others wouldn't. One of the things I adored about Herb was that it was willing to do that sometimes, to have 4 or 5 things that were, on the surface, the same, but with different rules to get to that point, which had different knock-on effects, different exploits, and different applications. I was taking my mind off the matter at hand, naturally. The layman returned, still holding the same can of soda.
We really don't think it's necessary,
he said. Necessary? I asked. Sorry, I don't know what that word means in this context. Or what you mean by we?
Your souls are already linked,
he said.
The thread between souls and the stuff on the character sheet. So, like, sure, maybe I could say that you could link with each other through the magic of having sex. Gross, by the way. But how does it change anything? That's kind of what we settled on.
So what are you saying? I asked. That if I want to transfer an enormous amount of power over to the locus in order to expand its domain, I just need to…
Problem is, the power isn't yours to distribute,
he said. I frowned. Meaning that all that needs to happen is for the locus to take it, I said. Right? He thought about that for a moment.
The way I've been imagining the system is, it's got limitless power, right? It allows all kinds of ridiculous crap on top of the regular ridiculous crap. And the upper limits just don't matter. Level doesn't really matter either because some of the shit in there is broken right off the bat. But it's like, I don't know, a house with only a few exits. You can go out the front door or the back, but you get it. Or it's like a balloon that has a few holes poked into it, and you're trying to rip the whole thing apart. But what it wants to do is to make that little annoying sound as the air slowly blows out of it.
I did get it, kind of, but it was clear that the layman didn't get where he was by having great explanations. And we both know that the locus doesn't play by rules, I said. To my surprise, he seemed to consider that. Okay, he said. Meaning what? I asked.
I agree,
he said.
So, problem solved from your perspective?
Wait, I said.
Nah,
he said.
You made your argument, I agreed, that's all this needs to be.
He vanished, without so much as a snap of his fingers. Welp, I said, turning to the locus. I guess you just grip onto the business end of the game system and take in the power. The locus gave me a blank look, as though she'd just let the words wash over her. Oh, come on, I said. I know that you know at least a little bit of English, or can read emotional or mental states well enough that you can contribute to a conversation. You can't pretend that you didn't have some understanding of what was going on there. The locust looked away, and I imagined that she was embarrassed at trying such an obvious lie. Okay, I said. There's power there to grab a hold of, but you just don't want to do it. And I guess if you're not just going to transform yourself into a person and talk to me. I waited, in case that was what she wanted to do. Then I need a totally separate conversation with you in order to convince you, without actually knowing what your objection is, or getting much in the way of feedback. I'm going to get dressed first, though. The locust turned back to me and gave a slight shake of her head, and I felt a jolt of embarrassment at that, then got dressed anyhow, nothing but pants, keeping my bare feet touching the grass. All right, I said. Because I don't know why you're not just doing the thing. We'll go through one by one until I hit the right track. I let out a breath. Amaryllis was better at argument, but she had a much worse understanding of the locus, even if it was mixed with that particular reverence that people of this age had for the loci. Option 1 is that you want to die, or if not die, then fade away, or whatever it is would actually happen, given enough time, I said. You don't strike me as suicidal, but you do strike me as the kind of creature that thinks an end to things is normal and natural. Look at Uther, the way that the narrative just wouldn't end for him, the adventures that could never truly be brought to a close. It could be that's how you see your own life, especially in the wake of the Second Empire being shitbags and being constrained to the bottle and, I don't know, the prospect of expansion, which we've been taking Solace's word on, probably seems daunting, or tiring, or just not at all fun. There's a way that suicidal people sometimes are, where they get peaceful or euphoric, because they've made up their mind, and maybe that's you. Or maybe that's the wrong frame, and it's just acceptance that this is the end, with no particular desire to keep going for another 30,000 years, or however long you've been alive. I was watching for some sign that I was on the right track, but saw nothing one way or another. The locust was eating some grass, seemingly ignoring me, but that didn't necessarily mean anything. Let's set that aside for a moment, I said. Option 2 is that death isn't really on the table for you, however that would work. When you were in the bottle, you couldn't maintain the system on your own, probably because everything was so contained, so dependent on itself. It was like, well, I imagine it like running the same tabletop game for 20 years, where every single person has a bio, every single nation has an org chart, every magic is completely explored, and you're not allowed to introduce anything new, not allowed to just go wild, and all your efforts are put toward hammering everything into shape. I can see how it would rankle. But now that you're out of the bottle, you don't have to do that management anymore. It's not all going to fall apart into death and decay. Even if the biome you have shifts to something a little more appropriate to Porin, it'll still be life, still have plants and animals, still be a natural environment. So maybe you see that, an endless life on Porin, and you think, well, you're right where you want to be. I got no response from that. Option 3 is that it's the wrong kind of power. The game system. To take it back to tabletop games, you're pure flavor. You're that raw, wonderful, inspired creativity and expression that I love in my games. Loyalty increased. Six-eyed doe. Level 23. Oh, come on. You already knew I thought that, I replied. Anyway, the term of art is fluff, but you're not quite that, because fluff implies the stuff that's not important to actually playing the game, and you're more fundamental than that. But the game system? That's almost exactly the opposite. It's the crunch. It's the numbers, the mechanics, maybe with a little bit of mediation by the layman, or interpretation by the dungeon master. But if it's power that is primarily rigid and structured, at least in terms of how it expresses itself. I was watching the locust, looking for tells, some kind of sign that I was on the right track. She was at least looking back at me, 6 eyes meeting my 2, but it was impossible to tell what she was thinking, if anything. Maybe she just liked hearing the sounds coming from my mouth. You need both those parts, at least for the kinds of things I love most, I said. Strip the fluff out and you get board games, or card games, or, I don't know. Even most of those make some token effort at having nice artwork and flavor text. If you go the other way and strip out all the rules, all the mechanics, you free-form improv, or abstract art, or... There's something I find unfulfilling about being unmoored, ungrounded. No offense. The locust laid down, front legs tucked under her, and stretched out so that her neck was pressed against the ground. Reading that back in my head, I know it probably seems, a little bit insensitive, like I don't value you, or like I think your whole essence could do with some fundamental restructuring, but it's really not that. I can appreciate the freeform stuff. I'm just trying to say that there's a particular kind of beauty that you can see in a marriage of imagination and simple mechanics, and if your hesitance is that taking some of this power that comes from a very mechanical source would pollute you somehow, make you less purely the thing you are right now. I don't know. I wish that we could actually talk to each other. On a whim, I took off my pants and transformed back into a locust, hoping that I could put my thoughts in a form that would be more easily transferred. I was convinced that the locust understood English, but I wasn't convinced that it was entirely the same kind of understanding as how I understood English. Expressing myself as a locust was, to put it lightly, difficult. I didn't seem to have much in the way of powers, which made sense because I had no domain, nor druids, nor any of the other minimal trappings that a locust was supposed to have. Beyond what I'd seen from Solace, the locust had all kinds of magic of its own, and the various effects that it had produced, while generally nature-themed, ran the gamut. This was usually small magic, like having a trail of flowers that sprouted up behind her as she walked, or butterflies that would dance around her. But it was still the kind of thing which, if you showed it to Reimer, would raise a bunch of questions about what the breadth of powers was. I decided to try showing her something. Striding with 4 hooves, I began to circle the domain, moving faster until I was going at a canter, feeling the rhythm of the movement. I wasn't terribly surprised to find that the locust was following me, but I ignored her for a moment, trying to concentrate on what I was trying to do. We passed an amaryllis near the stream, moving quickly as we did, and I had only a moment to take in her stunned face. I had told her that I was going to do something like this, but I supposed that the information hadn't made its way to all of the clones. I began to play with the canter. It was a natural 3-beat, baba bump, and I did my best to hold it there, feeling the way I could naturally speed up into a 4-beat gallop or slow into a 2-beat trot. I imagined the canter as 2 sets of 3 and began adding things to the timing of my gait. I was limited by being in the body I was in, but I had sounds at my disposal, and after a bit of experimentation, I was able to add them in, something like a grunt or a bellow to go with every 3rd beat. As music went, it was both crude and basic, and I apparently still had something like physical stamina, because by the time I had made a complete lap around the domain of the locust, I was starting to get quite warm and a little out of breath. For all that, the locust was running steadily with me, and by the time we'd gone halfway through our 2nd lap, she had joined in, making much more musical sounds than I was. The forest around us began to join in, with animals conscripted to our cause, matching the 3-beat of our canter, and with a little bit of effort, I was able to amplify it all with vibration magic. I had never been terribly musical, but it felt like it was working. We were building off a scaffolding, the 3-beat gate, putting everything within that framework, adding more to it as we went until it was a forest symphony, chirps from birds, croaks from the frogs in the stream, buzzing of insects. I hoped that it would help the locust understand where I was coming from, whatever her issue was with not pulling on the thread that had been left dangling in front of her. When I looked over, though, I was surprised to see that she seemed to be enjoying herself, throwing her head back to add her own noise to the music we were making. There was a frenetic energy to her, and a kind of beauty that I hadn't seen before, complemented by my vision, which was showing me things as though they were the sole focus of my attention. I was, at the very least, happy that I could bring her joy, and on a whim, I let our path circling her domain straighten out. With our path changed, it wasn't long before we reached the edge of the domain and the steep grade down to the natural land of Porin. I didn't have any grand plan for this, especially since so much of my focus was already being soaked up with the improvised music, cantering along uneven terrain and watching the locusts. When we passed the boundary, the locust continued on, and I felt a tug, one that reached down deep inside me, to a part of myself I had never known I could feel. The domain was yanked with us, like pulling on a tablecloth, and in the wake of the locust, the gray rocks and poor soil of Porin were washed with nature magic. Plants grew in the space of a heartbeat, trees shot into the sky, and there was something more elemental happening to the ground beneath us. It was a massive display of power, terraforming in an instant, and as we moved toward what passed for a beach on Porin, the effect spread. The island was rising up, displacing water in a way that I hoped wasn't going to end up with the equivalent of a tidal wave some miles away. The locust herself changed as she ran, rearing up onto her back legs and then staying there as her front legs became arms. The fur fell off in scraps, leaving her naked and pink, and hair grew out all at once from her head, a golden blonde mass of curls. She had to have been nearly 9 feet tall, a giant of a woman, close to human, but with 6 eyes. She was thick, with strong calves and large thighs, and when she launched herself toward me, I was momentarily worried that I wouldn't be able to handle her, momentarily forgetting that I was a giant buck myself. We rode around the edge of the Isle of Poran, with her on my back, and I kept up the canter, though I was getting properly exhausted by how far I'd gone, especially with a passenger on my back. It wasn't long before we returned to the original part of the domain, and after she'd leapt down from my back, I collapsed to the side, almost completely spent. The locust seemed happy, and for a time, that seemed like the important part. Amaryllis woke me up some hours later.
Doing okay?
She asked, once I'd had a moment to drink some water and get my bearings. Sure, I said. Good.
Game system intact?
She asked. So far as I can tell, I replied. Looks the same from behind my eyelids. HUD is in place, and I would have plenty of warning if I was losing power. The locust didn't actually need to leech any. To my understanding, it was more like a car needing a jump start. If there was a deficit, she could have paid it back, I think. And unless I misread her, the domain is large enough now that there can be more druids, more growth, if that's what she wants.
Good,
said Amaryllis. She let out a breath.
I retract my earlier skepticism and concern.
It was reasonable, I said.
Did you?
She started, then faltered for a moment, looking at me.
Is there anything that I need to know about it?
I said. I met the layman as a real, physical person. He kind of hinted at a larger meta-pantheon, so you'll have to change your religious beliefs.
Time stopped again?
She asked. Nope, I replied. But it was just me and the locust. There was no need to stop time, I don't think.
Huh,
She said.
I would have liked to see it. Him.
I'll try again sometime if we need to argue, I said. I got the feeling that he didn't like being bothered, and he stonewalled me about a bunch of stuff I'd asked about the meta layer, which makes sense, I guess, if he's got the personality of an abstracted layman.
You caused a stir around Poran,
said Amaryllis.
I know you probably guessed that already. People saw you, took pictures of you. It's a bit of a mess, but one that I can handle.
Is everything all right? I asked. So far as I could tell, the locust was blanketing the rest of the island. All the buildings that we had put up for the Tung, the village for all the hangers-on.
All fine,
said Amaryllis.
Most with a bit more greenery, and we're making plans to move somewhere. But that was always a risk with removing the locust from the bottle. It's just a consequence that's been realized later than we thought it would.
Sorry, I said. But not really that sorry, because it's something that's been hanging over me for the last however long.
And did you make a connection?
Asked Amaryllis. Yes, I said.
You're being deliberately obtuse because you don't want to have this conversation,
said Amaryllis.
And that's fine, but if it's something that you wanted to talk about and dissect, or have me, I don't know, forgive you, as if that's necessary, we can't do that with silence. So, did you have sex with the locusts?
I did, I said, feeling a little bit of weight lift with the admission. Sorry, if that's...
It's fine,
said Amaryllis, waving a hand.
Weird, but if that's what was necessary for the locust to expand, I'm glad for it.
I said. It was after that. She stared at me for a moment. Huh, she said.
Is it valid for me to ask why?
I said. Valid, I guess, sure. We were just happy, I guess, in a moment of understanding each other. There was an energy there. That's it. Maybe it just happened because that's the kind of space I try to put my head in when I'm with the locusts. I was trying not to feel flushed.
Ah,
she said. Are you upset? I asked.
no.
She replied.
Just confused, I guess.
She shook her head.
It doesn't really matter. In the scheme of things, it seems casual, in a way that sex isn't for you.
Yeah, I said. I don't know. She was watching me. I had been worried, after it had happened, that she would see me differently, but her face showed only curiosity and concern.
Well, so long as you don't have misgivings.
She said, leaning back somewhat.
Can I ask, what forms were you in at the time?
I said.
I just mean that there were reports of 2 loci and a giant 6-eyed woman on an enormous buck, and if the locust was switching back and forth, and you were as well, I just don't need to know.
She finished. Okay, I said. Sorry, if it's, I don't know, weird.
It probably won't go into the chronicles of our adventures,
She said.
but you should know by now that even if it's not something that I fully understand, I won't judge you for it. Maybe a fact that it would be better to keep from getting into circulation, though?
Probably, yeah, I replied. I'm sure the press would have a field day.
And I hate to ask this because I have no doubt about the answer, but...
She took in a breath.
Juniper, did you use protection?
Ah, I said. No, didn't even cross my mind.
Well,
She said, swallowing slightly.
I'm sure nothing will come of it.
Ruination. Chapter 2, 125. Ruination. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. Rune magic wasn't hard to unlock. All it really took was gobs of money. We had been in the midst of liquidating assets in order to convert to gold and fuel gold magic, which meant that there were funds to slide the way of the rune mages. We went to one of the satellite rune forges, which was away from stars and sigils, but still within a city. Grunnings was almost entirely centered around the enormous, labyrinthine green ziggurat. There really weren't that many rune makers in the world compared to some other magics, and that was owing to the hard limits that the rune forges presented, which put a hard cap on how many man-hours could be spent forging runes. The city formed concentric rings, with the rune forge at the center, supporting businesses around it, and then support for the support around that, with residential and basic commercial zoning beyond. It was one of the most boring fantasy cities I could have imagined, centered around a mystical source of power, but with almost nothing in the way of artistry or interest beyond that. It really made me reconsider my view that the world was a series of interesting locations, but maybe you'd still count Grunnings, because it had the rune forge. Getting a jump on the process wasn't quite like at Sound and Silence, where money was a well-accepted part of the process, with codified shortcuts that could be bought for the right price, or with the right contacts. The Rune Council put as much effort as possible into ensuring that everyone who was a member got equal time, on the theory that this would give strong incentives to do as much pre-planning as possible, minimizing downtime of the Rune Forge as a whole. With that said, Master Rune Makers did still require more time, and that was the loophole that we'd eventually used, circumventing the Rune Council. I was coming in as an apprentice.
Apprenticeship is a gray area,
said Zoe, whose robes, pointy hat, and long gray beard make him look like a very wizardly wizard. He was human, but possibly human with a touch of something else, or maybe just from a far-flung part of the world where humans had different facial features.
There's a need for apprentices, that much is true. But if you start bringing extra people into the Rune Forge, you get some extra logistical challenges and start running into the dread shenanigans, of which this is an example, of course.
I nodded. We were waiting our turn, and while I didn't really care about Eso or feel like talking to him, I was trying my best to humor him. What's gray about them? I asked. In terms of how the rules are structured.
Do you like rules?
He asked. I replied. You'd have to define what you mean by the word. I waited for a moment, but he let me continue. I like systems of rules if they're entirely self-contained, strict, and rigid. It's where they interact with the real world that I start to get exasperated. There are always matters of interpretation, corner cases, things like that, which sucks the fun out of the rules. If that makes sense. He nodded.
Very astute. You'll make a good rune worker if you like hard rules. There's no gray area, no interpretation here. The runes do what they do, with no ambiguity. Unfortunately, the Rune Council is filled with people who are used to the first kind of rule, but are tasked with dealing with the second kind.
So where does the gray area come from? I asked, more to be polite than anything else.
There's something in rune magic that tracks who did what within the rune forge.
So replied.
As a general rule, with one very noticeable exception, you can only use your own runeworks. But if someone else touches your runeworks, that doesn't instantly disqualify them as yours. In fact, it takes quite a bit of actual physical work for the tagging to fail. Therefore, a rune worker can have an apprentice whose job is to run parts from station to station, setting everything up for him, and sometimes taking minimal steps. Now, most don't have their apprentices do too much, because then tagging fails and a whole day at the forge could be wasted. But the Rune Council ran into this problem of intent, because what's stopping someone from bringing on an apprentice who just does all the work and circumvents the restrictions on time in the forge?
They could patch it, though, I said.
Patch it and apply penalties, which they've done.
Replied So, nodding happily that I seemed to have followed along.
But their patches aren't very strong, and if we get caught, you're paying the penalties for me.
And the intent is that I'm doing everything here? I asked. So nodded.
In practice, I'll be your teacher and you my apprentice, with rather more in the way of hands-on experience than normal, and nothing actually produced by me. Ideally, you'd have gone to Stars and Sigils to get some of the basics. They have non-functional replica stations that you can practice on. Obviously, there's a lot of theory you're going to be completely missing. No offense, but it seems like you have more money than sense.
I would take offense, but I have so much money that it's hard to take it as an insult, I said.
Well, damn, then I should have charged more,
he replied. Do you do this often? I asked. Get people to be your apprentice?
No, first time,
he replied.
So I'm going to hope that it's not a huge mistake.
We'll be fine, I said. I'm not sure it was in whatever brief you got, but I'm already a mage.
No shit,
he asked, sounding much less like a wizard than he looked.
Which one?
I took a breath. Blood, bone, water, air, passion, still, vibration, star, and ink. Plus I had skin and soul before they got excluded.
Neat,
he said, nodding along, like this was something he heard every day. I mean, you could at least pretend to be impressed, I said, frowning at him. He replied. He gave me a smile.
I'd charge extra for pretending to be impressed.
You really have no idea who I am? I asked.
Nope,
he replied.
Better that we keep it that way, unless you're willing to let me reciprocate. I don't like hearing life stories, not unless I get to share mine too. We all go on long and winding roads, right? None more special than any other, in the end.
That was a very faux enlightened way of looking at things, and I had several very obvious objections. So was weirding me out a bit. Maybe he thought that I was lying, and it really shouldn't have mattered to me whether this particular guy thought that I was hot shit. But to blithely brush me off, well, it was putting me off balance. I was the most important person in the world, aside from maybe Uther, or the dungeon master, if you counted him as a person. I swallowed my objections, though. We didn't have to wait all that long for our turn, and the waiting we did was mostly because of an insistence that no one ever be late for the rune forge. It all still seemed a little bit quaint to me, since I had been picturing something like air traffic control, with detailed flight plans submitted well in advance and coordination between paths so that the whole of the rune forge could be maximized by every individual involved. That didn't really seem to be the case, though, and my best guess was that without computers, they were down to trying to track everything using pen and paper, with maybe a little bit of NTAD assistance or custom-built scheduling schemes, which simply weren't up to the task. Skill unlocked. Rune magic. Achievement. Unlocked. Rack and runes. I got the unlock the moment I stepped into the rune forge, which was a bit of a relief. If the unlock were the only thing we needed, we would probably have tried to slip in through one of the unused entrances to the rune forge. They were warded, but we had Grak, who could slip someone through a ward without even dismantling it, which he could also have done pretty easily. The problem was, we didn't just need the unlock, because unlocking rune magic on its own did nothing for me. Instead, what we needed was for me to boost the skill as much as possible while making as many useful low-level runeworks as I could.
Impressive,
said Zoe as he watched me work one of the machines.
Usually there's a bit more hesitance if someone is coming in completely fresh.
I thought you didn't really do this, I asked.
Not this,
he replied.
But I've broken in apprentices before. Usually young men and women who are looking to work for me for a year or two, before signing on to stars and sigils. There are limited slots. The Rune Council worries about having too many rune workers, and being an apprentice for a year or two looks good on an application. That's assuming you don't just buy your way in.
From the outside, the rune forge looked like a giant jade ziggurat, but on the inside, there was a distinct lack of order. I was fairly sure that the design was one that I'd used for a campaign that featured a brief jaunt into a parallel universe, inspired by the idea of hostile architecture, or at least what I'd read of the concept on a Wikipedia page. Hostile architecture was most famously associated with spikes put in place to prevent homeless people from sleeping places, but if you thought about it for a bit, you could make the hostility a little bit more subtle, if no less effective. During the time of segregation, it had been common practice to segregate toilets and drinking fountains, and then make places where black people effectively couldn't go, because there were no colored fountains or bathrooms there. There were lots of reasons to design a place that was hostile to certain people or activities, but here, as in the campaign the design had been lifted from, it was just for flavor and maybe a bit of spite. The acoustics were terrible, for a start. It was hard to hear people right next to you, but very easy to hear the sounds of rune work from down the halls, echoing and bouncing off surfaces so that it was difficult to tell where any of it was coming from. The noise wasn't very loud, but it was loud enough to get on your nerves pretty quickly. The floors were uneven, making it hard to keep your balance, and the stairs had been made so that you were likely to trip or miss a step, always unable to find a stride and requiring full attention. There were also a lot of stairs, random changes in levels that seemed to have no point, so it was a problem that came up a lot. Almost nothing was at a right angle, and the floors sloped, sometimes severely. Worse, it was hard to keep your bearings, not just because everything was all done in a single style, but because there was no adherence to conventions. The temperature swung wildly, sometimes hot enough that you'd risk heat stroke, other times cold enough for frostbite. Surfaces ranged from rough enough to rip off flesh, to slick enough that you'd slip and fall no matter how sure your footing. There had been a time when rune workers had taken pride in surviving the hostility of the rune forge. Knowledge of the internals was closely guarded, seen as the mark that someone was worthy. That time was long past. The interior of every rune forge had been mapped, and pains had been taken to soften the harsh edges, where that was possible. There were stations set up at regular intervals to provide for biological needs like food, water, and waste management. and the most flagrant of the unfriendliness had been corrected, usually by building on top of the existing floors or stairs. Rune workers brought in earplugs to help with the sound, along with tools to help them, which was no surprise given that the whole profession was about making tools. One of the first things that most rune workers created for themselves was thermoregulators so that they wouldn't have to worry about the temperature swings. Through the ages, scholars had asked themselves about the nature and origin of the rune forges. They seemed like a gift, a way that a useful magic had been added to the world. But why then were they so hostile? And why did they discourage but not outright stop their use? If you could make something like the rune forge and make it so that it was deliberately hostile to use, then why not make it worse? Why not make the inviolable walls so tight that no one could fit through? Why not place the workstations on the ceiling, or flood the place with poison or radiation? Most people settled on it being a test of some kind, a way of weeding out the unworthy. But that was because most people who considered the question were rune workers. The truth was, rune magic was almost exactly Reimer's kind of thing, and the inherent hostility of the rune forges were a reflection of my personal feelings towards those types of magic.
"What is it you're making?"
asked Zoe, finally taking some interest in what I was applying runes to. I had a blueprint next to me, with notes about where each rune was supposed to go. There were a wide variety of stations, so I was doing the work in an unintuitive way, all of one symbol, then all of the next symbol at a different station, and so on. It was like writing a novel by putting in all of the letter T, then all the letter B, and so on. "I'm a multi-mage," I said. "It's mostly multi-mage stuff, leveraging what I can in a relatively short amount of time. You can look at the blueprint if you'd like." Zoe frowned and looked at the runes on the blueprint, then at what I was doing.
"You're already working like a practiced hand."
"I learned fast," I said. I was already up to 7 points in the skill, after not much more than lining up the level and pulling it down at the right spot a few times. I was starting with a practice piece, so the stakes were quite low, but I was still trying to do a good job, on the theory that skill acquisition worked better that way, for which there was some limited evidence.
"Look at the scales on this thing,"
said Zoe, pointing at the blueprint rather than the piece I had in hand.
"You know that you're going to have to carry this around, right?"
"I'm a star mage," I said. "All this is going to be placed into a kind of subspace assembly that I'll wear on my back. That's a work in progress, but it's mostly done."
"Intriguing,"
he replied, returning his attention to the blueprints.
"Some of this is wrong."
"Nope," I said. "Just unconventional." Zoe nodded, tracing out lines as I stamped in more runes to the sheets of metal I'd brought with me.
"This is all some advanced overload mitigation technique, then?"
"You're pretty fast," I said, not slowing down. "From what I've heard from talking to other rune dudes, it takes a lot of time to grapple with an unfamiliar design."
"So someone else designed this?"
he asked. "Nope," I replied. "It was all me. I did run it by some skilled rune dudes, though, just to make sure that I wasn't wasting my time."
"Rune dudes,"
he said, laughing a bit.
"You've got some cheek, I'll give you that. It's rare in this profession. Or at least, the humor is different."
"You don't have people thinking up ridiculous creations that are technically within the bounds of rune magic?" I asked. "Like as a joke?"
"We do,"
he said, giving me a look as I continued my work.
"But you understand how that's a bit different."
"Of course," I said. "And a lot of the creations wouldn't be practical in any real situation, or there would be enormous hurdles that you'd just have someone wave away or exploit some specific entad. But that's part of what makes it funny and fun to think about."
"You have a good understanding of the culture,"
he said.
"but not such a good understanding of the actual craft."
He came over to me and pointed at a section of the fin I had been working on. "Fuck," I said. Welp, I guess that's ruined then.
Smart,
he replied.
Most people just getting into rune magic try to figure out some kind of modification, some way to salvage it with a workaround.
I know I'm out of my depth here, I said, and if I'm going to get killed, I'm going to try my best to not be hoisted by my own petard. I zooped the metal fin off into extra-dimensional space, then pulled out one of several spares and continued on with the work, starting from the beginning. I wasn't sure what had caused the fuck-up, and was hopeful that it was a low roll somewhere inside the internal systems of the game that governed my skill.
So,
said Zoe once we were on our way to the next station. He'd been silent while I did the replacement work, perhaps because he felt guilty about distracting me, though that obviously wasn't a concern, given that I had the multi-threading virtue.
I think I have a bit of a handle on what you're building, but what's the application?
Protection, I said. It's as simple as that.
Oh, I figured that much out,
he replied, stepping beneath a low beam that seemed to be there for no more reason than to smack people in the head.
But I'm looking at what you're making and thinking about what it will do, then going backward to reconstruct the requirements. It would all be a lot faster if you would just tell me what you're planning to do with this thing.
Sure, I said, but I imagine that it would be less fun for you. And if you work through things, maybe you'll help me understand more about this noble profession in which I'm only a tourist.
I'm mostly worried that you're engaging in the kind of forbidden project that will end with both of us dead at the hands of bureaucratic assassins,
he said.
I don't suppose you've read through the rule books.
Books? I asked. There are multiple. And in case that didn't answer the question by itself, no, I didn't read anything.
Even admitting to that would be asking for a lifetime ban, if not worse,
said Zoe, shaking his head.
Of course, you're not even a proper member of an organization, just an apprentice. So I suppose it matters less to you.
Let me guess, I said. A rules lawyer is one of the most powerful tiers of rune workers.
How is it that you don't know that?
He asked. I don't know. Rune magic isn't really my thing, I said. No offense. It's going to be a single tool in the arsenal, one magic of many, used to shore up some of my other defenses.
Against what?
He asked.
That's what I'm having trouble figuring out. It seems as though you're avoiding proper conduits because you want to protect against overloading. But the only use case that comes to mind for that is if you were worried about some massive energy source. And if that's the case, all you seem to be doing is converting it into raw, focused light output, which is incredibly dangerous.
Dangerous why? I asked.
Do you actually not know, or are you testing me?
He asked, looking a bit perturbed at either option. Making sure that I didn't miss anything, I said. I'm trying not to poison the well by saying what I was thinking. We arrived at another station, where a totally different type of machine was used for stamping in a different rune, this one primarily with applications in focusing the light.
I'll leave you to it,
he said, as I began putting my pedals into place. It's fine, I replied.
I have a book,
he said.
It's no problem.
No, go on, I said. Tell me how the output is dangerous.
Normally, if energy absorption is a runic defense, the energy goes into a rune assembly that keeps it contained until it needs to be used,
said Zoe, as he watched me continue on with my work.
Alternately, if you can spare the weight, it gets bled off into material generation, which can soak practically as much energy as you can throw at it. But if you're just blasting that energy back out, then there's a good chance you're going to get, at minimum, some backwash. More likely, you're going to destroy a bunch of stuff you don't want destroyed.
Wait, I said, stopping what I was doing to look at him. Material generation?
As in, you want an explanation,
he asked. Yes, I said. He sighed.
Rune magic contains a concept of mass energy equivalence. You put in some small amount of mass, you get an enormous amount of energy out. Now, the runes that can do that are limited, meaning that the limitless power available comes out to be more of a trickle, and to have even that functionality is usually more trouble than it's worth. People would rather use solar, or combustion, or anything else.
But you can flip it around somehow, I said. And you don't get killed by the same rate limit, meaning you put unlimited energy in and get mass out pretty much as fast.
In theory, if you built it right, you would be able to skip past the rate limitations,
he said.
But that's only in theory, because as far as I know, no one has actually tried to build such a thing. The mass energy equivalence is what kills you, even if you're generating something with a high value.
Huh, I said. And the runes for mass generation?
Mass energy conversion,
he corrected. Sure, I replied. But given how many elements there are, surely there's not a rune for each of them, right? He held up a hand.
You have to distinguish between true elements and chemical elements, he said. True elements have their own individual runes, but we don't have the full suite. Chemical elements have their own numbers, which corresponds with something. It's been a while. The number you want gets selected through a supplemental rune assembly, increments and decrements.
I see, I replied. And if you select a negative number, it
fails,
he replied.
Breaks stuff, I think. Not really my field.
I was pretty sure that this was the answer to a lingering question of mine, which was how Amaryllis had gotten her hands on a huge quantity of antimatter in the Cyprus timeline. She had mentioned only that it was a neglected area of rune magic, and as it turned out, that was almost enough. The only remaining issue was where to get the energy, but I was pretty sure that Amaryllis would figure something out. Except that it would only take her a handful of minutes, because the answer was inherent to the question. Antimatter didn't violently annihilate itself. It annihilated itself and the matter that it came in contact with, releasing the energy of both. If you had a way to directly and losslessly convert energy into antimatter, you would just need some additional matter, something as simple as dirt, in order to double your antimatter with every cycle. You wouldn't need a massive power source to get your antimatter. You would just need mechanisms to run as many cycles as you wanted, doubling up until you had enough. It wasn't exactly something that I could do in an afternoon, given the enormous number of engineering challenges that would have to be solved, and it was possible that it was simply beyond my abilities, but it seemed like it would work, at least in theory. Maybe it would need to be hammered at by experts for a few months, then actually constructed, but it was a path toward enormous destructive power. You'd have to stand next to it, unless you were a blood mage and used extensors, or used some other method of tricking rune magic into thinking that you were right next to this extremely dangerous, extremely fail-deadly contraption. But to actually do it would almost certainly bring an exclusion down on rune magic, and rune magic was, unfortunately, linked into soul extraction. If rune magic got excluded, then soul capture as a whole would evaporate overnight, and virtually everyone who died would end up in the hells. This was one of the primary reasons that a lot of potential applications of rune magic never got serious research and development. From what I knew, the regulatory apparatus for rune magic was huge and overgrown, but it hadn't been trimmed back, because too much was riding on making sure that rune magic never got excluded. I had come to the Rune Forge in order to get some basics and cover some bases, and I was under strict instructions that I didn't really need, not to make improvisations or add on extra things beyond the base design. It wasn't really my fault, but I had precipitated a fair number of exclusions, and rune magic getting excluded would have made things a lot worse for Erb.
Are you okay?
Asked Zoe.
Yeah.
I said, continuing my work.
Anyway, the plan is full-on reflection, directed at the sky if there's no enemy around, or at the enemy if one is there.
Oh, so you go into actual combat?
He asked.
Not necessarily rune magic's forte.
Well, as I said, I know a pretty wide variety of magic. The fins will be tucked into handcrafted extra-dimensional space, and hopefully save me from the worst of a major attack.
I kept going about my work.
Have you seriously never heard of me? I've been in the news. I killed 2 dragons.
Impressive, if true,
he said.
But no, I stay away from the news. Too much sensationalism these days, and if not that, then too much talk about dire circumstances on the horizon. I'm happier not listening, I think, especially since there's not a whit I can do about any of it.
Fair enough,
I said.
You'll be able to react in time?
He asked.
In time for a sudden attack?
I asked.
Well, once I'm done here, I was planning to become a velocity mage.
Of course you were,
he said. The short version of how you became a velocity mage was that you had to exceed a set speed limit that went up with every person to become a velocity mage. The long version was quite a bit longer, because there were all kinds of caveats. They were kind of funny, in a way, because I could see a dungeon master's mind at work behind them, trying desperately to close loopholes. After all, if velocity was just distance over time, then your calculated velocity when you used a teleportation stone or stepped through an Entad portal would be either infinite or close to the speed of light. You couldn't have that because it would break the induction right out the gate, so the velocity had to be sustained. Of course, people would come in with all kinds of magical solutions, so to fix that problem, you weren't allowed to use magic. The restrictions on magic were, in my opinion, a little bit much. You weren't allowed to use magic to go faster, to sustain your speed, or to survive the high speeds, which really cut down on how many different options there were. With every velocity mage inducted, the limit ticked higher, and where it once might have been enough to ride a very fast horse, the limit was now so high that actual engineering efforts had to be put toward the problem. At the start of the Second Empire, they had been using rocket sleds, accelerating along a track by burning fuel, then slowing down as quickly as possible once they'd gone through the sustain phase, and hoping that the candidate didn't die in the process. It was scary and dangerous, but it worked, and in typical myopic Second Empire fashion, they had created a whole host of velocity mages, bumping the numbers up and forcing the rocket sled path to become more and more dangerous. It was common to blame this kind of thing on the Second Empire, rather than the Athenaeum, but that was mostly because the Second Empire didn't exist anymore, and the Athenaeums liked to disavow any work they'd done in concert with that most hated of empires. The Second Empire was a very convenient scapegoat. In the modern era, a large amount of money had been spent on a secret facility whose details were shrouded in confidentiality agreements and redactions, even, perhaps especially, from those who would use it. Fortunately, we had Raven, who had been around during the construction of the thing, and because of the library, knew a lot of secrets that she shouldn't have. The solution they'd come up with was dead simple. It was a huge tube going down into the earth, allowing a long drop. Gravity was the best source of free acceleration. It had just been a matter of harnessing it, and then making sure that you didn't kill candidates in the process. Because terminal velocity would have slowed candidates down too much, the incredibly long tube was kept in vacuum through the use of pumps. Because the vacuum would have killed candidates, they wore suits to keep them in pressure. All the remaining problems to solve had been solved, with magic carefully kept away or worked around so that it wouldn't taint the raw speed. From my perspective, it was a matter of stepping into a tube, feeling weightlessness, then sometime later, getting a little notification from the game layer before stepping out a few minutes later. Overall, it was underwhelming. I had wanted to do it on my own, but in the end, money solved almost every problem.
Feel okay?
asked Amaryllis once I was back on the surface.
Fine,
I said.
Perception effects?
She asked.
None so far,
I replied. The perception effects were the major reason to skip velocity magic entirely, but it was already on the character sheet, and the balance of pros and cons had been made long ago. That didn't stop Amaryllis from fretting.
We can technically undo it,
She said.
Grak could attach a mobile ward anchored to you.
It would be difficult,
said Grak.
Better not to have to.
Time for a test drive then,
said Amaryllis. She looked out at the city around us, a place with a large number of granite buildings, and gestured for me to have at it. I took a breath and then ran, leaping off a 3-story building and into the open air, feeling the magic surge through me as I gathered speed. Velocity magic didn't slow down perception of time, though I really wished that it did. Instead, it amplified reflexes, and at the higher levels ran you on a sort of autopilot, with your actions being more a product of your will than anything you were consciously thinking. When I hit the ground, I twisted and rolled, applying just a smidge of still magic to keep myself from breaking an ankle. Then I was off and running, building up speed, feeling myself lose a part of executive function to a nebulous other as I picked up the pace. The skill levels flowed quickly and freely, fast, for lack of a better word, and my speed built as I pushed through, running as fast as I could. Drag from the air became a problem, but it was a problem that I was used to from flying with gold magic, and I'd become relatively proficient in making tunnels for myself using air magic. To my mild surprise, the use of other magics was under the same effect, sped up and beyond my conscious control, the mental processes being piloted the same as physical ones. I was out of the city before I knew it, racing down a poorly maintained road as the scenery whipped past me. I came to a stop when I got to a crossroads, stopping on a dime with still magic. I didn't know how fast I had actually gone, but it was well in excess of what any normal car could do. Once I was stopped, I felt a bit of the perceptual changes, a sense that everything was moving quickly around me, and my own body was lagging behind the commands that I was giving it. It only lasted for a few minutes, though, and after that my perception was back to normal. I was thankful for that, and didn't plan on abusing velocity magic enough that I'd suffer much for it. To my surprise, Amaryllis appeared beside me with a gust of wind not long after.
Huh?
I said.
You were following me?
I need testing and training with it, just like you do.
She replied.
Of course, I'll always be worse, but it's part of the toolkit. Have you hit the virtue yet?
Level 10 has come and gone,
I said.
So I'll probably see it by the end of the day. It's going up fast, though.
Good,
she said.
Let me know what the virtue is. I'm a little surprised that Reimer wasn't able to provide us with any information on it.
Velocity magic is based on a rule set that I worked on with Tiff for a superhero campaign,
I said.
From what history Reimer and Tiff have provided for us, nothing of the sort ever happened on Erb. And if no one ever decided to go with being a velocity mage, then Reimer would never have learned the virtue. And if it were me, I would never have written the virtue for something that no one was using. Could be that the virtue won't exist until I actually get to it.
Maybe,
she said. She stretched out.
I'd challenge you to a race, but we both know you'd win. Any new synergies that you hadn't thought of before?
The actual experience hasn't been revelatory,
I said.
The virtue might be busted, though, given that anything that upsets the symmetry of it would be great for rune magic. I kind of wish we'd done it in the other order, but...
If we need to, we can put you through the rune forge again,
said Amaryllis.
Gold magic is gone, which means that our only time pressure at the moment is the Void Beast, and perhaps an eventual attack from Celestar, both of which are years away.
True,
I said.
Well, I guess you'll have to give me until the end of the day to find out.
I looked down at my hand and wiggled my fingers, trying to get them moving fast, but not really seeing much.
Care to spar?
If you want to beat me up, you can just say so,
she said.
I haven't been able to keep up with you for a long time now, and velocity magic isn't going to help matters.
You don't think you'd be good enough that it would at least be interesting?
I asked.
I think you would. I wouldn't just demolish you.
Oh, you would?
She said.
But that was an honest offer. If you want someone to beat the shit out of, I'm here for you.
Gross,
I said.
Not my cup of tea.
She shrugged.
No judgment.
Is this about me and the locus?
I asked. A bit, she said.
It just made me question how much I actually know you, and what you want.
Don't overthink it,
I said.
That's what I'm trying to do.
What will it take for you to have sex with me?
She asked. I stared at her for a moment.
I don't know,
I said.
It's not... Does it bother you that we haven't?
A bit, she said.
It feels like a missing piece.
I said.
I mean, in the sense that a conventional relationship would have that element to it. But of all the reasons for us to have sex, the fact that it's what people do shouldn't even be crossing your mind.
Our lives are ruled by social expectation.
She said.
Our identities are crafted from them. But I'm not sure it's that. I think it feels like a missing piece because you're being timid with me, not expressing your actual self. I don't want our relationship to be one where we both hold back because we worry about inconveniencing or upsetting the other. If we could just try it once, perhaps it would be awful and we could put it behind us, but at least then we would know.
You're usually better at making arguments,
I said.
With you, I try to restrict myself to honest expressions of what I'm feeling.
She said.
No sleight of hand, no manipulation with careful wording, no carefully calculated appeals. Definitely no lies. I think that's the only way that you and I can work.
I appreciate it,
I said.
I really do, even if it makes things more difficult for you.
She nodded.
I think there's some part of you that thinks you would have to be a monster to have sex with someone who isn't particularly interested in it.
Well,
I said. Yeah.
I'm perfectly capable of making my own decisions, Juniper.
She said.
You understand that, right? And you understand that making my decisions for me is the kind of paternalistic crap that I don't want from anyone, but least of all you.
Why least of all me?
I asked.
Because I love you.
She said.
And because you're the one person that I can't bludgeon into submission in one way or another. When some senator from a neighboring republic treats me like I'm a stupid little girl, that's just fine, because I know that with only a little bit of time and effort, I could crush him politically, or strip his life of meaning, or murder his wife and children. I wouldn't, obviously, but the point is that I could. And whatever I might be feeling about that particular brand of rudeness, it's easy to take comfort in my absolute power. I can't really do that with you.
There's a power disparity,
I said.
So the paternalism, what you see as the paternalism, has no real solution.
So long as we clarify that the power disparity only exists within our relationship.
She said.
I
said.
I don't accept that we're on the same power level, no.
In terms of compatibility, no.
She replied.
But within our own spheres? Grak is the best warder on the Hex. You're an extremely good fighter and an unsurpassed multi-mage. And I'm the most skilled political animal that Arab has ever seen. And that includes Uther.
Things are going that well in Anglesyn?
I asked.
They are.
She replied.
Sorry, it's a sidebar, but I would be helped if I knew that my own contributions to the team weren't glossed over in your mind.
For sure,
I said.
I would be utterly lost without you. Probably dead. The work you do in the background so that I don't have to think particularly hard about minutiae puts you at the top of a hypothetical companion tier list.
Thank you.
She said.
So the problem between us, from my perspective, is that you're trying to shield me from something that I don't need to be shielded from. You're holding back, and I don't think that you should be, not unless you really think that this is about your own complicated feelings. I don't want you to feel bad, but if...
Okay,
I said.
Sure, we can give it a shot.
Really?
She asked.
Yeah,
I said.
Why not? A week from now, I might be dead, so either it's great, and I'm glad I didn't miss out, or it's terrible, and then I'll be dead.
Did you want to do it now?
She asked. I looked around us at what appeared to be a plain dirt road through the middle of some nondescript woods.
No. That's later.
She gave me one of her quiet, judging looks, the kind she gave when she was trying to figure me out.
All right.
She said.
Later then. I'll do my best to make it special.
I lay on my back and felt my heartbeat slow back down. The scent of flowers was just about adequate to mask the scent of sex. The room around us was almost a parody of romance, with flower petals on the floor and a number of candles burning away. In my moment of clarity, I wondered whether this was something that Amaryllis had done for me, or for herself. Amaryllis was staring at the ceiling, and when she saw me looking over, she turned to me and kissed me on the lips. She looked at my face for a moment, then resumed looking at the ceiling.
So,
she said,
something's on your mind, and I can't read minds. Yet.
Did you come?
I asked.
Yes,
she said, then looked over at me again, watching my face.
Huh?
I said.
I wouldn't fake it if that's what you're thinking,
she said.
No,
I said.
I'm just surprised that you were able to.
Why?
She asked. I don't know, I said.
I just assumed.
You could have asked,
she said.
There can be a bit of awkwardness from having direct conversations, but if that was what was holding you back, then that's a bit silly of you.
I'd been modeling you as asexual,
I said.
Well, sorry I'm not a gold star asexual,
she said.
Except not at all sorry, of course.
Gold star?
I asked.
By analogy to a gold star lesbian?
She asked.
A what?
I asked back.
It's an Earth thing,
she said with a sigh.
Never mind. All I'm saying is that there's a lot of wonderful variation among people, and smacking them with labels is often counterproductive unless those labels hew really close to reality. One of the worst things that a person can do with their life is try to match a label. Especially us.
Because we're different?
I asked.
We're exemplars.
She nodded.
I'm not even really Amaryllis anymore. I'm the Ultimate's version of Amaryllis. It wouldn't just be wrong to think of myself as being a collection of regular labels because that's a normally unhelpful thing to do. It would be wrong because I'm so far outside of normal that it doesn't apply.
She turned to me.
Sorry if this isn't proper post-coital talk.
No, I said.
It's fine. Good. I like listening to you think.
She reached over and threaded her fingers through mine.
You're feeling okay?
Great,
I said.
Sleeping with me wasn't a mistake?
She asked.
Nope,
I replied.
Whatever I was worried about, it was mostly in my head. I'm not sure I really understand it from your perspective, but this worked out.
Good, she said. She kissed me on the cheek, then settled back in beside me.
I know tomorrow is going to be rough for you.
But as it turned out, we didn't know the half of it. Fires of My Heart. Chapter 2, 126. Fires of My Heart. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepsen. I could turn pain off and on, though it was a bit of a complicated process, and pain had a lot of useful functions that I wasn't capable of doing a wholesale replacement of. Pain itself was a bit of an odd thing, when you thought about it, because if you were designing a body from scratch, you wouldn't make it so the mechanism for alerting the brain to a problem to also be incapacitating or a problem in its own right. If you were one of our ancestors on the savannah and got gored by a warthog or something, what did it help for you to have a massive, distracting warning blaring at you? Now, the body did have mechanisms like adrenaline to temporarily dull the pain enough that you could deal with the current crisis, and maybe it was a way of forcing rest or temporary non-use of something that was healing. But overall, what I dubbed the pain system seemed really half-baked in some ways and complete overkill in others. Controversially, I had never been a fan of being in pain. Pain was controlled through the soul, at least in part. I had physical nerves, but those nerves went to the brain, and the brain seemed to work in parallel with the soul and spirit, so pain could be stopped there. I had refined the technique that I devised when I was in the Angelsin black site, narrowing down the effects over a rather painful 2 days of testing with Amaryllis, which amounted to something that was very close to torture. The pain cluster was now readily identifiable, and I kept it at something like 40%, though it was hard to pin a number on. For acquiring fire magic, I ratcheted it down to more like 1%, and even that seemed a bit high sometimes. The process of becoming a fire mage was common enough that the field couldn't really be controlled. All you needed to do was get set on fire and then get lucky. Because people caught on fire often enough just from random accidents. There were a lot of fire mages throughout the world just from happenstance. And though Athenaeums had attempted to become centers of learning for fire magic, there was no possibility of control, not like with other magics. It also meant that allowing me to become a fire mage was something that we could do at home, on our own time.
Anyone want to bet how many times this is going to take?
I asked.
What would we bet?
Asked Grak.
You're not betting with my money,
said Amaryllis.
Well, I don't take a salary,
I said.
And almost everything that was my own personal money got made into gold, which is now stuck on the moon. So we can bet some random humiliation, I guess. A shaved head or something.
I can grow the hair back,
said Grak, gesturing to the axe that rarely left his hip.
Okay,
I said.
Closest without going over, everyone else shaves their head for 3 days. Who's in?
I am,
said Grak.
I will take 100.
It's a 1 in 100 chance,
I said, frowning at him.
You really think it's going to take 100 times?
Yes,
he replied.
We have enough bones to heal you from burning 300 times,
said Amaryllis.
If need be, we can get more while we're in the process without having to stop. I have more on standby.
Goddamn,
I said.
I was thinking more like 50.
It will be more like 100,
said Raven. She had taken up position in a chair, and there was a stack of books beside her, as she was evidently in it for the long haul.
I'll take 127.
Well, I'll take 101,
I said.
No,
said Grak.
Then I would only win at a specific number.
That's the point,
I said.
Then we need to reorganize our betting so that voluntarily going last doesn't provide a significant advantage,
said Amaryllis.
Thanks for being unfun, Juniper.
Sorry,
I said. It took some time to come up with a better system for making our wagers, which I was happy for, since it meant that I would be able to put off being on fire for a little bit longer. Obviously, we had the resources to do this safely and repeatedly, and it wouldn't hurt very much at all, but there was still something psychological going on that made me extremely uneasy. I wondered whether stuntmen who set themselves on fire for a living ever lost their fear of it. The steps were pretty simple. Get a coating of accelerant, light myself up, wait a predefined amount of time while on fire, then extinguish and heal. Bodily damage was, unfortunately, a necessity, so I got to watch hair and skin burning away off my arms, sometimes going as deep as the bone. I was mildly worried that I would have some permanent scars, but the last time I'd gotten scars from a burn, dragon fire, they had been healed through a level up. After the first time through, I was less concerned, because it didn't seem that the controlled burn of my flesh was going down to the level of my soul.
I'm not sure that I want the goggles,
I said after the 20th time.
There's not really a need to watch my body burning up.
Just close your eyes then,
said Amaryllis.
You need to protect your eyes in case something goes wrong, and if it does go wrong, you'll want to be able to see. Or just don't look at your body. That would work too.
Are you just saying that because you went through all the trouble of getting fireproof goggles?
I asked.
No,
she said.
Juniper, if you need a break, just let me know, but we're potentially going to be doing this for the whole rest of the day.
I think you're being pessimistic,
I said.
But okay.
Amaryllis had taken the unusual bet of higher than the highest amount anyone else will guess. The next highest had been Raven, with 1,000, and I honestly didn't think that if we had to do it that many times, we would actually keep going. Not long in, Amaryllis put on a radio play for us to listen to, which helped a bit because it gave my mind something to do. The radio station at Poran was quite small, run by the Tung, but it had nothing in the way of advertisements, which I appreciated. The radio plays themselves were from a huge selection that had been bought by Amaryllis, all recordings from Anglesyn. It was something, at least, even if I had heard one or two of them before. The problem with the procedure was that it took too much time. Even relatively streamlined as it was, each attempt took 5 minutes or so, which included every step of the process. That meant only about 12 attempts in an hour. Once we got into the swing of things, it got a bit faster, but there were hard limits on how fast we could actually go, so long as we were attempting to do things safely, which we were.
Unicorn bones would speed it up,
said Amaryllis.
Each bone would be worth somewhere between 5 or 10 attempts. Some of the bones are too large to be useful in combat. But you'd said that you were working on portable extra-dimensional space with a stable boundary?
I was,
I said.
But there's a lot of competition for my time, and I've been spending it on star magic as well. It's not a problem. I can suck it up.
You say that,
said Amaryllis.
I don't want to have to stretch this out another day, or worse, have you bail on it entirely. You need to make sure that you're balancing your own psychological state.
I'll be fine,
I said. 50 attempts came and went, with no progress to speak of. People came and went, since there wasn't all that much for anyone to do, and watching me get repeatedly set on fire wasn't super interesting. Amaryllis stayed the whole time, which I thought was at least partly so that she could provide moral support. Grak came by to check the wards he'd put in place every once in a while, but he seemed put off by the gruesomeness of the burnings.
I really thought we could do it in under 50,
I said.
Do you think there are really some dice being rolled behind the scenes, or nah?
It is hard to say,
said Grak, who had returned for just a bit.
Why would you think it would be under 50?
I haven't done any math,
I said.
And it's not the kind of math that I can do instantly. But if there's a 1 in 100 chance, I'd expect that most people get it before they've gone through 100 times. Like, if you were trying to roll a 20 on a D20, you'd be mildly surprised to not get a nat 20 in your first 19 rolls.
That should just be 19/20 to the power of 19,
said Grak.
Oh, right,
I said.
Which is 37.7% repeating, of course.
What?
Asked Amaryllis.
It's not repeating.
Sorry, I said.
It's a meme.
I'm sure it was very droll for you,
she replied, rolling her eyes.
Point being, seems like most people would get the unlock before they have to actually go through the full 100,
I said.
So it's not totally outrageous to think that if the thing is fair and unbiased, it's more probable than not that I won't have to go through a full 100 times.
I cracked my neck and stretched out a bit, relishing the freedom that I didn't have while we were repeatedly going through this procedure.
Anyway, I'm good to go, I think.
You still have time left,
said Amaryllis.
Better to take your break now. Anything I can get for you?
Nope,
I said.
And I'd like to start now, if it's all the same to you. If you give me another 5 minutes, I might lose my will. Besides, I have a good feeling about the next 10. I have a point in LUK. That should help me, right?
Maybe,
said Amaryllis.
Assume that we're in it for the long haul.
We didn't get it in the next 10, or the 10 after that, or the 10 after that. People still came and went, with Amaryllis being the only constant. In part, it was boring, and in part, it was terrifying, since there was something about my flesh burning that I couldn't get used to no matter how many times it happened. Eventually, I requested a movie be put on, and we spent a bit of time talking about what there was available before I settled on Star Wars, A New Hope, which I had seen twice before and wouldn't mind missing bits and pieces of. I didn't even particularly like Star Wars, but it was a staple, and I had seen all of the staples, most of them with Arthur, the better to understand what more modern creators were building off of, in his words. Eventually, I stopped Amaryllis from saying which iteration we were on, so that it was simply a string of burning, extinguishing, healing, application of accelerant, and then more burning. The movie didn't really help. Once A New Hope was finished, I asked for another break.
How many is that?
I asked.
Do you want to know?
Asked Amaryllis.
Maybe,
I said.
Probably. I mean, at a certain point, we have to just say that the Dungeon Master doesn't want to let me have this, right?
I suppose.
Said Amaryllis.
A point beyond which it's so improbable that we have to rule out what we know.
I nodded. So?
132,
she said.
Fuck,
I said.
Is it possible you missed it?
She asked. I closed my eyes for 3 seconds and looked at the character sheet behind my eyelids. Everything was exactly as I had left it, and the spot where fire magic would go was still blank.
Nothing,
I said, sighing a bit.
So what's the limit?
The highest record is for 2,428 times,
said Raven.
It was set by a now legendary fire mage during the time of the Second Empire.
Well, fuck,
I said.
I'm not doing that. 5 minutes per, that's more than 8 solid days, not including breaks for sleep, food, or anything else.
I paused.
Now, legendary, you say? Is there some kind of correlation between how many attempts it takes and how much power you get?
No.
Said Raven.
But the kind of person who has the perseverance, or more to the point, bloody-mindedness, necessary to carry on for so long will probably be well served in other areas of their life.
Is that a challenge?
I asked.
Because it sounds like hell, but I think I probably could endure 2 weeks or so of this.
No one is asking you to do that,
said Amaryllis.
I win if you're under 200,
said Valencia, who had appeared in the room at some point, perhaps while I was on fire.
And keep in mind that this kind of bet is completely unfair, because Grack's axe won't work on me.
Don't try to sway him,
said Amaryllis, casting a frown in Valencia's direction.
Fire magic was supposed to be a key element of the final approach. It's got a lot of beneficial interactions.
I haven't been talking about bailing,
I said.
But I've been sick of going through with this for at least 100 attempts now.
Let me know if you can think of anything that would make it more pleasant,
said Amaryllis.
I will,
I said.
But I guess let's get back to it.
It's been 11 hours,
said Grack.
Perhaps tomorrow would be better.
Why?
I asked.
The Tuong have generously offered to take up the work of sleep on our behalf. There's no actual need to stop. Besides, 11 hours is nothing in the scheme of things, and that's including various breaks.
You don't need to push yourself,
said Amaryllis.
Grack is right. Better to rest and reset, get some maintenance in, make sure that the team is sharp.
Fine,
I said.
But as Captain America says, I could do this all day.
By the 4th day, I was getting pretty fucking irritable.
Fuck the Dungeon Master,
I said.
Don't say that, Juniper,
said Amaryllis, who was apparently as cool as a cucumber, not letting frustration show through, if she was feeling it at all. Then again, she had 30 clones floating around out there, and was taking brief breaks to sync up with them, which meant that her lived experience was much different than mine. Also, she wasn't the one getting set on fire, which wasn't painful, but was a bit distressing.
We're in the 800s, right?
I asked.
Yes,
said Amaryllis.
Then I'm being fucked with,
I said.
So fuck him.
There's a chance that it's legitimate,
said Amaryllis.
A low chance, but it's there.
It would be approximately 0.01%,
said Grack. He was folding his arms.
I would be inclined to agree with Juniper.
Things that are 1 in 10,000 happen all the time,
said Amaryllis.
That's approximately the odds of rolling a 20-sided dice and getting a natural 23 times in a row.
The shitty thing is that I'm not even due for it,
I said.
That is how probability works, yes,
said Grack.
Well, it's not how the human brain works,
I said.
You go through 800 times of failure, and your brain starts to prime itself, thinking that success is coming up. But it's not. It's just as likely the next time. I'm saying it's shitty because it's very hard to correct the magical thinking that goes on in my brain. Each failure hits harder because of that priming.
Then take a break,
said Amaryllis.
A long one, a few hours, go for a walk, get something to eat, take your mind off it, and if you want to call it quits, no one will blame you. You're already well past what most potential fire mages prepare themselves for, and it's not crucial.
It is,
I said.
We need every advantage, if not for fell seed, which is going to be rough either way. Then for the long stairs.
You're just saying that to be hard on yourself,
said Grack.
You feel like a failure.
I do in this instance because I don't want to crack, but holy shit, I'm tired of this, and I want to give up,
I said.
It's a slog, it's a grind, it's unpleasant and nauseating, and everything that I hate about life. And it's taking a long fucking time.
I turned to Amaryllis.
Look at it this way. What are the odds that the Dungeon Master would fuck with me? A lot higher than 1 in 10,000, right?
I understand that,
said Amaryllis.
But the Dungeon Master has incredible power, and to do something petty like this, I don't think that's him, not from what we've seen so far. Seeing you suffer, or at least grind this out, doesn't seem like his typical style of operation. Think about the most bullshit thing he's pulled so far. Is this like that?
I guess not,
I said.
But if you're asking me to just have faith, this really reminds me of the story of Job, where the Dungeon Master is putting me through some shit to see whether or not I'll stick to it. Not being a dick just to be a dick, but as a test of faith? Maybe.
That would be more in line with what we think we know about him,
said Amaryllis.
But either way, I think you need a longer break than you've been taking. Rest, relax, take your mind off things, try to drain the built-up stress.
I did as she said, and wandered out into Porin, trying not to have any particular destination in mind. When I ended up at the door to Raven's room, I wondered whether that was just through random chance in my wandering, or whether some part of me had intended to come there. I gave a tentative knock on the door, not really knowing what I was going to say.
Enter,
she said, so I did.
Oh, Juniper,
she said, looking me over.
You thought it would be someone else? I asked.
Some of the Tuung approached me, offering to be my research assistants, she said. I've taken them up on their offer. I was surprised to find out that Amaryllis hadn't put them up to it, actually. She seemed offended that I didn't think of them as being able to take the initiative.
She shrugged.
I assume you're a fire mage now?
No, I said. Just taking a break. I thought I would come here and, I don't know, see how you were doing. Or what you were doing. You haven't been by to visit.
I found it distressing,
she said.
Also boring.
Yeah, me too, I replied, smiling a bit. So what are you doing?
Reading, mostly,
she said.
Bethel's been lending me Earth books.
Anything good?
I asked.
Not really, no,
she said.
I had started out looking for evidence that Earth was under the dominion of the Dungeon Master, but that was a fool's errand. From your perspective, it's obvious that Erb is under that dominion, not just because he rips off a lot of your old designs, but because he makes jokes that you'd have to be from Earth to get, or that you'd have to be you to get. You would know even without direct intercessions. There's nothing like that on Earth, but that might just be because there's an extra layer above, so all the jokes, references, and cribbings are undiscoverable by us.
Sounds maddening,
I said.
It was, and I don't want to pretend that I suffered through trying for all that long,
she said.
After that, I descended into the field of comparative media studies. In practice, that meant comparing things that Uther had written against their inspirations. Amaryllis had already done a lot of it, and not found it particularly fruitful. But for me...
She turned away from me.
For me, it was a way of trying to reconcile who the man was.
You didn't like what you found?
I asked.
I was there when he wrote most of it, said Raven. He spent a lot of his time lost in thought, and would always answer that some new story was on his mind, or some new poem, or song, or something. It might have been suspicious if he hadn't produced enough great works to banish the question from anyone's mind.
And in retrospect, that question is still there,
I said.
All those times he said he was working on something now seem like deflections.
I'm sure it was occasionally true,
said Raven.
Even being who he was, reproducing a novel from memory is no simple task, and he did take liberties in the reconstructions, altering details and sometimes conceits, in order to make the stories or characters translate across cultures.
Still,
I said.
Still?
She nodded.
Still, it's a lot of deception.
Has anything come from the analysis?
I asked.
Any insights?
He has a tendency to cast things in black and white,
said Raven.
He makes the heroes into better people, and the villains worse. There's more of a structure to his stories. I think more telling might be in what he chose to adapt and what he left behind. There's almost nothing of what we would call postmodernism in his own works. Maybe those aren't the kinds of works that he enjoyed, or maybe he didn't think the intended audience would enjoy them, or... It's hard to know, because it's nothing he ever spoke about. It was all internal to him.
Unless he told Vervain,
I said.
Or his wife.
Nodded Raven.
Or other people who weren't me. He viewed me as being very young.
You were,
I said.
In some ways, she replied. And in other ways, I was ancient.
I'm guessing you'll have a chance to ask him,
I said.
We'll get our answers.
Or we'll die trying to get to him,
said Raven.
Or Bethel will murder him within 3 seconds of us finding him. Amaryllis has been talking doom and gloom lately, specifically with me, I think, because she knows that I'm in on this plan come hells or high water.
I hope Uther's decent to you,
I said.
Decent? She asked.
I replied. I hope that when he sees you and understands how long it's been, that he greets you like an old friend. I hope that he asks how you've been and respects that it's been hard for you to try to fill his shoes.
I hope that too,
she said, nodding.
But I don't expect that. I've been trying to change my perceptions of him so that they account for him being from Earth, him hiding things, him having gone a little insane, or if not insane, then maybe just working within the framework of an insane world. I'm not sure that I know what kind of man we'll find, if we find any at all.
Let me know if there's anything I can do for you,
I said.
I'm not the best equipped for much but killing, if I'm being frank. But when I say anything, I really do mean anything.
When you say that, it's hard for me to not think about the mission,
said Raven.
But of course, I know that's not really what you're offering. If it were about the mission, I would only have to ask. But if it's about my own mental health, my own understanding of myself, it's hard to make my mind go in that direction.
I know,
I said.
If I were a better friend, maybe I would understand what you need, and just do it without putting the onus on you.
A Tung woman walked into the room, carrying a stack of papers, then walked right back out once she noticed I was in there.
How about this?
Said Raven.
Tell me what it's like to create a world.
For D&D?
I asked.
Or just in general?
Did you do much of it outside of the games?
She asked.
A bit,
I said.
Sometimes for other systems, other times just for fun. And you're asking this because...
It's something you care about,
she said.
It's something that you have honest enthusiasm for. It's not really related to any of our missions, except insofar as it gives insight into the world we live in, which means that it will be easier to focus on you.
Left unspoken was the fact that we repeatedly failed to connect with one another, which I was fairly sure neither of us were all that happy about.
All right,
I said.
Usually it starts with some idea or image, or sometimes me watching a movie or reading a book. Building a world is usually about that seed, and what naturally grows from it. Like, I had this idea of a world that was completely overgrown, plants everywhere, growing so fast that you have to worry about being smothered in your sleep. That's the seed, plants growing so fast that you could realistically get smothered in your sleep. And then from there, I have questions I ask myself, which is where everything else takes place. Questions like, how do these plants grow so fast? And sometimes the answer is just, it's magic, or a longer version of it's magic, that maybe feels a bit less lazy but contributes about as much. Otherwise, I try to think about some unifying force or phenomenon that I could put in. Something that would make the plants grow so fast. Something like, I don't know. The plants are harvesting some far-off energy source due to a celestial gate that someone opened up 1,000 years ago. Or the elemental plane of plants collided with the elemental plane of sunlight. Or a spell was ultra-maximized by a legendary artifact, or, you know, it's the kind of thing you could do all day, thinking up things like that and trying them on. But eventually, I would settle on one that was the most promising.
I looked at her.
Is this about what you wanted?
I think this is what makes you special.
She said.
Not the godly powers?
I asked.
Or the fact that I came here from another world?
You're special in those senses too.
She replied.
But no, this is what makes you special as a person. It's nice to see. I'm sorry that you don't get a chance to shine in that way.
Ink magic is the closest,
I said.
But that has a little bit too many restrictions on it, a little too narrow of a focus, and it wears me down.
And after you figured out the gimmick for a world?
She asked. I briefly considered that I was probably going over my allotted break time, but decided to say nothing about it, because I was enjoying myself. As unfortunate as it was to admit, that was a rarity with Raven.
After the gimmick is squared away, then come the people,
I said.
You have to worry about being smothered in your sleep by plants, so then you take to the trees, or you hack things down, or you lay down a ring of salt, or you go on the seas if they're not choked with seaweed, or you dig down below where the roots can reach. And because it's a good way of developing a world, probably all of those things are true in different places. From that seed, that core idea of not having to find a safe place to sleep so the plants don't grow too much around you, you can get other things that hook the imagination, like people who live in symbiosis with certain kinds of plants. I imagine a little old auntie living up in a hollowed-out tree, descending on vines to a world that's always a bit different from how it was the day before. But that's fine, because she knows all the tricks, all the native plants, and the way they ebb and flow with the weather and the seasons. I usually try to think of as many compelling things as I can, then work backward to make sure that they make enough sense.
Why?
She asked, cocking her head to the side.
Why what? I asked back.
Why do they have to make sense?
She asked.
Uther always said that some of the best stories had some element of the nonsensical. He thought that if you had to decide between adding a few lines to make something make sense and skipping that in favor of brevity, you should choose brevity every time.
I
said.
It's a conversation we had a few times. For myself, if it doesn't hold together, it's not actually interesting. If I poke things and they fall apart, then there's no way that they can entertain me late at night when I should be sleeping, or in class when I'm bored by the lesson, or while I'm waiting in line or walking somewhere, or otherwise want to detach myself from the world. And if they don't survive at least some scrutiny, then they'll never make good worlds for playing games in.
What was it that made him light up? Asked Raven. With you, it's easy. You just gush about things. For him, I thought that it was his writing, his plays, even his songs, but knowing that almost all of it came from Earth, knowing that so often it must have been a deflection from his true thoughts. What was real about him?
Sorry,
I said.
You're in a better position to answer that than I am. When I knew him, he had a love of dissection, of argument. He liked to tear things apart to construct the hottest take he could.
I saw the confusion on her face.
He liked to put forward inflammatory arguments just for the sake of how difficult they were to defend or to make conversation.
Ah,
she said.
that he did. But looking back on it, with the context that I have from Earth, it seems like many of his hot takes are just what a teenager from the Midwestern United States of America might have taken for granted. Did you know that he advocated for democracy?
Dangerous thing for a king to do,
I said.
But yes, I'm something of an Uther scholar myself. I've read a lot of his arguments. It's weird because there's nothing perverse about them. I don't mean perverse like, just nothing that makes it seem like he's taking the piss, I guess. There's no satire, no modest proposals. It's just straightforward rote argumentation. Some of it is gripping, but it's just played straight, I guess. Maybe that's him having grown up, or maybe it's him playing a role. But it's hard for me to not read it as kind of sad.
I worry,
said Raven.
That used to be my job when I was head librarian, so maybe I just got in the habit. But knowing what I do about Uther, I worry about the reunion.
Yeah,
I said.
Me too.
I'm not sure you could beat him, if it came to that,
she said.
No?
I asked.
I mean, even with the full team?
She bit her lip for a moment.
If we all made it through Fell Seed, and whatever is waiting in the long stairs, I don't know.
Okay,
I said.
We're not natural enemies, though. Arthur and I were friends.
I know,
she said.
But I worry.
I nodded. Sorry, I said.
I should have stuck with talking about something that I love.
It's okay,
said Raven, giving me a forced smile.
We can go back to that.
I hesitated, thinking that it was time to go back to the fires, then pressed on anyway, working through the development of an idea into something that someone might someday want to play, or that would at least get me through a boring class. She seemed to take some enjoyment from it, at least, which I suppose shouldn't have been as surprising as it was. She shared that in common with Maddie, and maybe gave me a bit of insight into what Maddie had actually been like. Maybe Maddie hadn't asked me so many questions because she wanted attention, or because she was annoying. Maybe it was because it was a chance to see me when I was happiest. It was hard to tell, though. Maddie and Raven were wildly different people, for all the points of similarity. I left just in time to meet Amaryllis, who had apparently decided that it was time to see whether I was going to be coming back to set myself on fire again.
Odd of you to seek her out, said Amaryllis. Not that I'm complaining.
Yeah, I said.
It was surprisingly good, though. I think she's a little bit stressed, and obviously the trial by fire isn't going well, but I think we helped each other, at least a little.
Good,
said Amaryllis.
You need to stop unloading your fears and concerns on her,
I said.
It's getting to her.
Noted,
sighed Amaryllis.
I thought we were of a like mind.
You are,
I said.
But she's not made of iron like you are.
I shrugged.
Just a thought.
No, you're probably right, she said. Are you ready to return to the fires?
I guess,
I said.
But I wish that life could be more about conversations, and less about repeatedly setting yourself on fire in order to get a somewhat marginal benefit for a fight against a being of such immense power that there's almost no way we could possibly win a direct battle.
And, of course, I got it first try back. Skill unlocked. Fire magic. Achievement unlocked. Actually, we did start the fire. I breathed a long sigh of relief and satisfaction as stress drained from me, and an unpleasant task was finally completed, then steeled myself for a day of racing through the skill levels as quickly as I could. Chapter 2, 127. Homecoming, Part 2. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Thula Rejepson. The last thing we needed was to bring Bethel back into the fold. It went without saying that I didn't want to do it. I didn't trust her and didn't like her. But she had nearly unimaginable power, and that was what we would need if we had even a faint hope of surviving Fellseed. I was skeptical that anything like a reconciliation could take place, but I thought that we had a good enough shot at working together, if only on this single thing. Valencia had been talking to me when she could find the time, though most of her concern was in Bethel's direction rather than my own. After all, I had no mechanism for killing or even hurting Bethel, while she had hundreds of ways to rend me apart, and more with every day that passed as Amaryllis continued the process of entad acquisition. We met on Porin, which was now blanketed entirely by the domain of the Locus. The arranged meeting place was near the Tung campus, which was still undergoing rapid expansion in the wake of the second generation having finished their adolescence and education. How this was going to work with the Locus was beyond me, but if the Locus wanted to, their steel mage dormitories could have been crushed at a moment's notice. Earlier that morning, we'd gotten word of a new induction to what was apparently becoming a corps of druids joining Solace, and this one was one of the Tung, selected through whatever inscrutable criteria the Locus was using. There were now 5 druids, including Solace, and not one of them had been one of the hopefuls, which felt like a bit of a rebuke to Solace's planning. Our meeting spot was a table that had been set up in a glade, with no one around us and plenty of wards, along with my own defenses. The wards were a bit overkill and had been a point of contention. Grak had a very specific ward put up that would shut Bethel down almost completely, leaving her with only a fraction of her total power while we met. The heated discussion among the group had been about what kind of message it would send to her to have something like that in place, and whether it might be taken as a threat or a sign of things to come. Valencia had said that it was fine, and from the way she said it, while carefully not looking at me, it was fairly clear that the whole thing was for my psychological benefit, not for strictly practical reasons. I ended up waiting for her a bit, no doubt because of further manipulations behind the scenes, a calculation based on Valencia's handle on my psych profile. I tried not to resent it, because I had, after all, given her permission to do what she needed to in order to make this go smoothly. But there was a part of my brain that churned away, thinking about whether the amount of time I was left to marinate was calculated, and on what level Valencia was playing me. When I saw Bethel coming, I stood from my chair, waiting for her to cross the distance. She had changed since the last time I'd seen her, though change wasn't unusual for her. The body she wore to this meeting was much shorter, likely even shorter than Amaryllis, and the musculature had been swept away, leaving her on just the wrong side of skinny. Anything ostentatious, which had once been her signature mark, had been stripped away too, and to the extent that I could tell she'd changed her face, I thought she had probably made her jawline and cheekbones less defined. The dress was simple cotton fabric, as big a departure as possible from the diaphanous rainbow dress she used to wear. For all that, it was her demeanor that had changed the most. She had a delicacy to the way she stepped, downcast eyes, and a hesitance when she moved. If I hadn't been given advance warning, I might not have said that it was the same person. It was all fakery, of course. There was nothing that Bethel didn't control about her appearance. Valencia had talked to me about it and explained that Bethel was using her outward appearance for self-expression. To hear Valencia tell it, you couldn't fully trust how Bethel chose to look or sound or the expressions that she wore. But you needed to give them some trust and judge her as though they were all real. I wasn't fully convinced. She sat down and I waited for her to speak, but she remained silent, not meeting my eyes. Her hair was shorter than it had been, no longer braided, coming down to just beneath her chin. She'd kept her skin the color of cedar, maybe a touch darker, with a faint suggestion of wood grain in a few places. I was thankful that she had changed so much, since it was harder for my brain to make the connection between her as she was now and the person she'd been before. To my surprise, my mind didn't go to what had happened between us, but rather to the time she cut off Raven's fingers. When she finally met my gaze, she held it.
I'm sorry,
She said. I waited for more, but she was silent. That's it, I asked, furrowing my brow. All this time, And that's what you decided to go with?
Anything else I say is irrelevant.
She replied. Her lips were thin, nearly a grimace. But you talked with Valencia, I said. Surely she gave you some advice. Some better set of words.
There are no words that I can say that would express my sorrow at what I've done.
She replied.
There's no set of words that can repair our friendship. You trusted me more than anyone else, and I shattered that trust. I can't explain, because there's nothing to explain. I feel like shit about it, but I wouldn't wager you care about my own feelings. All I can do is say that I wish it hadn't happened, that I'm a different person than I was, and hope that you can forgive me just enough that I can do something to make amends, like becoming a weapon against Felseed.
I watched her for a moment, meeting her gaze. You could have led with that, I said.
It wouldn't have mattered,
She said.
It's the nature of things that whatever I say is irrelevant.
Not irrelevant, I said, frowning slightly. It's not. There's a possibility of a working relationship, with some firm boundaries in place. I don't hate you. But as I said it, it felt like a little bit of a lie. You fucked up. You fucked up in ways that... I don't think there's any excusing it, but by way of explaining it, maybe we should have been working to help you socialize more than we actually did. Right and wrong is usually a matter of shades of gray, but it's not all shades of gray. If Valencia's been able to help you, then we should have had her help you before things went too far. It was foreseeable, if not in the specifics, then in general.
Perhaps,
She slowly admitted.
I don't want you to diminish my ability to choose my own path. I wasn't some small animal that didn't know right from wrong, that needed to be led around on a leash. I was in control of myself. It's just that the self that was in control was, to put it mildly, maladapted.
Right, I said. And I've always thought of you as someone who understood the world. She nodded.
I know that what's done can't be set right,
Said Bethel.
but I'm willing to do what I can. Whatever boundaries you set, whatever you ask of me, I'll do it, with no questions asked.
I watched her. It was supplication at a level that I hadn't expected. I didn't think that I could trust it, and obviously she had her own selfish motives. But there was a part of me that wanted to believe that somehow Valencia had turned her around. On the other hand, it was all entirely academic. We needed Bethel to go up against Felseed. She could have swept in making demands, and common sense would have dictated giving in to at least some of them. There were entads we could feed Bethel, entads that Amaryllis was feeding Bethel, and as a tool, she was too useful not to use. The phrase, too big to fail, crossed my mind. She had offered an apology, and I had to accept it, because that was the rational thing to do. And if I had misgivings, then I had to swallow them. I was the one going to bat for you, I said. I was the one who understood you, or at least I felt like I did. We were almost kind of friends,
I know.
she said, bowing her head.
You gave me more than I deserved. Everyone did, but you meant it in a way that the others didn't. That's the source of my sorrow, now that I have a better understanding of why I feel the things that I do.
But you still feel them, I asked. That need to hurt, to humiliate, to threaten people.
Of course.
She replied.
It didn't just go away. I have a deep well of rage and insecurity, one that might always be there. Valencia has helped me to examine my first instinct, though, to think about where my desires are coming from. It's that second look that's been helping me. Valencia says that in time, it will become second nature, so quick and effortless that it will happen without conscious thought. I'm not there yet, but I'm trying.
How many days without incident? I asked.
Incident?
She said, giving a faint frown.
It was not long before I came to deal with Necrolaborum.
She said.
I was talking to a man who was abusive towards his wife and used more force than I should have. Dealing with people like that, it's difficult for me. Force is enticing.
I know, I said, narrowing my eyes at her. It gets you what you want.
No,
she said.
Usually it doesn't. The allure is that it's simple and visceral. I'd call it idiotic, but I don't think that's quite it. It's base. It's a fundamental expression of will. For humans, it's more understandable, since you originally come from animals, if what I know of reality is true. For myself, I was a relative imbecile for a very long time, and a core part of my psyche is a sword. Not an excuse, but perhaps an explanation.
Sure, I said. Sorry, I'm trying to forgive, I guess. But it's hard. And if I can't forgive you, then at least we can work together. She nodded.
I don't expect forgiveness. I wouldn't forgive if the same had happened to me. Valencia has been talking to me about that too, though.
Forgiving Uther? I asked.
Yes?
She replied.
And failing that, to at least empathize, to understand what he was thinking and feeling. Forgiveness doesn't necessarily follow from that.
No, it doesn't, I said, sighing a bit. I thought I had a fairly good understanding of Bethel, but I wasn't sure that it actually helped me feel any better about her. If anything, maybe it made me feel worse. I think I'm done here for today.
Okay,
She said. She stood up from her chair and began to leave without another word. You'll protect us? I asked. Fight for us. She turned to me and nodded. It's a good first step, I said. Thank you for not going the other way. She nodded again, then walked away. I watched her as she went. I don't know what I had been expecting from that reunion, but it hadn't been that. I found myself feeling sorry for her, and was about to remind myself to stay angry before realizing how stupid that would be. Instead, I let the pity wash over me, allowing myself to feel morose and ill at ease. When I went in to see Amaryllis, I was surprised to find that she had a visitor with her. It was a young girl, probably not more than 12 years old, with the distinctive pink skin and hair of a Renaissance. It took my brain a moment to catch up to what I was seeing and realize that there was only one person that it could be. Hey, Polita, I said. Back from the dead already.
Juniper!
She yelled, throwing her arms wide and giving me an enormous smile.
What the fuck, man? How's it going? Long time no see.
Do you remember me at all? I asked. Based on what I could tell of her age, she was young enough that she'd only have very cloudy memories of all the time she'd been in her mid-20s, and I had only known her for a single one of those lifetimes.
Oh, not even a little.
She replied, still smiling.
I kept a journal, though, got all caught up. It said you were a dillweed.
Ah, so you're a brat, I said. Got it,
Fuck off, old man.
she said.
I know you love me. It said so in the journal.
She's a little much,
said Amaryllis.
Pallida, now might not be the best time. You and I can talk later.
Oh, but this is the man himself.
Said Pallida.
Second coming of Uther Pendraig and all that.
She turned back to me.
Ever had your dick sucked by a 12-year-old?
Pallida.
Said Amaryllis, her voice sharp.
Out now.
You're not my real mom.
Said Pallida with a roll of her eyes, but she left the room all the same, giving me a lascivious expression as she did. I hoped that she was just trying to throw me off balance, because if not, I was going to have to throw her into a time chamber until I was less weirded out.
She didn't take well to the accelerated raising,
said Amaryllis by way of apology.
She didn't like the tongue, didn't like the rules, didn't like the living conditions, didn't like not being able to raise hell and steal things. Not my best call.
She waved to the side.
We can talk about it later.
Now would be fine with me, I said.
Yeah?
She asked, raising an eyebrow. I shrugged. We can talk more about the Bethel stuff later, but it would be good to give my brain a break with some new problem that's not my responsibility.
I'm not sure that I would call her a problem,
said Amaryllis.
The 12-year-old version of Polita. From what I understand, her usual pattern is to leave whatever home she's in as soon as possible and make her way in the world, sometimes as early as 5 or 6, even earlier if it's a rough home life. In some respects, she's still a little girl, but she's got a lot of experience being a little girl. Most of that experience is being fiercely independent and antisocial in a lot of ways. The Polita that we knew is a lot more mellowed out, and she wasn't particularly mellow.
And growing up in the time chamber wasn't particularly great for her, I asked,
We gave her as good a life as we could,
said Amaryllis.
but it wasn't suited to her, no.
And you didn't talk about this plan with me, I asked,
I was trying to take it off your plate.
said Amaryllis.
You disapprove.
Did she consent, I asked, to the extent she's able, at her age? Or before, to the extent that you can consent to what happens in your next life?
To the extent she's able,
said Amaryllis, nodding.
though not to the gold standards of consent that we might want in an ideal world.
Ah, I said,
She didn't understand anything.
said Amaryllis.
It took some time to get her up to speed, to educate her on what the stakes were. There were times she asked to leave, and when that happened, we didn't immediately allow her to, instead taking some time to talk to her. Once she turned 12, she was adamant and could no longer be persuaded, which is why she's come out half-baked and in her current disagreeable state.
Ah, I said again. This is all kind of giving me some bad vibes, and I noticed that you didn't consult me about it,
Sorry,
said Amaryllis.
I didn't think that it was your call, if I'm being frank. I was closer to Pallida than you were, and knew more about her wishes.
But this wasn't what she wanted, was it? I asked.
We didn't specifically talk about aging her up again if she were to die on us,
said Amaryllis.
but I talked with her enough to know that she wouldn't do terribly well in the kind of environment I could provide for her, even taking her unique quirks into account. She did want to help, though. She was on the wrong side when we first met, and once she figured that out, she was eager to make up for it. We can talk about this more, but what's done is done.
Fair, I said. I'm just voicing my feelings,
I should also say that she wants to come with us.
said Amaryllis. Where? I asked, dumbfounded. To Fell Seed? Fuck that. We're not bringing a 12-year-old there, no matter how precocious.
Why?
Asked Amaryllis. With the way she was looking at me, I could tell that she was ready to pounce, depending on what my answer was. You want her to come? I asked,
I sped up the pregnancy and her childhood so that she could come.
said Amaryllis. And if I'm trying to think like you, then I guess I have to ask what she brings to the table, I said. She's disposable, I asked. If she dies, it's not a big deal, meaning that she fulfills a narrative function,
No.
said Amaryllis.
I was thinking that she has a wide variety of practical skills that might be of use in the long stairs. You said that it was, and I quote, Trap City. She's got a good claim to being the best thief in the world, even at age 12. Perhaps especially at age 12.
And she volunteered? I asked,
She's being paid,
said Amaryllis.
but I think she was just demanding money because she knew we had it and wanted to milk us as much as she could. She's very contrary by nature. Even without lucre, I think she would demand to be a part of it, especially if she knew that you didn't want her there.
All right, I said. I don't particularly like it, but I'll defer to you and not complain too much about it. And from what little I saw of her, I'll probably be wishing for her death within a few weeks. I realized it as soon as I'd said it, and watched Amaryllis quirk an eyebrow.
We don't have a few weeks,
She said,
Based on the provisional schedule, we're planning to zip through Fellseed's zone 3 days from now.
Yeah, I said. I know. Slip of the tongue,
It's not too late to back out.
said Amaryllis.
We've committed nothing to this venture, not yet.
I know, I said. But that's where Uther is, and if we're going to bring this thing to a close, we have to go there sooner or later. If we don't, I'm worried about the kinds of threats we'll see. The Fell Seed Incident. Chapter 2, 128. The Fell Seed Incident. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Jepson. See the end of the chapter for notes. Arthur was dead, and everything was terrible. The campaign world predated his death. Otherwise, I might not have had the will to flesh it out as much as I did, if you'll pardon the pun. For the most part, I had taken the words from Jabberwocky and let my imagination run wild. Momme Wrath had been the first of the menagerie, invented in the spur of the moment while waiting for a movie to start, and he'd set the stage for all the others. Twisted creatures of immense size, usually with some particularly brutal or grotesque aspect to them. Fell Seed was special. He was evil amplified 1,000-fold, and he got meaner and more hardcore the more I thought about him. Campaigns had a way of altering the worlds that I'd put down into notebooks, and for Fell Seed, that meant that he just kept getting built up, mentioned in whispers in taverns, his name wielded to invoke fear and doom. There was a mystique to him, a feeling of deep lore, mostly built up by never saying too much directly about him, never so much as hinting at him having a stat block of any kind. It might have been nice to think that it was just a matter of circumstances, but the Fell Seed Incident, or something like it, was probably inevitable with the way I'd been going.
So how is this going to work? Mechanically?
Asked Reimer. He was the first one there, as he usually was, maybe because he had been instilled with the belief that on time was late, or maybe just so he could get some game business out of the way. I resented it, maybe because he wasn't my favorite person. Does it matter? I asked.
I mean, yes, obviously,
said Reimer.
But you've been getting sloppy with mechanics, and I wanted to make sure that you weren't going to, as they say, fuck it up.
I didn't reply to him. Instead, I just looked at my notes like there was something worthwhile there, which there manifestly wasn't. I had a DM screen, something that I'd considered super lame until I'd gotten one for Christmas from Arthur.
The canonical Vorpal blade cuts off a head on a nat 20,
Reimer said, plowing on ahead, as he often did.
Obviously, 5e rules are crap because they mean you can't use it against something like Fellseed as being cryptically described as either because he's got legendary actions, or because he's too big, or because he's legendary or something, and even if a nat 20 did work on him, sitting around for a bunch of rounds waiting on the perfect roll. I won't say that it's not fun, but it's one of those things that gets really not fun at the tail ends. Like if it happens right off the bat, or it takes so many rounds that we outright die.
Sure, I said.
So?
He asked, insistent.
Mechanically, if you want help with the mechanics.
Not really, I said. He sighed.
It took us 3 sessions to get this fucking sword,
said Reimer.
I just want to make sure that everyone has a good time. Because lately you haven't been...
But then Tom came in, and apparently Reimer didn't feel like finishing the discussion in front of him.
I texted Colin he's still coming,
said Tom.
He's bringing Anna. That's cool, June.
Yeah, I said. Already talked to him about it. Colin was on the wrestling team, and apparently something of a prodigy. I'd gone to wrestling matches a few times and struggled to resist the urge to bury myself in my phone, but he'd always won, so good for him, I guess. Wrestling crept into his life a lot, because it seemed like he was always cutting, or bulking, or lifting weights, or doing training. He was the most visibly muscular guy in our high school, more than anyone in any other sport. He was also a huge geek, reading more fantasy than anyone I knew, with a particular affection for dragons. I'd only gone over to his house one time, but his room had a wall of books, a bunch of trophies, medals, and ribbons for wrestling, and a bunch of tacky dragon statues that immediately called to mind the phrase, "Mall ninja shit."
This is a terrible introduction to D&D for Anna,
said Reimer.
Terrible introduction for Colin too, mind you, but he's at least taken to it, and he isn't quite coming in midstream.
This was Colin's 4th session with us. He'd started right at the beginning of the quest for the Vorpal sword.
We should have 5 then.
Tom said.
Craig is in, Maddie is out, nothing from Tiff.
Thanks for coordinating, I said. I felt guilty that I wasn't doing it, not that I was expected to. It had usually been Arthur's job, except when he was busy.
Oh, no prob,
he replied.
Tonight is Fellseed, right?
If, after getting this fucking sword, there's another diversion, I'm going to mutiny,
said Reimer. What else is new? I asked with a sigh. Tom and Reimer talked about a book series that Tom was reading at Reimer's insistence, something having to do with superheroes, and I busied myself with my notes, trying to force myself to do some more preparation. I had been giving preparation the cold shoulder lately, but I was good enough at improvising that most of the time it didn't make all that much of a difference. At least, that was what I told myself. Colin and Anna came together. Anna was his girlfriend, a fairly quiet girl who I'd never paid all that much attention to. They had been together for a year, and were inseparable in a way that I found obnoxious. I had kind of figured that if Colin was going to play with us, she would eventually join too, because they were never that far apart from each other, and there were lots of displays of affection between the two of them, holding hands, kissing in the hallways, that kind of thing. She was blonde and plain-looking, usually dressed in oversized shirts and baggy pants in a way that was, to my admittedly untrained eye, pretty unfashionable. Tiff probably would have had a problem with me defining Anna as Colin's girlfriend, but that's what she was to me. Whatever personality she had, it seemed completely subsumed by her relationship with him. I had never talked to her outside of a few group projects, and maybe once during a party or something, and she'd never stood out, maybe by choice. It was possible that she had her own rich fantasy life, and that was what she bonded with Colin over, but if so, it was invisible to me.
Fellseed tonight, boys, right?
Asked Colin, smiling as he took his seat. He had brought a case of Mountain Dew and a pack of donuts, which was nice, but nice in a kind of desperate way that made me feel sour towards him. This was his 4th session, and maybe there was a part of me that felt like he was drawn to the group because Arthur had died, which I definitely didn't like. He was close with Tom and had been invited before, but never shown interest. Craig showed up late, which I was hopeful would get the random chatter out of everyone's system, but that hope was dashed against the rocks, and it was another 30 minutes before my attempts to get us moving toward the game got us anywhere. Reimer really wanted to talk about the superhero thing, and Colin had read it, because Colin read everything, which meant a pretty boring conversation for everyone else, even when they tried to pull us in with some world-building tidbits. I was just thankful that Maddie hadn't been joining us, because I was pretty sure that Colin would have read some of the strange junk from the depths of the internet that she liked to plumb.
All right,
Reimer finally said, turning to me like I was the one holding things up.
What do we know about what the Vorpal sword actually does? Like, is there any way that we can test it?
To recap, I said, glancing at Anna. Fellseed is the greatest horror in a land filled with horrors, and by some reckonings, he's the progenitor of them all.
Progenitor?
Asked Reimer.
Seriously, dude?
I glared at him. With Arthur gone, Reimer had been taking things less seriously, and whatever I was trying to weave, he would carelessly destroy. We were definitely on the outs for a few reasons, but he was fucking with the one thing that I looked forward to every week. They're just rumors, I continued, ignoring him for now. Fellseed has his factories of flesh, and while some of the products of those organic madhouses are obvious, some of the factories are so large, their outputs so rarely seen, that people can only guess. Perhaps Fellseed created the Snicker snacks, perhaps he created the Jub Jub bird, or maybe it's just a way for people to put a name to the ills of the world, to pretend that there really is a single string that can be cut.
But the sword cuts the string, right?
Asked Tom. If you remember when you set out to get the sword, I said, knowing that they had probably forgotten. You were told that it was the sword that brought low creatures and men of myth. Supposedly, it was the sword that cut through the marvelous creation of Hiawatha's, killing man and oracular contraption in a single stroke. Supposedly, it killed King Hal in a duel the very moment it touched him, not even breaking skin, just grazing the layer of wax that his armor was polished with. And of the Rilchium, the less said, the better.
Dead though, right?
Asked Tom. There are fates worse than death, I replied. And deaths so final, they're hard to speak of.
Question,
said Colin.
How does a sword deliver fates worse than death?
Probably lots of ways,
said Reimer.
Juniper can be very creative when it comes to killing.
Reimer had lately made a habit of bringing a backup character to every game, the better to be able to keep on playing when he died.
Okay,
he said.
Joan, because the stakes are high, I'm going to grab a random civilian and attack them with the sword to see what its true power is.
Said Tom.
You could just grab a random bandit instead.
Sure,
said Reimer.
So, I wander around until I find a bandit, which you said there were plenty of, and I cut him down with the Vorpal sword.
Do you remember from last week, when the matriarch said that the Vorpal sword was not lightly drawn? I asked. Do you remember reading through the scroll and seeing that it said the sword was so powerful that the mere act of unsheathing it put the wielder at risk?
I do,
replied Reimer.
But on the other hand, I don't think that we can go into this battle without a plan. And we can't have a plan unless we know how the sword physically functions. So if killing a rando bandit, if you will, means that we have a better chance of success, I'm willing to take that risk.
Craig snorted.
I'll be watching from a safe distance.
Why is the wizard using the sword at all?
Asked Tom.
Shouldn't it be someone who can fight?
It's in character,
Reimer argued.
And it's just a bandit. Obviously, on the day of, someone else will use it.
I grabbed the sword from Trent Whistle,
said Colin.
Wizard, a sword seems awkward in your hands, and should the worst happen, I fear you would not survive. We'll need your intellect, going forward, but if I am maimed, there are comparable fighters you might find. Your life is too valuable. If there is risk, let me take it.
Colin did voices, though only a little bit, in part because he wasn't actually that far off from being a big, brawny fighter.
Fine, I don't contest having the Vorpal sword taken from me,
said Reimer.
Because you'd have lost the role,
said Craig.
Never go against a wizard when death is on the line,
muttered Reimer, but he was clearly enjoying himself. Gorn takes the sword, and after a day of asking around the small village, finds a bandit camp, I said. They're no match for him, and he slays all but the last one of them in the usual manner, whipping around like a whirling dervish, his normal sword constantly soaked in blood. Finally, he approaches the last man, who is bleeding from the forehead, but otherwise fine. It's only then that he draws the Vorpal blade.
What does it look like?
Asked Colin. It's a double-sided blade, perfectly reflective, but it reflects nothing but death. If you stare at the reflection, you can see a putrefied version of your own flesh hanging off your bones, the grass behind you dead and brown, the birds resting on the ground, just carcasses, and the sun red and swollen in the sky. There's a faint blue blur along the edge of the blade, as though it's projecting a field of sharpness. The most notable thing, though, once it's drawn, is that the world seems to slow down to a tenth its speed. You're slowed down too, with only your mind and eyes able to move normally, and it takes a few seconds, call it a round, to get your bearings and adjust to how slowly your body responds to your command. Once you've adjusted, you realize that your heart is beating at the same speed it normally was, blood moving at incredible speed through your body.
I tamp down my discomfort,
said Colin.
Then I raise the sword and bring it down on the bandit.
The moment your sword touches his skin, the world seems to stop, only your eyes able to move. You can feel the Vorpal sword sucking at your life force, like a leech attached to your very soul, I said. You're locked in now, in this timeless moment, while you decide how much of your life force to give up to the attack.
None though, right?
Asked Reimer. It should be pretty obvious that's not an acceptable answer, I replied.
What does life force mean though, hit points?
He asked. You're not even there, Reimer, I said, keeping my focus on Colin.
Then the minimum, I guess,
said Colin.
Wait, I can do better. Gorn gives as little of himself as possible, trying his best to resist the pull of the blade.
You sense the blade tasting the offer, in this moment of frozen time, I replied. Then you sense its contempt at the task you've set before it, this blade which has seen the death of so many beings of importance and strength. It takes twice as much as was offered. Roll 2d10. There was something that I didn't like about Colin. Maybe it was that it seemed like he was taking Arthur's spot in more ways than one. For Colin, the game was like the books he spent so much of his time on, and doing the characters was an extension of the kind of fantasy life he'd been privately living in his head. On the surface, it was the same kind of energy that Arthur brought, a commitment to character that I might have found admirable in other circumstances. At the time, I wasn't being nearly so introspective. I just knew that he was annoying me.
7,
he said, looking at the dice. You lose that from your max hit points, permanently, I replied. It cannot be restored, not even by a wish or miracle. I saw Reimer frown, but he held his objection. Time starts back up as the life force leaves you, and you see the bandit sliced apart, not just at the point where the edge of the blade made contact with him, but at every single joint in his body. He falls apart, head falling off his neck, vertebrae disconnected, the knuckles of his fingers making a staccato sound as they hit the ground one after the other. He lays on the ground, completely dismembered. You get the sense that something more has happened to him, some metaphysical dismembering. But it's beyond your ken. I was ready for Reimer to complain that this didn't actually tell them anything. 2d10 hit points permanently lost didn't translate into some concrete amount of damage, at least so far as the party was concerned, nor did it give much data about what impact it might have on Fell Seed. Reimer stayed silent, though, maybe because Colin took the lead.
I sheathed the Vorpal blade, slowly and gingerly,
he said.
Then I returned to the others, weakened but exuberant, because Fell Seed isn't prepared for what we're bringing him.
When we get the report from Gorn,
said Reimer, thinking about it for a bit.
Personally, I'm cautiously optimistic, but when the time comes, it seems like someone will probably have to make a heroic sacrifice. Maybe more than one someone.
He glanced at me.
Juniper, are there ways of boosting hit points in this setting?
Yes, probably, I said. I haven't looked at character sheets that much. The sword takes from your maximum, though.
But we could bring people along and have them wield the sword?
Asked Reimer. If you're Craven, yes, I said.
Not Craven, no,
replied Reimer.
Just trying to be smart about it, given that Fell Seed is the worst of the worst. And we need to kill him one way or another, at virtually any cost. If that means getting mercenaries involved, then so be it.
No mercenary in his right mind would go up against Fell Seed, I replied. I was feeling annoyed with Reimer, which was typical. Colin had at least been getting into it, but Reimer was fucking it up, taking something that had a glimmer of the heroic and steering away from it, toward the cold, utilitarian bastard route. It was the kind of thing that Arthur was usually good about curbing. Tom was looking at the ceiling, thinking.
What about people who believe in the greater good?
He asked. That's the 5 of you, I said. Everyone else you've met, going through the list, anyone you would try either believes that you're going on a fool's errand or can't help you in any way. People are looking out for themselves, trying to grind out a living in this miserable world, not daring to dream bigger. The rare person who still dares to dream. I realized that I'd just said the same thing twice and stumbled forward. Of killing something like Fellseed. Well, I guess you do find one, which is Elnor, Anna's character. Anna, are you fine with stumbling across Colin? Maybe you were captured by these random bandits? Or a bandit yourself that's prepared to argue your case against the certainty of his mindless slaughter?
That's fine, I guess,
she said, pretty much the first words out of her mouth. I wasn't hopeful that she would stick with the group, but then again, I didn't really want her to stick with the group. Ideally, she'd have just left and gone back to whatever bland hole she'd crawled out of. Elnor, the only thing that saves you from being killed by Gorn as he descends on the bandits is the fact that you're in shackles, I said. It's not clear what the bandits were going to do with you, but the best guess is that they were going to sell you into slavery, maybe to one of the corrupt grand houses that hasn't yet fallen to the horrors. How you got captured or whatever can be up to you. She gave me an unsure look. The last thing I really wanted to be doing with this session was shepherding someone through their first time playing a game like this, and Reimer had been right. This was probably a horrible introduction to D&D.
I break her shackles with my bare hands,
said Colin.
I can do that, right?
Roll for me, I said. Add your strength modifier. He rolled.
36 total,
he said. That can't be right, I replied.
Strength mod, not score,
said Reimer, without even looking at Colin's character sheet. He had helped both of them make characters.
Oh, then, 21,
he said. Still more than enough to break the poor iron that these bandits had, I said. Elnor, you're free. Hopefully after Gorn explains what he was doing out here and his ultimate mission, you demonstrate that you have skills of your own and want to come along.
I can shoot a bow,
she said, looking down at her sheet.
And Fellseed is a bad guy?
He's the bad guy,
said Tom.
Ah,
said Reimer.
With how long we've been in this campaign, better to think about him as the season finale, if it's like a British season.
They say series there,
said Craig.
Well, that's just confusing,
said Tom. Reimer scowled at Craig.
Did you think I didn't know that they call a season a series?
He asked.
Hey, fuck off,
said Craig, not bothering to continue the conversation any further. Elnor, did you want to tell us a bit about your character? I asked. Tragic backstory, connections to others, passions, hobbies, things like that. I had meant to send her a text earlier in the week, but never got around to it. It was really the kind of thing that Colin and Reimer should have helped her with.
I don't know,
she said.
I guess I've got a dog.
Sure, I said, wishing that she would give me something, anything that I could work with. I was betting that she had a dog at home, though I knew very little about her. But like a personal vendetta against Fellseed.
I guess,
she said.
He killed my father?
That's statistically likely,
said Reimer.
Fellseed has killed a lot of people.
He's also statistically likely to have raped your mother,
said Craig. I saw Anna wince at that, but maybe I was just imagining it, and I made an effort to move on. Do we want to do introductions with the rest of the group? I asked, hoping that the answer was yes, so that I could sit back and zone out for a bit as they talked amongst themselves about character stuff. I had done very little prep for the session, and one of the ways to pad time was to have in-character conversations. It wasn't just padding, because sometimes that was the meat and potatoes, but Anna was, frankly, sapping my will to live. The introductions did, in fact, take quite a bit of time. The story of acquiring the Vorapal sword was told in full, as well as a few mentions of people who were now dead, whether they were players, enemies, or unfortunate NPCs. It was a common phenomenon in D&D games for a mission originally undertaken by a small group of people to be completed by a completely different group of people, and while we weren't quite there yet, we were on our way. "So, are we ready to set off to Fellseed Zone?" I asked, when it seemed like the conversation might threaten to turn towards something that wasn't D&D. After so many years, my sense for the natural breaks in conversation was fairly finely honed.
He's basically asking if we're ready to die,
said Reimer.
Ready and willing,
said Tom, putting on his exaggerated, "I'm a cool guy" voice, which he only ever did when he was clowning around. Tom knew how uncool he was and joked about it, which I had lately been finding extremely annoying.
Gorn isn't ready to die,
said Colin. He smiled at us.
but he is very ready to kill.
"Any other preparations you want to make before you go?" I asked. "Provisions you need to buy, spells you want to learn, anything like that? You have a 20% discount from Madame Eich if you want to spend the time going a few days west." There was some consulting of character sheets, which eventually led to some murmurs that everyone was fine. "You set off toward Fellseed then," I said. "You take the Marrow Road, once the most important trade route across the 12 kingdoms, but now long decimated, with many of the towns fortified against refugees, outlaws, bandits, and monsters, unwilling to help strangers, unwilling to engage in trade, if they still function as towns at all." This was the first thing that I had actually planned for the session, and we were getting to it an hour and a half after we'd started.
"How do they eat then?"
asked Reimer. It annoyed me that he was asking now, given that this had all been mentioned before, but either he was asking for the benefit of Anna and Colin, or he had just forgotten. "Poorly," I said. "The fields are going fallow, the farmers working only under armed guard, and the people are starving. Of late, people have taken to eating the misbegotten creations that they find invading their lands, consuming whatever escapes from Fellseed's domain, or is deliberately sent out by him. No one wants to, but it's the only reliable source of food, given how unproductive the fields are. It's not without complications."
"Create food and water?"
asked Reimer. I was getting pissed off, because this was exactly the kind of thing he always asked about. The truth was, this was the kind of setting that would really benefit from removing that kind of spell, but I hadn't done it up front because I didn't want the hassle, and hadn't been looking at character sheets, so I had no idea whether anyone was using it. Sometimes I hated D&D for all the unwanted baggage it brought in. "There aren't enough clerics, and there aren't enough wizards," I said. "The nobles are fed, but keeping everyone else fed just can't happen given the limited resources available. And every commoner that is fed, every sick child given clean water, signifies, in the final sense, a theft from the effort to keep the nobility safe and secure." That was a reversal of a famous Eisenhower quote about how the war effort steals from the needy, but no one seemed to get it. Arthur would have. It was one of his favorite pieces of rhetoric. Tiff probably would have gotten it too, but she had stopped coming, and I didn't blame her for that. I cleared my throat a bit when it became clear that Reimer wasn't going to try to chase us down the rabbit hole of justifying a whole world on the basis of 5 ED&D mechanics, which we'd done more than once, calculating and recalculating, justifying and litigating. The clearest sign that you're transitioning into Fellseed's dominion are the plants, which vanish entirely over the course of a few miles of the Marrow Road, I said. They're replaced by their own fleshy variants. The grass is replaced by hair sticking up from the ground, the vines become veins, the trees turn into large bony towers with flaps of skin instead of leaves. If you squint, you might be able to mistake it for a natural scene.
"I look for eyes,"
said Colin. "Make a roll," I said. "Perception."
21,
he said. I nodded. "You see them dangling from a nearby tree, like small fruits, and as you look closer, you can see them other places too, peeking out from a bush, from birds that are barely visible in the distance, and just once, poking up from the road that you're walking on, half hidden by a cobble.
Well, fuck,
said Craig.
The question is, how many encounters we have to fight until we actually get to him?
Said Reimer.
Joan, are you sure there's no teleportation circle anywhere in his realm?
I'm 1,000% sure, I said. Still want to try your gambit of trying for an astral explosion and randomly getting dumped next to him?
Nope,
he replied.
Wait, are we on horses?
Asked Tom. A horse would buck and flee if you tried to take it into this place, I said. They know better.
I have phantom steeds,
said Reimer.
As a ritual.
Have we always had those?
Asked Tom.
Juniper never pressed us on travel arrangements,
said Reimer.
There's some rules, stuff that makes them less good than normal horses. If you have someone to just give you normal horses, and if you can just treat the horses like motorcycles that don't need to be taken care of, don't need to graze, etc.
Fine. Up on the phantom steeds you go, I replied.
Takes 55 minutes,
said Reimer.
And then I have to keep recasting the spell, but you can do that mounted.
Sure, I replied, not caring in the slightest. You all continue down the Marrow Road, with the realm of flesh all around you, riding the unearthly steeds and staying on your guard. It's just before sunset when you see the first city of Felseed's domain.
Which is how big?
Asked Colin. I said. Sizable. You'll be traveling for days. Let's say about the size of Kansas.
Wait, before we get to the city, I send my familiar ahead to scout,
said Reimer. Okay, I replied. I'd been going to tell them anyway. You see a city that's almost what it once was, not terribly big by modern standards, 10,000, perhaps, with a small stone fort sitting in the middle and merchants and churches around that. The stone wall is broken in several places, no longer serving any defensive purpose. Sitting on top of the stone wall at various intervals are fleshly creatures, each at least 9 feet tall, each of a slightly different composition. All of them watch your familiar as it flies overhead. You see similar creatures roaming the streets, some of them tethered to the surroundings by what look like veins as thick as a forearm, others sleek-looking, like someone stripped the skin off a dog, leaving only raw muscle behind. You see humans too, but only women, most of them that you can spot standing at doorways or looking out windows. And one who catches your eye is holding something swaddled in her arms, a lump of misshapen flesh with too many eyes.
I need to use the bathroom,
said Anna. She got up before we could even tell her where it was.
Is she okay?
Asked Tom. Colin hesitated.
Yeah.
We can wait, I said. You can talk strategy if you want to, or ask some questions.
So,
said Reimer.
Define too many eyes. Are we talking 3 instead of 2? Or like covered in eyes?
Covered in eyes, I said. Picture a baby whose limbs have grown in at random and whose oversized head had the nose and mouth removed to make more room for the eyes.
She's just a normal woman,
asked Tom. A human woman, yes, I said. As are most of the women that Reimer sees. This was human land before Fell Seed came along. Sprinkled in among them are a few elven women, gnomish women, some other typical species.
Wait,
said Reimer.
If the entire landscape around us has been changed by him, and that's true for hundreds of miles, then why the fuck is he using these women as incubators?
For fun, I said. For sport. He could grow whatever creatures he wanted without them, and he did when he was getting settled. This is just his way of keeping himself entertained. It probably goes without saying that these women can't leave. While I was speaking, Colin's phone had let out a little chirp. When he looked at it, his face was frozen for just a bit.
June, can I talk to you in private for a bit?
He asked. Sure, I said. We can take 5. My heart was beating faster. This seemed like exactly the kind of thing that I didn't want to have to deal with, some kind of social encounter that I just wasn't built for. I was hoping that I was wrong, and he just had some kind of plan that he didn't want to share with the group, but I hadn't missed that Anna had taken her phone with her when she'd gone into the bathroom. "What's up?" I asked, once we were out in the hallway and had closed the door.
Anna's just...
Colin started,
I guess.
feeling a little bit uneasy about all the implied sexual violence. "Ah," I said. I could feel my face getting flushed. "I mean, I'm trying not to be explicit."
That's not really helping.
He said.
I mean, the implication is there. It's, not even really veiled. Fell Seed is kidnapping and then raping all these women, and you can get why she's upset.
"Yeah," I said. "Why the fuck did you bring her along?" I didn't ask, but the thought was definitely going through my head. Fell Seed had been telegraphed about as hard as a boss encounter could be. And no, it wasn't strictly necessary that Fell Seed was doing terrible things with these women, but to leave it out, well, it would change the texture of the whole adventure. That was what I told myself anyway. Colin looked down at his phone, and I couldn't see what was on the screen, but my guess was that he was rereading the text he'd gotten from her. "Can we, cool it a little bit?" he asked. I tried to think of a diplomatic way of saying, "No, fuck off," but nothing came to mind. "Sure," I said. "I mean, I can try. It's kind of, I'll improvise, no problem." I felt the weight of that settle uncomfortably on me, easy words that I didn't know if I could follow through on. It was kind of a central conceit. You couldn't say that Fell Seed's cruelty and depravity knew no bounds, and then say, "Oh, well, except in this way, if it makes you uncomfortable." It all would have rankled less if it had been for someone else, someone I had liked, or at least known. But it was for Anna, who didn't seem to give a shit about the game, and was only there to spend more time with her boyfriend. We went back into the room, and I sat down, trying to think about what I could do. I was still feeling flushed and anxious. "So," said Reimer.
The question is, do we actually have any reason to go into this town? Fell Seed isn't there, right?
"It'll add some time if you want to go around," I said. "That's it,"
Well,
said Tom.
that's kind of what we were talking about because there are people to rescue in there.
We can't just leave these people here,
said Colin, jumping straight in, even though he'd missed what they were talking about. Anna slipped back into the room, so quiet that I might not have noticed her. She wasn't looking at me, just at what was in front of her.
"Obviously we can leave them,"
said Reimer.
"They're living terrible lives, and have been for years at this point. And even if we had the firepower to kill everything, which we don't, that doesn't affect the root of the problem, which is Fell Seed."
It's just set dressing,
said Craig.
Juniper just wants to show us how big and bad Fell Seed is again.
They're still people,
said Colin, ignoring that.
Unless you're saying that we come back for them?
"Sure we could,"
said Reimer.
"I don't suppose Juniper will tell us what happens to all the bone trees and hairgrass and horrible monsters with foot-long dongers once we take the vorpal blade to Fell Seed's throat. Will they all die or all go berserk?"
You have no way of knowing, I replied. Are you doing anything with the city or not?
"No,"
said Reimer.
"Unless we think there's some loot in it for us."
No loot, no, I said.
We're heroes, though,
said Colin, furrowing his brow.
Oh, sweet summer child,
replied Craig. I just need to know what you're doing, I said. Reimer turned to Colin. Fell Seed is watching us, yes? The best case scenario right now is that he knows where we are and is letting us be, waiting to see whether or not we try anything.
I don't know
if he's planning on a pivot to tourism or what, but that's the absolute best case. More likely he's marshalling forces, erecting, and I do mean erecting, an unassailable position in the metropolis of flesh. City of 1,000 brides, I said.
"Really?"
asked Reimer.
"Metropolis of Flesh has a better ring to it. Plus 1,000 seems low."
Well, maybe when you inevitably get captured, Fell Seed will put you on a naming committee, I said. Of course, your nervous system will be made into a blanket that gets a flogging at the top of every hour, so I'm not sure how much use you'll be coming up with clever and evocative names.
Yeah, most likely I end up naming everything. Ow, stop,
replied Reimer, grinning at me. He turned back to Colin. Point being, we've been moving through Felseed's land of horrors relatively unimpeded, and I want to keep it that way. If for some reason he thinks that we're not here to cause trouble, you want to wait to trip the alarms when you're close enough to strike him down.
Fine,
said Colin with a glance at Anna.
The world forces us to make these choices because the world itself is cruel and unfair. If every innocent could be saved, we would do it. But we are not so blessed.
On you go then, skirting around the edge of the village, through eerie charnel woods that are casually littered with the bones of unknown people, I said. Maybe left there from the massacre when Fell Seed took over this place, or maybe the remains of his creations that he's decided don't make the grade. It's difficult to say.
He sometimes fucks up his creations?
Asked Reimer. I thought about that for a moment. It would be more proper to say that he uses stochastic processes in making his creations. I glanced at Anna. Part of the secondary purpose of the incubation processes he uses is that it's a way of randomizing. He's a tinker.
Stochastic?
Asked Reimer.
Jesus, Juniper, are you trying to wring as much use as possible from your thesaurus?
It was one of Arthur's favorite words, I said, staring him down. I didn't invoke Arthur's name lightly, and it felt dangerous and unfamiliar on my tongue. Reimer sat back a bit and waved his hand, dismissing that. Look, you get through the woods and back on the Marrow Road, having decided not to engage with the town. It happens twice more that you see a place like that, one a fair bit smaller and without walls, the other larger, built to ford a river that runs brown. Both times you have the same conversations, but the calculus is always the same, and the conversations become rote. I took a drink of water, waiting to see whether anyone would challenge that account. And then you crest a hill along a path that seems to be cobbled with enormous teeth, only to find it splayed out in front of you, the city of 1,000 brides.
Bride seems like the wrong word,
said Colin. Fell Seed seems to think of himself as a god, and it's possible that he is, I said. The marriages are consecrated by him. I shrugged. You might compare it to arranged marriages or forced marriages, similar to what still goes on in other parts of the world. Etymology is difficult even in the best of times, though, and the origin of the name isn't one that anyone knows.
I want to roll for it,
said Reimer. Of course you do, I said, rolling my eyes. History, then.
26,
he replied. You have no clue, I said. It's not like the etymology was recorded in a book somewhere, or like there are libraries where you can find bundles of periodicals, if it even came from a periodical. Sometimes information is just lost, even if you did get a 26. At best, you've heard a few contradictory rumors.
You do remember that part of your job as a DM is to say yes, right?
Asked Reimer. I'm saying that you don't know, I replied. No amount of research is going to let you know. Unless you beseech a god of knowledge or travel through time, you're never learning the origin of the name.
Fine, religion check to see if I know the god of knowledge,
said Reimer. You don't need a check, because it's in the world-building doc, I said. Go read it there, it doesn't matter. Moving on. I was feeling flushed, not just because I was annoyed, but because I had no idea what the name of the god was. Probably something from the hunting of the Snark.
Can you give us the lay of the land?
Asked Colin.
What does the city look like?
I looked down at my notes, which didn't have all that much. I had always saved descriptions for the last minute. It's a mockery of a city, I said. Where a city has central roads that branch out into neighborhoods and districts, this city is shot through with roads seemingly at random, with none of the planning or naturalistic design of a real city. There seems to be no thought given to logistics or aesthetics, to praxis of any kind. The buildings aren't made of stone or wood, of course, instead favoring different variations on flesh, struts of bone, insulation with sheets of fat, walls held together with strips of flesh or occasionally hair. A real city clusters larger buildings at its center, but here there's nothing like that, with large and small buildings next to each other at random. Veritable skyscrapers next to small huts that look like oversized blisters. Through the city, and visible from your vantage point, the sole concession to practicality is a river running through the middle, one which goes in a murky brown and comes out as a stream of offal, shit, piss, blood, pus, and more than a few bodies, all of which drains into a vast nearby lake created from the sludge the city produces. From what you've heard of Felseed's power, this all must be entirely by choice. His power is so vast and fine-tuned that he could have made this into a paradise.
And we have no idea why he didn't?
Asked Colin. He's evil, I said. He made the city ugly and disordered because he wanted to inflict that on people. The river of excrement running through the city is there because it suits him. The one exception to all this ugly, disorganized mess is the citadel at the center, not the biggest building, but the only one that's clean.
The question is at what point he's going to try to stop us,
said Reimer.
Assuming that he's going to try at all.
Probably when we produce the Vorpal blade in his throne room,
said Craig.
Seems like there's a lot of city between us and him right now. Like, we would probably die if we had to fight all of them?
It's hard to know, I said. There are people moving through the city, some of them in cages made of bone, others monsters of flesh or fleshly fluid. What purpose each serves is unclear.
We should rescue the women,
said Colin.
They'll be able to tell us more.
The time has come for us to be proper heroes, eh?
Asked Reimer.
I feel like we haven't been proper heroes at all this campaign,
said Tom, sounding slightly sad.
You said cages,
said Colin, turning to me.
Any close to the outskirts? Preferably without armed guards?
You spot one, I said. A cage of bone trundling along an outer road, transporting 3 women from one place to another, moving along not on wheels, but legs that seem to be mostly sinew. Walking alongside it are 2 creatures, one tall and lanky, with knife-like claws that drag along the road, the other more portly, mostly made of belly, with a huge mouth and fat lips. Combat followed. It was pretty rote. The larger one was revealed to spring across the battlefield, doing swiping attacks with his claws as he bounded from place to place, while the portly one swallowed people whole. Tom nearly died. Reimer was knocked unconscious and then brought back. Anna suffered a serious wound and then got healed. And at the end of it, both of Felseed's monsters were killed. It took a little bit more than an hour.
But why even have guards?
Asked Reimer.
I mean, this is his city. He's all-powerful. Why have guards or police or anything like that? According to you, the only reason we didn't immediately die on entering his domain is that we have poison and disease immunity.
You think so anyway, I said. He's got complete control of all things biological, which means that he can create hyper-targeted diseases and poisons, then use various mechanisms to saturate the air with them. You've been breathing in spores and particulates since you entered his domain.
So the guards?
Asked Colin.
He likes hurting people, I think,
said Tom, frowning at me a bit.
The guards aren't to make sure that no one escapes, or to kill people like us.
There's no one like us,
said Craig.
It's kind of like just a show of power?
Asked Tom.
Like North Korea doing a military parade.
It's poisoning someone with polonium,
said Craig, smiling a bit. Reimer sighed.
You do not, under any circumstances, have to hand it to Vladimir Putin.
Is there a way to free the women?
Asked Colin.
Break the bones? Are they bound?
Right, I said. I was pretty clearly off my game, since that was the kind of thing that should have been described before the fighting started, or maybe even worked into the fight itself. The cage is made of twisted bone, and is the first thing you've seen that's almost a little bit pretty. It's a pure white, looking like the bones of a cancer patient.
What?
Asked Tom, raising his hand a bit.
Bones of a cancer patient?
Well, I said, I'd need to Google a picture, but metastatic bone cancer makes the bones a bit furry, or with petals, or spikes, that kind of thing. So here, it's not smooth bone in all places. It's like lace where it's between the major support structures. The women are hooked in there by twisted strips of bone.
I start freeing them,
said Colin.
Can you describe them?
One an elf, short-haired and glassy-eyed, not responding to you, nor responsive to the battle as it was happening. One a gnome, looking angry, spent most of her time calling for help. And the third, a human woman, looking withdrawn, I said. I glanced at my sheet of random names for people, hoping that I wouldn't be asked, because it never mattered, and was one more thing for me to remember.
And do I free them, then?
Asked Colin. With a few swings of your sword, you do, I said. The elf sits down where she is, not moving or saying anything, while the gnome grabs a shard of bone from the ground, wielding it as a makeshift weapon, though not against you. After a brief pause, the human woman does the same.
Do you have names?
Asked Colin, doing his voice. No response from the elf, I said. The gnome says her name is Maria. And the human woman, pausing for a moment before responding, drives her shard of bone straight into her own neck, wrenching it to the side to open as wide of a wound as she can. I waited for Craig to make the obvious joke, which was that this sure was a weird name, but he just looked a little uncomfortable. As she falls, the clothing slips to the side, revealing that she was pregnant, I continued. Anna got up and left the room, not even saying anything.
She okay?
Asked Tom.
1 second,
said Colin, getting up and going after her.
Is she okay?
Tom asked again, this time directing the question at us. Anna, or the girl, I asked.
Wait,
said Reimer.
I should be able to stop the woman from killing herself, right? Like, let's say for the sake of argument that you can do a coup de grace on yourself, which doesn't exist in this edition.
Massive damage, I said.
Well, how much fucking damage can a shard of bone do in the hands of a level 1 commoner?
Asked Reimer.
How much horsepower did she have?
I don't want to argue this, I said, leaning back slightly. I wondered whether Anna or Colin would return. I was feeling drained, not just from the session, but in my life as a whole. I had been thinking of ending things. It was at the back of my brain, a little thought that didn't seem like it would ever go away, the easy way out. I hadn't made plans, but I had thought about what my plans would be, if I ever decided on that option. Colin came back in, grabbed Anna's stuff, then left again. I noticed that he'd left his own stuff, and briefly wondered whether or not he intended to stay for the rest of the session. I didn't have to wonder for long, because he came back and sat down.
Okay,
he said. The muscles of his jaw were clenched, and he was sitting forward in the chair with his elbows on the table, showing the tension in his arms.
Sorry about that,
he said, but his voice was tight.
Let's get on with it.
Is Anna okay?
Asked Tom.
No,
said Colin.
She's going home.
You don't need to stay,
said Tom.
We can table this until...
He glanced at me.
We maybe try again later.
It's important to me to see this through,
said Colin, staring me down. I found myself very aware of how easy it would be for him to kill me with his bare hands. Even failing that extreme, I wasn't a fighter, and he was a prodigy at the closest thing to sanctioned fighting our school had. A brief moment of fantasy went through my head. I imagined Colin fighting me, things coming to blows, and me somehow winning by being totally ready to go nuts. Colin was a wrestler, But there were rules in wrestling, and I would be able to do all of the things that were normally prohibited, like pulling hair, biting, going for the eyes or groin. It was the kind of fantasy that I could completely recognize as a juvenile one, but it still had an allure to it that was hard to resist. In reality, Colin could probably punch me once in the face, and I would be weeping on the floor through broken teeth. "All right," I said. "What are you doing?"
"We go to Fellseed's palace,"
said Colin, giving a brief glance at the others.
"The women have to be left to their own devices. There wasn't even a point in saving them from the cages."
What are we doing with Anna's character?
asked Tom.
"I can play her,"
said Colin, taking up her sheet and adding it to his own. He looked at me.
"We're going to the palace, right?"
"Right," I said. In the face of his visible anger, it was hard for me not to be angry. You walk down the streets of the city of 1,000 brides, weapons drawn, on full alert. You see more monsters as you go, but they stay back, not making a move toward you. You see more women, sometimes at the windows, other times at doorways, but they're under guard in some cases, or have been made immobile in others. The whole place smells of flesh and blood, and you cross the putrid river on a bridge made of ligaments that sways on your passing. I waited for someone to object, to say that it wasn't something their character did. But if you waited for explicit instructions on every single thing, the game would grind to a halt. There was supposed to have been an encounter on the ligament bridge, but I didn't have the stomach for it. There are no guards at the palace, and the doors are standing wide for you. The insides are fully furnished, with none of the obvious aesthetic that's outside. You see lanterns hanging from chains, red carpets, tapestries, brickwork, all the hallmarks of the most advanced civilizations you have knowledge of, including the ones that have now fallen. A lot of that I had written out ahead of time, or at least written out in my head while falling asleep. I was thankful for that, because it was easy to get back into the flow of things and try to forget. I was already sure that I was going to feel bad about what had happened with Anna for at least a day or two, even if she never should have sat down at the table with us.
Let me guess,
said Reimer.
All of the stuff we see, everything that we look at, on closer inspection is just some horrible biological thing, right?
I hesitated for a moment, then nodded, because that was a good idea. It's clear now that when people said that Fellseed had a complete control of biology, they weren't exaggerating. The lanterns are lit by bioluminescence, the carpets are some kind of cilia, the bricks are keratin, dentin, bone, or something like that, and the places where it looks like wood are some kind of dried or hardened skin that's been patterned to have a grain.
I thought wood was biological,
asked Tom.
Yeah, but that's not terrifying enough,
said Craig.
"We go through the palace,"
said Colin.
Armed and ready for anything,
said Reimer. You pass through 2 halls of monsters, I said. The first seems to be a museum, with the monsters standing, posed, on pedestals, not fossilized, not statues, just creatures that he made and wanted to display. They're living out their lives there, unmoving.
We continue on,
said Reimer, circling his fingers in the air. You come to the throne room, I said, skipping ahead. You might have expected guards, but it's just Fellseed, sitting on an elaborate throne. I hesitated, because what I had planned was a step too far, something that I'd thought up and had been haunting my imagination. I had nothing else, though, no other directions to go in. There was too much on my mind to spin something else up. There's a woman in front of him, fellating him, but once you enter, he grabs a sword leaning up against the throne and decapitates her with a single stroke.
Jesus, Juniper,
said Craig, rolling his eyes.
Fireball,
said Reimer.
"I wanted to talk to him,"
said Colin. Roll for initiative, I said.
Wait, what could you possibly get from talking to a guy like that?
Asked Reimer.
"Answers?"
Colin replied.
Well,
said Reimer.
We certainly don't have the element of surprise. And we're not tactically set up, so I guess if you want, I'll hold off on shooting fireballs. If you get within range of the area of effect, I'm not to blame for what happens.
Colin stared at me. He'd lost none of his intensity, and while for me it might have started to settle back into a normal session, or what passed for normal in these times, for him, it still seemed to be about something else.
I want to know why he does all this perverted shit,
said Colin.
I want to know what he gets from it.
You're asking him in those terms, I asked. Sure, he replied. Fell seed gives you a bored sigh, I replied.
Pleasure, mortal. It's the reason that every single person does every single thing they do, whether they're willing to admit it or not.
He removes the head that's still nestled in his crotch and tosses it aside, then rises from the throne, standing 9 feet tall.
I killed that woman because I wanted to see the look on your face.
But the monsters,
said Colin.
The river of shit and blood that runs through this place?
It's about power, I said.
The power to hurt people, to make them feel fear and revulsion. The river is there, so that it will loom large in the mind. I drown people in that river, and there is a satisfaction in knowing that they've spent months or years thinking about that fate.
And why haven't you killed us?
Asked Colin. Fell seed looks you over.
It's been too long since someone has made any serious attempt on my life.
He replies,
I thought I might enjoy watching the hope drain from your eyes. I thought I would like to see the life leave your body as I strangled you, one by one.
Oh, are we doing big talk?
Asked Craig. He leaned forward in his chair and looked at me.
I tell Fellseed that when I'm done with him, his bones will be scattered to the four winds, his blood salted, his throat pissed in,
Personally, I'll fart in his general direction,
said Tom.
But I'll do it privately and not make a big show of it.
Fell seed won't just be killed,
said Colin.
He'll be erased from history and memory, the evidence of his life ground away by directed randomness until it's lost to even our own minds. There won't be a scrap of him left.
Nice,
said Reimer.
Now we roll for initiative?
Sure, I said. I added them into the turn tracker that I had set up, then put Fellseed before any of them. After that, I drew out positions on the battle mat, then let them put down whatever they had for minifigures. Fellseed goes first, I said. He reaches out toward Elnor, standing in the middle of you all, and his fingers split in 2, then in 4, until the tips of them are barely visible. They shoot out from his hand faster than the speed of sound, and before you can do a damn thing about it, he's got her tied down in ropes of flesh next to him. Reimer, you're next.
We don't get reactions?
Asked Reimer. No, I said. It happens too fast, and unless I missed some horrible exploit you've got, you can't react at the speed of sound.
Not yet, no,
said Reimer.
But mechanically I can react to lasers, and never mind.
What happens to her?
Asked Colin. To Elnor, I asked. I stared at her minifig. She's going to get added to his collection.
Fuck off,
he said, sitting back in his chair a bit.
Why are you such a fucking asshole?
You understand that it's a game, right? I asked. It's not real.
It's your fucking job to make it feel real,
said Colin.
You're doing everything that you can to bring some sense of realism, or at least emotion, to this. The emotions that you choose are calculated to piss people off, or just make them unhappy.
I wanted someone to step in and tell him that wasn't true, but all I got from the rest of the group was silence. This is because of Anna, I asked. You never should have brought her. You understood what Fell Seed was like, and you fucking brought her anyway, because she can't spend half an hour without you. I'm not going to turn on a dime for you, and I'm certainly not going to do it for her.
I wasn't asking you to turn on a dime,
he said.
I just wanted you to maybe have a bit less rape in the whole thing.
It's the city of 1,000 brides, I yelled. Every single fucking thing that I've said about this place has let you know what it's like. If your dumb cunt of a girlfriend... Colin stood up from his chair, and for a moment I thought he was going to knock me out. Maybe that was going through his mind as well. Instead, without another word, he gathered his things and left. The character sheets stayed where they were. Was it something I said? I asked. No one found it funny. Tom looked uncomfortable.
Colin is a friend.
Yeah, I said. Maybe if it were some other campaign, but this is the one we're in the middle of and...
It's never stopped you before,
said Reimer.
You drop campaigns more often than you wash a pair of jeans.
Oh, so it's time to gang up on me? I asked. Fuck you.
He's a friend,
said Tom.
Maybe not a friend of yours, but he's a friend of mine. And Anna, I don't know the full story, and I wouldn't tell it if I did, but I'm pretty sure something bad happened to her. The kind of bad thing that you never want to tell people about, which might be why she wanted you to shy away from, that kind of thing.
That felt like a punch to the gut. I don't want to litigate this, I said. Reimer, it's your turn.
You still want to keep playing after all that?
Asked Reimer.
He's committed,
said Craig, nodding. Or he should be committed, not sure which.
I need to send a text to Colin,
said Tom. But I'm last in turn order, so I guess if we're still playing... We are, I said.
Fine,
said Reimer.
Then I'll blast the fucker with a fireball, sculpting it around Elna, just in case she's not completely fucked by whatever he's doing.
He reached across the table and grabbed both character sheets that had been left sitting there.
I'll play these. Colin was the one with the Vorpal sword.
We went through the numbers of combat, saving throws for half damage, a load of dice for the fireball, and some mumbling from me about how quickly Fellseed recovered from the blast of fire.
I'll move as far away as possible, then yell at Gorn to draw the blade,
said Reimer.
And then it should be his turn.
He looked down at Colin's character sheet. Okay, I said.
Gorn draws the Vorpal sword,
said Reimer.
He charges toward Fellseed, screaming at the top of his lungs, then puts absolutely all of his life force into the it, draining himself down to a raisin in the process. Wait, revise that. All but the last scrap of life.
He rolled the dice out where everyone could see it, and it came up a natural 20. That hits, I said.
And he flies apart into pieces?
Asked Reimer.
Every joint disconnected from every other joint?
Fellseed looks down at it, lodged halfway through his arm, I said. Then he looks at Gorn, and a slow smile spreads across his face. The Vorpal blade would never hurt its master. Reimer groaned.
Come the fuck on,
he said.
We spent fucking ages getting that stupid sword. The effect was at least a little cool. And now this?
Maybe we should stop for the night,
said Tom, who was checking his phone way too often for my tastes.
We've barely started,
said Craig.
And if Juniper wants to kill us, it shouldn't take us that long. Just give Fellseed a bunch of turns in a row, make every attack insta-kill. Easy as that. His turn, right?
Tom goes last in the turn order, I said. There was another chirp from Tom's phone, and he glanced at it for a moment, biting his lower lip before looking back at me. Said Tom.
How injured does he look?
Pristine, I said. Flawlessly clear skin, not even any soot on him.
I try to talk to him,
asked Tom. In the middle of combat? I asked.
I yell?
Asked Tom. You yell to be heard over the sounds of swords and fireballs, I replied. What do you yell?
I yell out that maybe we can make a deal,
said Tom.
Maybe we can show him that it's better not to hurt people.
Reimer actually laughed at that.
That's your plan?
I get a 12 on persuasion,
said Tom, giving me a worried but hopeful look. I stared at Tom for a moment. On his turn, Fellseed grabs the Vorpal sword from Gorn's feeble hands, then leaps through the air, moving 30 feet in a flash, and goes for a killing blow against Featherton. I rolled a die behind my screen and ignored the result. The full power of the Vorpal blade rips through you, and your skin slides from your muscles slide from your bones, and perfect cuts are made at every intersection of your body. You fall to the ground as a pile of disorganized meat. "Oof," said Tom. He looked down at his character sheet for a moment, then back up at me.
Not even a chance for a farewell speech?
"No," I said.
Okay,
he said. He picked up his character sheet and ripped it in two.
Should I bother making a new character?
"No," I said. "Craig is right. We'll be done soon." There was another round of combat. I was feeling shitty about a lot of things, and mad at them for seeming to take Colin's side. No hits could possibly land against Fellseed, not when I could set his AC arbitrarily high. He wasn't a creature from one of the books. He was something that I made, so no one could call me out on it. I don't know why I was even worried about that, given how far off the rails we were. Fellseed flings the Vorpal sword, spinning it like a scythe, I said. I rolled more useless dice. It hits Killiam and Rost, killing them instantly. His hand was still attached to the handle of the blade, though, and it drags the sword back to him.
"Welp,"
said Craig.
"Good game if I'm being polite."
"Wait,"
replied Reimer.
"Gorn is still technically alive with a single hit point. Technically, he's not dead. He just dies from a paper cut. Technically, that shouldn't affect his ability to do combat."
"Why even drag this out?"
asked Craig, rolling his eyes.
"If Juniper wants to ruin a session, that's on him,"
said Reimer, nodding at me.
"But I'm gonna play the game how I want to play it. And that means taking every advantage I can get. Not just giving up because I know that I'm going to lose. And besides, if Juniper's going to fudge in some bullshit to make us lose, then he's perfectly capable of fudging in some bullshit to give us a chance at winning."
He looked at me.
"So, Gorn summons up what strength he has left, bellows out a defiant battle cry, then rushes at Fellseed with his axe and aims for the vulnerable core that all supremely powerful beings have."
"Make your roll," I said. Reimer rolled, out in the open.
"Nat 20,
he said, leaning back in his chair. It was the second one he'd gotten in combat. "That's double damage," I said, but the axe bounces uselessly off Fellseed's chest. Fellseed reaches forward, crushes his C2 vertebrae with one hand, and tosses Gorn down to the floor so that Gorn can watch Elnor be raped. I pointed at Tom. "There, Tom. You can tell Colin that's how we ended things."
"Fucking Christ, Joan,"
said Reimer, rolling his eyes.
"There's really no need to be so dramatic."
"Well, I'm done here," I said, getting up from the table. I hesitated. There was a sorry on my lips. Tanking the session, and the whole campaign with it, was something that I regretted as soon as it was done. What little satisfaction I'd gotten from it had evaporated immediately.
"I have bad news,"
said Tom, looking down at his phone. "It looks like Colin might not want to play with us anymore." Reimer and Craig laughed, and I chuckled a little. It broke the tension, and for at least a little bit, there was catharsis. When it was all over, though, I felt a knot in my stomach, and typed up apologies to various people that I never ended up sending. "Thank you for sharing," said Amaryllis once I'd finished. I was sitting with her and the others in one of our larger rooms, everyone gathered together for story time, including 12-year-old Pallida, Solace, and yes, Bethel. "I assume there's nothing actionable in there?" I asked.
No, nothing.
She said.
Though given that we've talked about Fellseed so much, I would be surprised if the more personal side of things had actually revealed anything.
"So, it's bullshit, right?" I asked, looking around at the group. "I don't actually know his weakness." "He doesn't have weaknesses, that's the whole point. There's nothing you can do against him."
We're not trying to do anything against him,
said Grack.
We just need to go past him.
Easier said than done,
replied Raven.
The entrance point is below the palace, and it's been very hard to get any information on if there's any method of getting down there.
Overwhelming force might work,
said Bethel. It was the first thing she'd said. She was still presenting as meek and humbled, which I found faintly annoying.
Let's say that we end up having to fight Fellseed,
said Amaryllis.
Based on what Juniper recounted, what we've heard from him before, and what we know from other accounts, what is the best approach?
Why don't you just tell us?
Asked Pallida.
It's pretty clear you've got all the answers.
I want to hear opinions,
said Amaryllis.
Obviously, I've already come to my own conclusions.
We invent a weakness,
said Grack.
Then we hope that the Dungeon Master is in a good mood.
I really don't think that hitting his weak point for massive damage is going to fly, I said.
I can give him an argument,
said Valencia.
I'll just argue him into not killing us. Easy and also peasy.
We would be at the mercy of the Dungeon Master,
said Raven.
Given that Fellseed has created a living hell that's continued unimpeded for nearly 500 years, I don't think mercy is on the menu.
Just as a note in case anyone is thinking about it,
said Amaryllis.
I've been searching for the Vorpal blade for subjective years and have come up with nothing, and Raven has had no luck either. I've put in a bounty with the goblins, but gotten nothing back from them, and the last option for information is the Infinite Library, who we're not on good terms with. That said, it's Fellseed's sword to begin with, so finding it, if it exists, doesn't seem like it would help us.
I have an embarrassing question,
said Grack. Go ahead, I said.
What is canonical?
He asked. Your notes, or the world as it appeared in the games?
So far as we can tell, it's a mixture,
said Amaryllis.
There exist features that were only in worlds that never had campaigns, but there are also characters and entads that were created either by or with the players.
She gestured in Raven's direction.
Why do we think that Fellseed is the game version?
Asked Grack. Why would he not be as on the page? Does it matter? I asked.
How did you plan for him to be beaten?
Asked Grack. Oh, I said. I didn't.
The Vorpal sword was always going to fail?
Asked Grack. It was never going to be the full answer, I said. Can you imagine hyping up a villain for a whole campaign only for them to die in a single hit from a magical sword? I mean, maybe it would have weakened him enough, but I didn't plan for that, no. I planned for him to be a terrible, unbeatable monster, the kind you only think you can beat because he's only shown a fraction of his full power.
The players were always meant to die,
said Raven. Yeah, I said. Kind of.
So what's the Queen's solution?
Asked Pallida, looking at Amaryllis. What does Her Majesty intend to do?
Diplomacy,
said Amaryllis.
Done at as long a range as possible, mediated by Valencia. People have tried it before, but they didn't have Valencia's abilities, nor were they the chosen ones of the one true God.
That loses us the element of surprise, I said. Besides, no way you could ever negotiate something with him. He would betray you.
Betrayal isn't what he's known for,
said Amaryllis.
But if you insist, then we can attempt complete radio silence.
No, I said. Go ahead. He'll know we're there the instant we enter into his territory, and he's always ready to attack with 50 different kinds of insane countermeasures. That's from reading about attempts on his zone, but it was true when I thought him up too.
Good,
said Amaryllis.
Conditional on that, we're planning to go tomorrow.
Great!
Shouted little Pallida.
I don't know about everyone else, but I'm ready to get raped to death.
We're going to need to age her up, I said, pointing at Pallida. Another 5 years or so, at a minimum.
Oh, fuck you,
she said. And in another 5 years, I'll be too much of a pussy to go with you.
I'm not going,
said Solace.
I would also encourage you to do whatever you can to keep the locust from going with you.
No one controls the locust, I said. Even if I pleaded, I think she would still come, if only to keep us safe. And with her domain expanding, she's got a lot more power, which isn't necessarily going to help us, but if the gods consider her to be essentially a god, then that's enough of a chance that I wouldn't want to try very hard to dissuade her from joining us.
Does anyone else want to bow out?
Asked Amaryllis. There will be no judgment or argument. Whatever your utility to the party, we'll find some way to make up for it. There was silence all around.
I do wish you the best,
said Solace.
The locust should be able to return to Paran if things go poorly. I'll be waiting and ready.
With that, the meeting broke, and it began to set in that this was really going to happen. Discuss on my Discord. Discuss on Reddit r/rational. Visit my website, The Road. Chapter 229. The Road. Chapter by Alexander Wales, Cthulhu Rejepson. The plan had been to fly in as quickly as we possibly could, moving in a straight line towards the city of 1,000 brides while in Bethel. We would go at multiples of the speed of sound, completely warded by Grak. We were going to make a crash landing, with Bethel killing almost everything she could see, then either hightail it down to the basement of the palace with velocity magic, or have Bethel drill us down there, depending on what we saw. Our big problem was that remote viewing on Erb was virtually non-existent, and the remote viewing that we could use hadn't been helpful enough. Once we were on site, my wildly heightened remote senses would help us figure out what conditions on the ground were, and let us beeline to the long stairs, or failing that, rip a hole there. Amaryllis had created an FSP document, the Fell Seed Plan, and she'd fretted over the thing using dozens of clones, breaking it apart, testing whatever parts of it were testable, putting us through training. It was all fairly uninteresting, frankly, but our plan was to go in with every advantage we could muster, and ideally, take all those advantages into the long stairs with us. We were inside Bethel, who had so many entads at her disposal that a more foolish person might have thought that there would be no way to defeat her. The only way that we knew to defeat her was a full entad ward, or one that had been set up specifically for her. She could move at 3 times the speed of sound, teleport, portal, warp space, and time, shift into the ethereal realm, become invisible to almost every sense, control almost every one of Erb's 28 elements, and make frighteningly accurate predictions of the near future, so long as they didn't involve anything with a soul. Bethel was the size of a needle, moving invisibly. Inside, we were time-dilated, a day to every minute that passed outside, and hooked into her sensorium through some combination of entads, given an augmented reality display of everything that was happening out to a mile around her. If not for the time dilation, it would all have been happening too fast for any of us to actually follow. In theory, Bethel could pilot us straight to the exact place we were looking for, using portals or short-range teleportation once we were close enough for those to function. The pace was glacial. We were going more than 2,300 miles an hour, but with the dilation we were under, the 138 miles we had to travel was going to take a subjective 3.5 days, and that was if it was just us moving in a straight line. If Bethel was able to get into the palace in the city of 1,000 brides, it would take even longer, because her full speed wasn't possible if she had to do any actual navigation. We didn't talk much. Well, most of us. Little Pallida was just the fucking worst, I mean really terrible, and I didn't understand why we were bringing her along. Even when young, Pallida had a pseudo-magically powerful ability to get through locks, and she could be stealthy as hell if she wanted to be. But those weren't actually relevant abilities. I suspected Amaryllis of ulterior motives, but it wasn't like her to not come clean about ulterior motives when directly asked. The landscape crawled by, and we were there for every riveting minute of it. I had been worried that 3 solid days of going over Felseed's domain would be bad for morale, but it was much more tame than I had been expecting. It wasn't pretty or lush, but there was little of what I had dreamt up. Instead, it was mostly dead and barren. In the Manxam Foe campaign, Felseed had been rather new within the timeline of the world, a fresh monstrosity. The world had been dying, but it hadn't been dying for as long as anyone could remember. I had never put a date on it, because I loathed making timelines, but he had been around for maybe 20 years, and not all of that had been when he was at the height of his power, or at least he had hidden his true power for some of it. On Erb, he had been living in the same zone for 500 years, long enough that generations of people had come and gone, long enough that he was a subject in history books, even if they were history books of the gruesome and macabre. Felseed was pure, monotonous evil, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't change over time. It was just a question of how. Like Blue in the Bottle, there was little question that he was engaging in his own breeding programs. But rather than just making slaves, he was making, well, it was hard to say. Monsters, certainly, but I had to guess that he was also making the next generation of brides. It seemed like a Felseed thing to do. There always had to be another level of disgusting with him. That was kind of the point. I wondered if he would ever get bored, though. This was his domain, likely forever, but if I put myself in his position, I imagined that depression would eventually follow. His gimmick was shocking torture and imagery, but how long could he go until that well ran dry? Forever was the obvious answer, but it didn't feel true to me. It wasn't interesting. Felseed, locked up in this place, with only the targets he'd made for himself. My idea of him, and what I'd expressed of him, was that he liked the grandeur, liked the pain, liked the shock and horror, the feeling of hope washing right off a person in the face of what he had prepared for them. 500 years, though. That seemed like a long time. It seemed like he would have relished something like the Fifth Empire coming in to destroy him, a chance to flex on people who had only the vaguest idea what he was really capable of. And after that climactic parallel timeline battle, he'd come back, as though it had never happened. I could imagine the rush that would come from that, the sheer artwork of despair, so much cost, so many lives lost, and then everything put back the way it was before. If I'd been Felseed, locked up for hundreds of years, with only my imagination and no new people, or at least no people I hadn't created, I would want to play with the outside world. It seemed like us paying him a visit would have been exactly the kind of thing that would re-energize him. I watched another few miles crawl by. There was no flesh, nothing out of the ordinary, just a plain, mostly dead landscape. We passed what might have once been a town, but there were no monsters there, no people. I was grateful for that, but also a little bit worried. By the far the worst place we'd been on Erb was the Doris Finch exclusion zone. There, bodies had been piled in the streets, a stench had hung in the air. More than half the people were slaves, or effectively slaves. There was cannibalism, abuse. It was hard to stomach. I'd thought that Felseed Zone would be worse, that every mile would be some new monstrosity or horror presented explicitly for us to see. I thought that we would go through 3 days of it.
Juniper, what's under the ground?
Amaryllis asked me. I frowned at her and tried to tune in with my senses. The way things were set up, in our little virtual environment, I could see what Bethel saw, but her ability to penetrate ground was limited to maybe 5 feet. My own ability was better, but only in terms of water magic, and while I had gotten much more fine-grained sensory input and control, it was still hard to pick out exactly what things were by the shape of the water. Still,
"It's consistent with flesh,"
I said.
"I'd thought that it was the water table. But you're right, it's not quite right for that. Probably miles and miles of flesh beneath us. He's put in roots that probably go as far down as they're able. Further down than I can actually sense. Hard to tell if it's biofactories or weapons or defenses or what. There's a ton of it, though.
The scale was hard to imagine. If those were factories of some kind, my guess was that he had more factory space than the whole rest of Erb combined. What he was making was impossible to say, as was where he was storing it. If those were weapons hidden beneath the surface, then he had the equivalent of a Death Star. It was worrying that all of it was hidden. I didn't know who it was hidden from, or why. We were 50 miles out when Bethel's voice came into our heads.
Problem.
I'd been watching the ground crawl by for 2 days, doing my best to stay alert. Bethel was going insanely fast, but we were watching it all insanely slow. In contrast, the massive pieces of rock coming out of the ground seemed to be going the speed of, say, a kid riding on a bicycle, which meant that in reality, they were moving at many multiples the speed of sound. Earth was slipping off of them like water. I could see the shock waves around them as they moved through the air, and it was hard not to miss that they were going considerably faster than we were. Bethel had become inviolable thanks to the entads she had, but that didn't mean that we couldn't get knocked around, slowed down, stopped, trapped, all the usual concerns, even if she had a few ways around all of them. Every trick had a counter-trick. Bethel began evasive maneuvers, but she was slower than the pieces of rock that were rising out of the ground, and slower by a fairly significant margin. It was wrong to say that they were rising out of the ground, actually, because something had propelled them, or was propelling them, all with the energy of an atom bomb coming from both our left and right. Just before the leading shock waves reached us, she transitioned into the ethereal realm, attempting to avoid them entirely. In D&D, the ethereal plane mostly coexisted with the prime material plane, existing as a place of ghosts and spirits, allowing anyone who went into it to move straight through solid objects, flying without gravity. My ring of partial incorporeality had used the ethereal plane, and I missed it dearly, but it had been eaten by the cannibal, or at least lost somewhere in Anglesyn, and had never recovered. On Erb, the ethereal realm worked a little bit differently, in that it had gravity, no air, and a geography of its own. Sometimes the ethereal was inaccessible thanks to a giant mountain in the way, or other times, the ground was lower in the ethereal, causing you to drop down. I don't know why I was at all surprised, given that it figured, and given that Amaryllis's FSP explicitly stated it. But the ethereal realm inside Felseed's exclusion zone was entirely taken over by him. There were no rocks moving toward us at extreme velocities, though. Instead, there were white orbs, each the size of a car, floating around at irregular spacing. Almost as soon as we were into the ethereal, they began to glow, not just around us, but over a mile away as well. The first lightning bolt shot out, not that long after, slowed down, in my view, slow enough that I could see the stepped leaders coming in, trying to find us. Bethel dipped and twirled, but the maneuvering she'd already done had slowed her considerably, and compared to the speed we'd been going before, she was dawdling along. We missed the first bolt, but the second hit us, and while Bethel was inviolable and had some faculty with lightning, it slammed into us hard enough that we were knocked off course. Bethel wasn't as slowed down as we were. She had enough entad intelligence that we'd hit some serious diminishing returns, the point where the only remaining gains were from parallelization. All of that allowed her to process information more quickly than before, which had already been quite quick. She was still, unfortunately, slower than a lightning strike. The more we were hit, the more she slowed down, and while she had impeccable defenses, the force and energy had to go somewhere, a process that she couldn't fully control. There was a risk that we would cook alive inside her. It was something that had come up in our threat modeling, and which we hadn't found a good solution for. She went weapons-free as she spun around with us inside her, lancing out at the ethereal white blobs, popping a few of them where she focused her fire. There were too many of them, though, And up from the ground, there were other things rising, ghostly green creatures. It was possible to see into the material plane from the ethereal, and the walls of rock that had been approaching us at incredible speeds were smashing into each other, right where we had been. They wouldn't have been able to harm Bethel, but perhaps they could have held her in place for long enough that other weapons could be deployed. Void was a vulnerability, even with ultra-thick plating. Bethel teleported us forward a mile, then shifted us back into the prime material. Almost at once, the same attack we'd just escaped was renewed once more. Vast quantities of rock were launched into the air at us, faster than even the ludicrous rates that Bethel was capable of. This time she chose to go up, trying to escape the two walls of moving rock by positioning herself higher than the point where they would slam into each other. For a while, it seemed like it might work, but as the mountains of rock crashed against each other, something dark, black, and very, very fast shot up from the expanding cloud of debris. It was quickly followed by a second and a third, and by the time the first reached us, there were several dozen of them, all moving out of the dust and ejecta of the ongoing collision at mind-boggling speeds. The one nearest to us opened up, casting its outer casing off with an explosive blast. Inside was a purple crystal, which was already charging. There were hundreds of them following after, all rising up from below. Bethel could teleport and use portals, but the entads that allowed that were limited, not enough to cross 50 miles, and not when we might need them to beat a retreat or get into the long stairs.
Void,
said Amaryllis.
Bethel, portal down. We're coming out.
Bethel obliged, using another portal to bring us to the ground another few miles forward, and as soon as that was done, we were unceremoniously spat out. Behind us, the slabs of rock were still falling to the ground, enormous chunks broken off in the collision raining down from the sky. Some of them landed above us, bouncing off Grak's shield before smashing into the ground, and we all waited for a moment, seeing if there was going to be some other attack. Personally, I wasn't a huge fan of this section of the FSP.
Everyone around Grak,
said Amaryllis, though we already were.
No imminent threats,
I said. Threat detection was one of my roles in all this. The ground was still settling.
There are fucking miles of flesh beneath the ground still. Nothing moving toward us, though.
He was throwing the ground. How can he even do that?
Asked Bethel.
Throwing it at hypersonic speeds. I shifted into the ethereal, and there were balls of something that shot electricity, and green things, and those missiles.
She must have come into this with a higher opinion of our capabilities than I did, or maybe a lower opinion of Fell Seeds.
At no point should anyone worry about how anything he's done is possible,
said Amaryllis.
It isn't. He cheats. We know this.
He wants us to walk in,
I said.
He wants us to not skip anything. We're going to have to face him.
Anticipated,
said Amaryllis.
We all read the FSP,
said Grak.
Chance of bad outcomes has spiked.
We can't abort,
said Amaryllis.
Likely we literally can't abort.
We shouldn't have stopped,
said Raven, turning to Amaryllis.
We should have pushed forward or fled. We're at least 40 miles out.
32,
said Bethel.
I was able to get us closer.
Second guessing isn't part of the plan,
said Amaryllis, her lips thin.
We're a team. We should get moving.
Is that seriously what your stupid plan says?
Asked Pallida. She was still roughly 12, despite my objections.
Just get moving, on foot, toward a place literally worse than being in the hells? Walking on rocks that just moments ago were launched into the air at us by someone who knows we're here? Knows that we're going against him?
The dust was still settling, and rocks were still raining from the air, some of them as large as cars, though nothing that big had hit us yet.
That is the plan, yes,
said Amaryllis.
We're at the part of the FSP where we face him on his own terms.
She turned to Bethel.
There was nothing you could have done.
Nothing?
She asked.
Nothing,
I said.
If he wanted you brought down, he was always going to do it. He's not beholden to the rules, and even if he was, he's had 500 years to practice magic of his own, or create creatures that can harness magic for him. He's captured plenty of people.
Going fast is unlikely to help,
said Amaryllis.
We're miles from the city because that's where he wants us to be. We're talking right now because he's allowing us to talk.
What happens if we try to escape?
Asked Grak.
There are no wards to stop us from teleporting. None of us have been infected with his magic.
Not yet,
said Raven, her face grim. If even the smallest spore landed on you, Fell Seed could work his way into your system and alter you enough that you too would be excluded, never able to leave his zone, not by any means. We were warded against everything, with additional defenses beyond that, but it was still terrifying to think about, and had been one of the main points of discussion. Grak had gone through the trouble of giving each of us a ward against Fell Seed's magic, individually anchored, which had meant he had to spend time in the time chamber recovering concordance.
We might still be able to escape,
said Amaryllis, looking toward the city, so far away it couldn't yet be seen.
He might try to kill us before we could, but right now, he's inviting us in.
You're reading too much into it,
said Valencia.
We should get moving,
said Amaryllis.
Before we're made to get moving.
Inside Bethel or outside?
I asked.
Outside, per the FSP,
said Amaryllis. She gave me a look that suggested she thought I hadn't read the FSP, and I gave her a look that was meant to suggest that of course I had read the FSP. I just wanted to know whether or not we were deviating from it. Let the record show that I had read the FSP twice. After slogging my way through most of the Bible, I skipped numbers. It was practically a breeze. We were centered around Grak, keeping within his wards, which allowed nothing through and killed everything in their wake. Valencia carried Bethel, who was a much thinner staff than the last time she'd taken that form. I took the lead, with Grak not far behind me. I had gotten water magic high enough now that I could more or less tell where people were, so long as they were large enough and in range, and with the runeworks on top of my armor, I could in theory tank some pretty ridiculous amounts of direct damage. None of that mattered in the face of Fell Seed, but at least it was something. We'd gone 100 feet when the locust appeared alongside us. That wasn't entirely unexpected, but she was outside Grak's bubble of protection, and I was worried that she had, in an instant, been infected by spores. It was possible Fell Seed would make rapid changes to her body to make her a permanent fixture of his realm. I wasn't even sure how that would work, given that the locust was only allowed here through virtues that I had. Maybe it just didn't apply.
Is she going to be okay?
Asked Raven, looking nervously at the six-eyed doe.
Hope so,
I said. We kept walking. Fell Seed's domain was still less obviously evil than I had envisioned it, keeping its fleshy nature cloaked. There were dead trees, but they weren't made of gross things. No leaves crafted from skin, no bark made of scabs, or whatever else I had worked up in my mind in those terrible months when I was running the campaign. The grass didn't seem to be made of hair or nerve endings or anything else. It was just dead grass. Of course, below the surface, there was flesh. I could tell by how the masses of water felt. And there were constructions there, vast somethings of biological nature. At least some of it was the machinery necessary to shoot hypersonic rocks at people, and some more of it was probably those void missiles. But there was enough matter that it probably wasn't just that. The possibilities were literally endless, because while Fell Seed was biology-themed, I didn't for a second believe that everything he could do fell under fine-tuned biomanipulation. Hells, the supposedly biological organisms on Erb didn't always seem to follow normal biological rules, even if they registered as non-magical. Beyond that, Fell Seed had enough resources to work with that he didn't need to keep within his theme, though I did wonder when and how he had gotten enough void crystals to carpet his zone with them out to 50 miles away from the city. My guess was that they'd been brought in by a conspirator, but it could have happened ages ago. The fact that all of it was hidden, out of direct view, was frightening in its own right. Tween Pelida started singing a Fellseed song that she had apparently prepared for the occasion, titled "Fellseed is Bad." I stopped her before she could finish a verse that seemed like it was going to rhyme something with, "He'll grab you by your nape."
Are we just gonna walk in silence then?
She asked after being shushed.
What in the fuck is the point of marching to your death if you're not gonna have fun doing it?
We can literally aid you up at any time,
I said.
It'd be better for you and better for us.
Nah,
said little Pallida.
I'm a better thief at this age. There's going to be a lock somewhere, and my dumb fuck older self wouldn't be able to get past it. Besides, she wouldn't want to come. Said so herself in her journal, though that just goes to show how fucking dumb she is. Because, of course, I'm not gonna listen to her.
We walked on, mostly in silence. It was clear to me that we were recreating the original session, and not by our own intent. I wished that we had something like phantom steeds, but we needed to stay within range of Grak, at least in order to have full protection. That would potentially make things awkward in combat, but if the Locust had some way of purging even the slightest biological touch, then things would be quite a bit safer. We also had our personal wards, but Grak didn't trust them, and didn't think that we should either. I kept blinking on my magic vision, not just to check for threats, but to make sure the ward was still there, like a forgetful person patting their pocket for the 5th time to make sure they still had their keys. I had velocity magic and could have tried to run in, but it was pretty clear the big guns would be brought out.
Not much around,
said Amaryllis, looking out over the plains. I couldn't help but compare the geography to Kansas, which was notoriously flat and boring.
I was thinking there would be more.
Yeah,
I said.
Luring us into a false sense of security?
Asked Valencia.
Or something else?
She turned to look at me. I was the resident expert on Fellseed psychology, unfortunate as that was.
I don't know,
I said.
It's not like him.
I didn't want to say it out loud, but maybe the Dungeon Master was going to go easy on me. Maybe he was going to show me what the session should have been like, how a villain could be brought low in a moment of triumph. The DM wasn't supposed to set himself against the players. He was supposed to set things up for them to knock down, sometimes with enough risk involved that there was a chance of a bad ending, but only so that the win felt better. I was hoping the reason we weren't being shown the bad stuff was because I didn't want to see it. I was hoping that my comeuppance for the Fellseed incident was having my nose rubbed in how poorly I'd done, by way of seeing it done better. We were 32 miles from the city of 1,000 brides when any hope of that being true evaporated. The road we were on was packed earth, with no indication that anyone actually used it. We hadn't aligned ourselves with the road, but rather had stumbled across it, laid out for us in exactly the direction we wanted to go. It was hard to say whether Fellseed had built it specifically for us the moment we decided to get out and walk in, or whether it had always been there, preemptively prepared in some way by the Dungeon Master. The horrors started off simply, with women impaled on stakes, one every 5 feet or so. In a traditional impalement, someone was stuck through with a long stake and then left to be further penetrated by gravity until they'd bled out enough to die or had something vital poked. These bodies were fresh, no more than an hour old by Bethel's analysis, and their deaths had been swift and sudden. The stake slammed right through them, sometimes exiting the tops of their heads. It went on for a mile, this corridor of death, more than 1,000 bodies lined up for us. We tried bottling souls early on, just in case any of them were within the window of viability, but none of them were, and eventually we stopped trying. Then there was a second mile, this one with women who were still, to various degrees, alive. We took them down and healed them, one by one, then stored them inside Bethel, which she accepted without comment or complaint. It took quite a lot of time. They had all been infected by Felseed's magic, unable to leave the zone without dying. But there was a chance that something could be done. Per the FSP, if there was nothing we could do, Bethel would kill and bottle them all, then dump the bodies and escape. In the meantime, they would be sedated. It was entirely possible that they were monsters rather than people. There was no real way to check, though Bethel's senses were fine enough to rule out a lot of possibilities. It was clearly within Felseed's skill set to make a meat puppet shaped like a person, or to implant within someone a great and terrible weapon, one disguised so finely that Bethel would only be able to see it as it unfolded. The 3rd mile. Look, this went on for 32 miles. There's no way for me to give you a sense of the monotony of it, the sick feeling that sat in my stomach for the days that it took us to get through it all. After those first 2 miles, there started to be fighting, and it picked up in fervor as we moved forward. The horrors we saw, the point was to be gross, to be crude, to shock and disgust, all to the point of apathy and boredom. To recount them here would inflict them on you, and I don't want to do that. I don't think I could do that, because if we had to go through it all, you and I together, you would probably just stop reading. I was 14 when I read The 120 Days of Sodom, the Marquis de Sade's magnum opus, penned while he was in prison. The whole thing made me ill, but I kept at it, in the same way that I imagine a lot of teenagers do, when they realize that the perversions and horrors of the world are right at their fingertips. It was like watching videos of beheadings in the Middle East, or that one video where some Ukrainian teenagers murder a homeless guy with a hammer, or lots of stuff, really, the kind that made me a little bit sick, that I never wanted to see a second time. It was 32 miles of that, and not a single punch pulled. It was pointless, uninteresting in its cruelty, very occasionally imaginative, but usually just crude and base. It made me feel like if I breathed wrong, I would start throwing up, but that was just nausea. Everything we saw affected me, especially because there was so much of it. We tried getting back in Bethel, to push on ahead fast, to cover these horrifying miles in an instant. But the moment we boarded, the other weapons came out, the serious ones, and we disembarked almost as quickly, having not moved an inch. Our skipping past this ever-increasing string of horror wasn't a part of the script, so we stuck to the script. So it was written in the FSP, long may we follow it, amen.
Why is he doing this?
Amaryllis asked when we were halfway through. I had hoped to see some weakness in her. I'd have found it comforting, but she sheathed her sword with practiced ease and a steadiness that I envied.
He hates us,
I said.
Hates us with a burning passion. This is all foreplay for when he kills us down to the last, which will take a while, because he's not going to make it fast.
No,
said Amaryllis.
Not Felseed, I understand him. Why is the Dungeon Master doing this?
Same answer,
I replied.
If you believe that, then why are we doing this?
Asked Amaryllis.
Because there's a chance,
I said. It was torture, plain and simple, though almost purely psychological. There were things for us to fight, at first under the safety of Grak's aegis, and later outside of it, under our own lesser defenses. We used up resources and tricks as we went. Some of them were possible to shoot down from long range, but that stopped working fairly early on, as the next iteration of creatures would either pop up from the ground, be fired through the air at us, or had defenses that could resist the raw might of Bethel. All of it we could kill, though, one way or another. They had been designed for us to kill, and designed to show off different abilities. If you'd put all the tricks together into one super monster, it would be unbeatable, and that was rather the point. It was all part of the FSP, down a line of contingencies that Amaryllis had prepared for, but hoped we would never use. The plan was to trudge along, kill everything in our path, and get to the palace, then fight our way through to the long stairs. When we were at the palace, we would hopefully have eyes on the portal, or corridor, or whatever it actually was, and then we could use Bethel and one of her remaining portals to get right to it, if it looked like we could without being completely obliterated. And if we had to, we would fight Felseed, and somehow we would win. The last 2 miles were the worst. The horror had been gradually escalating, both in the monsters that were presented for us to fight and in the psychological aspects. There were bystanders of all kinds, most of them in great pain, and damage was freely inflicted upon them, and sometimes had to be in the course of trying to make progress. Once, for a few brief minutes, it rained babies. In those last 2 miles, though, with the walls of the city of 1,000 brides visible to us in the distance, the tenor of it changed. It became personal. After so many miles of monsters, it was almost refreshing to just get a woman's corpse. There were other corpses ahead, dotted along the field, and I could guess where it was going just from what I could already see. When we flipped the corpse over, it was Amaryllis. We called them effigies, because we didn't want to call them clones. Felseed didn't have our essence, or shouldn't have, no scrap of our DNA, or anything like it. But that hadn't stopped him from making perfect likenesses of us, down to our scars and the freckles on our skin. All he'd really needed to have done was to look at us with special purpose eyes, and after Invrazen had looked at me with all those different eyes, I was pretty sure that biology alone would allow the kinds of detailed long-range analysis for something that was close enough to a clone.